A soul unexpectedly found itself reincarnated into the body of a companion beast. What an extraordinary twist of fate. Even more astonishing was its acquisition of an abnormal status called meme contamination, which granted it temporary immunity to the side effects of genetic serums. It all began in the summer secret realm of Jianghe City. Jianghe City, located along the coastline of the ancient nation of Donghuang, is nestled between rivers and faces the vast ocean. During the season of blooming flowers, terns and gray-backed gulls soar across the clear blue sky, their calls echoing in harmony. In the distance, the resonant sound of a ship's horn lingers, while the surface of the sea occasionally breaks with the leaping of magikarp, creating shimmering sprays of water. This city, renowned for its world-class companion beast facilities, is also home to the legendary Four Seasons secret realms. These realms are divided into four distinct areas: Yanjing, Huaisu, Muluo, and Xianing, colloquially referred to by trainers as the spring, summer, autumn, and winter secret realms. Nourished by extra-dimensional spiritual energy, these realms not only nurture a diverse array of companion beasts, but also harbor infinite potential. At this moment, in the summer secret realm, the morning light was soft and golden. Sunbeams filtered through the towering trees, casting radiant patterns amidst the dreamy mist. A chipmunk clutching an acorn leapt nimbly among the branches, only to freeze suddenly. The sharp stench of engine oil, the acrid odor of burnt wires, and the pungent fumes of chemical agents filled the air. Following the trail of the smell, one could see a massive 3-meter-wide machine lying in a deep crater. Its charred and deformed shell bore the marks of a violent crash, with deep drag marks scarring the ground. The scene was chaotic. Genetic serums and USB drives scattered everywhere, a display screen flickering with ominous sparks, and even a Beastmaster's wristband lying abandoned on the ground. Within a 5-meter radius, no grass grew, while the surrounding plants twisted into bizarre shapes. While the chipmunk stared in shock at this eerie sight, a small, fluffy white creature began to stir. This was Xue Runian, a soul that had inadvertently crossed over into the body of a companion beast. Through fragmented memories, he gradually pieced together the nature of this parallel world called Blue Star. Here, companion beasts weren't limited to common animals and plants, but included lifeless entities like stone monsters and green-feathered quills, as well as ghosts and machines. These creatures could grant their contracted beastmasters incredible power, while the beastmasters, in turn, provided them with shelter, evolution materials, and ability enhancements. From this bond, numerous professions emerged, including beastmaster troops, trainers, and mechanics. As memories continued to surface, Xue Runian realized the body he now inhabited belonged to the companion beast of Hefan. A minor leader of the Flame Squad, Hefan had been eyeing a batch of contraband from an allied region as a gift for his boss. This cargo included companion beast data, genetic serums, and a new type of Beastmaster wristband, which had been smuggled across dimensions. However, an unexpected skirmish caused the transport machine to malfunction and crash into a valley. When Hefan finally reached the crash site, even the black genetic serum had shattered, releasing toxic substances that claimed his life almost instantly. In his final moments, he vaguely heard a fallen researcher warning about gene contamination. The small wolf pup quickly grasped the situation and laboriously operated the Beastmaster wristband to complete identity verification. The scan revealed that he was an unusual dual-attribute Earth-Ice wolf cub with an awakening level of 2. Even more surprising was the meme contamination status he had acquired, granting him complete immunity to the negative effects of genetic serums for the next 37 minutes. Faced with the scattered opportunities before him, Xue Runian hesitated no longer. Despite his tiny frame, barely the size of a palm and a half, he resolutely began consuming the serums one by one. As each serum coursed through his body, his attributes surged dramatically, and he eventually unlocked a unique skill, shape-shifting, which would activate after achieving 10 victories. Half an hour later, Xue Runian lay sprawled on the ground, his fluffy ears brushing against the withered branches and leaves. His round little belly rose and fell with each breath, while his front paws rested lazily on it. A loud burp shattered the morning's tranquility as sunlight pierced through the mist, bathing the lazy little wolf pup in its warm glow. With his icy blue eyes half-closed, Xue Runian extended a paw to hook the Beastmaster's wristband. A refreshed interface appeared before him. Name: Variant Pup of Earth Wolf. Attributes: Earth, Ice. Growth level: Awakening level 5. Species rank: Low Commander. Skills: Claw Strike, Shapeshift locked. 3 levels up just from drinking potions. Totally worth it, Xue Runian thought smugly. Not only had he advanced to a new species rank, but his potential stats had more than doubled. Considering his limited stomach capacity, he prioritized rare potions that enhanced potential and had unique attributes. Each potion came in a small vial, but the effects were remarkable. Once he finished the rare potions, the wolf pup indulged himself. Anything that looked appealing, had a blue label, or even those he couldn't be bothered to read the names oaf drank them all. Only when his belly could hold no more did he stop, leaving behind about half the remaining potions. By now, Xue Runian had undergone a complete transformation. His fur gleamed brilliantly, his physique was well-proportioned, his tail swayed powerfully, and his ears stood alert. His icy blue eyes were clearer and deeper than ever, his appearance transcending the boundaries of his species. Thinking back to the initial unease upon discovering he had become a pet beast, Xue Runian shook his head. As someone who had once been human, he had no desire to submit to an unfamiliar trainer, let alone be confined within a beast ball. Watching Pokemon in his previous life, that rebellious Pikachu had left a lasting impression on him. If I'm a wolf, I'll be the strongest wolf king. These potions are just the first step toward the peak. The little wolf pup thought resolutely. The fact that he could activate the Beastmaster's wristband already proved he was different from ordinary pet beasts. Who knows, she might even become the first pet beast in Blue Star's history to awaken Beastmaster abilities. Drawing on his past life experience as a semi-pro gamer across all genres, Xue Runian began selecting skill drives. Shaking the stray leaves off his ears with a paw, he focused on the scattered USB drives in front of him. Impact Strike? Damage plus knockback miss learn. Quick Move for escaping learn. Intimidate, the all-purpose skill learn. Earthshatter Claw can't use it yet, but he'll save it. Flame? Wait, Earth Ice type, can't learn that. Substitute it with Ice Shard. The last skill, Cuteness Overload, gave Xue Runian pause. A high-level skill? It could lower enemy attack and resistance, with a chance to induce sleep. The little wolf glanced at the wristband, which displayed compatibility. Extremely high, and pretended not to see it, consoling himself. You can never have too many skills, right? If other beast tamers were present, witnessing a pet beast master so many moves within just an hour without any training, some even being advanced skills, they would surely be left utterly stunned. As for the hidden attribute of comprehension, even Xue Runian himself couldn't quite grasp how strong it was. He simply had a vague sense that his ability to learn moves was far faster than He Fan's pet beast. Before long, his move panel had already taken shape. Load here, Claw Strike, Ice Shatter, Knockback, Mid-Ear, Earth Split Claw, Quick Move, Intimidation, Height Ear, Cuteness Overload, Special, Morphlocked. Xue Runian gazed at his pure white fur shimmering under the sunlight, standing out starkly against the predominantly earthy brown and deep green tones of the surrounding forest. This was not a trait typical of an ordinary small earth wolf. Normally, they were all earthy yellow in color and possessed only earth attributes. More importantly, no white pet beast had ever been seen in the entire Summer Secret Realm. As an unusually colored pet beast, Xue Runian was fully aware of how unique his situation was. This rare color variation was akin to ultra-rare species in games, often boasting higher stats than regular pet beasts. However, not all mutations were advantageous. For instance, those fire-shooting fish with red dorsal fins might look cool, but their survival in water became significantly harder. Just as Xue Runian was about to test the power of his moves, a rustling noise caught his attention. Turning his head, he locked eyes with a treasure-hunting mouse struggling to squeeze through some mutated grass. The treasure-hunting mouse was clearly startled by the unexpected encounter. Sigma? Xue Runian's eyes lit up. He instinctively opened his mouth to use Cuteness Overload, but abruptly changed his mind and went with Intimidation instead. Awoo, come here. The battle began immediately. The Beast Tamer's wristband faithfully recorded the entire process. Small Earth Wolf used Claw Strike, dealing 20 points of damage. Treasure Hunting Mouse used Play Dead, but it was seen through. Small Earth Wolf used Claw Strike again, successfully defeating the Treasure Hunting Mouse. System notification, Move Morph Victory Count, 110. The victorious little wolf cub pranced around the mechanical device in delight, only to realize the treasure-hunting mouse hadn't managed to escape yet. He nudged it amicably with his paw. Woo, fancy meeting you again. The treasure-hunting mouse looked utterly speechless. Are you serious? This story is pure sweetness with no heartbreak. Feel free to dive in. The treasure-seeking mouse's attempt at scratching missed as the nimble little coyote dodged effortlessly. Hey, that's not fair, bullying a mouse. The treasure-seeking mouse protested. The wolf pup ignored the complaint, instead trotting quickly around the toppled potion cabinet and giving it a light nudge with its head, as if to ensure the mouse couldn't escape. Howl, let's have an intense and thrilling pet battle. The little coyote challenged with excitement. Caught off guard by this sudden duel, the treasure-seeking mouse froze in place, completely motionless. Watching this scene, Xue Runian felt a bit guilty, worried that the little hamster might be too frightened. After a moment of deliberation, the wolf pup decided to use its Cuteness Overload skill. With the skill successfully activated, a mesmerizing sight unfolded. Sunlight spilled perfectly over the pup's outstretched limbs, and its white fur rippled gently in the breeze like ocean waves. As the pristine figure approached, The treasure-seeking mouse caught sight of the shimmering light in its icy blue eyes, not ambition, but a deep love for freedom and life. This scene left the treasure-seeking mouse utterly awestruck. It had never encountered such an elegant and confident creature before. The Wolf King must have a profound purpose behind all this. It murmured to itself, completely losing its fighting spirit. Squeak, squeak, the treasure-seeking mouse cautiously asked. Why are you so different from everyone else? Howl. The wolf pup proudly raised its head. Of course. That's because I'm not just a pet beast. I'm the greatest beast tamer in the world. The declaration left the treasure-seeking mouse stunned. Staring at the snowy white figure before it, the mouse suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of admiration. This is the beast tamer I've been searching for, it thought, brimming with excitement. Before long, the two engaged in another round of battle. But this time, the treasure-seeking mouse surrendered just as the little coyote was about to unleash its ice shard skill. It's not that you're too strong. It's just that it hurts too much, the mouse muttered, scratching its head in resignation. At that moment, Xue Runian felt a surge of unusual power. Using his paw, he fiddled with the beast tamer's bracelet and was delighted to discover that he had finally mastered the shape-shifting skill. With a swift leap onto the potion cabinet, he grabbed a vial of potion in his mouth and brought it over to the treasure-seeking mouse, signaling his intentions. Even if there's no merit, there's hard work. Here, take this as your reward, Xue Runian said to the treasure-seeking mouse. The treasure-seeking mouse cautiously circled the potion twice, its shiny black eyes filled with hesitation. Seeing that it seemed unable to open the bottle, Xue Runian kindly bit off the stopper for it. The mouse leaned closer to the edge of the test tube and sniffed lightly. Suddenly, as if frightened by something, it jumped back in terror and scurried far away. Hiding under a mutated leaf, it mustered all its strength and shouted to the little wolf cub, "Danger! Throw it away! Run!" The warning snapped Xue Runian out of his thoughts. He smacked his forehead with his paw. Oh my gosh! What was I about to do? This is genetic serum, globally banned and forbidden. If an ordinary pet beast drinks it, something terrible could happen. The little wolf cub swallowed nervously, as if he could see he fan waving at him from the heavens. He quickly replaced the stopper on the bottle. After a moment of contemplation, he turned and walked toward the direction of the USB drive and the skill machine. The treasure-seeking mouse, thinking the little wolf cub was leaving, immediately ran in front of him to block his path. Huh, what are you doing? The little wolf cub asked, puzzled. The treasure-seeking mouse's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Squeak. Boss, I want to follow you. Xue Runian was momentarily stunned. He had planned to pick a skill machine as his reward, but he hadn't expected the treasure-seeking mouse to voluntarily pledge loyalty not as a pet, but more accurately, as a sworn little brother. After a brief moment of thought, the little wolf cub called out, "Awur, come here." The treasure-seeking mouse obediently approached, and Xue Runian activated his wristband to scan its information. Name, treasure-seeking mouse. Rarity, earth spirit. Traits, treasure detection, danger awareness. Type, normal. Growth level, awakening level 4. Species rank, low extraordinary. Skills, scratch, play dead. Market value, over 8 million. Analyzing this data, Xue Runian understood the value of this treasure-seeking mouse. Though it was a functional pet beast with average species stats and a normal attribute, its dual traits made it exceptionally suited for treasure hunting and danger evasion. The astonishing market price further confirmed its rarity. When Xue Runian turned to look at the treasure-seeking mouse, he found it staring at him intently. The little wolf cub shook his head, dismissing some complex thoughts. He activated his wristband and displayed the data hologram in front of the mouse. Oh, well, look, this is your data. The treasure-seeking mouse stared blankly at the screen full of text and numbers. Though it couldn't understand, it was too shocked to speak. Squeak. Is this something a little mouse is supposed to comprehend? Xue Runian continued to examine the interface and was surprised to discover the mouse's cuteness stat was as high as 71, as if it was destined by fate. Oh, will you really want to pledge loyalty to me? Xue Runian asked seriously. Let me warn you first, the road ahead may not be easy. There will be many challenges. Even so, are you still willing to follow me? Squeak. The treasure-seeking mouse's gaze was firm. Boss, you're the beast master I've chosen. Xue Runian gently patted the mouse's head. All right, you've got the spirit. Now that you're my little brother, I won't treat you poorly. Oh well, use your traits to find a safe genetic serum and drink it all. Once you've finished the genetic serum, I'll teach you my exclusive skill being adorable. Squeak. The treasure-seeking mouse replied excitedly. The treasure-seeking mouse's eyes lit up as it dashed toward the potion cabinet, expertly avoiding all the dangerous concoctions. Trusting its keen instincts, it selected a few precious potions. Grinning triumphantly, it exclaimed with excitement, Omega, I knew it. There's the scent of treasure here. Meanwhile, Xue Runian approached the area where USB drives and move machines were stored. As a young wolf cub, he knew these items absolutely could not be taken away. He was aware that He-Fan had already prepared for this by setting up a timed report on the Beastmaster Association's official website before the operation. According to the plan, they had one day to transfer the goods before the website would send a notification, leading to the summer secret realm being sealed off for investigation by enforcers. However, plans often change. Although taking all the items at once was impossible, transferring the data and files into the Beastmaster wristband was a perfect solution. Xue Runian glanced at his paws, hesitated for a moment, then made up his mind. He picked up the wristband with his teeth and carefully connected it to the USB drives and move machines, beginning the data transfer. The advantages of this new version of the Beastmaster wristband were clear. Not only did it scan pet data with remarkable clarity, but it also featured two standout characteristics. First, it boasted an enormous memory capacity. Second, it had been integrated with spatial stone technology, granting it storage capabilities and eliminating the need for additional spatial tools. Although the storage space was limited to 2 cubic meters and couldn't hold living creatures, this functionality alone had elevated the wristband's market value to tens of millions. As Xue Runian watched the wristband's blue light flicker, marveling at the priceless device, the treasure-seeking mouse suddenly appeared before him, holding a peeled acorn. "Zero Omega Big Bro, have an acorn," the mouse offered enthusiastically. Seeing this, the wolf cub's expression softened from surprise to tenderness. "Ooh, thank you, but you can have it," he said. He recalled the game's description of acorns. While highly nutritious and good for boosting immunity, they could cause diarrhea in those with underdeveloped digestive systems. The treasure-seeking mouse happily accepted and stuffed the acorn into its cheek in one bite. Taking advantage of the data transfer downtime, the wolf cub began teaching the mouse a cuteness move. As expected, it was no easy feat. It took over an hour for the mouse to barely grasp the technique. When the treasure-seeking mouse finally performed the cuteness move, Xue Runian felt an intense wave of adorableness wash over him. Unable to resist, he reached out a paw to stroke its fur. "Squeak? Big bro, did I do it right?" the mouse asked, tilting its head up. Faced with such an endearing sight, the wolf cub couldn't help but blush, averting his gaze as he thought to himself. "This move is way too powerful. If anyone else saw me using it," he felt his face heat up so much that he desperately wished for an ice move to cool down. Once he calmed himself, Xue Runian glanced at the wristband's move list and noticed the words cuteness faintly appearing. He nodded solemnly and gave a serious reminder. "Ooh, you've managed to pull it off, albeit clumsily. Keep practicing to perfect it. In the future, if you encounter an enemy, play dead first. If that doesn't work, act cute. And if you get a chance, run," the little wolf cub said earnestly. "Squeak." The treasure-hunting mouse nodded vigorously, its tiny black eyes suddenly shining with an unusual light. "You're the best, big brother. You saw right through what I was thinking. Fighting is so scary, but running away? Now that's my specialty." Xue Runian glanced at the treasure-hunting mouse, whose spirits had been oddly lifted. His expression turned a bit peculiar. What sort of wild imagination was this little creature indulging in now? Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it. Approaching the move training device, Xue Runian leapt up gracefully and grabbed a wristband in his mouth. The treasure-hunting mouse tilted its head up and asked expectantly, "Big brother, are we still practicing moves? Let me help you." The white wolf cub froze instantly, the wristband still clamped in its mouth. It mumbled an indistinct response. Move training definitely needed to continue, but that transformation move. His gaze flicked to the treasure-hunting mouse, whose eyes were filled with admiration. Imagining the scene of transforming into a naked human form under that eager gaze sent shivers down his spine. Better to save that for when no one was around. The morning sunlight filtered through the towering trees, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Time flowed differently in the secret realm, with one day here roughly equivalent to 40 hours in the outside world. Xue Runian carefully scattered a USB drive on the ground before leaping to the potion cabinet to gather empty test tubes. He meticulously wiped away traces with leaves. "Squeak? Big brother, what are you doing?" The treasure-hunting mouse tilted its head curiously. "Based on gaming experience, you should never leave any loose ends," Xue Runian explained, setting the wristband down. "Come help clean up the scene." He demonstrated the specific steps. Once the cleanup was complete, the little wolf cub gave a satisfied flick of its fluffy tail. The treasure-hunting mouse stared intently at that tuft of white fur, already imagining the comfort of curling up on it. The young wolf cub frolicked on the spot, rolling around with abandon, but suddenly realized his behavior was unbecoming. His small face flushed slightly with embarrassment. Xue Runian elegantly brushed off the bits of grass clinging to his clothes, secretly reflecting on the liberating joy of such indulgence. He had to admit, letting loose like a small animal truly brought physical and mental relief. A faint trace of confusion crossed his mind. Was his nature truly becoming more animalistic? Yet on second thought, it didn't seem like a bad thing. After all, even if his actions mirrored those of a creature, the happiness he felt was undeniably genuine. The wolf cub gently picked up the wristband with his mouth, casting a final glance at the scattered mechanical components on the ground. Sunlight filtered through the tree canopy, illuminating the eroded clearing in a warm glow. Then, he turned and slipped into the dense, primeval forest, his white figure quickly vanishing into the verdant green. Moments later, a pale hand lightly brushed against a moss-covered tree trunk. Xue Runian's ice-blue eyes, clear as water, gazed intently at the vines coiling around the tree. His gaze gradually shifted toward the distant hillside. The enforcers would arrive in less than 20 hours. It was time to put the plan to escape from the summer secret realm into action. As night fell, Jangha City lit up with vibrant neon lights. Occasionally, mechanical pet aircraft soared across the city skyline, leaving behind twin trails of dissipating white streaks. In the garden square, elderly people strolled leisurely while young people laughed and played. A woman walked her newly captured Carl hound, and along the riverside, anglers gathered in numbers. A middle-aged man skillfully cast and reeled in his line, suddenly jerking it upward to reveal a leaping magicarp, earning rounds of admiration from the surrounding fishermen. Meanwhile, the online world buzzed with a different kind of excitement. Discussions about the Summer Secret Realm quickly climbed the trending charts, with the hashtag Summer Secret Realm Rare Pets sparking heated debates. Some swore they had seen a white rare pet with their own eyes, while others dismissed it as a mere publicity stunt by the Secret Realm Management Bureau to attract novice trainers. Though the topic was soon overtaken by back-to-school season, it had already piqued the curiosity of many, compelling them to explore further. Amid the evening glow of Jiangha University, a tall figure was seen walking slowly, pulling a large black suitcase behind him. Under the soft light of the street lamps, Duguang's handsome face carried a reassuring smile. Beside him hovered a bright yellow orb of light, silently flitting about as if casting a gentle halo around the young man. It was a picturesque scene. Duguang paused as he passed by the breeding house, gazing through the tempered glass into the warm enclosure. Under the bright white light, a 2-meter-tall pet beast was in the middle of its training. The massive gray bear was striking a combat pose against a wooden post. Suddenly, it sensed a gaze from outside the window. Turning its head, it spotted the figure outside the glass, and a glimmer of delight flashed in its eyes. "Good evening, Mu Dexiong." Duguang's gentle voice carried through the glass as he waved warmly. "Roar." Mu Dexiong scratched its head bashfully. Then its gaze sharpened, and with a sudden powerful strike, it shattered the wooden post with a loud crack. "Impressive." Duguang couldn't help but marvel. "Youth is truly wonderful. Keep training. I'll be going now." The young man picked up his suitcase and walked away, faintly hearing the repeated calls of Muda, Muda, Muda behind him. At the foot of the dormitory building, Duguang came to a stop. As a local student majoring in foreign languages and beast breeding, he could have chosen to live at home. When he first enrolled last year, he had been looking forward to dorm life, though that was before he learned that the 2-person Prince's Tower had been converted into a 6-person Commoner's Tower. Taking a deep breath, he grabbed his suitcase and began the climb to the 5th floor. Meanwhile, in the dorm room, Lin Mu was idly scrolling through the news. The young man with light green hair held a silent gaming mouse, pausing briefly when he saw a headline about a suspected rare-colored pet beast sighting in the Summer Secret Realm. Without hesitation, he swiped past it. "Another school year begins," he sighed, leaning back in his chair. Just then, the dormitory door opened. Duguang walked in, dragging his suitcase, with a glowing yellow orb trailing behind him. "Stop your sighing and come help me with this." Lin Mu closed his laptop. "Duguang? Well, that's a surprise. You actually came back to the dorm." He got up to take the suitcase, but nearly toppled over from the weight. "What on earth is in here? Iron bricks?" Duguang glanced around and noticed the other bunks were relatively tidy. "Where are Xiao Yi and the others?" "They went to watch the Beast-Tamer League. They'll be back in a few days," Lin Mu replied, panting as he wrestled the suitcase into a corner. "Wait, did you seriously haul this thing up 5 flights of stairs in one go?" "Not exactly. I stopped for a few breaths along the way." "That's way too precise." Lin Mu collapsed onto his bed, eyeing Duguang's arms under his hoodie skeptically. "If I didn't know your beast-taming talent, I'd assume your talent was super strength. How do you even manage this?" "Part-time job?" Question mark. Lin Mu slowly raised an imaginary question mark. Duguang easily lifted the suitcase with one hand. "At Zhang University's breeding house. One arm lifting baby rhinoceros, a skill worth having. You might as well admit you're a Digimon. Show your true form already." "If I'm a Digimon, then what are you? A tiny sprout? One day, I'm going to chuck a beast-taming ball at your head." Lin Mu took out a beast ball from his beast tamer belt and lightly pressed the switch, causing it to expand. He tossed the ball into the clearing, and a butterfly gracefully emerged, spreading its wings. "Look who's here," Lin Mu said with a smile, glancing at the person across from him. The butterfly flitted lightly around Duguang, sometimes circling left, sometimes right. Your pet beast evolved? Duguang asked in surprise. Of course, Lin Mu replied with a smug grin. Duguang extended his index finger and smiled. Hua Fu Dai, long time no see. The butterfly immediately landed affectionately on his finger, gently rubbing its body against his fingertip. You're never that affectionate with me. Lin Mu grumbled in dissatisfaction as he watched the scene. Then, scrutinizing Duguang, he added, looking at your firefly, no one would guess you specialize in light-type beasts. Duguang glanced at Lin Mu's signature pale green hair and nodded. Unlike you, it's obvious at first glance you specialize in wood type. Lin Mu was momentarily at a loss for words and could only scratch his head in frustration. At that moment, Duguang's pet beast, Luing, flew over, immediately catching Hua Fu Dai's attention. The butterfly left Duguang's fingertip, and he looked down at the shimmering powder left behind. Be careful when you're flying, he reminded. Don't let your phosphorus powder fall into my cup. Lin Mu's notebook suddenly chimed with a notification. As he checked the incoming message, he said absent-mindedly, Hua Fu Dai's intelligence isn't high enough to understand you. Fine, Duguang shot back without hesitation. But if I find phosphorus powder in my cup, it'll hold you accountable. That's not what I meant. Lin Mu quickly defended himself. As Duguang began packing up his belongings, he said, I'm just passing through this time, I won't be staying long. As expected, Lin Mu replied while continuing to type on his notebook. Casually, he asked, what's your plan this time? The Summer Secret Realm. I heard there's a rare-colored pet beast there. Lin Mu froze, his fingers hovering over the keyboard. He looked up in disbelief. You actually believe that? Of course I do, Duguang replied matter-of-factly. Last year's treasure-seeking mouse was real. This year should be no different. And how do you know the treasure-seeking mouse was real? Duguang's gaze turned distant. Because I saw it with my own eyes. And you couldn't catch it? Impressive, Duguang. Lin Mu teased, clicking his tongue. Then, as if something occurred to him, he added, but wait, how can you enter a beginner's secret realm? I only have Luing as my pet beast, Duguang said seriously. I'm still at awakening level 7, which meets the requirements for beginner tamers. And since Luing doesn't have combat abilities, they'll leave it in your care for now. Lin Mu was stunned. You're unbelievable, Duguang. He couldn't help but imagine the scene of Duguang personally fighting beasts, a scenario that completely defied the norms of beast tamers. But soon, Lin Mu relaxed. Most pet beasts in the Summer Secret Realm were gentle by nature and wouldn't actively attack tamers. Lin Mu chuckled softly and teased, if you really can't win, you can always use your beast-taming talent to plead with your big brothers and sisters to go easy on you. Duguang laughed and spat back playfully, get out of here. Just then, Lin Mu's laptop emitted a beeping sound. He quickly responded to the message and turned to Duguang, saying, perfect timing, I need to deliver something to someone. Want to walk together since we're heading in the same direction? Duguang deftly put on his baseball cap, slung a small satchel over his shoulder, and replied decisively, let's go. Lin Mu grabbed a delivery box and casually stuffed the scattered items on the desk into his pocket before following Duguang out of the dormitory. After walking a short distance, Lin Mu suddenly said excitedly, oh, by the way, there's a new attraction nearby, just by the roadside. It's perfect to see it now that it's dark. Let me take you to check it out. They arrived at a dimly lit roadside area. The surroundings were sparsely illuminated, with only an old street lamp casting a yellowish glow. Duguang's eyes fell on a large tree near the street lamp, and his mind automatically recalled related knowledge. The luo tree, typically at awakening levels 12, a common urban greenery species in the southern cities of Donghuang, belonging to the Salicaceae family and the populous genus. It is a deciduous broadleaf tree with wide leaves, shedding in autumn and sprouting new buds in March. But this tree was clearly different. Never seen one like this, have you? Lin Mu said proudly. Look, in the areas without light, the tree trunk is bare. But on the side near the street lamp, the leaves haven't fallen at all. In fact, they're growing especially lush, glowing a vibrant orange under the light. These leaves have stayed like this since autumn, neither withering nor falling. Duguang nodded. You're right, I haven't seen one in person before. Isn't it beautiful? Lin Mu said enthusiastically. In winter, this spot becomes a popular photo destination for Jang University students. Everyone says the light keeps the tree from being lonely, while the leaves stay with the lamp, clinging to the warmth of human civilization. Someone even wrote a beautiful line about it. Lin Mu's eyes sparkled with admiration. You accompanied me through the cold winter, and I made sure you were never alone. That's the romance of a literature student. That's just biological interference, Duguang muttered under his breath. What? Lin Mu asked, confused. Duguang explained. It's caused by light pollution. Constant exposure to artificial light disrupts the formation of abscisic acid, preventing the tree from shedding its leaves. It's forced to keep photosynthesizing, which affects its dormancy and metabolism. As he spoke, Duguang pulled out his phone and began dialing. Lin Mu quickly grabbed his arm. What are you doing? This is severe light pollution, Duguang said seriously. I'm calling the beast-taming center to have the tree relocated, or it'll die. Lin Mu was stunned. Duguang promptly made the call and reported the situation to the beast-taming center. After hanging up, he turned to the luo tree and said, Soon, you won't have to endure the light anymore. A gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, as if the tree was expressing its gratitude to the beast-tamer who understood its plight. A single leaf drifted down, landing softly in Duguang's palm. The warm glow of the street lamp illuminated his striking profile, his black hair swaying lightly in the wind. Crossing his arms, Duguang turned to Lin Mu and said earnestly, Now this is the romance of a science student. Lin Mu stared at him, momentarily speechless. Though they'd lose a popular photo spot, he thought to himself, if a beast could form a contract with him, how lucky that beast would be. Eventually, they arrived at the entrance of the Secret Realm Management Hall. Through the glass doors, they could see the swirling vortex of the Secret Realms portal, people coming and going to handle paperwork, and the staff working tirelessly around the clock. This is as far as I'll go, Duguang said. Lin Mu threw an arm around Duguang's shoulder and gave him a hearty pat on the back. Without saying a word, he shoved something into Duguang's hands. Duguang glanced down to see it was a level 2 resource, Suzuki Fragrance, which could increase the favorability of wild beasts and boost the chances of winning their favor. Truly, Lin Mu was a master of tools. Thanks. That's what friends are for, Lin Mu said with a wave, already walking away without looking back. Take care. Safe travels. As Lin Mu disappeared into the distance, Duguang turned and pushed open the doors to the Secret Realm Management Hall. At this moment, within the Summer Secret Realm, while it was already late at night in Zhanghe City, the Summer Realm was just approaching dusk. Over 10 hours had passed. In the forest, a small, snow-white wolf cub darted nimbly through the undergrowth, its sharp gaze fixed on a human beast tamer ahead. 16 or 17 years old, short and chubby. The wolf cub thought to itself. This target seems suitable. If I let this one go, the enforcers might come knocking. Completely unaware of the watchful eyes on him, Zhao Xuanjia was focused on searching for something among the bushes. He stopped in a clearing, tapped his beast-taming belt lightly, and whispered, Come out, stone-armored boar. With a low grunt, the high-level companion beast materialized. The wild beasts nearby immediately sensed its intimidating aura and scattered. Zhao Xuanjia gently stroked the stone-armored boar's back, silently recalling its stats. Name, stone-armored boar. Element, earth. Trait, easily angered. Growth level, awakening level 9. Species rank, mid-extraordinary. Moves, grunt, charge, trample, stone armor. Special move, rage. A cool breeze swept through, dispelling the forest's muggy heat. As a novice beast tamer, Zhao Xuanjia possessed a stone-armored boar that was on the verge of advancing to the extraordinary level, strong enough to dominate half the realm. However, it was a gift from his family, not a creature he had raised himself. His skills in commanding and nurturing were still at a beginner's level, and he urgently needed to gain experience. Originally, he was only searching for level 1 resources, specifically shell fruits, to enhance defensive moves. After defeating a guardian beast and securing his target, he was about to leave when his beast tamer wristband suddenly buzzed with a notification. A rare-colored companion beast had been spotted in the Summer Realm. Zhao Xuanjia immediately recalled the white figure that had flashed before him earlier and became excited. A rare-colored companion beast. How did I not notice it earlier? Without hesitation, the chubby boy doubled back and indeed found the white cub deep in the forest. The little creature, realizing it had been spotted, panicked and turned to flee. Don't run. I'm not a bad guy, Zhao Xuanjia shouted as he chased after it. That's exactly what a bad guy would say. As if I'd believe you. Xue Runian thought to himself as he sprinted away on all fours. The stone-armored boar's heavy body struggled against the branches and leaves, its movements becoming increasingly sluggish and its temper flaring. Seeing this, Zhao Xuanjia quickly recalled it into its beast-taming ball. Forget it. I'll chase it myself. You take a break. The chase led them to a lowlying, damp, and cold area. With no way out, the wolf cub had no choice but to turn and face its pursuer, looking pitifully at the beast tamer. Zhao Xuanjia held his breath. The little creature before him was irresistibly adorable. Its pure white fur was soft and fluffy, swaying gently with the breeze. Its petite frame could easily fit in one hand. The fur where its limbs met its body had a subtle gradient in color. Its icy blue eyes shimmered like water, and its creamy-colored, pointed ears were covered in fine white fur, looking exceptionally soft. The inner side of the wolf cub's ears showed a healthy pale pink, gradually blending into a layer of fine, soft fur. In the corner, the tiny snow-white wolf cub let out a pitiful whimper. its fluffy tail drooping listlessly and swaying weakly a couple of times. Zhao Zuanjia's heart softened at the sight. He hesitated, rooted to the spot, before finally raising his beast-taming wristband to scan the cub. A glowing screen displayed the following information. Name variant Earthwolf Cub. Element Earth. Growth level Awakening level 5. Species rank Low Commander. Suspected moves Claw Strike, Slam, Stroll. Remarks Earthwolf species possess a low rank. They are known for their unruly, ferocious, and violent nature, making them unsuitable as pets. The chubby boy darted his eyes incredulously between the screen and the timid, fluffy white ball in front of him. How could such an adorable little creature possibly be described as ferocious and violent? And to call a commander-level species low rank? Ridiculous. Zhao Xuanjia sighed and put away the clearly malfunctioning wristband. He then reached for a beast-taming ball from his belt, pressing the button to activate it. Xue Runian, the wolf cub, stared warily at the dreaded round object. Though he could escape if captured, he had no intention of experiencing that humiliating process. Little Earthwolf, Zhao Xuanjia raised his hands in a gesture of peace, giving a warm smile. It's a pleasure to meet you today. The world outside the summer secret realm is far more vast and beautiful. Even though your strength isn't impressive yet, no one will look down on you for it. I want to share happiness with you and become your partner. Will you be my companion? The wolf cub shook its head without hesitation, thinking to itself, what a joke. Only a fool would believe that. No room for negotiation? Another resolute shake of the head. If you can't feel my sincerity, Zhao Xuanjia tightened his grip on the beast-taming ball. Then let me prove it to you the way a trainer should. The combat recording module on the wristband lit up. Xue Runian sighed inwardly. Why would you think beating me up would make me understand your so-called conviction? Stone Armor Boar, unleash your rage. Zhao Xuanjia threw the beast-taming ball. Thanks to its Fury trait, the Stone Armor Boar could accumulate anger while inside the ball and release a special skill upon emerging. However, when the 1 meter long, half-meter tall Stone Armor Boar locked eyes on the snow-white, impossibly cute wolf cub, its glowing red eyes instantly softened. Snort? You're my opponent, wait, what? You're way too adorable. The Stone Armor Boar's rage meter dropped to 0 in an instant, and its Fury skill failed entirely. Zhao Xuanjia stomped his foot in frustration. Get a hold of yourself. What a great opportunity. Xue Runian's figure flickered and instantly appeared in front of the Stone Armor Boar. With a swift twist of her waist, she delivered a clean, sharp spinning kick aimed directly at her target. The small Earthwolf's attack only inflicted 5 points of damage. Though it landed, it merely caused the Stone Armor Boar's massive face to tilt slightly. The towering creature lowered its head, glaring at its minuscule opponent as its fury steadily grew. Beast Tamer, Zhao Xuanjia watched with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His opponent's speed was astonishing, so fast that he couldn't even issue a command before the attack was executed. Fortunately, his level advantage at Awakening level 9, combined with the sheer size difference, still gave him hope for victory. Stone Armor Boar, aim for the head and charge. Zhao Xuanjia shouted. Xue Runian secretly chuckled. The Wolf clan was known for their bronze heads and iron bones, and her opponent's inexperience as a novice trainer was evident. She directed the small Earth Wolf to effortlessly dodge the charging attack. The fluffy, snow-white wolf pup bared its sharp teeth, letting out a soft, almost baby-like a woo, as it used its intimidation skill. This successfully reduced the Stone Armor Boar's attack stats. Unexpectedly, however, the boar's rage also diminished, and it even broke into a goofy grin, muttering, hee hee, so cute. As the Stone Armor Boar began to stomp forward, the wolf pup was already prepared. It leapt gracefully into the air, aiming straight for its opponent's face. Zhao Xuanjia was stunned as he realized that his tactical move had been completely anticipated by a mere pet beast. The snow-white figure twisted elegantly midair, its right claw glowing with an icy blue light as it struck the Stone Armor Boar's forehead with precision. This move, nicknamed Wolf Claw Ice Pop, was a perfect combination of a claw strike infused with ice shards, dealing an impressive 23 points of quadruple damage. Although Zhao Xuanjia couldn't fully grasp the technique's intricacies, the fact that this young wolf, still in its awakening phase, could execute a move rivaling a master-level combo was utterly shocking. The Stone Armor Boar was left dazed, the chilling sensation on its forehead preventing it from building up rage. In a desperate moment, Zhao Xuanjia commanded it to use stone armor. A heavy layer of defensive stone enveloped the boar's body, bolstering its defense but significantly slowing its movements. This was exactly the moment Xue Runian had been waiting for. The small earth wolf suddenly transformed into a pitiful little fluff ball, crouching low with its ears drooping and large, watery eyes brimming with sorrow. Its tail swayed weakly as it whimpered in a tearful, accusing voice, "Woo, just because I refused to be your pet beast, you had to summon another to fight me? Cuteness overload skill critical success." The little wolf pup whimpered softly, its watery eyes gazing at the stone-armored boar and its beastmaster. This sudden display of vulnerability left the stone-armored boar frozen in place, its long-held anger dissipating without notice. It stared at the tiny creature before it, momentarily unsure of what to do. Ru, as a tamed beast, the stone-armored boar couldn't strike first, nor could it surrender. Stuck in this moment of hesitation, it fell into a dazed state, unable to move. The effect of this tactic exceeded all expectations. Not only was the stone-armored boar caught off guard, but even Zhao Xuanjia found himself swept up in an emotional tide. Looking at the little wolf pup, he couldn't help but think it was the most adorable creature in the world. Guilt welled up in his heart. I just wanted to protect it, to show it a bigger world. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the wolf pup darted to the corner and clawed at the ground until it unearthed a vine. Gripping the end of the vine with its teeth, it pulled with all its might. Whine. Hurry. Just a little faster. This is our only chance. The vine snapped taut, and with a sudden tug, the ground rumbled loudly. The wolf pup stumbled, its hind legs splaying awkwardly, but the tremor that followed was unmistakable. Xue Runian's Beastmaster band faithfully recorded it all. The little wolf had successfully triggered a terrain trap. Zhao Xuanjia was the first to snap out of his daze. Though unsure of what was happening, his sense of danger kicked in immediately. Stone-armored boar, double stone armor. Ru. The stone-armored boar didn't hesitate, positioning itself in front of its master. Thick layers of stone armor enveloped its body, transforming it into an immovable defensive fortress. But as the massive boulders came crashing down, the double-layered stone armor shattered instantly. Just as the stone-armored boar was about to be crushed, Zhao Xuanjia leapt forward and embraced it tightly. Xuanjia shatter. Zhao Xuanjia activated his Beastmaster ability, releasing triple shockwaves that pulverized the falling boulders. The effort drained him completely, leaving him collapsed and powerless on the ground. Xue Runian watched everything unfold from the shadows. He had to admit, the bond between this master and beast was deeply moving. In truth, when setting up the trap, he'd learned the guard skill. If Zhao Xuanjia hadn't stepped in, Xue Runian might have intervened to save them himself. Zhao Xuanjia, struggling to stay conscious, attempted to smile at the little wolf pup. But before he could, Xue Runian's icy paw gently tapped the back of his head, and he fell into unconsciousness. This chilled head move sent the enraged stone-armored boar into a frenzy, but it eventually calmed down when Xue Runian explained it was to allow Zhao Xuanjia some much-needed rest. Whine, the wolf pup earnestly promised the stone-armored boar. He'll make sure you both leave the summer secret realm safely. The stone-armored boar solemnly entrusted Zhao Xuanjia to the little wolf pup. Ru. I'm counting on you. Xue Runian pressed a soft paw pad against Zhao Xuanjia's Beastmaster band, and the stone-armored boar was absorbed into its beast ball as a beam of red light. Hidden in the grass, Xue Runian's Beastmaster band silently recorded. Achievement unlocked. No honor among beasts. Victory achieved by defeating a Beastmaster. Your little wolf has leveled up. Zhao Xuanjia lay unconscious nearby. The little wolf cub gently pawed at the Beastmaster's wristband, carefully inspecting the newly unlocked achievement list. Besides, no honor in combat, several other achievements popped up in succession. It's you. Won the first Beastmaster battle. Read first. Accurately predicted the opponent's moves. Master level. Successfully executed a combo move. Outclassed. Achieved victory against a higher level opponent. Overkill. Achieved a flawless victory against a higher level opponent. The little wolf cub thoughtfully rubbed its chin with the back of its paw. Based on Hefan's memories, these achievements were essentially meaningless in practical terms. Their sole purpose was for display through the light screen to show off to others. With that realization, the little wolf cub let out a mature sigh. Clearly being cute could be enough to get by, but no, it has to rely on talent. Life's tough, really tough. After glancing around to confirm no one was nearby, the wolf cub murmured softly, transform. A small, pale hand appeared first, and in the blink of an eye, the snowy cub vanished, replaced by a petite human figure. Standing at just about 1.5 meters tall, it was a boy with a delicate face and short, pure white hair, from which a pair of creamy-colored beast ears peeked out. Covered in soft fur with pinkish insides, the ears looked irresistibly fluffy and adorable. They twitched and folded with every shake of his head. In the sunlight, a fluffy, voluminous tail swayed behind him, almost half his body length. Xue Runian reached up to pinch one of his ears, letting out a sweet, boyish sigh. Though this wasn't his first transformation, he still wasn't accustomed to the height, having to look up at almost everything. I'm so clueless, he muttered to himself. Beast ears are such a common design in games. As a contracted beast able to take human form, I should have expected this. What I didn't expect was turning into a little boy. While this form was undeniably cute and endearing, it was hardly practical for setting traps or moving giant rocks. Worse yet, with this appearance, standing on a street corner would probably get him mistaken for a streaker and arrested. Quickly, Xue Runian stripped the training jacket off Zhao Xuanjia and slipped it on. Fortunately, thanks to the shade of the summer secret realm, it wasn't too hot, and Zhao Xuanjia had worn a few extra layers, saving them both from awkwardness. After putting on the jacket, Xue Runian tugged at the hem and grumbled. I finally found someone short enough, and yet the clothes are still this long. It's practically covering my thighs. At this rate, I might as well skip wearing pants altogether. Xue Runian pushed those strange thoughts aside and focused on the task at hand. He quickly stripped off Zhao Xuanjia's pants and put them on himself. As he rolled up the pant legs, he noticed that Zhao was still wearing a pair of shorts underneath. He even thought of this detail? Xue Runian propped his chin on his hand, silently admiring Zhao Xuanjia's meticulousness. He stood still for a moment, examining his current look. As someone who had been obsessed with games in his past life, he was all too aware of how popular those furry, animal-eared characters were. Recalling how some people would shout, "Transform for me," at their house cats, Xue Runian couldn't help but look up at the sky, deliberately avoiding the fact that he had been one of those people. Looking like this, I'll probably get mobbed by girls on the street wanting to pet me bald. He muttered to himself, as his fluffy, bushy tail involuntarily peeked out from the waistband of the pants. He slapped his forehead in frustration. His body seemed to be more honest than his willpower. Luckily, in the current era of Blue Star, animal-eared individuals weren't that uncommon thanks to the widespread use of beast-taming abilities. According to He-Fan's memories, many people possess the innate talent for beast fusion, allowing them to merge with their contracted beasts and display corresponding traits. For example, merging with a tiger might result in the king symbol appearing on their forehead, while merging with a panda could give them the signature black eye circles. I'll just say these ears and tail are a manifestation of my beast-taming talent, Xue Runian thought as he slipped the smallest beast-tamer wristband onto his arm. Let's try reverting to the original form. He focused his thoughts, only to find his jacket and pants suddenly falling to the ground, leaving behind a dazed little wolf cub sprawled on the floor. The cub poked its head out from the pile of clothes, its expression bewildered. Is this for real? I can't even transform with my clothes on? However, he quickly noticed a more pressing issue: the beast tamer wristband was missing. The little wolf cub rummaged through the clothing and eventually crawled out of a pant leg, deep in thought. He decided to try shifting back. A young man with sleek white hair appeared in the same spot, the black wristband intact on his wrist. Xue Runian raised his arm, observing the wristband closely under the sunlight. He speculated that the spatial stone might have altered the wristband's properties, allowing it to transform along with him. After donning the trainer's jacket, Xue Runian turned his attention to the unconscious Zhao Xuanjia. Picking up Zhao's wristband, he used facial recognition to unlock it. In games, defeating NPCs always gets you loot, he muttered while unlocking it. I only want a match against you, but if ID lost, I might have ended up losing my life. Xue Runian opened Zhao Xuanjia's wristband, and her eyes widened. Immediately inside was a hefty 5-figure sum. So rich? The young boy frowned slightly, then suddenly had a flash of insight. Wait, an elite monster? He clapped his hands together as everything clicked into place. Ordinary beast tamers wouldn't have such exceptional beast-taming talent, let alone the ability to contract with a notoriously temperamental stone armor boar. On Blue Star, only a small fraction of those who awakened beast-taming abilities each year exhibited true talent. Among those, most had simple enhancement-type abilities, while rare and unique talents were exceedingly uncommon. Zhao Xuanjia's armor-shattering talent was clearly not a common type, and his stone armor boar wasn't from the spring-summer secret realm. The pairing was too perfect. It was evident his family had carefully selected the boar to complement his abilities. Definitely an elite monster. Xue Runian chuckled to herself, deftly transferring half of the balance in Zhao Xuanjia's account to her own wristband. Borrowing with the intention to repay is no crime. I'll return it when I have the money, she declared self-assuredly. With that, more than half of her plan to escape the summer secret realm was complete. After midnight, the next shift of reception personnel wouldn't have access to the previous day's visitor list. By then, she could simply shift into human form, pretend to be a regular trainer, and leave without issue. Xue Runian quickly tidied up the scene, restoring it to its original state. Zhao Xuanjia lay quietly on the ground, surrounded by scattered rocks that made the whole thing look like a typical falling rock accident. A few wild beasts wandered by, curiously glancing at the scene before continuing on their way. Now it's time to fulfill my promise to you, Stone Armor Boar, Xue Runian said softly. She removed her clothing and stored it in her wristband's inventory space. Then, crouching low to the ground, she commanded, "Revert to original form." In the blink of an eye, a small wolf pup appeared where she had been. Awoo! The wolf pup let out a soft whimper. On all fours, It moved far more nimbly through the forest than in human form, and it could even use its quick move skill. Xue Runian pressed the distress signal button on Zhao Xuanjia's wristband before leaping agilely to a higher perch. From there, the wolf pup watched the rescue team approach in the distance. Calculating the timing perfectly, the white figure vanished silently into the dense forest. When Zhao Xuanjia regained consciousness, the rescue team was bustling around him. His stone armor boar was being treated by a healing-type beast. To his surprise, this time, using his talent hadn't caused the usual intense headache. Suddenly, a girl appeared in front of him, waving her hand. Hey, are you still with us? Feeling any discomfort? Zhao Xuanjia shook his head. Beside the girl, a tiny doll-like creature, no taller than 30 centimeters, dressed in scholar's robes, flitted around holding a brush. Zhao Xuanjia curiously looked at the girl and her pet beast in front of him and asked, "Are you part of the rescue team? Is this the evolved form of the green brush, the little scribe?" He was quite familiar with the green brush series of pet beasts. These creatures were a popular choice for beginners, as they were easy to care for and had decent potential. Through the intermediate ink-based form of the little scribe, it could evolve into either the paper brush spirit or the evil brush immortal. However, one thing puzzled him. Strange, neither of these evolution paths should have healing abilities. The girl chuckled lightly and replied, "I'm not part of the rescue team, just an intern. My name is Chi-Chi, and am here following the guidance of fate." Her little scribe immediately raised its brush and wrote the words "guidance of fate" in the air. The strokes floated clearly for a few seconds before slowly fading away. "Guidance of fate?" Zhao Xuanjia echoed. But before he could say more, Chi-Chi cheerfully explained, "To put it simply, I'm just here to join the fun." "Straightforward enough," Zhao Xuanjia muttered. Before he could continue, a man in a rescue team uniform strode over and, without a word, grabbed Chi-Chi and started pulling her away. "Wait, I wasn't done talking." Chi-Chi protested as she was dragged along, her feet sliding on the ground. She still managed to shout back, "You're a rookie beast master too, right? Zhao Xuanjia, isn't it? Remember my name, Chi-Chi." She waved her wrist enthusiastically. "Don't forget to add me as a beast master friend." Zhao Xuanjia, still seated on the stretcher, watched the peculiar girl and her little scribe gradually disappear into the distance. In the distance, the rescue team member pulled Chi-Chi aside to a secluded spot and lowered his voice. "Commander, enough playing around. We still need to question people." Chi-Chi cleared her throat, straightened her expression, and asked seriously, "What's the situation now?" "The smugglers and the goods haven't been located yet, and the source of the tip-off is still unconfirmed. Don't bother investigating the source. If anything happens, they'll take responsibility. The priority is finding the goods," Chi-Chi said decisively. "Understood." After the team dispersed, Chi-Chi headed alone toward the exit of the summer secret realm. Her little scribe once again wrote "Guidance of Fate" in the air, this time drawing a circle around it and adding a question mark, tilting its head to look at its master. "That's right. It's the Guidance of Fate," Chi-Chi confirmed with a smile. Meanwhile, Zhao Xuanjia was checking the friend request notification on his wristband and instinctively clicked accept. His gaze then shifted to his account balance. "My pocket money, is this all I have left? I can't quite remember." Turning to the rescue personnel, he asked, "Did you see my training uniform?" "Training uniform? No, when we arrived, you were already wearing this." Zhao Xuanjia frowned, deep in thought. Could someone have taken his training uniform while he was unconscious to sell it? But what puzzled him was that the more valuable kuka fruit in his bag remained untouched. What kind of thief is this clueless? Just then, an enforcer entered and asked, "Would like to confirm, were you hit by naturally falling rocks? Did you see any suspicious figures beforehand?" Zhao Xuanjia thought for a moment before firmly shaking his head. "No figures, just a strangely colored little earth wolf. It should have already run off. Do you know who pressed the emergency button for you?" Snort. The stone armor pig, now fully healed, trotted over and nudged Zhao Xuanjia. "Was it you?" Zhao Xuanjia asked in surprise. Snort, snort. The stone armor pig gave a satisfied smile. After noting down the details, the enforcer left the tent. Zhao Xuanjia sat there in a daze, hadn't expected the one who saved him to be the stone armor pig. Later, he followed the rescue and medical team toward the exit of the summer secret realm. Along the way, Zhao Xuanjia turned back to gently pat the stone armor pig, his gaze lingering on the forest, bathed in the red hues of the setting sun. "Guidance of fate, huh?" he murmured. A sudden premonition struck him that his paths would cross with the mysterious girl again, and it wouldn't be too long before it happened. Xue Runian cautiously placed a paw on the grass, testing the ground with a slight motion. The soft texture was quite pleasant to the little wolf cub, but he quickly noticed something unusual. The surrounding wild beasts seemed far fewer than usual. He wiped his face with a paw, pondering the eerie silence. Based on his calculations, he had already covered half the distance from the edge of the secret realm to his current location. To avoid unnecessary trouble, He had deliberately bypassed areas claimed by others and the spiritual plant regions mentioned in Hefan's memories. Thanks to the generally friendly nature of the beasts in the summer secret realm, his journey had been uneventful so far. It's so quiet here, perfect for a little break, the wolf cub murmured as he strolled leisurely onto a sandy path. Just then, a red ant emerged from a hole by the roadside, raising its antennae as it boldly approached the giant creature. Xue Runian casually lifted a paw and flicked the uninvited guest aside with ease. Suddenly, his wristband vibrated. Startled, Xue Runian froze as a glowing screen appeared out of thin air above his empty left forepaw. Little Earthwolf encountered a red fire ant. Little Earthwolf used Paw Strike and defeated the red fire ant. Little Earthwolf achieved victory. RR'd fire ant? Xue Runian's voice cracked in disbelief. Before he could react, countless red ants began pouring out from underground, forming a dense, horrifying swarm. System notifications popped up one after another. Achievement unlocked. Lone Guardian, facing 10 beasts alone. Achievement unlocked. Lone Guardian, facing over 100 beasts alone. Trembling, Xue Runian scanned a newly emerged red-headed ant. Name, Red Fire Ant. Type, Normal. Trait, Fearless. Growth level, Awakening level 0. Species rank, Awakening rank. Skill, Bite. Info, Red fire ants are social creatures, 2.5 centimeters in length, lacking formic acid. Known for feats such as consuming an entire elephant. Beastmasters are advised to avoid them. The little wolf cub bared his sharp teeth and let out an intimidating growl. Groro, Little Earthwolf used intimidation. All opponents possessed the fearless trait. The leading red fire ant showed no hesitation and crawled directly toward him. More ants poured out continuously, forming a surging red tide. Achievement unlocked. Lone Guardian, facing over 1,000 beasts alone. Stop with the achievements already. Xue Runian yelled as he bolted in panic. I beg you, this is the last thing I want right now. The wolf cub unleashed an impressive burst of speed, sprinting for his life. The ground trembled more violently with every passing second as the red tide closed in. There was no time to think about using his cuteness to charm his way out of trouble. Stopping meant being devoured to the bone. Tears welled up in Xue Runian's eyes. Though he prided himself on not being a crybaby, the sheer terror of the moment had completely crushed his sense of dignity. The little wolf cub clenched its teeth, holding back tears as it desperately tried to determine the right direction. In the next moment, its snow-white figure turned into a streak of lightning, dashing straight toward the secret realm's exit. Within the primeval forest, Xue Runian weaved and darted through the dense woods like the wind. Behind him, a tide of crimson ants surged forward, a terrifying wave that sent other beasts scrambling in fear. This relentless pursuit made the wolf cub painfully aware of its weaknesses, lacking area effect skills and effective control abilities. Even against the weakest level 0 ants, it was nearly impossible to fend off so many during the awakening phase. Its prized intimidation and playful charm were utterly useless against these emotionless creatures. Along the way, a novice beastmaster caught sight of Xue Runian's figure and his eyes lit up. A rare-colored Pokemon. Before he could finish, he noticed the ant swarm behind and immediately dove into the bushes, abandoning all thoughts of self-preservation. The white wolf streaked past, followed by the red fire ant swarm, leaving a shocking yellow trail on the grass in their wake. Gasping for breath, Xue Runian ran while occasionally activating quick movements to widen the gap. However, these red fire ants seemed to possess a group synergy, and their collective speed surpassed his own. Even with double the endurance, this constant drain was unsustainable. Suddenly, a fresh, woody fragrance wafted into his nose. The wolf cub's eyes lit up. There was hope. Thanks to the genetically enhanced sensitivity of his sense of smell, he had detected many floral and fruity scents along the way but had cautiously avoided them. This time, however, he bolted toward the woody aroma without hesitation, thinking, the stronger the guardian beast I encounter, the better. This move was called leading disaster elsewhere. In the distance, Duguang was leisurely strolling through the summer secret realm, with a lively puffball bird perched on his shoulder. As he noticed the distant commotion, his senses sharpened. A chipmunk darted from the direction of Xue Runian, leaping toward him and hiding behind his legs, squeaking urgently. Red fire ant swarm? And an unfamiliar white cub? Could it be a legendary rare-colored beast? Duguang quickly analyzed the situation and made his decision. The direction isn't ideal, but I can't just stand by and do nothing. He gently instructed the surrounding beasts to take cover before swiftly disappearing into the dense foliage. Just as Xue Runian was about to burst out of the underbrush, a slender hand reached out and scooped the little wolf cub into a satchel. Without hesitation, Duguang sprang into action, and the vegetation around him seemed to come alive, blocking the advancing ant swarm. Clinging to the edge of the satchel, Xue Runian blankly watched the scenery retreating rapidly behind him. It took him a full 2 seconds to snap out of his stupor. Turning his gaze to the delicate profile partially obscured by a hat brim, a single thought surged through his mind. Damn, this guy's a pro. Xue Runian was thrown into chaos amidst the raging wind. He had thought his desperate escape would draw danger away, but instead, he seemed to have delivered himself right into its grasp. The little wolf pup tilted his head up, only able to glimpse the faint outline of the man's chin beneath his hat brim and the inexplicable curve of a smirk on his lips. How could he be smiling at a time like this? A swarm of red fire ants was relentlessly chasing after them. Yet this human seemed completely unfazed. But the wolf pup clung to the satchel and observed closely, noticing that the number of pursuing red fire ants had indeed dwindled significantly compared to earlier. Could it be that they had actually lost some of them? Run faster! Run faster! The wolf pup silently rooted for the human named Duguang. Duguang moved effortlessly through the dense forest, as if the trees and vines were parting way for him. Don't worry, they won't catch up to us, he said, his voice calm and soothing. Even amid the intense chase, his breathing was only slightly heavier. Humph, I'm not scared at all, the wolf pup muttered under his breath. Not scared, not scared, Duguang replied. This left Xue Runian stunned. Could this man actually understand beast language, or was it just a coincidence? Duguang dodged skillfully, his movements nimble, while the satchel remained perfectly steady. The wolf pup found a comfortable position, resting his hind paws on the satchel, as though he were spectating a performance. It already knows it was wrong. It didn't mean to do it. Duguang shouted as he ran. I'm apologizing on its behalf. You're so far from your nest could be in danger. Xue Runian stared at him speechlessly. After chasing this far, did he really think a few words would make the red fire ants back off? Yet, strangely enough, the swarm did seem to thin out even more. The wolf pup silently resolved. As soon as they were safe, he would make a run for it. Besides, this human was heading farther and farther away from the exit of the summer's secret realm. Just as he was fuming and ready to lash out with his claws, a small river and a cave suddenly appeared ahead. Duguang leapt gracefully over the narrowest part of the river and dashed into the cave. The remaining red fire ants lingered at the riverbank for a moment, their antennae twitching, before finally retreating. That was cutting it close, Duguang said, collapsing onto the ground and panting heavily. Good thing the red fire ants didn't follow us, or I would have had to start a fire. Humph. So it was all just an act. The wolf pup couldn't help but grumble. I did save you though. Is this how you thank me? Duguang said with a laugh. At this, Xue Runian was certain this man could truly understand beast language. Was it some kind of telepathic ability? The wolf pup crawled out of the satchel, shaking his fluffy fur. His ice blue eyes gazed seriously at Duguang. Humph, thank you for saving me. Just to thank you? Though reluctant, the wolf pup considered that the man had indeed saved his life. He begrudgingly relented. Humph? Fine then. What do you want me to do to thank you? Duguang's gaze was gentle. Become my contracted beast. Howl. Absolutely not. Pick something else. The wolf pup shook his head vigorously. Anything else is fine, but I won't become a contracted beast. Not an option. You two-legged creature. How unreasonable. If that's the case, farewell. The wolf pup declared before attempting to bolt. But Duguang's reflexes were sharp. He swiftly grabbed the scruff of the pup's neck. The wolf pup's eyes widened in shock. What the heck? How did you even catch that? Xue Runian stared at Duguang in disbelief, his hand speed rivaling that of a professional esports player. Duguang effortlessly lifted the little wolf cub into the air, feeling its weight in his hand as he murmured, so light. So what if it's light? Xue Runian glared at him. Being light doesn't mean it saved you any rice. The little wolf cub flailed its limbs helplessly in midair, but couldn't reach Duguang. I won't form a contract with you. What can you do about it? Duguang examined the wolf cub's snow-white body with great interest, a meaningful expression crossing his face. I've heard that among wolves, they have copper heads, iron bones, and tofu waists. That statement seemed to hit a nerve. The wolf cub instantly froze, its aggressive posture vanishing without a trace. Oh no, I've run into someone who knows too much. Meanwhile, in the Valley of the Realm of Summer, a reconnaissance team was conducting a mission report. From the communicator, the voice of the 2nd Enforcement Squad came through, reporting that they had captured a smuggler who had lost their combat ability. The team leader took a deep breath before reporting to their superiors. The reconnaissance team has located the target at the base of the mountain. A mechanical construct measuring 3 by 3 by 3 meters, suspected to be damaged. The surrounding vegetation shows a mutation radius of 20 meters, with a corrosion radius of 5 meters. A gene reagent cabinet has been overturned. We've also discovered an unspecified number of technique modules and pet beast data. Requesting further instructions. A video communication connected, and Chi-Chi's figure appeared on the holographic screen. She instructed the team members to retrieve a talisman and summon a little book assistant to perform the spell Cursed Words. Misfortune Dispeller, a task clearly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary book assistant. The talisman transformed into blue water-like characters, forming a protective barrier that enveloped the investigators. Back in the cave, the standoff between Duguang and Xue Runian continued. Duguang, as if negotiating with a criminal holding a hostage, spoke cautiously, "Promise me you won't run, and I'll put you down." "Woof. Promise me you won't hurt me, and I won't run." The wolf cub responded warily. After Duguang gave his word, he slowly placed Xue Runian on the ground. The moment the wolf cub touched down, it yelled, "See ya," and activated a quick movement skill. But Duguang was prepared. With a swift motion, he clapped his hands together, trapping the fluffy white ball between his palms. "I, Xue Runian, have truly been dogged today." The wolf cub struggled furiously, growling, "Woof, let me go." After another round of meaningless exchanges of promises, Duguang tightened his grip, completely enclosing the wolf cub in his hands. Trapped and utterly frustrated, Xue Runian let out an uncharacteristically soft and indignant cry. Eek! Hearing the adorable sound, Duguang couldn't hold back his laughter. "Xue Runian." Duguang spread his arms and spoke earnestly, "I'm sorry, but I've had professional training. Unless I can't hold it in." The little wolf cub froze in place, its expression dazed, before stiffly shuffling deeper into the cave. Facing the rough rock wall, it entered a state of self-imposed isolation, repeatedly thinking to itself, "I can't show my face anymore." Watching the cub's retreating figure, Duguang cautiously said, "Actually, your howl is kind of adorable." "Arg." The wolf cub let out an indignant, high-pitched whimper, its tone trembling noticeably. "I know I'm cute, but I don't need you to say it." Hearing the teary retort, Duguang looked genuinely surprised. The wolf cub, still facing away from him, struggled to hold back the tears welling up in its eyes. "Xue Runian, calm down." The cub silently chanted to itself as icy elemental energy began to coalesce around its paw, forming a sharp, cold blade. Regaining its composure, it turned gracefully and walked back toward Duguang, tilting its head up to meet the Beastmaster's gaze. Though a faint shimmer of moisture lingered at the corners of its eyes, it feigned calmness and asked, "Arg? Besides becoming your beast companion, human, how else would you like me to thank you?" The little wolf's charm was perfectly timed. Xue Runian felt a surge of confidence. Its cuteness had never failed before. Duguang fell into a momentary silence, as if time had slowed down. He felt his thoughts being drawn in by some unseen force, his focus entirely captivated by the snow-white creature before him. Finally, he spoke, "I'd like to pet you. Is that okay?" This was an unspoken battle of wills. The synergy of Duguang's innate Beastmaster abilities and the second-tier resource, Suzuki Fragrance, clashed with the wolf cub's cunning. Suddenly, the cub caught a familiar scent in the air and froze. Staring at the Beastmaster, who had removed his hat to reveal dark hair swaying gently in the breeze, the cub realized it had walked right into a trap. Duguang exuded a calming aura, and the sincerity in his warm gaze was disarming, making it hard not to trust him. "So it was you all along," the cub thought in frustration. "Did I really just deliver myself to him?" Duguang spoke seriously. "If you want to thank me, then don't run away. Just let me pet you, how about that?" After an internal struggle, the wolf cub weighed its options and decided to agree. Although Duguang hadn't explicitly mentioned forming a contract, the cub couldn't ignore the fact that it might not have survived the earlier danger without his help. Besides, being petted didn't seem like much of a loss. "Arg, fine," the cub said, closing its eyes with a slight tremor in its voice. "I won't run. You can pet me, but don't get carried away." Though it wasn't entirely sure what carried away meant, it felt the need to set some boundaries. And so, an odd truce was formed. The wolf cub stood motionless, its body as rigid as a wooden plank, and urged impatiently, "Arg, hurry up, before I change my mind." Duguang sat cross-legged, amused by the cub's reaction. Slowly, he reached out his hand. When his palm finally touched the soft, snowy fur, Xue Runian's body shivered slightly but held its ground. "Arg, hurry up," the cub said urgently. "If you're going to pet me, do it. Are you just teasing me?" Duguang's expression grew contemplative, as if lost in thought. At first, they thought this strangely colored beast was arranged by the Secret Realm Administration Bureau, but reality seemed to suggest otherwise. The little wolf pup displayed an astonishing level of intelligence. It could not only analyze situations with precision, but also had a deep understanding of the rules governing beast contracts. What was even more intriguing was that it had never been touched by a human, as if it had naturally awakened within the secret realm, carrying psychological scars from witnessing scenes where beasts were forcibly controlled. Duguang gently placed his hand on the pup's back, his fingers sinking into its soft fur as he stroked it gently. To his surprise, the wolf pup let out a contented hum, its eyes narrowing into slits as its body gradually relaxed. So this is what being petted feels like, Xue Runian mused inwardly, though he remained vigilant in his thoughts. Sorry, but you may hold my body for now, but am a wolf who yearns for freedom. A contract is out of the question. Oh, by the way, are you male or Duguang began to ask. Arf. Am male. Don't you dare try to turn me into some kind of beast-eared girl. The pup interrupted, visibly agitated. Duguang froze, startled. Beast-eared girl? He couldn't help but wonder what exactly this wolf pup had experienced in the secret realm. Damn. I let that slip, Xue Runian muttered in frustration. What's with that look on your face? Don't look at me like that. All shocked. I'm not going to turn into one for you. Get lost. The little wolf pup angrily kicked at Duguang with its hind paw, but the latter easily caught it. Being only about 20 centimeters long and still a cub, without using elemental powers, the pup couldn't even break free from a human's grasp. Duguang lightly rubbed the paw pad with his thumb. The sensation sent a shiver through Xue Runian's entire body, and he quickly buried his face into the ground. Why does it tickle so much? In his previous life as a gamer, though he had excellent memory and reasoning skills, he had never paid attention to how sensitive a canine's paw pads could be. Duguang continued stroking the pup's back, while Xue Runian could no longer bear it. I can't stay. I have to leave. He realized. This was clearly the Beast Master's tactic of boiling a frog in warm water. If he got used to this kind of tenderness, it would only be harder to leave in the future. Once the heat in his face subsided, the little wolf pup lifted his head. Arf, enough. I've already shown my gratitude. Now let me go. He thought resolutely. Only by growing stronger could he truly be free. His gaze fell on the hand still resting on his back, and he cursed inwardly. What is this? The great me gave in to being petted for the first time just like that? How humiliating. Duguang withdrew his hand and asked gently, Can I ask why you dislike contracts so much? The wolf pup walked toward the cave's entrance, gazing out at the world beyond. He gave a succinct reply, Arf. For freedom. Duguang was stunned. He had imagined countless possibilities, but never expected this to be the answer. You know, Duguang said after a moment of thought, there's a much bigger world beyond the summer secret realm. But if you don't form a contract with a human beast master, you'll never be able to leave this realm. Your freedom is, in reality, quite limited. Xue Runian didn't respond. He couldn't reveal the secret that he had the ability to take human form. Form a contract with me, Duguang said seriously, his gaze fixed on the little wolf cub. I'll take you out of the summer secret realm and guarantee your freedom. I won't confine you in a beast space or a beast ball, nor will I interfere with your actions. My home and the beast haven will always be open to you. Xue Runian fell silent, deep in thought. From the start, he had never believed in the possibility of true friendship between beast masters and their beasts. The very nature of the contract implied an unequal relationship, but Zhao Xuanjia's existence had shown him another possibility. The little wolf cub stood still, facing a difficult decision. Beyond the realm lay an unknown vast worlder, perhaps the endless confines of the summer secret realm, a giant cage. Having missed the best opportunity to escape after taking the gene potion, and with more enforcers appearing by the day, his options were dwindling. Looking inward meant becoming a contracted beast, risking being controlled, enslaved, or even traded for 8 million. This human's beastmaster talent clearly wasn't telepathy but seemed to be affinity-based, or perhaps even persuasion-based. If he followed him, his fate would no longer be his own. The little wolf cub clenched his paw. No matter which path he chose, it would be a gamble. Xue Runian had always disliked gambling. He preferred victories where he held all the cards. But life, like a game, could never be smooth sailing all the time. Duguang waited quietly, his gaze calm. He understood how difficult this decision was and resolved to respect the little wolf cub's choice, whatever it might be. The golden hues of the setting sun fell upon Xue Runian's snow-white fur, casting a radiant glow. He stood with his back to the cave, pondering whether Duguang's promise could be trusted. Should he insist on controlling his own destiny, or place his faith in the faint possibility of a bond between humans and beasts? Memories surged back his decision to throw himself into esports years ago, only to retire due to injury. The fire in his heart, long cooled, began to burn again. Despite the disappointments and frustrations of this world, he still yearned to embrace it. If given another chance, would his answer change? The little wolf cub took a step toward the mouth of the cave. Duguang silently gathered his scattered belongings, placing his hat back on, his face uncharacteristically somber beneath its brim. When Duguang stepped out of the cave, he saw the little wolf cub standing on a rock, his ice-blue eyes fixed on the brilliant sunset. The fiery red sun had dyed the forest sea gold, making it look like a city of gold. My choice is, I will, no matter how arduous the road ahead, even if tears and blood were shed, even if his chest were pierced by icy shards, and he died beneath the snow and stars, he would never turn back. Even if he hit a dead end, he would charge forward without hesitation. The little wolf cub jumped down from the rock and looked at Duguang. Wu, you must swear to the Red Emperor. I swear to the Azure Emperor, the White Emperor, the Black Emperor, the Gold Emperor, and the Red Emperor, Duguang said, raising his fingers. The little wolf cub extended his paw. Wu, and you promised to rub my paw with your fingers. Duguang chuckled and agreed, bumping his fist against the paw. He opened the Beastmaster interface, and Xue Runian noticed it displayed. Your Beastmaster talent has advanced. Beast Ball or Beast Space? The little wolf cub turned his head away. Hurry up, before I change my mind. Duguang smiled and extended a finger, gently touching the little wolf cub's forehead. A blue thread of light emerged, and he removed his hat, placing the other end of the thread against his own forehead. Xue Runian immediately felt a connection forming between them. Thread binding and brow-touching, ancient contract was complete. The little wolf cub blinked in surprise, shifting his paws uneasily. He hadn't expected it to be an ancient method of forming a contract. He consoled himself, this loss wasn't unfair. But still, he was so annoyed. It didn't make him feel any better. Throughout the history of Blue Star, the methods of establishing beast-taming contracts have undergone numerous evolutions. The most basic and widely used method today is the beast ball capture system, a universal tool accessible to everyone. In contrast, beast-taming spaces are exclusive abilities of beast tamers. By meditating, awakened individuals can create a dimensional space within their minds. This space can not only confine their companion beasts, but also provide them with an ideal living environment. Within this dimension, beasts grow at a rate far surpassing their counterparts in the wild, can overcome the limits of their species, and have a higher chance of advancing to higher tiers. This explains why the beasts stored in the tamer's wristbands can break through species-level limitations. As beast tamers continue to meditate and cultivate, their beast-taming spaces improve in size, comfort, and stability. A more powerful space can house stronger beasts and exert better control over weaker ones. However, this control is not without risk. Should a beast's power exceed the capacity of the space, it may tear the contract apart, potentially resulting in mutual destruction for both the beast and its tamer. Those with beast-taming spaces often possess innate amplification talents and tend to nurture beasts that align with the attributes of their space. The final method of contracting is the ancient technique unique to Duguang. In the distant past, before the advent of modern taming tools, humans survived by seeking protection from benevolent and powerful mythical beasts. These beings, referred to as guardians, were so formidable that a single one could protect entire communities of life. Qingdi, a legendary figure and the earliest known master of beast taming, formed contracts with 7 guardians, leading humanity to establish its roots in Donghuang. Over time, the tales of the 4 emperors faded into the fertile lands of Donghuang, leaving behind scattered treasures and hidden realms. Today, only the current Chidi remains alive. This unparalleled powerhouse, who survived even nuclear strikes, once broke through the heavily fortified Totem Nation alone, demonstrating the overwhelming might of a guardian-level being. Duguang was now employing one of the most orthodox ancient contracting methods, threaded bond and brow mark. The moment the contract was completed, Xue Runian felt a mysterious connection and noticed a sudden increase in her strength. This unexpected discovery led her to ponder. Could this unusual phenomenon be because she herself was too weak? While she was lost in thought, Duguang stepped forward and gently stroked the little wolf cub's head. The little wolf cub shook its head vigorously, wobbling like a rattled drum. "Oh, Wu, don't touch my head." Duguang withdrew his hand, slightly surprised. Through the bond of the pet contract, he could clearly sense the emotions of each of his companion beasts. At this moment, Luiying was happily playing with Hua Fudy, while the little wolf cub exuded a mix of complex emotion: regret, shame, resentment, and a hint of helplessness mixed with relief. These chaotic emotions seemed to tell a story. It regretted impulsively signing the contract, was frustrated over the failure of its plan to escape the summer secret realm, and yet, there was a faint sense of relief that the plan was no longer needed. Duguang couldn't help but rub his forehead. This little guy's thoughts were way too complicated. The wolf cub stared blankly at the sky, its eyes filled with longing for freedom. At this moment, Xue Runian couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy, for he found they both had their plans fall apart at the very last step. Duguang gently patted the wolf cub's back. The cub turned around and glared at him. "Oh, Wu, you struck gold contracting me. You should be celebrating." Then it stubbornly turned its head away, sulking. Duguang reached out and poked the little wolf cub. It shifted slightly, glancing at him sideways. "I forgot to introduce myself. My name's Duguang." "Oh, Wu. Got it, dog," the wolf cub replied, turning its head away again. Duguang sighed helplessly. "It's Duguang. Guang is in light." "Oh, Wu. Yeah, I heard you, dog." Seeing the cub's deliberate misinterpretation, Duguang could only change the subject and showed his wristband. I scanned you with my Beast Master's wristband, didn't I? The wolf cub finally turned back around, carefully looking at the wristband before nodding. As the scanning interface unfolded, a series of information appeared. Variant Earth Wolf Pup. Attributes: Earth, Ice. Growth stage: Awakening level 6. Species rank: Low Commander. Moves: Claw Strike, Ice Shard, Slam, Quick Move, Intimidate, Protect, Charm. Special move: Unknown. Impressive, Duguang sincerely praised. The move set was luxurious, and even more remarkable was its self-awakening of the ice attribute. The wolf cub wagged its tail proudly. Of course. I told you, contracting me was a jackpot for you. What's your special move? Duguang pointed to the last line. Oh, whoa. The wolf cub lifted its head proudly. My special move is extremely special. How special? The wolf cub shook its soft fur and declared seriously, oh, whoa. Super cool. Really, when I transform, I'm incredibly handsome. Just a little short. Huh. Duguang couldn't hold back his laughter. Sorry. My mouth slipped. Oh, woo. It's fine. Laugh if you want to. Inwardly, Xue Runian pitted him. Foolish, two-legged beast. The real answer is something you could never guess. In front of Duguang, the young wolf pup, Xue Runian, found a comfortable spot and sat down sideways. Humph, call me Wolf King. The little wolf pup hummed calmly. Duguang's lips curved into a gentle smile. All right, little Wolf King. Drop the little dot. Wolf King, Duguang replied, his tone still warm. Xue Runian suddenly bristled. How can a human be this annoying? Are you actually a dog in disguise? I know you're feeling a bit unwilling, Duguang said calmly. So here's the deal. If you manage to escape from me, I'll admit you're stronger than me. How about that? The little wolf pup turned to look at him. Humph. You promised to give me my freedom. That's true, Duguang nodded. But don't you still need me to leave the realm of summer? If you really manage to escape, I hope you'll come back, Wolf King, and let me help you leave. If escaping in front of me makes you feel a bit better. Xue Runian fell into thought. Actually, I'm not exactly unhappy. Just a little awkward. If I can't even escape, doesn't that mean I'm weak? As a mystical beast, being outdone by a human? But if I do escape, wouldn't that feel like I've lost out more? The little wolf pup hesitated for a moment, then added, but since you're putting it that way, seeing a human beast tamer lose face doesn't sound too bad. With that, the little wolf pup stood up and walked to Duguang. Humph. You said it first. When it comes to games, I've never been afraid of anyone. Duguang sat cross-legged and spread his hands. All right then, the game starts now. Xue Runian's eyes sparkled, and he immediately dashed off. Duguang reached out to grab him, but was deflected by an invisible force the little wolf pup had used protect. No way. No way. Getting caught twice in a row? Surely no one would think I'd use quick move first thing again. Now's my chance. The little wolf pup shouted triumphantly, quickly using quick move. However, Duguang's other hand easily picked him up. Question mark. Xue Runian froze. Alright, fine. I admit you're good. The only downside of the protect move, a universal 360-degree defensive skill, is that it can't be used consecutively. Duguang placed the little wolf pup back on the ground. The pup stared blankly at his long fingers. Humph? Master, what exactly do you do for a living? Me. Duguang rubbed his chin. Just an ordinary college student. Sometimes I visit pet shops. Recently, a roommate got me into rhythm games, and I've gotten pretty good at them. Oh, one of those games that tests speed, rhythm, and reflexes, the ones nicknamed Alien Evolution Simulators, huh? Xue Runian groaned. Darn it. So you're playing me, huh? Quick move may be fast, but it still takes time to start up. Suddenly, a grumbling sound came from the little wolf pup's stomach. Hungry? Duguang asked. The little wolf pup flopped onto the ground. Humph, I haven't eaten all day. Isn't it normal to be hungry? Duguang rummaged through his satchel. All right, wait here for a bit while I get something to eat. Seeing no response, Duguang chuckled softly and opened his satchel. Come on in. Xue Runian shot him a glance, then slowly crawled into the satchel, allowing Duguang to carry him. Duguang strolled leisurely to a nearby stream, gazing at the setting sun that was about to dip below the horizon. He set the little wolf pup down, took out some fruit he had gathered, and carefully washed them. He also removed a sprig of Suzuki incense and placed it aside. The little wolf cub approached Suzuki Kaori cautiously, circling her while scrutinizing her. It leaned in to sniff, only to be overwhelmed by the intense fragrance, leaving it dizzy and almost collapsing to the ground. This smell. Xue Runian growled furiously, clawing and biting at the specially made incense as though wanting to tear it to shreds. It's all because of you. You got me caught by Du Lao Lu. Duguang, who was gathering firewood nearby, was startled by the sudden commotion. He froze, his mind racing back to earlier events, and suddenly it all clicked. You found me by following the scent of this Suzuki incense? He had thought it was mere coincidence that he had blocked the wolf cub's path, but now he realized the little creature had been specifically looking for him. Understanding Xue Runian's intentions, Duguang couldn't help but chuckle. This wolf cub had intended to divert trouble, but instead, Lin Mu's tool had proven unexpectedly useful. Seeing the wolf cub still angrily slapping at the wooden block, Duguang picked up the incense and deliberately said, "If you don't like it, he'll just get rid of it." He pretended to toss it away. Xue Runian panicked and immediately leapt forward, grabbing the wooden block with its mouth and shoving it back into Duguang's hand. "Gore, you wear it. Keep it on," it hastily explained, "not because it smells good, but because it looks expensive." Suddenly, Xue Runian became alert. Could it be that Duguang had anticipated this reaction and was teasing it on purpose? Realizing this, the wolf cub became flustered and furious, swiping its paw hard at Duguang. With a sharp slap, a little red plum blossom mark appeared on the back of Duguang's hand. Xue Runian immediately realized it had used too much force and looked at him worriedly. Duguang's expression didn't change. He calmly took a small chisel from his pocket and drilled a tiny hole into the incense block, carefully collecting the wood shavings. Then, he rummaged through his belongings, found a bundle of colorful threads, and after some thought, selected a blue one. Threading it through the hole, he tied the incense around his neck. "Does this work?" Duguang asked gently. "Blue, good choice." The wolf cub turned its head away, sitting to the side. "Gore, does it hurt?" "It's fine," Duguang replied with a smile. After sitting quietly for a while, Xue Runian perked up its ears and sneakily observed Duguang. Seeing him focused on starting a fire and making no other moves, a mischievous glint appeared in the wolf cub's eyes. "Dog, our game isn't over yet." With that, the wolf cub suddenly sprang up and dashed toward the stream. It leaped gracefully, tracing a beautiful arc in the air. As it landed in the middle of the river, ice formed beneath its paws, creating a small floating platform. Using the ice as a springboard, it propelled itself forward, shards of ice scattering, and landed steadily on the opposite bank. Duguang, still on the other side of the river, only just looked up, too late to fully process the scene. Xue Runian proudly raised its head, preparing to execute a quick escape technique. What the? Out of nowhere, a slender hand emerged from the bushes, lightly brushing against the wolf cub's fur. Though the touch was gentle and not an attempt to capture it, the unexpected contact startled Xue Runian so much that its fur bristled, and it jumped away in alarm. The wolf cub glared warily at the hand, then at the surprised Duguang across the river, and finally at another Duguang stepping out of the bushes, brushing leaves off his clothes. Xue Runian tilted its head in confusion. "Oh?" The Duguang beside it smiled and asked, "Admit defeat?" The wolf cub froze for a moment before realizing what had happened. It angrily pounded the ground with its paw. First, it looked at the Duguang across the river. "Gore, you're Duguang." Then it turned to the person in front of it. "Gore, you're Du Lao Go." Duguang chuckled and said, "What are you thinking? I'm not a pet beast. I don't use substitute techniques." He lightly tapped his Beast Master bracelet, and the projected virtual image dissipated into the twilight. "You little wolf cub." No wonder that fake Duguang didn't move at all. Xue Runian suddenly realized, feeling annoyed that he had been completely tricked. As a member of the wolf clan, his night vision should have far surpassed that of ordinary people, and with a bit of attention, he could have distinguished the real from the fake. But he had fallen victim to his unfamiliarity with this world's advanced technology, and he hadn't expected Duguang to pull off such a trick. "How did you know I'd run in this direction?" The little wolf cub tilted his head, gazing at Duguang. "Just a guess," Duguang shrugged. "Crossing the river is the hardest route to track. But your combo of ice shards and explosive moves was impressive, definitely top-tier tactics in the battle system. What if I had chosen a different direction? Then you would have won." "But as it turns out, I guessed right." Xue Runian was unimpressed. Really? He had a vague feeling that no matter which direction he chose, he probably wouldn't have escaped being caught. Duguang extended his hand. "How about we pause the game for now and eat first? We can continue after dinner." "Fine." The little wolf cub leapt up and landed on Duguang's arm. "Hurry up and make dinner. I'm so hungry I can't even use my skills anymore." Soon, a fire was crackling. Duguang skillfully threaded cleaned fruits onto sticks and placed them over the flames. In one hand, he held a skewer of sweet potatoes, carefully turning them over the fire. The little wolf cub yawned as he watched Duguang's practiced movements. Although he'd seen countless campfire cooking scenes and games, he had no idea how to do it himself. "Little jackals are omnivores," Duguang explained while roasting. "These fruits can be eaten raw, but roasting removes their sourness. Sweet potatoes taste best when cooked thoroughly. Too bad we didn't come across any game. If you want meat, you'll have to wait until we leave the summer secret realm." Xue Runian didn't respond. He stared at the flickering flames, thinking to himself, "Once we leave this secret realm, I'll be able to take human form and live my own life in the Beastmaster world." You won't even catch a glimpse of this little wolf cub anymore. Duguang tentatively bit into a golden sweet potato but immediately winced, hissing as he covered his mouth with the back of his hand. Too hot. Wait a bit, he mumbled before rushing to the stream to rinse his mouth. By the fire, the little wolf cub stared at the dancing flames for a moment, then grew restless. That big idiot. Why isn't he back yet? The fruit's about to burn. When Duguang returned, holding 2 smooth river stones in his hand, he saw the little wolf cub clumsily trying to turn the skewers, his fluffy tail wagging behind him, almost brushing against the fire. Let me handle it. Duguang quickly stepped forward and stopped the little wolf cub. He swiftly rescued the nearly burnt fruit from the fire and immediately placed a new skewer of fruit over the flames. Taking some wood shavings of sugi incense from his pocket, he carefully ground them into powder with a smooth pebble and cautiously sprinkled a little over the roasted fruit before handing it to the young wolf cub. Xue Runian accepted the skewer with a skeptical look. Are you sure sprinkling this stuff on it won't ruin the taste? I didn't prepare any proper spices this time, so this will have to do. Duguang shrugged. Don't worry, it's edible. Watching the scene before him, Duguang couldn't help but comment. Lin Mu's creations, there aren't many practical tools, but there sure are plenty of tasty ones. The wolf cub hesitated for a moment before finally taking a bite. Not bad. The unexpectedly delicious flavor made his eyes light up. As the wolf cub devoured the food with gusto, Duguang leisurely nibbled on a now-cold roasted sweet potato. You're pretty easy to please. After chewing a couple of bites, he muttered to himself, still, the flavor's a bit lacking. He sprinkled a bit more of the ground incense onto the fruit roasting over the fire and tossed the remaining wood shavings into the flames. Instantly, a sweet aroma wafted through the summer night air, carried by the gentle breeze. Hey, aren't you going to eat any of the fruit? The wolf cub asked, looking up. You go ahead, Duguang replied nonchalantly. These were freshly picked from the summer secret realm. They're not exactly top-tier resources, but they're still somewhat beneficial for pet beasts. In truth, Xue Runian wasn't particularly interested in the slight attribute boost the fruit offered, but he still polished off the skewer in front of him, eating so quickly that he let out a small burp. Seeing this, Duguang chuckled and rubbed his forehead. If you were too full, you should have just told me. No one's forcing you to eat everything. You should have said that earlier. The wolf cub protested indignantly. Well, you didn't ask. Suddenly, the wolf cub's ears perked up in alertness. Huh, I hear something. The sound's coming from over there. Looking up, they spotted a few chipmunks clutching tree fruits, moving about in the treetops. The creatures seemed startled but didn't flee. These squirrel-like animals typically stayed high up, out of reach for most novice beast tamers. They were generally at awakening levels 2 to 3 and were common yet elusive inhabitants of the summer secret realm. Noticing the chipmunks' unusual behavior, Duguang turned his gaze to the burning fire. Normally, they wouldn't come this close. Could it be the sugi incense? He waved at the chipmunks. Come on down, we won't hurt you. The chipmunks chirped and chattered, using their bushy tails like parachutes as they nimbly hopped down one by one, landing on Duguang. Soon, he was surrounded by chipmunks, one perched on his arm, another nestled in his lap, and even one sprawled on his head. The wolf cub, still chewing his food, stared intently at the unexpected visitors. All right, let's get you all down, Duguang said with a laugh. The chipmunks hopped to the ground and lined up in a neat row, though one lingered in Duguang's lap until he patted its head, prompting it to reluctantly join its companions. So are you looking for a pet beast battle? Duguang asked with a grin. The lead chipmunk froze for a moment, then turned its head to look at Xue Runian. The wolf cub swallowed the last bite of his skewer, flexed his claws, and bared his sharp teeth. A wood this time, however. He restrained his intimidation, careful not to scare them off. The chipmunks shrank back, shaking their heads vigorously in refusal. The lead one raised the fruit in its paws and glanced at the fragrant skewers. Duguang mused thoughtfully. Are you trying to trade food with me? The chipmunk nodded excitedly, its eyes sparkling. Duguang turned to the wolf cub, who promptly looked away. Why are you looking at me? I'm already full. All right then, Duguang said with a smile, agreeing to the exchange. The 4 chipmunks lined up neatly, carefully passing the tree nuts to Duguang. However, when they approached the campfire, they hesitated and seemed reluctant to move closer. At that moment, a white wolf paw reached out, skillfully retrieving the golden brown roasted nuts from the edge of the fire for them. Ow, hot. You'll have to wait a bit before eating, the little wolf cub warned. The chipmunks froze for a moment, then looked gratefully at their unexpected helper, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of Xue Runian's snowy white back as he turned away. By now, Duguang had taken off his hat and set it aside, leisurely enjoying the last half of a roasted sweet potato. Xue Runian sat down beside him, intending to gaze up at the starry sky, but found his view obstructed by the dense canopy overhead. I've always been curious about something. Duguang lay back casually. What is it? Well, the wolf cub asked seriously. What's your beast-taming talent? Why do so many companion beasts like staying by your side? If my talent turns out to be something ordinary, would you be disappointed? Duguang countered. The little wolf shook his head. You really want to know? Seeing the wolf cub hesitantly nod, Duguang turned on his side. My beast-taming talent is simple just affinity. I can connect with you all more closely, understand you better. And that's about it. Wow. The wolf cub immediately perked up. That's amazing. Super useful. He thought if he fans memories indeed. Only Du Guang could take an affinity talent to such a remarkable level. Really? I can't help in battles or boost your abilities. Doesn't matter. Your talent isn't meant for fighting in the first place. The wolf cub's eyes gleamed with determination. Gore. I alone could take on 4 chipmunks and win. The chipmunks nearby froze in place, their nuts dropping to the ground. Huh. What did I, Xiaoxiong Su, ever do to you? Du Guang couldn't help but burst out laughing. Gazing at the night sky, he continued, I heard beast-taming talents are shaped by the tamer's personality. Maybe it's because I'm willing to connect with companion beasts that they're willing to stay close to me. Who knows? Turning to the wolf cub, he added. Once we leave the summer secret realm, they'll set you free, I promise. Yeah, I know. Stop bringing it up, the wolf cub muttered, his tone a mix of emotions. After finishing their final roasted treats, the chipmunks lined up and bowed to Duguang. Smiling, he stood up and gently patted their little heads before looking at the wolf cub. Xue Runian? The wolf cub pretended to be clueless, letting out a meaningless sound. Duguang smiled silently and then waved to the chipmunks. You should head home now. It's getting dark, and the forest won't be safe soon. The 4 chipmunks squeaked in response before swiftly climbing into the treetops, disappearing from view. Listening to their calls, the wolf cub's expression turned slightly awkward. They said you're adorable, Duguang teased with a raised eyebrow. Hey, did you really have to say that? Can't I just pretend I didn't hear it? The wolf cub growled, puffing up indignantly as he raised a paw to swat at Duguang, only to realize he couldn't reach him while Duguang stood tall. Xue Runian leapt up and struck Duguang's knee with force. The little wolf cub tilted his head, looking up at him eagerly. Are you done eating yet? He asked. Duguang stuffed the last bite of food into his mouth, swallowing quickly. All done. Let's continue the game. The wolf cub yawned, then suddenly unleashed his best act of cuteness. It worked like a charm. Duguang was instantly distracted. Seizing the opportunity, Xue Runian bolted, his figure transforming into a streak of white in the twilight, almost vanishing from Duguang's sight. Now that I know your special ability, do you really think you can catch me? Keep dreaming. The wolf cub glanced back smugly, but Duguang remained where he was, raising both hands high above his head and closing his eyes. He shouted, brothers, sisters, everyone around, lend me a hand. Beast master ability. Harmony. Ridiculous. There's not a single pet beast around here. Even if you scream your lungs out, it won't twite. What the heck? Before Xue Runian could finish, he stumbled over a vine that had suddenly appeared. The surrounding trees seemed to come alive, with branches in the dense forest forming barriers that blocked his escape. Dog, didn't you say your ability was harmony? You liar. The little wolf cub darted left and right, trying to evade, but Duguang was closing in step by step. Before long, Xue Runian was entangled in vines and branches, completely immobilized. As he struggled, the tip of a leaf brushed against his paw pad, instantly sapping his strength. Duguang approached the wolf cub, helping him untangle the vines as he asked, do you give up now? Xue Runian curled into a ball, eyeing Duguang warily. You said. Said what? Duguang replied, looking genuinely puzzled. Seeing Duguang's seemingly innocent expression, Xue Runian hesitated before muttering, never mind. As night fell, the two returned to the campfire. Suddenly, Xue Runian had a realization. Wait. Let me see your ability panel. Do I have to? Duguang blinked innocently. Yes. Absolutely. I want to see what kind of sneaky ability you have. The wolf cub's tone grew more insistent. Under the wolf cub's increasingly impatient demands, Duguang reluctantly revealed his beast master panel. Xue Runian examined it carefully. The ability column indeed said harmony, but there were 2 additional words in front that had been conveniently ignored. Seeing Duguang's barely suppressed grin, Xue Runian couldn't help but laugh as well. His tail wagged happily behind him. Fine, I admit it, that was pretty clever. Beside the crackling fire, Duguang rested his cheek on one hand, while idly prodding the dancing flames with a small twig in the other. Not far away, a little wolf cub nimbly squeezed itself into a hat, with its 2 tiny paws clutching the brim. The fluffy white ball of fur filled the entire space inside the hat perfectly. Duguang openly displayed his ability panel. Xue Runian glanced at it briefly, looking unimpressed. Apart from your innate talent, everything else seems pretty ordinary, she remarked. Now you know all my abilities, Duguang said pointedly. The wolf cub let out a soft whimper, and Xue Runian's eyes flickered. Duguang, what's your special move? She asked. Ah, I already told you it's being especially cool, Duguang replied, stroking his chin. Then, as if struck by a sudden idea, he added, let me guess, is your special ability being especially adorable? Your charm attack must never fail, right? Your hidden cuteness stat must be over 80? The wolf cub pretended to turn its head nonchalantly, but its reaction gave away the truth. Duguang couldn't help but chuckle. Looks like I got it right, didn't I? As night deepened, the wolf cub remained curled up in the hat, with only its little head poking out. Duguang gazed up at the pitch-black sky. It's getting dark, he said. Xue Runian was already nodding off, her eyelids drooping. Suddenly, the wolf cub snapped awake. No, we can't sleep yet. The danger isn't over. Its ears twitched alertly, and its icy blue eyes glowed faintly in the darkness, pupils contracting into the vertical slits unique to wolf demons. In the distance, a flash of white light appeared, resembling the beam of a flashlight, and figures were approaching the fire. Xue Runian's ears twitched again. Not good, it's the enforcers. They must have discovered that shipment, she said urgently, darting into a satchel on the ground and using her paws to close the bag. Barely had she hidden herself when the flashlight beam swept over. Who's there? Name, a sharp, authoritative female voice demanded. Duguang frowned as he stood up. Rookie Beastmaster, Duguang, he replied. The approaching figure was clad in a black enforcer uniform, holding professional equipment to quickly scan Duguang's identity. Social Beastmaster, Duguang. Verification complete, she confirmed. The woman wore her hair in a sleek, high ponytail, and a standardized combat beast ball pouch hung at her waist. Her demeanor softened slightly. I'm Zhang Yexian from the Enforcer Squad. I need to ask you a few questions. Zhang Yexian projected a map and asked Duguang whether he had been to the marked area or encountered any suspicious individuals or goods. When he denied both, she gave a brief explanation. There have been illegal intruders in the Huai Suxia secret realm, and they've brought in radioactive contraband. Most of the goods have already leaked, but some remain unaccounted for. The Management Bureau is currently notifying all social adventurers to leave. This is a semi-mandatory directive. Zhang Yexian casually flicked her ponytail and found a comfortable spot to sit near the campfire. Relaxing, she said, don't blame me for being serious earlier. You were the last one we hadn't notified. The rescue team was all set to head out, but she glanced around at the neatly arranged food, herbs, and berries nearby. It looks like you didn't need rescuing at all. Duguang didn't even glance at the satchel on the ground. Instead, he directly asked, radiation? Is the contamination severe? Not a big issue, Zhang Yexian replied concisely. There's already a purification-type beastmaster stationed at the entrance of the Huai Su secret realm. There won't be any lasting effects. The secret realm will be closed for a few days, and the rest of the work will be handled by the professionals. Her movements revealed a distinct sharpness and efficiency, characteristic of someone with a military background. Now that everyone has been notified, our team can officially wrap up. She turned to scrutinize Duguang, adding with a playful smirk, not bad looking. Are you a college student? Thanks, and you're not bad yourself, Duguang replied. Zhang Yexian pulled a talisman from her sleeve. Lucky for you, you caught my eye. Here, take this purification charm. Duguang accepted the talisman, noticing the intricate symbols etched on it, with a prominent water character in the center. It works just like the purification at the secret realm's entrance, Zhang Yexian explained. If you're uneasy, you can use it right away. Just chant the incantation, Jia-E, don't worry about me. We'll have a collective purification after wrapping up. Thanks, I'll hold on to it, Duguang said as he tucked the talisman away. I was planning to leave the summer secret realm anyway. Just need to pack up before I go. If only all beastmasters were as sensible as you, Zhang Yexian remarked, her tone turning colder. One of our team members ran into a few kids who had just awakened their powers. Barely 15 or 16 years old. No guardians, making a fuss about finding rare-colored beasts. Rare-colored beasts. I already contracted one. Duguang couldn't help but boast with a grin. Then, his curiosity got the better of him, and he leaned in. So, how did you handle them in the end? Zhang Yexian moved swiftly, pulling a handgun from her waistband. The matte black barrel subtly aimed in Duguang's direction. We dealt with them. That's how. Cold sweat formed on Duguang's forehead as he instinctively straightened his posture. The satchel beside him trembled slightly. Whoa, that's intense. Hey, let's not joke about stuff like this. With a flick of her finger, Zhang Yexian spun the gun in her hand and pointed it at her own forehead, pulling the trigger. A loud bang echoed. Relax, no bullets. She tapped her own head. Though it does leave me with a ringing headache. Duguang's mouth twitched. That's such a realistic gun. How could you even pull something like that? Zhang Yexian raised an eyebrow. Scared? Scared or not, that's not the point. Duguang sneaked a glance at the satchel on the ground. Through his contract bond, he could feel his pet beast's emotions. The little wolf cub was definitely frightened. Zhang Yexian flexed her wrist slightly as the situation concluded with the enforcers taking the troublemakers away. Although the Bureau's notification carried a semi-compulsory tone, they had fulfilled their duty to inform. If anyone insisted on taking risks, the consequences would be on them. A few young awakeners, overly eager about their pet beasts, acted impulsively but eventually left with remorse after patient persuasion from the team members. Duguang stared at Jiang Yexian thoughtfully and said, "Your rank among the enforcers isn't low, is it? At least a squad leader." "Oh, what makes you think so?" Jiang Yexian asked with interest. "First, your demeanor is far more assertive than that of an ordinary enforcer," Duguang replied, gazing at the flickering flames with a faint smile. "Second, the way you naturally give orders to your team members. And finally, after finding the last trainee, instead of regrouping immediately, you're here chatting with me?" "All correct." Jiang Yexian clapped her hands in approval. "Too bad, I only have an ink talisman left on me. Anything good to reward you with. How about giving me your pistol?" Duguang ventured tentatively. Jiang Yexian shot him a sidelong glance. "You've got guts to ask. Even if I gave it to you, would you dare to take it? Such standard issue equipment must be prohibited from being transferred casually," Duguang reasoned after a brief pause. "You wouldn't actually give it to me anyway." "Interesting." Jiang Yexian's eyes lit up. "It's been a while since I met someone this intriguing." She raised her arm and gave a crisp, commanding order into her communicator. "Chaoxian squad, assemble at the northern plaza of the Huaishu realm within an hour." She then turned to Duguang, her bright eyes gleaming with a smile. "How about adding a beast master as a friend? My friend slots are pricey." "Just kidding. You can add me after you put down the beast ball." The two quickly completed the friend request process. As Jiang Yexian was about to leave, Duguang called out to her, "Captain Jiang, enforcers wouldn't mistreat pet beasts, would they?" "I noticed that little wolf cub seemed terrified of the uniforms." Jiang Yexian immediately summoned her electromagnetic monster. Her pistol, enveloped in a faint glow, emitted electromagnetic interference, amplifying its power instantly. Duguang scanned the beast with his Beastmaster wristband, which displayed electromagnetic monster, electric magnetic mechanical attributes, extraordinary height ear, low-tier leader species, possessing special skills like electric terrain and mechanical reinforcement and evolution of the magnemite. While gently stroking the screw atop the electromagnetic monster's head, Jiang Yexian said firmly, "Pet beasts are our comrades. The military has zero tolerance for any abuse. If discovered, the offender will be punished severely." "That's reassuring," Duguang nodded. "If you ever notice anything like that, whether it's my subordinates or not, you can contact me directly," Jiang Yexian added before recalling her electromagnetic monster. Maintaining public order and harmony between humans and their companion beasts in Jianghe City is everyone's responsibility and duty. Jiang Yexian reminded, "If you notice any violations in Jianghe City, you can report them directly on the Beastmaster official website or inform me to handle it." "Of course, I'm a model citizen," Duguang replied with a smile. "Just last night, I saved a struggling luolu tree." Jiang Yexian deftly tucked the shrunken beast ball back into her tactical pouch and turned northward. After a few steps, she suddenly stopped and said meaningfully, "If you formed a contract with a companion beast from the secret realm, don't forget to register it at the secret realm management hall." Hidden in the satchel, Xue Runian thought to herself. "This enforcer's keen insight is truly remarkable." "Understood," Duguang answered briefly. Jiang Yexian turned around, waving as she said, "I hope to see your rare-colored companion beast in this year's Beast Master tournament. With some luck, we might even face off as opponents." "That depends on what the little one decides," Duguang replied with a slight smirk. "Oh, how gentle," Jiang Yexian teased, raising two fingers to her temple in a mock salute. "See you around." With a graceful leap, she disappeared into the forest under the cover of night. "Come out," Duguang said to the satchel. Xue Runian slowly emerged, curling into a fluffy white ball in front of Duguang. He efficiently stored the gathered herbs and tree fruits into the satchel, slinging it over his shoulder. As the electromagnetic field created by the electromagnetic beast completely dissipated, the oppressive sensation vanished. Only then did the little wolf cub stand tall, gazing in the direction where Jiang Yexian had departed. "So strong. I think there's a move in the TM collection called Frost Terrain, right? Let's go." "Time to leave the summer secret realm," Duguang said with a smile. At the exit of the secret realm management hall, beast masters who had completed their trials arrived one after another to register. Those who finished the registration waited outside the purification room, preparing to undergo purification techniques. Inside the purification room, novice beast masters took turns summoning their companion beasts, waiting quietly. Through the one-way glass, they couldn't see what was happening inside. In a bright little room behind the Staffanly passage in the hall, a young girl named Chi-Chi was performing purification techniques. Mantra. Curse removal, she chanted repeatedly. With each invocation, a water character appeared in front of the beast masters and their companion beasts, then dissolved into a faint glow of water that merged into their bodies. All purified. Next. Chi-Chi casually waved to signal the next group. Beside her, a small scribe beast was diligently writing on the desk. Although the desk seemed a bit large for it, the creature meticulously wielded its brush, carefully drawing water symbols. Chi-Chi explained that the first curse removal was for the purification room, while the second was to let the scribe beast write talismans for the beast control core. Mantra. Curse Remokov. Wait a second. My throat's dry. Let me drink some water first. When a new group of beast masters entered, Chi-Chi had to pause. The novice beast masters looked up in surprise. Your throat's hoarse? How many people have you purified? Does your companion beast have infinite stamina? After sipping some water to clear her throat, Chi-Chi resumed her chanting. Mantra. Curse removal. Seeing that no newcomers were entering for the moment, Chi-Chi checked the surveillance feed. A few people were still registering at the front desk, so it seemed the work wouldn't end anytime soon. She stood up, showing no signs of fatigue, brimming with energy instead. Little scribe beast, keep it up. Write faster. Chi-Chi cheered for her companion beast, pumping her fists. Whether we can earn enough for your TM and evolution materials depends on today. I'll do my best. The little scribe beast responded earnestly. In the pitch-black depths of the summer secret realm, Duguang held a struggling wolf cub by the scruff of its neck, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Still trying to run? Xue Runian. I swear I wasn't trying to escape this time. The wolf cub whimpered pitifully. Put me down, will you? I give up. I just needed to, relieve myself. Duguang gently placed the wolf cub on the ground. The little creature quickly darted to a nearby tree to take care of its business before trotting back to Duguang. Are you sure you don't want me to carry you? Duguang asked, glancing down at the wolf cub. I mean, watching your four little legs trying to keep up with my long strides is exhausting just to look at. Seeing the wolf cub hesitate, Duguang crouched down and extended his hand towards Xue Runian. Or, how about coming into my acupoint sanctuary? I'll let you out once we reach the exit. Xue Runian silently pondered this. Acupoint sanctuary. It sounded like the ancient version of the modern beast-taming space. In modern cultivation, people developed alternate spaces within their minds, but the ancients seemed to create spatial sanctuaries within their body's acupoints instead. Shaking his head, Xue Runian opted to climb onto Duguang's shoulder instead. Entering any kind of space or beast-taming sphere would be a blow to his pride was his last stubborn stand. Duguang activated the illumination function on his beast-tamer's wristband, its faint glow helping him navigate the dark terrain. This way, the wolf cub murmured drowsily, pointing ahead. His voice was thick with fatigue. He hadn't closed his eyes for nearly 30 hours and was already dreaming of a good, long sleep once they left the secret realm. Duguang paused, removing his cap. Here, sleep in this for a bit. I'll wake you when we get there. What do you think? I'm some kind of pet? The wolf cub grumbled, his words slurring as he succumbed to his exhaustion. So sleepy. Since you're offering. With that, he curled up into a fluffy ball inside the cap. Holding the cap gently with both hands, Duguang slowed his pace, walking more smoothly to avoid disturbing the cub. In the darkness, the faint light from his wristband flickered like a tiny flame, drawing the attention of powerful beasts. Some predators watched him closely, while others simply ignored him as he passed through their territories. Thanks to Duguang's exceptional affinity with beasts, most decided to either abandon their interest or turn a blind eye to his presence. After about an hour, the sprawling buildings of the Secret Realm Management Bureau finally came into view. Originally designed to offer around-the-clock services such as missions, medical care, and team formations, only the Beast Medical Center was operational at this late hour. It had taken over an hour to walk from the western side of the realm to the central exit. By comparison, the Northern Enforcement Squad led by Jang required their team to regroup within an impressive testament to their extraordinary efficiency and strength. Duguang glanced down at the wolf cub nestled in his cap, about to wake him, when a voice responded, I wasn't really asleep. Just resting my eyes for a bit. The little wolf cub's pure white tail slipped nimbly out of the small opening at the back of the hat, gently swaying from time to time. Little wolf cub, when we meet others later, could you help me save some face? Duguang said, lifting his arm. Xue Runian paused for a moment before understanding what he meant. You mean you want me to make it look like we're close? The little wolf cub sighed softly. Faced with the ever-gentle and soft-spoken Duguang, Xue Runian, who always responded better to kindness than force, had no choice but to relent. He climbed out of the hat and nimbly perched on Duguang's arm. All right, how's this? If it works, I'm going to take another nap. Duguang chuckled as he folded the baseball cap and stuffed it into his already bulging satchel. Supporting the little wolf cub with one hand, he strode confidently into the secret realm management hall. The exit hall was staffed by a single uniformed worker. Upon seeing the unusual colored pet beast in Duguang's arms, a flicker of surprise crossed the worker's eyes. However, professional restraint kept him silent as he simply pointed towards the vortex-like teleportation gate leading out of the secret realm. Passing through the gate, Duguang arrived at the reception desk, where a young receptionist greeted him. "Welcome. Please place the resources collected in the secret realm here. Someone will assist with the inventory." She recited her routine lines before glancing up and catching sight of the pure white wolf cub in Duguang's arms. Her expression froze. Did he find an Icewind wolf cub? No, wait. Aren't Icewind wolves exclusive to the Xian Winter secret realm? Is this a rare variant? In the hall, several regular beast tamers who had already completed their resource inventory were waiting for purification. A few others lounged in the resting area, chatting or feeding their pet beasts. A boy, around 15 or 16, happened to glance over and spotted Xue Runian. He exclaimed loudly, "A rare variant beast." The entire hall fell silent in an instant. Calmly, Duguang retrieved his hat and placed it back on, leaving only the lower half of his face visible, adding an air of mystery. The little wolf cub tilted his head to look up at him. "That move, kind of cool, huh? I might have to try that sometime." The silence lasted barely 2 seconds before the hall erupted into chaos. "No way. Is this for real? What kind of insane luck is that? Let me take a look." I knew the moment this guy walked in. He's definitely extraordinary. That little wolf cub? I can't even. Before the last person could finish, everyone turned to look at him. Under their collective gaze, he awkwardly fell silent. I mean, it's my first time seeing a rare variant. Got a little excited, that's all. With the secret realm being a closed-off space, there were only about a dozen people in the hall, yet 6 or 7 of them surged toward Duguang. A nearby enforcer, holding a walkie-talkie, barked sternly, "No shouting in the secret realm hall. Maintain order." He pointed at a few individuals who had rushed over from the resting area. "You lot have already been purified. Back to your seats." Even so, his eyes couldn't help but dart toward Xue Runian. The few teens who'd just been purified reluctantly shuffled back to the resting area, casting wistful glances at Duguang's upright figure. Meanwhile, 2 or 3 others gathered close, marveling at the snowy-haired bundle in his arms. "Oh my gosh, it's so beautiful." The little wolf cub squinted its blue vertical pupils and shrank its head further into Duguang's arms. The curious gazes from the surrounding crowd made it uneasy. A novice trainer, eyes sparkling with excitement, looked at Xue Runian and politely asked Duguang, "Hi, can I take a picture of it? It's just so adorable." Duguang glanced at the wolf cub in his arms. Seeing Xue Runian shake its head, he replied gently but firmly, "Sorry, no." Although disappointed, the young trainer stayed nearby, watching the fluffy creature with envy. Suddenly, a middle-aged adventurer approached and reached out to pat Duguang's shoulder, but the latter skillfully dodged. Unbothered, the man exclaimed loudly, "Hey, buddy, your exotic-colored beast is really handsome. Let me pet it, will you?" Xue Runian lifted its small head and glared at him coldly, thinking, "Who do you think you are? Daring to touch me?" Duguang maintained a calm tone. "Sorry, it's very shy and doesn't like strangers touching it." Question mark. Xue Runian turned to look at Duguang, already plotting in its mind the most efficient way to take him down if necessary. The middle-aged man wiped his shiny forehead and persisted, "It won't hurt. Just bring it over and let me pet it. Being shy won't take a piece of its fur. I've never had the chance to touch such a rare creature in all my years." Nearby, a law enforcer frowned. The man's loud voice and disregard for the public setting were drawing attention. Duguang slightly raised his head, a glint of danger flashing in his obsidian-like eyes beneath the brim of his hat. "Since you didn't quite understand, let me put it another way. If you touch it, it'll be angry." Under Duguang's imposing aura, the man instinctively took half a step back, but then stubbornly retorted, "It's just a touch." Duguang's voice turned icy. "If it were willing to let you touch it, I wouldn't stop you. Clearly, with your conduct, you're not worthy." Xue Runian yawned in agreement. With one hand supporting the little wolf cub and the other raised protectively, Duguang continued, "Want to try? See if you can even get close to it. Harassing a bonded beast in a public space? 7 days of detention and a deduction of 50 Beastmaster points. Think carefully." The law enforcer's gaze had already shifted toward them. 2 nearby teenagers were stunned, not expecting Duguang to be this assertive. The middle-aged man stammered, You, what's the matter? Lost for words? Can only spit out single syllables? Or is your vocabulary limited to curse words?" Duguang retorted sharply. The man glanced nervously at the law enforcer, then blustered, "What's so special about this? So what if you've bonded with an exotic-colored beast? You're just an ordinary college student. I was exploring secret realms when you were still playing in the mud." Bringing up age again? Duguang shot back without hesitation. Yes, I'm just an ordinary college student. But may I ask, at your age, why are you still stuck in a beginner's secret realm? Did you waste all your prime years doing nothing? This verbal takedown left the middle-aged man speechless. Chi-Chi, watching the scene unfold through the surveillance system, cleared her throat and spoke into the microphone. Ahem, purification is ready. Next, please. The man glared at Du Guang furiously and, before stepping into the purification chamber, turned back to throw one last venomous remark. Huh, it's just luck. Du Guang sneered as he watched the man walk into the purification room, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. I don't even care. There are plenty of rare-colored beasts out there. Other secret realms have them too. When my luck turns, I'll catch one myself. He shook his head slightly, sighing inwardly. This man tries to appease the beast when it gets upset, but expects others to foot the bill for what he wants. Saying something like, catch one only guarantees he'll never earn the little wolf cub's friendship. The middle-aged man strode into the purification room, plopped down with his legs spread wide, his face full of discontent. Chi-Chi's voice came through the microphone. Please summon your contracted beast. The man impatiently tossed the beast ball onto the ground. His injured beast appeared despite the fact that the beast medical center was right by the secret realm's exit. He hadn't even bothered with basic treatment. Hurry up, I've got things to do, he demanded, his eyes gleaming with a desire to cause trouble for Duguang. Behind the one-way glass wall, Chi-Chi calmly observed the scene. In such a rush? All right then. She turned and called out, Chi-Chi, little scholar, stop writing and come here. Little Scholara, third sentimental energy manifestation, holding its large calligraphy brush floated lightly over to Chi-Chi's side. Chi-Chi grasped the brush, ink swirling in the air as she commanded with a clear voice, water official. Banish calamity. Special technique. Curse word. The gentle water character energy infused itself into the beast, soothing its injuries. At the same time, a massive water sphere, half a meter in diameter and radiating an oppressive aura, formed in front of Chi-Chi. The water sphere shot through the glass wall like a cannonball, slamming into the middle-aged man's chest. Oi! Ah! The man fell to the ground, writhing in pain, his screams echoing through the purification room. Thanks to the excellent soundproofing, not a single noise escaped outside. Well, you did ask for it to be quick. Consider this an advanced purification you're welcome. Chi-Chi placed her hands on her hips and muttered softly, Umitba, blessings upon you. She then handed the large brush back to Little Scholar. See? That's what it means to return good for evil. Little Scholar nodded as if it understood. The energy fluctuations in the purification room exceeded the warning threshold, prompting an inquiry over the intercom. Officer, is everything all right? Nothing to worry about, Chi-Chi replied calmly. Just someone who wanted me to speed things up. Huh. We're so sorry, officer. That's our fault for not explaining properly. He didn't give you any trouble, did he? Chi-Chi glanced at the man still writhing on the floor in agony. No trouble at all. I granted his request, and now he's so moved he's rolling on the ground. The man's purification was indeed quick, but his beasts took a little longer. Chi-Chi kindly extended the duration of the process. By the time the man was drenched in sweat, lying on the floor as if he'd shed a layer of skin, his beast was fully healed and brimming with energy. Too intimidated to confront an official staff member, the man silently recalled his beast into its ball and slunk out of the summer secret realms hall. He retreated to a corner, pulling out his phone. Hello? Manager Wang? Yes, it's me. I've got some big news to share. Right now, in the summer secret realm, someone just contracted a rare-colored beast. Yes, right now. In the hall. His tone turned ingratiating. Yes. I guarantee it. Its quality is top-notch. You just need to pass this information to the Jang family. It'll earn you some favor with them. Oh, and make sure to tell them that Beastmaster's attitude was extremely arrogant. All I ask is a small promotion, thank you. Thank you, sir. The middle-aged man hung up, a dark expression clouding his face. If I can't have it, then neither can you. He stepped into a shop across the hall, peering through the glass, ready to relish the chaos about to unfold. In the secret realm management hall, Duguang had just taken off his satchel and placed it on the counter when the receptionist, Tanghua, lit up with admiration in her eyes. Hello, Duguang greeted politely, noticing her name tag. Oh. Tanghua snapped back to reality, her gaze lingering briefly on Xue Runian before saying, I'll help you tally up your harvest from the secret realm. Please wait a moment. While Tanghua was busy counting, a young boy who hadn't had a chance to speak earlier mustered up the courage to step forward. In a timid voice he asked, Excuse me, may I take a picture with your pet beast? Duguang glanced at Xue Runian, who subtly shook his head. Sorry, I can't help with that, Duguang apologized. The two boys looked disappointed, but just then, Chi-Chi's voice came through the broadcast. Next, please. With that, They turned and headed for the purification room. Several medicinal herbs, one kapok fruit, one shell fruit, one sandy soil fruit, and one red leaf fruit, correct? Tangwa asked while sorting through the items. These fruits usually grow in clusters. Why is there only one of each? These were all gifts from a chipmunk, Duguang explained with a smile. A chipmunk gave them to you? Tangwa's eyes lit up. Her smile widened as she glanced at the little wolf cub in Duguang's arms. This unusual colored pet beast must have a great relationship with you. Yes, it does, Duguang replied with a polite smile, though inwardly he was wincing. The wolf cub's claws were on the verge of shredding his clothes. Please place the pet beast you contracted in the secret realm here, and I'll scan it for you, Tangwa instructed. Xue Runian gracefully stepped onto the counter, immediately capturing Tangwa's attention. Wow, it's so beautiful, she exclaimed, admiring the wolf cub's balanced physique, pointed ears, piercing blue vertical pupils, and swishing tail. Xue Runian seemed to bask in the praise. Finally, someone wasn't calling him cute. As the beast space array activated, a cylindrical candy jar materialized in front of Tangwa. It was an evolved form of a healing and augmenting pet beast. The candy jar greeted them with a peculiar sound, its large eyes and small mouth on the jar itself piquing Xue Runian's curiosity. Here, have some candy. The candy jar closed its eyes and concentrated, propelling a soft candy toward the wolf cub with its telekinetic power. Xue Runian caught it and took a tentative bite, his eyes lighting up instantly. If not for the presence of others, he might have hugged this candy-making pet beast on the spot. Duguang stood to the side, sensing the waves of joy coming through their contract bond, as he watched Tangwa activate the scanning device. It's so well-behaved, standing perfectly still, Tangwa remarked, her eyes filled with affection as she looked at the wolf cub on the counter. Duguang didn't respond. In his opinion, it wasn't obedience, it was intelligence. Jang family residence. A blue-haired boy sat on a leather sofa, his long fingers lightly adjusting the wireless earphone at his ear. His eyes sparkled with amusement, as if he were pondering something entertaining. The summer secret realm? An exotic pet beast found? The beast tamer has a terrible attitude? The boy chuckled softly. That's not a big deal. That pet beast won't belong to him for much longer anyway. Jiang Zhuochen stood up gracefully, dressed in a sleek black suit, and snapped his fingers crisply. Prepare the car. Take me to retrieve my second exotic pet beast. The servant beside him immediately bowed and responded, Yes, young master. Meanwhile, in the secret realm management hall, Tangwa was watching the scanning process of Xue Runian, the little wolf cub. She couldn't resist the urge to reach out and touch it several times. Finally, she turned to Duguang and asked softly, Can I pet it? Duguang glanced at the little wolf cub, who was still chewing on a piece of candy. Sensing the cub's conflicted emotions through their bond, he chuckled and relayed, It says you can. Xue Runian muttered to himself, You sly guy. Using me to pick up girls, huh? But since this candy is so delicious, I'll let it slide. Tangwa cautiously extended 2 fingers and gently stroked the little wolf cub's back while the scanning continued. Seeing that the cub didn't resist, she gradually used all 4 fingers. Xue Runian squinted his eyes, purring contentedly, thinking to himself that this young lady had quite the skilled touch. Are you from the breeding department too? Duguang noticed her adept movements. No, I'm from the medical department, just working part-time here. Tangwa continued to pet the little wolf cub as she explained. Our curriculum also includes training on how to care for different pet beasts. Once the scan was complete, Tangwa reluctantly withdrew her hand. Please place your beast tamer wristband here, she instructed. Duguang complied. You've registered as a beast tamer specializing in light and wood elements, Tangwa said, reviewing the holographic screen. Are you sure you want to bond with this exotic earth and ice element wolf cub? Duguang's lips curved into a slight smile. My beast taming talent is affinity. My beast haven can nurture pet beasts of all elements. Tangwa's eyes lit up again. While affinity wasn't a combat-oriented talent, it was highly valuable for support roles, and more importantly, it allowed for the nurturing of multi-elemental pet beasts. Additionally, a beast tamer's talent often reflected their personality to some degree, which explained why the chipmunk had offered him a tree fruit earlier. Xue Runian side-eyed Duguang, muttering internally, Liar. Keep lying. Although Duguang didn't glance at the wolf cub, he could guess what it was thinking. He wasn't lying, just withholding the full truth. His talent was universal affinity. After completing the registration process, Tangwa said, The little wolf cub is now officially registered. I recommend taking it to a pet beast medical center for a checkup first. If you plan to train it as a battle pet, remember to visit the Beast Tamer Association for a potential assessment. Ranking on the potential list can earn you monthly rewards. Understood. Duguang removed his hat, allowing Xue Runian to step inside. He gently cradled the cub in his hands. Tangwa watched this heartwarming scene and smiled sweetly. Once everyone else finishes the purification process, it'll be your turn. After leaving the purification chamber, The little wolf cub will officially be yours. Yours? What yours? Xue Runian shifted slightly. Once we leave this hall, you should say our partnership is over. And then, Tangwa drew out her words playfully. And then, Tangwa raised her wrist toward Duguang. Add me as a beast-tamer friend? Duguang pondered for a moment. My friend's slots are quite valuable. Here we go again. Xue Runian rolled his eyes internally. Tangwa's slender fingers deftly picked a pink gummy candy from the jar and held it out toward the little wolf cub's mouth. Xue Runian instinctively opened his mouth to catch it, but then froze. He quickly realized was currently in human form. How could he accept food like a mere pet? Resolutely, he turned his head away. A flicker of surprise flashed in Tangwa's eyes. She clearly hadn't expected the little wolf cub, who had been eating so enthusiastically moments ago, to suddenly refuse a treat. She thought to herself, this pet truly has an extraordinary bond with its beast master. Xue Runian turned to look at Duguang, curious about his reaction. Duguang, however, remained in his usual contemplative pose, as if nothing in the world could disturb this broodingly handsome man. I work at the Pet Medical Center as a healing class beastmaster, Tangwa said with a smile. If you add me as a friend, you'll get discounts for treatments here. What's your beastmaster ID? Duguang asked immediately. Classic you old do. Xue Runian chuckled inwardly. As Duguang and Tangwa exchanged contact information, a crisp voice rang out over the intercom. It was Chi-Chi. Next, please. Duguang glanced at the little wolf cub, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Looks like we arrived just in time. Quite the coincidence. Xue Runian scoffed. Otherwise, how would I have run into you? Duguang stepped into the pristine purification chamber. The walls were white and spotless, with a single chair placed in the center and a camera installed in the corner. Through the one-way glass, those outside could see everything happening inside. Duguang settled into the chair, placed his hat on the ground, and let the little wolf cub emerge from inside. As the fluffy white ball shook out its fur and revealed itself, Chi-Chi suddenly let out a piercing scream. I'm dead. Her outburst startled everyone in the secret realm management hall. Quickly adjusting the microphone to limit its range to the purification chamber, Chi-Chi clutched her chest and exclaimed, "This is way too cool. I've never seen such a stunning pet before." Hearing this, Xue Runian perked up instantly. Exactly. Finally, someone with taste. Duguang glanced at the smug little wolf cub and teased. Be honest, did you brainwash her or something? Xue Runian wagged his tail proudly. This is just my undeniable wolfly charm. Chi-Chi calmed herself, then spoke into the microphone. Please remain seated. The purification process will begin shortly. She turned and waved at a small scholar-like figure, diligently drawing symbols in the corner. Little scribe, over here. The little scribe put down its brush and floated over to Chi-Chi, clutching the pin tightly. Its papercraft appearance and eerie floating movement brought to mind its potential evolution into the cursed spirit calligrapher. Encountering it unexpectedly at night would indeed be terrifying. However, in its current form, the little scribe had an unusually gentle demeanor. Chi-Chi picked up the brush and said to the little scribe, "Watch closely, we're about to give them a big gift." Although the little scribe couldn't speak, its paper face showed a serious expression as it nodded solemnly. In an instant, a surge of powerful energy swept through the room, lifting Chi-Chi's hair. The emerald green brush soaked in ink, its tip darkening from white to black, radiating an astonishing energy. Chi-Chi stood in front of the purification chamber, her gaze passing through the glass panel to fall on Duguang and Xue Runian. With a solemn expression, she raised her brush and waved it in the air, forming a character far larger than the half-meter water symbol she had created earlier. The unique energy of ink and water swirled in the air, connecting with the forces of nature as countless elements converged within it. The corners of her lips curved up slightly as she glanced at Xue Runian. With a light tap of her finger, she declared, "Incantation. Forgiveness." A massive character for Earth shimmered in the air, carrying a dense aura of Earth energy before silently merging into the ground. Inside the purification chamber, Duguang, who had been waiting, suddenly felt the floor tremble. An overwhelming surge of Earth energy engulfed both him and his companion. Duguang immediately sensed something unusual. He distinctly remembered that the symbol he had received earlier was for water, emitting water-based energy. Jang had mentioned that the purification effects of the chamber and the talisman should align. Xue Runian, on the other hand, felt the change even more directly. The endless influx of Earth elements into her body rapidly deepened her understanding and mastery of Earth energy. The intermediate-level technique, Earth Split Claw, was now within her grasp. Amid the swirling dust, Duguang stood up and asked, "Is this how purification works for everyone?" "Nope," Chi-Chi cheerfully replied through the intercom. "Since you're the last one, I thought I'd celebrate the end of my shift by giving you a premium purification. Makes sense, doesn't it?" Just as Duguang was about to respond, his wristband vibrated with a notification. Your little earth wolf has leveled up. Watching Xue Runian absorb the energy with intense focus, he couldn't help but smile. This purification master was unexpectedly lively and amusing. Well, thank you, he said warmly through the glass wall. You're very welcome. Chi-Chi cupped her hands around her mouth like a megaphone. But if you want to thank someone, thank your little earth wolf. As Chi-Chi exhaled deeply, preparing to return the brush, a familiar female voice echoed from the workroom. Chi-Chi, why is the energy fluctuation so far above the threshold this time? It's fine. I just used a super purification, Chi-Chi explained with her hands on her hips. It was for the last Beastmaster. Plus, the talismans for Little Scribe are all done. Most importantly, that rare-colored little earthwolf is just too adorable. I'm in a great mood today. Rare-colored little earthwolf? Zhang Yexian's voice carried a hint of surprise. So, you've met that Beastmaster too? She paused, realizing she'd asked an obvious question. What, you're allowed to meet them, and I'm not? Chi-Chi retorted, tilting her head. What does the little earthwolf look like? Send me a picture. Trade me the Beastmaster's contact info for it. Deal. Chi-Chi immediately picked up the intercom. Hey, Duguang, right? Remember this, I'm Chi-Chi. Check your wristband for a friend request later. Duguang was about to mention the issue of limited friend slots, but Chi-Chi cut him off. Not cheap, huh? Totally get it. There'll be plenty more purification talismans coming your way. Deal. Duguang agreed without hesitation. In the workspace, Chi-Chi raised her hand and drew a summoning formation in ink-like strokes, enveloping the little page boy within it. 2 seconds later, the formation dissipated, and the little page boy had returned to the beast space. The girl stood up, casually tucking a strand of hair behind her ear and brushing the creases on her clothing. In the corner, the small desk meant for the page boy vanished, stored away in a piece of spatial equipment. She gazed at the one-way glass wall. Despite the dust swirling inside the purification chamber, her eyes seemed to pierce through the barrier, focusing intently on the little wolf cub within. Naming the runes for special linguistic techniques always required careful consideration. As for the meaning behind the word pardon and what crime it referred to, only Chi-Chi herself seemed to know. At that moment, a faint sound came from her spatial equipment. It was the small black communicator. Without shifting her gaze from the purification chamber, Chi-Chi first turned off the workspace's microphone and speakers, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, then clicked to answer. Codename Madman, came a deliberately lowered male voice, making it nearly impossible to identify the speaker. Chi-Chi glanced at the time displayed on her Beastmaster wristband and replied calmly, passphrase. Scarlet Flames of Dawn. Chi-Chi, what's going on? The lunchbox mission failed, and its whereabouts are unknown. Cancel all operations related to Jianghe City. Pass on the word to breakfast and midnight snack. Be cautious for the time being. Understood. As soon as the communication ended, the black communicator was tucked back into her spatial equipment. Chi-Chi reflected silently. This game of spies within spies, much like how the fireworks squad maintained legitimate businesses, was a tangled web of deception. Not everyone in the squad was a villain. As for the true identities of breakfast and midnight snack, she had her suspicions. Speaking of which, Kiki's personal information had a confidentiality level higher than that of the entire summer secret realm. No one knew the specifics of her abilities, why she had suddenly appeared here, or why she willingly took on the role of an ordinary purifier. But to her, the goal had already been achieved. In her eyes, the image of a clock hand appeared, pointing toward the so-called direction of destiny. She murmured softly, I've paved the way for you. Feeling unsatisfied, she repeated the words. The clock in her eyes dissolved into ink and vanished. Suddenly, she chuckled to herself, coming up with such a cheesy line. Classic me. After the purification was complete, the chamber returned to a pristine state, the floor spotless as if the prior chaos had been an illusion. However, both Duguang and the little wolf cub were covered in a thick layer of dust. At this moment, the little wolf truly looked like a little dirt wolf. Duguang glanced up at the glass wall, raising an eyebrow meaningfully. He said nothing, yet it felt as though he had said everything. Chi-Chi cleared her throat lightly, leaned closer to the microphone, and explained in a serious tone. The dust on you is a sign of an overabundance of earth elements. You weren't able to absorb all of it. But don't worry, it's harmless. Just wash it off when you get back. Xue Runian took a few steps, trying to shake off the dust clinging to him, only to discover that the sand-like particles formed by the elements were incredibly difficult to remove. As long as the energy remained, the particles would keep regenerating, making him feel thoroughly uncomfortable. Purification is complete. You can leave now, Chi-Chi announced cheerfully. Happy end of shift. Xue Runian stared at Chi-Chi thoughtfully. You must have slipped up somewhere. Duguang silently adjusted his hat. The little wolf cub shook itself twice, but failed to rid its fur of the dust. Left with no other choice, it curled up into a dirt-colored ball inside a hat. Standing by the glass window of the purification room, Duguang felt his throat dry as if filled with sand. In a slightly hoarse voice, he muttered, "Thank you," before pushing the door open and stepping out. Outside, the staff stared in shock at the sight before them. Duguang was covered head to toe in a thick layer of dust, looking as though he had just emerged from a sandstorm. Holding the equally dusty hat in his hands, he left a clear trail of sandy footprints on the pristine floor of the lobby with every step. Reaching the lounge area, Duguang sat down and placed the hat on the table, instantly leaving a layer of dust on the once clean surface. He lowered his head and coughed twice, sending a cloud of dust into the air. A few curious tourists who had initially wanted to stay and watch the wolf cub were now stunned, whispering among themselves and speculating whether there was some unresolved conflict between this purifier and the beast tamer. Xue Runian rolled out of the hat. The master and pet stared at each other in silence, seemingly both reflecting on what could only be described as an advanced purification. Meanwhile, in the workspace, Chi-Chi pulled up the surveillance footage and focused on the dusty pair. She snapped a photo and nodded in satisfaction before sending it to Zhang Yexian via the beast tamer's wristband. Question mark. Zhang Yexian replied with a single question mark. The loudspeaker in the workspace crackled to life again. Super purification? This isn't purification, it looks more like being buried alive. Captain Jiang, are you free to talk? I have something to discuss, Chi-Chi asked, glancing up. One moment. After a brief pause, the sound of wind came through the speaker before it quieted. Go ahead. Zhang Jia, the Flamefire team actually invited me once, Chi-Chi said. There was a short silence on the other end before Zhang Yexian responded. It's no big deal. They invited me too. It's pretty common, most skilled beast tamers receive invitations. It means your abilities are recognized. Xiaohua Feihong, Chi-Chi suddenly said. Zhang Yexian went silent for a full 5 seconds. I'm the madman. What about you? Chi-Chi asked nonchalantly. So it really was you? Zhang Yexian exclaimed in shock. Does this mean all the senior members of the Flamefire team are actually from the association? Their leader must have it rough. His subordinates are constantly plotting against him. Who would have thought the officer crashing the party was you, and the Flamefire team officer was also you? I was already planning how to handle his ashes. Chi-Chi coughed lightly. Well, what a coincidence. By the way, I have a message to relay. The boxed meal mission failed, and all plans in Jianghe City have been cancelled. Also, a reminder: be careful with breakfast and midnight snacks these days. I knew you'd be involved. So, are you breakfast or a midnight snack? I'm both, Zhang Yexian replied in an oddly amused tone. Tha ha ha ha. Oh my god. Chi-Chi couldn't hold back her laughter. With a loud crash, the chair tipped backward, and the girl fell heavily to the ground. Chi-Chi, are you alright? Zhang Yexian asked with concern. Ha ha ha. Chi-Chi burst into laughter as she lay on the floor. I'm perfectly fine. You're something else, Zhang Yexian. She laughed while getting back to her feet. So, you're saying that in the entire Jianghe City fireworks team, the only senior members and leaders left are just the two of us? Zhang Yexian nodded. It seems, yes. Unstoppable. Chi-Chi waved her hands excitedly. Do you believe it? Just the two of us. We can turn the Jianghe City fireworks team into a unique organization dabbling in the shadows but still harmonious and orderly. As pure as it gets. That way, both the bright and dark sides of Jianghe City will be under control. This plan has actually been in motion for some time, Zhang Yexian said calmly. Given the fireworks team's immense production capacity and mobilization power, if we can contribute to society, it would be a great achievement. Got it. Chi-Chi replied cheerfully. Do whatever you want. Go big. Just pretend this fireworks team leader doesn't exist, and all the credit is yours. Zhang Yexian steadied his thoughts, thinking to himself that having a leader like Chi-Chi was truly a blessing for all of Jianghe City. In that case, you should already know about the lunchbox plan, right? All the smuggling researchers have been caught, but the whereabouts of the new Beastmaster rings are still unknown, and the count of genetic serums doesn't match. Chi-Chi pondered for a moment. That's not a big issue. I've already found the Beastmaster rings, and as long as they don't appear on the black market, it'll be fine. Just make sure the genetic serums are securely stored. The investigation team can keep searching, but I doubt they'll find much. We just need to close the summer secret realm for a few days to confirm no pet beasts have been contaminated by the serums, and then we can reopen it. Impressive. No wonder you're an official sent by the Management Bureau. Zhang Yexian whistled. Don't say that, Chi-Chi chuckled. I'm just a novice beastmaster who enjoys being in the thick of things. In the resting area, others quietly stepped back a few paces when they saw Duguang and the little wolf cub covered in dust. A young boy hesitated before stepping forward and handing Duguang a bottle of mineral water. Duguang took a few sips, finally relieving the dryness in his throat. Thank you. Xue Runian walked backward with her eyes closed on a white table, while the little wolf cub shook its head, trying to shake the sand out of its ears. The traces of sand on the hall floor where Duguang had walked gradually faded as the energy dissipated, but the dust on him and Xue Runian only increased due to the energy surplus. Duguang lowered his head in thought. The energy used in this purification was enough to drain a mid-level beastmaster. Seeing the little wolf cub writhing uncomfortably on the table and shaking its body, causing another wave of dust, he reached out his hand but hesitated. Instead, he pulled a paper talisman from his sleeve and silently focused on the word water written on it. Chi-Chi stared at the charm in her hand, pondering. Hiding charms in the sleeve was inspired by Jiang Yexian's idea. If I recite the spell of dispelling misfortune now, it should cleanse it of the earth element. It might be a bit wasteful, but her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden voice from the workshop speaker. By the way, are all the charms the investigation team needs for the next few days ready? Jiang Yexian's voice came through the speaker. Chi-Chi glanced at the neatly arranged water element charms in the corner and replied softly, "They're ready." She couldn't help but mutter under her breath, "This infinite energy ability is really useful, too bad it's not mine. I'll have to return it once I'm done." Raising her voice, she called out to the speaker, 300 in total, enough for a week. Not a single point of the payment can be missing. I still need to save up evolution materials for my little scribe. Don't worry, the Bureau will purchase your charms at market price. Jiang Yexian responded decisively, then added, "But as far as I know, the evolution materials for your little scribe shouldn't require that many points, right?" Chi-Chi sighed dramatically. To raise its species level cap, I have no choice but to prepare the very best materials. Wow, Zhanghe City's finest beast tamer. Jiang Yexian teased with a laugh. If you're missing any materials, let me know. I'll have the team keep an eye out. Mem, Chi-Chi replied casually. Suddenly, Jiang Yexian seemed to remember something. Oh, by the way, the method to activate the charms is still reciting. Chi-Chi's expression changed drastically. Don't recite. There are still a few dozen charms left that haven't been fully sealed. Spell of dispelling misfortune, right? Before he finished speaking, the dozens of charms in the workshop suddenly floated into the air, emitting a faint blue glow. They transformed into water symbols, forming a rotating shield of text around Chi-Chi. Jiang Yexian, Chi-Chi's voice trembled. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Yexian immediately cut off the communication. Meanwhile, Duguang was examining a paper charm in his hand. After a moment of hesitation, he made up his mind. Spell of dispel. Before he could finish, the door to the secret realm management hall's workshop burst open. A sharp female voice echoed through the space. Jiang Yexian, I'm going to kill you. Everyone stared, dumbfounded, as Chi-Chi stormed out of the staff corridor, surrounded by dozens of glowing blue water symbols. She looked like a glowing, human-shaped aquarium. Anyone still in the secret realm management hall? Don't leave. Chi-Chi shouted. Free purification for every you needn't miss out. Everyone gets a share. She summoned her little scribe beast, and with a flick of its brush, she declared, as the water official, I cleanse misfortune and dispel calamity. In an instant, at least 5 water symbols appeared around everyone in the hall. Duguang and Xue Runian were enveloped by over a dozen each. The water element in the air surged wildly. Tangwa felt a damp sensation on the back of her hand and looked up at the ceiling in confusion. Is it raining in the hall? She quickly stashed her candy jar into her beast space. Nearby, the enforcers were dumbstruck. This wasn't an ordinary rain-invoking technikite, was pure water element energy condensed. Faced with this overwhelming energy disparity, they were completely helpless. The next moment, a torrent of water swept through the entire hall, and a burst of blue light erupted. The secret realm of summer was cloaked in night, while Zhanghe City basked in the midday sun. News of the realm's closure had spread since the early hours, and now the streets outside the management hall were nearly deserted. Across the street, a middle-aged man stood inside a shop, peering through the glass window at the entrance to the management hall. A slight frown creased his brow. Was that a flicker of light just now? Maybe someone accidentally turned on the lights? He shook his head and let out a faint, cold chuckle. Just wait, he muttered to himself. When the Jang family arrives, let's see if you can still keep that oddly colored little wolf cub. Inside the hall, at the sound of Kiki's command, disperse, the multi-layered water curtain encasing everyone finally dissolved. The accumulated water on the floor reached ankle-deep, though fortunately, Xue Runian had been perched on the table. Otherwise, the sheer volume of water might have submerged it almost entirely. The earth element clinging to Duguang and Xue Runian had indeed been washed away, but the little wolf cub suddenly coughed up a small mouthful of water. It seemed to have absorbed some water element in the process. The enforcer quickly regained his composure and summoned his own beast to use a clear skies technique, dispersing the lingering water element in the air. The little wolf squinted toward the center of the hall, where a small rainbow had appeared. Xue Runian gently shook itself, its white fur seemingly water-repellent, fluffing up again in no time. Duguang ran a hand through his now-dry hair, lost in thought. It was supposed to be a purification technique, he mused. How did it end up flooding the entire place? His gaze landed on the girl in the center of the hall, panting and clutching a large calligraphy brush. Chi-Chi. The girl didn't respond. Instead, she threw her head back and wailed, "Oh no, it's all ruined. I have to redraw over 70 talismans. 70 whole talismans." Her expression was one of utter despair, as if a dark cloud had descended over her. The enforcer wiped his forehead helplessly. The hall had a strict no-shouting policy, but this was beyond his control. "Chi-Chi," Duguang called again. That's me." Chi-Chi snapped out of her daze and looked toward the little wolf cub on the table. "Oh, hi there. Sorry about meeting like this." The others thought to themselves, "You don't look the least bit sorry." Suddenly, Chi-Chi sprang to her feet. "Since everyone's been thoroughly purified now, I'm heading out. See ya." She dashed toward the Staffanly door, waving at Xue Runian before shutting the door with a loud slam. From behind the door, her anguished cry echoed again. 70 talismans. Ah! Everyone exchanged glances. This staff member was something else. In the workspace, Chi-Chi slumped over a desk, mumbling to herself, "Sorry, infinite energy talent. Looks like I'll be borrowing you for the whole afternoon again." The Huaisu Secret Realm Hall, after its water cleansing, now gleamed with an unusual clarity. Duguang silently thanked the heavens that Beastmaster wristbands were waterproof. Turning to the little wolf cub, he gestured, "Shall we go?" Xue Runian blinked its eyes and tilted its tiny head toward the two teenagers at the adjacent table. "Who they've been staring over here this whole time?" Duguang offered a gentle smile and waved at the pair. "Come on over. It's agreed to let you take pictures." The two boys lit up with excitement, carefully pulling out their phones as they approached. Xue Runian stood proudly on the table, striking its best pose for the camera. "Oh." The sound of camera shutters clicked away. "Can I take a photo with it?" a young boy asked eagerly. The little wolf pup let out a soft woo in its tender voice and nodded cooperatively. Maintaining a professional demeanor, Duguang smiled and said, "Sure, but please don't touch it." He stepped aside to make room for the boy. The boy carefully approached the wolf pup, turning off his phone's flash. 3, 2. Click. The photo was taken. "It's so well behaved," the boy said earnestly, looking at Duguang. Duguang didn't respond. He knew very well that if he agreed with "yes it is," the thin-skinned wolf pup would definitely get upset. Besides, calling it well-behaved wasn't entirely accurate. Clever would be a more fitting description. After politely bidding farewell to Duguang, the two boys left the secret realm management hall. However, they had barely taken a few steps when a uniformed security guard stopped them. "Excuse me, but this street has been reserved. Please leave promptly to avoid any inconvenience," the guard said politely but firmly. The boys exchanged puzzled glances. Reserve the whole street? While this wasn't a commercial hub, the area around the secret realm entrance was still dotted with numerous shops. Sharing a look of mutual confusion, they instinctively felt that something significant might be unfolding. Casting one last glance at the hall, they hurriedly departed. "Let's go." Duguang extended his arm. Xue Runian shot Duguang a sidelong glance, thinking to itself, "The collaboration is almost over, and you're still acting? Oh well, we'll play along for this last scene." It nimbly leapt onto Duguang's arm, poking its head out of his embrace to glance toward the reception desk. Tangwa gave the wolf pup a sweet smile and waved. Duguang nodded in acknowledgement and stepped out of the hall. But they hadn't gone far when two burly men in black suits suddenly blocked their path. "Sorry, but you can't leave just yet." Xue Runian, who had been yawning moments earlier, instantly became alert. Its icy blue slit pupils locked onto the two bodyguards with unwavering focus. Duguang halted, his mind racing. His eyes caught the badges on their chests: professional bodyguards, advanced beast-tamers. With their level of strength, there was no way he could take them on. The two bodyguards, both over 6 feet tall, had expertly sealed off all possible escape routes. Across the street, inside one of the shops, a middle-aged man clenched his fists and muttered excitedly, "Yes, just like that." Duguang furrowed his brows slightly and asked calmly, "What's going on?" "Apologies, we're here on someone's behalf. Someone wants to meet you," one of the bodyguards explained. The street was now completely deserted. A sleek black luxury car, about 7 or 8 meters long, slowly rolled up and stopped across the street. Its streamlined design and matte metallic paint radiated an air of sophistication, exuding an unmistakable aura of wealth even under the overcast sky. The bodyguard stepped aside. Holding the wolf pup in his arms, Duguang stood motionless, his gaze fixed on the luxurious car. A servant stepped out of the vehicle, bowed respectfully, and unfurled a red carpet. The carpet stretched from the car door all the way to Duguang's feet, spanning the entire width of the road. Xue Runian's body tensed, its slit pupils warily fixed on the car with its dark, tinted windows, which revealed nothing of the interior. Duguang gently placed a hand on the wolf pup. Xue Runian shifted slightly, letting out a low woo. Duguang quietly retracted his hand, his eyes locked on the car at the end of the red carpet. The servant finished laying out the red carpet and respectfully returned to the car door. Without a word, he bowed and extended a hand toward the passenger inside. "No need," came a clear, youthful voice from within the car. The servant withdrew his hand and maintained his bowing posture. A polished leather shoe stepped out first, followed by a young man of around 1.7 meters tall, gracefully alighting from the vehicle. He wore a meticulously tailored black handmade suit, and beneath his deep blue hair lay a pair of frameless glasses. Behind the lenses, faint blue data rings seemed to swirl. Unlike the standard black ones commonly seen, the Beastmaster bracelet on his wrist was a custom-made blue version. On the combat belt at his waist, a series of rare and high-grade beast-taming balls were neatly arranged, including luxury balls, love balls, dive balls, and dream balls. As he stepped onto the red carpet, he approached Duguang with a peculiar gait, arms slightly spread, palms facing upward, head tilted slightly downward, his toes tapping the ground as he snapped his fingers rhythmically. The slightly flamboyant behavior somehow exuded a strange charm instead of irritation. Duguang maintained his signature gentle smile, watching as the young man stopped precisely 1.5 meters away. This perfectly measured social distance spoke volumes about the young man's refined etiquette. "A pleasure to meet you," the young man said, raising his head with an elegant smile. "And you are?" Duguang asked. "Zhang Xuechen, of the Jang family," the young man replied, adjusting his cufflinks as he spoke. "Zhang is in the river?" "No, Zhang is in, willing prey takes the bait," Zhang Xuechen said in a calm tone. "Your little wolf, I am interested. Name your price." The little wolf immediately glared at him, thinking angrily, starting with a deal? What a waste of that blue hair of yours. It turned to Duguang, awaiting its master's response. Seeing Duguang remain silent, Zhang Xuechen intertwined his fingers, his smile unwavering. "These servants and bodyguards are all high-ranking beastmasters. You'd better think carefully." Xue Runian's heart sank. Ranking beastmasters, an inescapable situation. "If you're not going to speak, I'll make a suggestion," Zhang Xuechen said, raising a hand and forming the number 8 with his fingers. "How about this number?" 8 million? Duguang asked. "No, 80 million, Zhang Xuechen replied with a light chuckle. "Enough to buy 10 Earth Spirit class pets." "Think it over." "You mean 80 million? Xue Runian stared at Duguang in shock. "You're actually considering it?" The little wolf trembled, a mixture of anger and fear. If it were sold, its life would be over. Its claws fidgeted nervously. The temptation of 80 million was overwhelming. Xue Runian thought to himself that even he might waver in such a situation. But even so, he would never forgive Duguang's decision. Duguang gently stroked the little wolf's back. "Arg, don't touch me. Take your filthy, money-counting hands off me." Duguang paused, then slowly withdrew his hand. The little wolf cub trembled all over, its voice tinged with sorrow. "Oh, whoa. This partnership ends here. Thank you for taking me out of the summer secret realm. But if you dare sell me, take your dirty money and never show your face to me again." Zhang Xuechen sneered coldly. "See? This little mutt has no loyalty to you. 80 million, and everyone walks away happy." Duguang raised his hand, forming the number 8 with his fingers, but before he could speak, the wolf cub had already closed its eyes, gathering earth elemental energy. A powerful earth rift claw strike targeted Duguang's ribs. Duguang coughed sharply twice, but kept his expression calm as he turned to Zhang Xuechen. 8 billion. Not for sale. The words struck like a bolt of lightning. The wolf cub froze midair, its claws suspended, forgetting to withdraw them. Xue Runian was stunned. What the heck did he just say? Did I attack the wrong person? Carefully, it used its paw to prod the spot it had struck earlier, hearing Duguang inhale sharply. It immediately stopped moving. Gently, Duguang placed his hand on the wolf cub's back. Zhang Xuechen analyzed calmly. "It's just a differently colored beast pet. Its hidden stats may not be as impressive as you think. You could easily get a better earth spirit creature." "Uwu," the wolf cub anxiously looked up at Duguang. "Don't listen to him. My hidden stats are amazing." Duguang lightly stroked the wolf cub's back, his tone unwavering. "This isn't about potential. I made a promise, and I won't go back on my word." He paused. "However, if it chooses to recognize you as its master, I might reconsider." Zhang Xuechen pulled out a luxury beast ball and spoke sincerely. "Little wolf, your owner is just an ordinary college student. He can't even protect you. Follow me, and you'll have the best of everything and become the strongest little wolf. Would you like to be my beast partner?" Xue Runian glanced at Duguang and shook its head without hesitation. "Wu, you're indeed powerful, but the freedom he gives me is something your beast ball never could." The atmosphere grew tense. Zhang Xuechen signaled, and several bodyguards advanced. Duguang's face still wore a smile, but his fingers hovered over the name Zhang Yexian in his contact list. Xue Runian tensed its body, ice and earth elemental energy surging within. "You'll never know unless you try." Duguang said softly. Duguang whispered to the little wolf cub, if a fight breaks out later, don't worry about me, just run. They're after you. Xue Runian didn't respond, instead focusing intently on gathering ice elements. Indeed, in a small place like Zhanghe City, where could they possibly escape to? Jiang Zhuochen elegantly snapped his fingers, his tone carrying a feigned regret. Ah, if you'd agreed earlier, you might have lost that rare-colored little wolf, but you'd have gotten 80 million. Duguang's fingers hovered over the Jiang Yexin button on his wristband, ready to dial at any moment. And now? Now? Jiang Zhuochen spread his arms wide. You don't have to lose anything, and you can gain the friendship of the Jiang family's young master. Quite a deal, isn't it? Both Duguang and Xue Runian froze in surprise. What? With a sincere smile, Jiang Zhuochen extended his hand toward Duguang. Allow me to reintroduce myself, intermediate beast tamer, Jiang Zhuochen. A pleasure to meet you. Around him, servants and bodyguards bowed in unison. Duguang stood still for a moment, contemplating, and gradually understood Jiang Zhuochen's intentions. If Jiang Zhuochen was genuinely reaching out, expanding one's network could only be beneficial. He reached out and shook Jiang Zhuochen's hand. Duguang, a pleasure. The little wolf cub enthusiastically extended its paw as well. Woo. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Unfortunately, no one paid attention, and Xue Runian quietly withdrew the paw. Across from the summer secret realm hall, in a shop, a middle-aged man was closely watching everything unfold through the window. When he caught sight of Jiang Zhuochen's priceless luxury car, he couldn't help but swallow hard. That single car alone was worth decades of his salary. Watching the bodyguards blocking Duguang and the red carpet being rolled out, the man clenched his fists and exhaled deeply. When Duguang stood on high alert, cradling the trembling white fur ball, the man felt an immense sense of satisfaction. But when Jiang Zhuochen extended a hand in friendship toward Duguang and the surrounding crowd bowed in respect, the middle-aged man was utterly dumbfounded. How is this possible? That's Jiang Zhuochen, the eldest son of the Jiang family, the CEO's son, the sole heir to the Jiang Corporation. Steadying himself, the man continued to observe. He saw Jiang Zhuochen retract his luxurious ball and take out a dive ball, pressing a button to release his rare-colored pet beast. The bodyguards quickly stepped back as a mechanical sphere rolled out from the black luxury car. Several advanced beast tamers injected energy, instantly constructing a battle arena. Jiang Zhuochen noticed Duguang comforting the little wolf cub, who was retracting its paw, and chuckled softly as he retrieved his own dive ball. The ball expanded with a click, and he spoke gently, "Come out, my friend." As light shimmered, the little wolf cub opened its eyes to see a fish-like pet beast that could freely swim through the air, a result of the special move, Land Swim. The fish was about 30 centimeters long, slightly longer than the wolf cub, with an oval-shaped body, a flattened head, and a pointed snout. Its body was laterally compressed, with a protruding lower jaw and a pair of unusually large, expressive eyes on its forehead. The creature's entire body gleamed with a brilliant silvery white sheen. The firefish swam gracefully, its body adorned with vibrant colors. 5 stone blue vertical stripes symmetrically lined its back, with a 6th stripe encircling its tail base. Its pair of black, glistening bubble-like eyes radiated spirit, and its dorsal fin was dotted with a few vivid crimson spots. This uniquely colored pet beast moved effortlessly in midair, about 1.5 meters above the ground, circling around Jiang Zhuochen. When the blue-haired boy extended his hand, the firefish affectionately swam closer, gently brushing against his slender palm. My pet beast pretty impressive, right? Jiang Zhuochen said with a smile. Xue Runian poked her little head out, carefully observing the firefish while secretly evaluating it. This fish's hidden charm level is at least over 60. Duguang studied it for a moment, his voice calm and warm. Indeed, it's been cultivated exceptionally well. Jiang Zhuochen tucked his data-flashing monocle into his pocket and said, Duguang, is it? Staying so composed in the face of 80 million Yuri, a respectable beast master. I'm not sure how you managed it, but it seems this newly contracted little earthwolf has already formed a deep bond with you. To everyone's surprise, when Duguang softly called, Firefish, come, the elegant creature immediately swam to him. Jiang Zhuochen froze for a moment, watching as Duguang gently stroked the firefish's scales, feeling the joy conveyed through their contract. This made Jiang Zhuochen realize that the person before him might be far more extraordinary than he had imagined. To become friends with someone like you is my honor, Jiang Zhuochen said sincerely. My friendship slots. Still pretty affordable? Duguang murmured thoughtfully. All right, we'll make sure you're satisfied. But before that, Jiang Zuchuan's gaze sharpened. I challenge you to a beast battle as a trainer. Though Duguang modestly replied, I'm just a beginner beast master, the little earthwolf couldn't help but grumble internally. Beginner? Are you kidding me? More like a beast handling prodigy. Jiang Zhuochen introduced. My firefish has only been under contract for a month. It's currently at awakening level 9. When Duguang asked if its skills had reached the transcendent realm, Zhang Zhuochen admitted to using skill fruits. Xue Runian quietly marveled at such extravagant cultivation methods. So, how about it? A standard one-on-one duel. Zhang Zhuochen issued the invitation. Come on. Show me that you're worthy of this little earth wolf. The little earth wolf let out an encouraging howl. Don't worry, just go for it. He'll crush them. Duguang chuckled, responding in the gentlest tone with the firmest resolve. All right. Immediately, Zhang Zhuochen ordered his bodyguards to set up the battleground. Mechanical spheres rolled out of the luxury car and, with the energy infused by high-level beast masters, transformed into a 10 by 10 meter standard arena, perfectly occupying the entire street. To draw an audience, they lifted the street blockade and started a live broadcast. On this beast master culture-obsessed blue planet, beast battles were the most celebrated events, and the 30-minute preparation time was more than enough to gather a crowd. The bodyguards stood scattered along the edges of the venue, maintaining order. Zhang Zhuochen waved at Duguang before getting into the luxury car, his mind already turning to strategies. Meanwhile, Duguang headed to the secret realm management hall, only to awkwardly discover at the entrance that the hall had already closed and the staff had left for the day. Just then, Chi-Chi suddenly peeked out from inside, smiling as she opened the door for him. Are you guys about to battle? Here to discuss strategies? Come on in. Duguang stepped into the hall and saw the little scribe bent over a low table, furiously writing. Chi-Chi stood nearby with her hands on her hips, cheering him on. Keep it up, little scribe. Just a few dozen more to go. I'm trying my best, the little scribe replied. This time, Chi-Chi had learned her lesson and was sealing the talismans into packets every 10 or so. Duguang walked over to a window-side seat in the lounge area and gently placed the little wolf cub on the table. Xue Runian shook his fluffy fur and gazed at the massive mechanical arena. Wu, is that the battle arena? That's right, it's for beast battles. Duguang explained the rules warmly. Once both sides' beasts are on the stage, the referee announces the start. Beastmasters stand on platforms on either side to command their beasts but cannot join the fight or attack the beasts directly. Likewise, the beasts cannot attack the beastmasters. Each beast can carry one item. Victory is achieved if the opponent's beast loses its ability to fight or is knocked out of the arena. Xue Runian's eyes sparkled. Although he had already learned about such battles from He Fan's memories, this was his first time participating as a beast himself. The opponent is strong, but so are we, Duguang said, looking at the little wolf cub. Your moves can be combined in countless ways to create versatile strategies. The wolf cub yawned, his voice sleepy. Obviously, these moves were all handpicked by this wolf king. Having gone 30 hours without sleep, his eyes could barely stay open. Duguang chuckled. If you're tired, take a nap. Our strategy will be conserving energy and waiting for the right moment. The little wolf cub curled up into a ball on the table, mumbling, "Woo, we have to win." And then, right in front of everyone, I'll mess up his fur. Recalling the earlier scare, the wolf cub's gaze wavered as he added, "He's the one who startled me and really scared me." Half an hour later, a bodyguard launched a drone to film the entire venue from above. Despite the lack of prior promotion, nearly 200 spectators had already gathered at the scene, a testament to people's enthusiasm for beast battles. As the livestream began, the channel of verified streamer "Has Zhang Zhuochen crashed another club today?" quickly filled with viewers. Front row. So close to young Master Jiang. Level 10 badge here. Which club is Jiang Xiao going to wreck today? Jiang Xiao? I'm out. Written as an intermediate beastmaster, read as a veteran beastmaster. A temporary arena had been set up, and it was surrounded by a crowd of excited spectators. The livestream showed that the two contestants were about to face off. Zhang Zhuochen was the first to step onto the stage. His striking blue hair, paired with a sharp black suit, immediately caught everyone's attention. Around his waist was a battle belt adorned with a luxurious beast ball, making a bold statement. Standing at 1.7 meters tall, the young man wore a signature blue wristband on his arm. As he snapped his fingers rhythmically and walked gracefully up to the platform, his mix of roguish charm and elegance instantly sent the live chat into a frenzy. Jiang Xiao is here. This casual match will be a piece of cake for him. Go Jiang Bao. The comments flooded the screen. Soon, his opponent made an appearance. The doors of the summer secret hall swung open, revealing a pair of slender and distinct hands. Moments later, a lively girl named Chi-Chi bounced out from a side door, wielding a large calligraphy brush. With a flourish, she painted a majestic ink dragon in the air. The dragon soared with a resonant roar before transforming into an ink carpet that unfurled steadily beneath the feet of a young man. This young man was none other than Duguang. Standing with his back to the sunlight, he wore a casual university outfit, complete with a slanted baseball cap. His tousled hair swayed gently in the breeze, and despite his simple attire, he exuded a sense of otherworldly poise. With a warm smile on his face, One hand in his pocket and the other gesturing politely, he strode onto the stage with effortless composure. The mood in the live chat shifted instantly. This guy is so handsome too. What kind of magical day is this? 1 minute. Someone get me this guy's contact info. Some keen-eyed viewers noticed that he had emerged from the summer secret hall, while others were captivated by Kiki's breathtaking ink dragon performance. This level of artistry it's hard even for seasoned coordinators to achieve. She's an official purifier, someone clarified. What happened next lightened the atmosphere considerably. Chi-Chi struggled to close the large doors, then enthusiastically waved at Duguang to cheer him on. The live chat filled with ellipses. The two contestants stood face to face on the arena. Intermediate beast tamer, Jang. The blue-haired youth introduced himself first. Novice beast tamer, Duguang. The young man across from him maintained his gentle smile. This simple introduction caused an uproar in the live chat. Everyone knew that beast tamers were ranked into 4 levels: novice, professional, veteran, and master. Professional beast tamers were further divided into lower, intermediate, and advanced tiers. Suddenly, Chi-Chi peeked out from the side door again. Now it's time for the trash-talking segment, she announced. Faced with puzzled looks from the crowd, she confidently added, "What? Can I watch the match too?" Even the Jiang family servant acting as referee was amused. "Want to take over as the referee then?" he joked. "Don't mind me. They'll stay quiet, I promise. You guys carry on." Chi-Chi quickly waved her hands in retreat. Amid the lively atmosphere, Zhang Zhuochen gave his opponent a playful look. "I heard the whole playing dumb to catch the tiger strategy is pretty trendy these days?" Duguang's smile remained unchanged. "It is. But I don't need it," he replied, his gaze sharpening. "Because I am the tiger." The baseball cap on his shoulder shifted ever so slightly. "Ridiculous. You even dared to take on a swarm of red fire ants. You really are a tiger," someone exclaimed. The crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting into even wilder reactions. The live chat exploded with comments. "Anyone who says that is either a fool or a master. I trust Jiang Zuchuan's judgment. I could eat 2 bowls of rice just looking at these guys. This is what a real trainer showdown looks like. Jiang Xiao, give it your all. Both contestants, please reveal your battle pets," the referee announced. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Zhuochen swiftly raised his hand, and the dive ball attached to his belt popped open. With practiced ease, he tossed the ball, and in a flash of light, a fire dartfish materialized on the battlefield. Despite being on land, it swam as effortlessly as it would in water, thanks to its unique abilities. Zhang Zhuochen clasped his fingers together, a confident smile playing on his lips. Variant pet beast, level 9 awakening, dual water fire type. Fire dartfish. The crowd erupted instantly. The rarity of a variant pet beast left everyone in awe. Meanwhile, the livestream chat exploded with comments. "A variant? This is beyond rare. Classic Jiangsu Akinthus is just his standard move. Looks like Shaky Hands isn't using his trump card today. Training a new pet beast, perhaps?" Considering his opponent is a rookie beast tamer, it makes sense. This streamer's got style followed. Across the battlefield, Duguang remained calm and composed. He gently adjusted the hat resting on his shoulder, tilting the brim slightly. A snow-white figure leapt gracefully from his shoulder, landing elegantly in the arena. The pet beast, named Snow-like, stretched lazily and yawned before its icy blue, slit-pupiled eyes snapped open. Its previously relaxed demeanor transformed into one of sharp focus, faintly locking onto the fire dartfish. Variant pet beast, level 7 awakening, dual earth-ice type. Little Earth Wolf, Duguang announced, his words igniting the crowd once more. The live stream audience went wild, flooding the screen with gifts and comments. "Oh my god, a duel of variants. The cuteness is off the charts. What kind of divine showdown is this?" The platform quickly promoted Jiang Zuchuan's livestream to the homepage, drawing in a wave of new viewers captivated by this rare battle between variant pet beasts. Meanwhile, atop the peak of Sacred Mountain, a young man dressed in red was fiddling with a smartphone, his expression full of amusement. "Technology has advanced so much. I've been asleep for 2 or 3 centuries, and I can barely keep up with the times," he remarked to the trembling association guide beside him. "Just call me Xiao Qi, no need for all the formalities." Casually, the young man tapped on a screen, his eyes lighting up. "Wow, waking up to a pet beast battle? The association really knows how to cater to me." Back on the battlefield, Zhang Zhuochen began listing off the fire dartfish's abilities. Fire dartfish, moves, bubble spit, swim, inspire, enhanced vision, protective fire ring. Special move, fire dart. Duguang smiled faintly and began explaining to the little wolf pup. Techniques? Earthquake and landslide, frostbite and ice shatter, rapid dash. The special move is called, appearance is everything. Upon hearing this, The little wolf pup immediately puffed out its chest and raised its head proudly. Shameless beast tamer. You've earned a follow. The live stream chat exploded with comments. These move names are way too flashy. Aren't the first three just basic claw swipe, ice smash, and a quick step? What's the special move about? Duguang gazed at the lively little wolf pup on the stage and said gently, the fire-spitting fish has mutated. Its water attribute has turned into weak water, so don't worry. Xue Runian remained in a guarded stance, crouching on the ground with an adorably fierce demeanor. On the other side, Jang called out loudly, fire-spitting fish, show them the strength of our conviction. The fire-spitting fish spun in circles and released a friendly little water bubble as a greeting. It asked, getting stronger is my conviction. What about yours? The little wolf pup shook its head and responded in a soft, childish voice. I don't really have any conviction. Xue Runian's slit pupils flashed with an icy blue glint, its gaze sharp. But if I had one, it would be to make him win. That's my conviction for now. The Jang family servant, acting as the referee, scanned both sides to ensure they were ready. Jiang Zhuochen nodded gracefully, while Duguang's lips curved into a subtle smile. Both sides, prepared, the referee raised a flag and swiftly brought it down. The battle begins. Both trainers issued their commands almost simultaneously. Rapid dash. Duguang shouted. Fire-spitting fish inspire. Jiang Zhuochen commanded. Inspire was a move that boosted a pet beast attack and speed. The live stream chat erupted again. Jiang Zhuochen predicted his opponent. The match is as good as decided. Why would fire-spitting fish use its fire attack in the first round? The fire-spitting fish swam in place, its slate blue patterns shimmering under the light as its momentum steadily built. Meanwhile, the little wolf pup didn't dodge but instead transformed into a white streak, crossing the arena in an instant and appearing right in front of the fire-spitting fish. Dodge now, Jiang Zhuochen exclaimed. Little wolf, claw strike. Duguang responded calmly. Xue Runian leaped into the air, flipped gracefully, and struck with its paw, slamming the fire-spitting fish onto the arena floor. The fish hit the ground hard but quickly rebounded with a flick of its tail. The audience erupted in shock, and the chat flooded with comments. The fire-spitting fish is actually being overpowered? 2 moves in 1 round? Incredible! Why couldn't the fire-spitting fish dodge that? Close the distance and knock it off the stage. Drive it out of bounds. Duguang seized the opportunity and gave his order. For flying-type pet beasts, leaving the 10 by 10 meter arena area meant disqualification, while regular pet beasts had to be physically forced off the stage. Just as the little wolf pup was about to make its move, Jiang Zhuochen quickly countered, swim, stay on the stage at all costs. The fire-spitting fish immediately darted toward the center of the arena. However, Xue Runian froze in place and bared its small wolf fangs at the fire-spitting fish, letting out a sharp growl. Woo! Intimidate! Intimidate! Duguang's command came just a moment later. A flurry of question marks suddenly flooded the livestream chat, as viewers expressed their confusion over the match between the intermediate and novice beast tamers. This is totally the level of 2 seasoned beast tamers, someone exclaimed. How did the little earth wolf turn knockback into intimidation? Where's the commentator for this impromptu arena? Another voice chimed in. While the audience was scratching their heads, a user named Chi explained in the chat, the little earth wolf's tamer intentionally misled everyone with the first knockback move. The second intimidation was the real strategy. The firefish may have high attack but low defense, and although it activated its inspire ability and is 2 levels higher in awakening than the little earth wolf, the wolf's tamer had to suppress the opponent's stats or risk being one-shot. Meanwhile, on Sacred Mountain, a young man dressed in red was intently following the match. He had been typing rapidly on his keyboard with one finger until a staff member informed him that he could simply press and hold on his phone to convert speech into text. The boy gave a bashful grin and began delivering a detailed analysis of the battle to the livestream audience. The staff member, watching the boy so absorbed in the awakening level duel, couldn't help but smile warmly. The boy's analysis was spot on. In the first round, when the little earth wolf pushed the fire fish to the edge of the arena, it indeed had the knockback skill at its disposal. In the second round, even with the fire fish activating its flame shield, the wolf still had a chance to force it out of bounds. Since fire-type moves require charge time, Jiang Xiao, in such a critical situation, could only choose to dodge just as the wolf avoided taking a direct hit in the first round when it couldn't risk a potential fire attack. The live stream audience suddenly understood and began flooding the chat with praise. This breakdown is amazing. It's like a perfect battle tutorial. When the boy saw viewers referring to him as Big Shot, he turned to the staff member, puzzled, and asked what it meant. Upon learning that it was a term of respect, he nodded thoughtfully before returning his focus to the match. On the arena, the situation grew more delicate. The little earth wolf was positioned near the opponent's side of the field, while the firefish had moved to the center. The intimidation skill had already landed. Standing by the arena, Duguang crossed his arms and carefully observed the unfolding battle. On the surface, the two sides seemed evenly matched. Inspire and intimidation canceled each other out. The firefish had sustained minor injuries, and the little earth wolf found it difficult to repeat its earlier success. However, when Duguang activated his beast-taming talent, universal affinity, and sensed the slight parting of the firefish's mouth, his eyes suddenly widened. Things were far more complicated than they appeared. Just then, the voices of both tamers rang out simultaneously. Fire! Hold your ground! On the battlefield, the fiery glow of the red fire element shot out from the flame shooter fish, dazzling as it streaked toward the young wolf cub. In the nick of time, a green protective light enveloped the cub, colliding with the incoming flames midair. A deafening explosion followed as fire engulfed half the arena, forcing the audience to instinctively step back from the intense heat wave. Amid the swirling smoke, the flame shooter fish glided gracefully through the air. Duguang fixed his gaze on his opponent and asked in a low voice, "The item you're carrying is?" Zhang Zhuochen replied calmly, "That's right, the courage pendant." The arena fell into a momentary hush before erupting into thunderous cheers. What a spectacular display of offense and defense. You think I'm just making small talk? Duguang suddenly smirked. Sharp eyesight maneuver now? Zhang Zhuochen issued his command with caution. Encircled by fiery elements, the flame shooter fish pierced through the smoke, scanning for the wolf cub's position. Meanwhile, on the sacred mountain where the red-clad youth observed the battle, he shook his head and remarked, "The little wolf is faster than the flame shooter fish. It should keep its distance. It's going to lose." When the flame shooter fish finally locked onto its target, it noticed that Xue Runian hadn't moved an inch. During the brief exchange of words, the cub's claws had quietly gathered a mix of earth and ice energy. "Go for the strongest attack," Duguang commanded. Maneuvering is a dodge movie. It can't be used in consecutive turns. Xue Runian suddenly leaped into the air. Zhang Zhuochen made a quick decision. Fire shield. If it can block the attack, there's still a chance to turn the tide. Instantly, a dark red shield of flames formed around the flame shooter fish, its burning shell exuding an aura of menace. The wolf cub's silhouette momentarily eclipsed the midday sun as it twisted midair with agility. Its extended claws radiated a dazzling brilliance, reminiscent of plum blossoms. The audience held their breath, captivated by the breathtaking scene. Xue Runian recalled Duguang's words, "Just go for it. Don't fear getting hurt. Burns can be healed." Gritting its teeth, the cub closed its eyes and unleashed its full power earthquake claw combined with ice shard. This signature move was called Wolf's Shattering Ice Strike. Zhang Zhuochen looked up at the wolf cub in the sky, already aware of the outcome. "Still," he reminded, "your beast will get injured as well." Duguang smiled as he drew a charm from his pouch. Spell of Relief. A burst of blue runes instantly merged into the wolf cub, forming a protective barrier. It effortlessly broke through the fire shield and struck the flame shooter fish with a heavy blow. "Elemental shield? Sorry, I have one too," Duguang said nonchalantly. The flame shooter fish crashed to the ground, its eyes swirling in defeat, unable to continue the fight. The wolf cub landed steadily, glancing back at its beast master. Duguang nodded in satisfaction. "I was carrying a purification charm." "You call that a purification charm?" Zhang Zhuochen said with a mix of disbelief and amusement. The referee raised the flag and announced, "Flame shooter fish is unable to battle. The winner Duguang." The crowd erupted into deafening cheers. In a nearby shop, a middle-aged man hid behind the crowd, trembling. "That beast actually defeated Zhang Zhuochen Heden." In the summer secret realm hall, Chi-Chi stared blankly at the dozen or so charms flying around her, her expression frozen. "I was just trying to help with some special effects. Why are you yelling so loudly?" Chi-Chi pushed open the side door, and immediately, over a dozen water talismans soared into the air. The charms exploded midair, transforming into a fine mist of water that rained down over the crowd of more than 100 spectators, proclaiming the victory of this duel. The livestream erupted in excitement. A flood of comments, likes, virtual flowers, and gifts rushed across the screen, with even a few extravagant airplane effects cutting through the frenzy. Viewers cheered enthusiastically. Flawless victory. Congrats to Duguang for dominating the host in their own stream. King Du. Duguang glanced up at the drones circling in the sky, a faint smile playing on his lips. Just then, a series of server-wide announcements echoed through the livestream. Jiang, under the username, "Did Zhang Zhuochen challenge the arena today?" has sent a super rocket. Jiang, under the username, "Did Zhang Zhuochen challenge the arena today?" has sent 3 super rockets. Following this was Zhang's striking message. "Well played." 3 super rockets, with each announced 3 times. 9 dazzling effects streaked across the live stream, leaving viewers stunned. "Wait, this username, is that Jiang himself?" The tycoon is gifting a rookie streamer? In the CEO's office of Jang Corporation's headquarters, a man with the surname Jang sipped his steaming coffee while watching the holographic display of the livestream. Suddenly, another wave of server-wide announcements interrupted his thoughts. Chi, under the username Did Jiang Zhuochen challenge the arena today, has sent a super rocket. Chi, under the username Did Jiang Zhuochen challenge the arena today, has sent 5 super rockets. Meanwhile, atop the sacred mountain, a young man in red asked innocently, I tapped on this cool effect, and everyone's praising me. Is that okay? The receptionist glanced at the phone screen, where comments like, the tycoon is gifting a rookie streamer, scrolled by, inwardly smiling wryly. Even the Red Emperor is now sending gifts to rookie trainers. Jiang did it again. The boy in red's eyes sparkled with determination. As the Emperor of Battle, I can't lose. Thus began the effect war, which ended with Jiang sending 20 rockets and Qi sending 21. The viewers in the live stream were left speechless. This Qi guy, could he be a die-hard fan of the Red Emperor? The boy in red finally remembered the earlier question that had been interrupted. What were you saying about just something? The receptionist sighed deeply. Just that. All these effects cost money. The flashier the effect, the higher the price. What if I don't have money? The boy's voice suddenly grew quieter. Meanwhile, at Zhanghe University, Lin Mu sat bored in a foreign language class, scrolling through his phone. A particular novel synopsis caught his eye and made him chuckle. The God of War returns, only to find his CEO son beaten by a rookie trainer. In a fit of rage, he takes on massive debt. Novels these days are getting more and more ridiculous, Lin Mu thought to himself, stifling a laugh. Lin Mu quickly skimmed through the news article before shifting his attention to the next one. At the battle arena near the entrance to the Summer Secret Realm, a thrilling match had just concluded. Jiang Zhuochen calmly retrieved a dive ball and recalled his emberfish. A blue-haired servant from the Jiang family stepped onto the stage, took the dive ball from Jiang Zhuochen, and hurried off after receiving brief instructions. Meanwhile, the live stream chat buzzed with discussions about the aftermath of this extravagant showdown. According to tradition, the challenger was expected to thank the gym leader at this point. However, the challenger, Duguang, was clearly just a young university student, making the situation rather unusual. Jiang Zhuochen crossed half the arena and approached Duguang. He raised his head slightly, a smile playing on his lips. That was a great match, he said, opening his arms as if inviting a friendly hug. A young wolf pup followed along, keeping a bit of distance, its curious eyes darting between the two. Duguang, however, simply smiled and reached out to gently ruffle Jiang Zuchuan's hair. You did well too, he replied. Jiang Zuchuan's expression froze instantly. What? I came over here, not for you to pat my head. Off to the side, Xue Runian nodded approvingly. Now that's the way. Keep it up. Clearly, Duguang had a natural talent for playful banter. The young master of the Jiang family looked visibly awkward. He turned to the drone filming the scene and silently mouthed 3 words. The live stream abruptly ended. The chat exploded with laughter and teasing comments. LOL, instant stream shut down. Jiang Zuchuan's first ever head pat attack. Jiang Zhuochen. I'm 1.7 meters tall, not a head patting prop. Hey, official data says 1.72 meters. My lip reading skills are on point, definitely set in the stream now. The bodyguards on site stood straight and stoic, ensuring the audience left in an orderly manner. Across the street, a middle-aged man hid behind a shop window, too afraid to show his face, worried someone might recognize and ridicule him. The Jiang family servant, carrying the dive ball, crossed the road, placed it in the back of a luxury car, and retrieved a few items before heading into the shop. He walked straight to the shelves, picked out a small plush toy of a young wolf, and went to the counter to pay. The payment confirmation chimed. Transaction successful, 5,000 yuan. The middle-aged man, hearing the price, couldn't help but snort through his nose, his expression twisting with disdain. Ha, rich people. Go ahead and be suckers. That overpriced, useless plush toy me brother wouldn't even bother buying it. Duguang naturally withdrew his hand, and Xue Runian nimbly leaped into his arms. Jiang Zhuochen took a half step back, observing Duguang's actions. Yet, internally, he felt unusually calm, without a trace of anger or resentment. Your innate ability, it must be sensing the feelings of pet beasts, making it easier to gain their trust, right? Jiang Zhuochen asked. Duguang chuckled lightly and nodded. That's correct. Jiang Zhuochen pondered silently. Normally, if someone suddenly touched his head, he would be furious. But just now, with Duguang, he instead felt an inexplicable sense of closeness. This feeling left him baffled. If Xue Runian could hear Jiang Zhuochen's thoughts at this moment, he would undoubtedly cast him a sympathetic glance. This was exactly the irresistible universal affinity of Du the Charmer. Jiang Zhuochen shook off the thought and shifted his gaze to the little wolf pup in Duguang's arms. You have a very beautiful pet beast. Xue Runian perked up his ears and looked up in confusion. Beautiful? That word didn't seem quite right for him. The little hyena is a boy, Duguang corrected. I know, Jiang Zhuochen said with a snap of his fingers. The firefish just told me. This statement hit the little wolf pup like a bolt of lightning. He froze instantly in Duguang's arms, his eyes wide open, forgetting even to blink. What had the firefish seen? No, way better not to ask. Xue Runian felt as though his soul was about to fly out of his body, his fur visibly turning pink with embarrassment. Duguang lowered his head, thinking for a moment, then smiled. If you say things like that, he might actually believe you. Jiang Zhuochen snapped his fingers again and leaned closer to the little wolf pup. I was teasing you. I don't have a telepathic ability, nor can I understand a pet beast's language. Only then did Xue Runian snap out of it. Jiang Zhuochen's joke had been far too shocking for him, leaving his brain momentarily frozen, unsure of how to react. A surge of shame and anger filled his heart. How dare he tease him like this? Sensing the wave of indignation through their bond, Duguang spoke with amusement. Wolf King, the claw attack. The little wolf pup, bristling with fury, reached out his paw, intending to swipe at Jiang Zhuochen's face. Unfortunately, he couldn't reach and had to settle for leaving a small paw print on the sleeve of Jiang Zhuochen's suit. Wolf King? Jiang Zhuochen asked, puzzled. Xue Runian glared at him angrily, his ice blue eyes full of displeasure. What's the matter? Never seen a pink-furred wolf king before? Jiang Zhuochen turned to Duguang, who silently nodded in confirmation. Taking the hint, Jiang Zhuochen cautiously said, Wolf King, please calm down. I realize my mistake. For someone of his stature as the eldest son of the Jang family, such an apology was a rare gesture. The battle platform, under the control of the bodyguards, retracted and transformed into a mechanical sphere that rolled aside. The two returned to the ground, where a servant handed a plush toy to Jiang Zhuochen. I really didn't mean anything by it earlier, Jiang Zhuochen said seriously, looking at the little wolf pup. It's just that you're so adorable anyone who sees you would fall in love with you. Xue Runian turned his head away, thinking to himself, why does this guy always have to speak such blatant truths? Jiang Zhuochen handed the stuffed toy to the little wolf cub with impeccable manners. This is for you, as an apology for my earlier behavior. Xue Runian raised his head and carefully examined the toy. Brown all over, twice his size, with lifeless black bead eyes and stiff ears. Overall, it looked dull and gray. The little wolf cub secretly assessed it. Nowhere near as unique and extraordinary as himself. But, considering the thought behind the gesture, he wagged his tail slightly and let out a soft, babyish woo, saying, don't let it happen again. Duguang took the toy with a smile. That's very thoughtful of you. Now, can we discuss the matter of becoming friends? Jiang Zhuochen interlocked his fingers and looked serious. I was just joking. The toy is enough. Duguang chuckled. One thing has nothing to do with the other. Jiang Zhuochen shook his head. This toy is a personal apology for the little wolf cub. To be honest, when I first met you, I doubted whether you could provide the life he deserves. From what I heard, your attitude was quite poor. I originally planned to buy the little wolf cub myself and take care of him so his talents wouldn't go to waste. He smiled casually. But now I see I may have been too hasty. Hearing the repeated phrases care for him, look after him, love him, Xue Runian, who had never heard such words before, felt a strange tingling at the base of his tail. Duguang gently stroked the little wolf cub's back, then nonchalantly withdrew his hand. Meanwhile, in the Summer Secret Realm's main hall. How was that? The beast battle just now was amazing, right? Chi-Chi was video chatting with a friend through her Beast Master wristband. Outstanding command, seamless teamwork, and impressive strength, Zhang Yexian analyzed calmly. The little wolf cub is super cute. Way cuter than in the pictures. Chi-Chi exclaimed excitedly. Zhang Yexian nodded. Super cute, right? Just seeing him makes you want to take care of him, spoil him, and Chi-Chi suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Tay. Zhang Yexian's tone was curious. Tay, tease him. Chi-Chi quickly corrected herself. He's so fun. Earlier, he got so shy his whole body turned pink. Who could resist a blushing little fluffball? Back to the main scene, Jiang Zhuochen continued, moreover, you've already formed a deep bond with the little wolf cub. My belief is in challenges, sparring, and growing stronger. As for your belief, I have some idea about that too. Why don't I know about this? The little wolf cub looked puzzled. You're actually very straightforward, Jiang Zhuochen explained. You simply love your beasts and want to be with them. No, more precisely, you love all beasts, all things, all people, and everything under the heavens. I've heard that a beast master's talent aligns with their personality. Xue Runian glanced at Duguang, recalling the name of his talent affinity with all things. So, you're saying I'm just a laid-back, Gowithlo kind of guy? Duguang joked self-deprecatingly. Then why didn't you agree when I wanted to buy the little wolf cub? Jiang Zhuochen countered. Duguang fell silent. In terms of both character and ability, you're more than worthy of having this unique little wolf cub. Jiang Zhuochen said sincerely. You're putting me on too high a pedestal, Duguang shrugged. I'm just a college student, an ordinary person with extraordinary potential, perhaps? Jiang Zhuochen raised an eyebrow. Duguang froze, then after a moment, let out a quiet laugh. Yeah, just an ordinary person. Duguang pondered for a moment before speaking. You haven't even used your beast-taming talent. Otherwise, I might have been the one to lose. The little wolf cub immediately pressed its paw on his hand, letting out a dissatisfied whimper. Woo. Even if he used his talent, I could still win. I haven't even used my ultimate Movimi adorable charm. Jiang Zhuochen chuckled at the remark. See? Even the little wolf is arguing against you. A win is a win, be proud and own it. It's not like I can't handle losing. He clapped his hands lightly, and a servant nearby immediately handed over an item. This is something I'm giving you personally, Jiang Zhuochen said as he handed the item to Duguang, his tone carrying a hint of playful arrogance. It's a high-grade healing spray. Your little wolf's technique for using Earth Shatterclaw isn't quite right. While it can execute the move, going all out will also injure itself. Duguang looked down at the wolf cub in surprise, and the little one quickly buried its head. I didn't expect this. So it wasn't an injury-free victory after all. Even I was fooled, Duguang said thoughtfully. Jiang Zhuochen glanced at Duguang's rib area and added deliberately, this healing spray works for both beasts and humans. Thank you, I'll take it, Duguang replied with a smile, clearly understanding that his own injury had been noticed. Now for the friend slot, Jiang Zhuochen said, pulling out a shrunken luxury ball from his battle belt. Money doesn't matter, what matters is the sentiment. Give your beast a better home. By this point, Duguang was already holding a stuffed toy, keeping an eye on the little wolf cub, and now had the healing spray and luxury ball in his hands, struggling to carry anything more. Across the street, inside a shop, a middle-aged man stared enviously at the six-figure luxury ball and muttered, if someone gave that to me, I'd sell it in a heartbeat. The two quickly added each other as friends, and Duguang asked, what's your beast-taming talent? You'll find out in our next battle, Jiang Zhuochen replied with a mysterious smile. You have a very smart little wolf. Be sure to take good care of it. I suggest taking it to the Beast Tamer Association to evaluate its hidden stats. Trust me, you'll be amazed. The little wolf cub furrowed its brows slightly, suspecting that Jiang Zhuochen's monocle had already seen through its hidden stats during their first meeting. Jiang Zhuochen glanced at his wrist, where a faint blue bracelet shimmered. How about exploring a secret realm together sometime? The little wolf enjoys its freedom, so I won't interfere with its decisions. It all depends on what it wants, Duguang replied. After politely declining Jiang Zhuochen's offer of a luxury car ride, Duguang left in a taxi. Meanwhile, in the summer secret realm management hall, Chi-Chi let out a long sigh of relief. Finally finished writing everything. Took me the whole afternoon. On the video call, Zhang Yexian hesitated before saying, sorry? It's fine, it's fine. I know you didn't do it on purpose. Chi-Chi waved her hand generously. Using your talent to push through like that must be really taxing on your body, right? Zhang Yexian asked calmly. Well, you don't need to worry about that. Don't worry, I'm fine. Duguang's taking the little wolf with him, so I'll hang up now. All right. The investigation team asked me to wish you all the best, Zhang Yexian said. Tell them to use my talismans sparingly. After hanging up the video call, Chi-Chi stood triumphantly in the center of the hall with her hands on her hips. Before her lay an impressive array of 300 neatly arranged dispelling talismans. Though the little bookkeeper couldn't speak, it joyfully fluttered around the hall with a large brush, leaving faint traces of ink in the air that quickly disappeared. Despite using her beast-taming abilities intensively for a day and a half, both Chi-Chi and her companion remained full of energy. Chi-Chi silently mourned for 2 seconds before activating her true beast-taming talent. Speaking to the void, she declared, I'm returning your ability now. The person somewhere far away instantly felt their talent return, but before they could say a word, a wave of excruciating pain overwhelmed them. Why is it later than you promised, Seta, damn it? They felt as if they'd been run over by a massive truck multiple times, every bone screaming in agony, their muscles sore beyond endurance. They collapsed to the ground almost instantly. Chi-Chi, what the hell did you do with my ability? They roared weakly. Oh, I just borrowed your infinite energy to draw a few talismans, Chi-Chi replied with feigned innocence. A few talismans? The person gritted their teeth through the pain and shouted hoarsely. I know my own ability. You've been drawing talismans non-stop for an entire day, haven't you? Well, just a day and an afternoon, Chi-Chi said nonchalantly. On the other end, muffled curses could be heard, though the voice was now too weak to be clear. Chi-Chi, as a former candidate for head of the family, could you at least watch your language? With their last ounce of strength, the person accused, this has to be the most shameless ability ever. You can borrow it and use it however you want, decide when to return it, and yet the cost falls entirely on the original owner. I pay a price for using abilities too, you know, Chi-Chi huffed. And besides, you agreed to lend it to me. You're safe over there. So even if you pass out, it doesn't matter. Just get some rest. There was no response from the other side. Clearly, they had already fainted. Meanwhile, on the sacred mountain, a red-clad teenager was re-watching Jiang Zhuoqin's livestream replay in its entirety, assisted by the staff. Excitement sparkled in his eyes. He must be an incredibly skilled trainer. I want to meet him. The attendant wiped the sweat from their forehead. Red Emperor, please hold on. These two individuals are easy to locate through the association, but the president of Donghuang has urgent questions for you. For example, why have you suddenly awakened? This concerns the stability of the Beast Trainer Association and global order. After all, it's been 2 or 3 centuries since your last awakening to suppress the Totem Nation's uprising. The red-haired teenager scratched his head. Actually, there's no special reason. I just slept enough and naturally woke up. His eyes suddenly blazed like fire. Or maybe I wanted to see how the world has changed and whether there's anyone strong enough to be my rival. In front of the Grand Hall of the Summer Secret Realm, the entire road was tightly guarded by bodyguards from the Jiang family. Jiang Zhuoqin and Duguang walked side by side, followed by a group of impeccably dressed bodyguards. They only stopped at the intersection to hail a taxi. Jiang Zhuoqin, ever the gentleman, opened the rear door for Duguang. Duguang carefully bent down, placing a plush toy, a vial of healing medicine, and a small wolf cub on the back seat one by one. He then tucked a shrunken luxury ball into his pocket. Xue Runian, the wolf cub, obediently lay on the back seat, motionless. The taxi driver glanced at the scene through the rearview mirror, clearly intrigued by the unusual sight. A sharply dressed elite man, a casually dressed young man, and a circle of imposing bodyguards. On the back seat, the plush toy that appeared to be worth a small fortune stood out conspicuously. It's in your hands now. Take good care of it, Jiang Zhuoqin said, patting Duguang's shoulder with a tone of reluctant parting. I will, Duguang promised earnestly. The driver's eyes lit up instantly, his mind already weaving a story of childhood friends and a serendipitous encounter with a wealthy nobleman. He envisioned a tale of heartfelt love transcending class boundaries, culminating in the touching moment when the wealthy heir was moved to step aside. Don't get too comfortable, Jiang Zhuoqin said with a faint, almost teasing smile. I'll come by to check on it when I have time. And if I find out it's not living well or isn't happy with you, I can't guarantee I won't take it back right in front of you. I won't give you that chance, Duguang replied, his tone gentle yet firm. This exchange left the driver so stunned that he almost hiccuped. His imagination ran wild, conjuring a vivid image of two men with starkly different personalities locked in a fierce rivalry over the same goal. It reminded him of his own youthful days, those tender years of being tormented by love, yet savoring every moment of its bittersweetness. As he watched the intense gaze between the two men, the driver felt a surge of nostalgia, as if reliving the flutter of youthful emotions. In his eyes, the modestly dressed student had ultimately triumphed over the privileged young master, holding on to his true love. With a snap of his fingers, Jiang Zhuoqin turned on his heel and walked away gracefully. Take care. Safe travels, Duguang called out, watching as Jiang Zhuoqin headed toward a luxury car parked not far away. Duguang settled into the back seat of the taxi, closing the door behind him, and cast a curious glance at the driver. Excuse me? The driver finally snapped out of his daze, tears welling up in his eyes. He suddenly grabbed Duguang's hand, his gaze filled with admiration and reverence. Buddy, you're incredible. Duguang was slightly taken aback. He figured the driver must have witnessed his battle with Jiang Zhuoqin and their uniquely colored pet beasts up close or perhaps caught the live stream. Offering a gentle smile, he replied, Not really. Where to? The driver asked, patting the seat. Zhanghe University. Got it. The driver was just about to start the car when his body trembled violently, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. A thought flashed through his mind. Those authors who write tragic endings often stage car accidents at the height of perfection, plunging everything into despair. But in the next moment, determination lit up his eyes. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, the car let out a sharp honk. No matter what fate had in store, he resolved to resist it with all his might, safeguarding this pure love story as an ordinary taxi driver. Don't worry, he turned back with a solemn promise. I will get you to the university gate safe and sound. No matter what. Duguang nodded. Though he was puzzled by the driver's sudden intensity, he couldn't help but admire his attention to safety as he meticulously checked every part of the car. Moments later, the driver climbed back into his seat and smoothly merged into the flowing traffic. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhuoqin was settling into his 8-meter-long luxury car. As soon as he sat down, the recently healed firefish swam over with an ordinary stone in its mouth, affectionately nuzzling against his cheek. Gently stroking its scales, Jiang Zhuoqin asked, Was the entire live stream recorded? Yes, everything was captured, the servant replied. Once we return, We can begin tactical analysis and adjust your training regimen based on the feedback. Zhang Zhuoqin's expression shifted slightly as he recalled something. He gave careful instructions. The part after the battle, the personal segment involving me doesn't need to be sent to the tacticians. Understood. The servant nodded before adding, your firefish is showing signs of advancement after the battle. We've already equipped it with an everstone to ensure it evolves in optimal condition. Zhang Zhuoqin leaned back in his seat, one hand absently touching his slightly prominent Adam's apple, his head tilted in thought. The firefish had only recently reached level 9 in the awakening stage, and now, after just one battle with the little earthwolf, it was already on the verge of advancing? While its training and diet had been rigorously managed, according to breeders, it should still need at least another half-month to reach the breakthrough threshold. That said, pet beast battles do significantly boost experience, especially when the tactics are sophisticated and the opponent is strong. Since both the little earthwolf and the firefish were in the awakening stage, the experience gained from their fight should have been negligible in terms of raw strength. However, considering the Beastmaster's level, to push the firefish to advance, tacticians had estimated it would require at least one battle against a master-level Beastmaster and another against an advanced-level Beastmaster. Could it be that Duguang's command abilities had already surpassed master level and reached the level of his father, someone with king-level potential at just 18? It wasn't entirely impossible. After all, the Red Emperor had reached Emperor level by age 12, and other cities had produced similarly prodigious talents. Zhang Zhuoqin fell into deep thought. Surely, it couldn't be that this match had involved two Beastmasters simultaneously battling against him, could it? Zhang Zhuoqin pondered for a moment, a determined glint flashing in his eyes. In his opinion, Duguang indeed had the potential to become a king-level trainer. However, this young man seemed far more interested in the beasts themselves than in battles. Perhaps only when he forms a contract with a beast that truly loves combat will he seriously consider becoming a trainer. Regardless, Duguang was undoubtedly a talent worth befriending. Snapping his fingers, Jiang turned to a nearby servant. Did my father watch this live stream? The servant hesitated slightly before replying. I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? We lost already. What worse news could there be? Zhang Zhuoqin chuckled, glancing at the servant. Go ahead. The good news is that the live stream made it to the platform's homepage recommendations, and Mr. Jiang sent 20 super rockets as gifts. This genuinely surprised Zhang Zhuoqin. It wasn't unusual for a battle between two rare-colored beasts to make the homepage, but his father sending such a large number of rockets was highly unusual. Typically, even when Jiang performed outstandingly, his father would send at most 1 or 2 rockets, never more than 3. More importantly, it was clear this time the rewards weren't meant for him. It seemed his father had also noticed Duguang's exceptional talent as a beast trainer. Interlocking his fingers, Jiang thought to himself, I'll need to have a proper talk with my father when I get back, just to ensure he doesn't misunderstand Duguang. And the bad news? The servant hesitated. Well, your live stream account now owes 1 super rocket. What? The servant explained that an account named Chi had matched Mr. Jiang's rocket gifts during the live stream. In total, they gifted 21 rockets. However, since the account owner was a minor, they later applied for a refund. Zhang Zhuoqin struggled to suppress his frustration, but internally, he was already cursing. No wonder his father had sent so many rockets. Someone was challenging him in a gift battle. Can I repay the debt myself? He asked, his expression unreadable. When informed that all future income from the account would be used to clear the debt until it was fully repaid, Jiang suddenly felt a headache coming on. Who would have thought he'd become both a millionaire and a debtor at such a young age? This repayment method is ridiculous. Make them change it, he demanded. Understood. I'll arrange it. Zhang Zhuoqin was about to wave the servant away when another thought struck him. The news about the rare-colored beast in the summer secret realm hall, where did it come from? It was provided by a Wang, a manager from a small subsidiary of the Jiang group. Zhang Zhuoqin sneered. Beast trainers with bad attitudes? Ha! Using someone else to do their dirty work, though they think him an idiot? His tone turned icy. Investigate if any employees from Manager Wang's circle were promoted unfairly. Fire all of them, including Wang himself, and blacklist them permanently. Understood. All right, let's go. Lift the roadblock as well. The luxury car slowly started moving. Leaning back in his seat, Zhang Zhuoqin raised his right hand and thoughtfully gazed at the blue beast-taming bracelet on his wrist. The servant, quick to read the situation, adjusted the recliner into a lounging position. The eldest son of the Jiang family leaned back lazily on the leather seat. One leg casually bent as he scrolled through his friend list on his wristband. When his gaze landed on the name Duguang, he closed his eyes, resting his hands behind his head, a faint smirk playing on his lips. I really want to pet his little wild wolf, he murmured. After a brief pause, he added to himself, oh well, there will be plenty of chances in the future. Meanwhile, outside the Summer Secret Realm's main hall, a luxury car slowly pulled away. With the Secret Realm lockdown notice issued early that morning, the street was nearly deserted. In a shop across the street, a middle-aged man crouched behind a display window, his body aching from remaining in the same position for too long. It wasn't until he saw a passerby and confirmed the lockdown had been lifted that he stretched his stiff limbs and stepped out. Just as he was about to leave, a store attendant stopped him. "Where do you think you're going?" The middle-aged man shot the attendant a sideways glance. The attendant maintained a professional smile. "Sir, please settle the amount for your time spent in the store. I didn't steal or take anything, so what am I paying for?" The man retorted with a bitter laugh. The attendant patiently explained, "This is the luxurious souvenir shop of the Huai-Su Secret Realm, catering specifically to tourists visiting Zhanghe City and the Summer Secret Realm. We operate with a valid license, and the rules are clearly displayed at the entrance. The moment you entered the store, the charges began." "What rules?" The man looked utterly baffled. "There are 3 ways to pay in this store. 1. Purchase an item and pay for it directly. 2. Pay a service fee based on the time spent in the store. According to our surveillance, you stayed for 4 hours and 11 minutes, amounting to a total of 30,120 yuan. How much?" The man's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. The attendant continued, "For the sake of your Beastmaster credibility, we kindly ask you to settle the payment promptly. Otherwise, we will have no choice but to contact the authorities." "Fine, I'll choose the first option." The man hastily scanned the display cases and pointed to a small wolf plushie priced at 5,000 yuan. "I'll take this. Please complete the current payment first, and then you may re-enter to make a purchase." The attendant politely declined. "Then, what about the third option?" The man clung to his last shred of hope. "If you can defeat the store manager's mid-level extraordinary pet beast, you can take an item for free." The middle-aged man's face turned pale. In the end, he gritted his teeth and reluctantly pulled out his phone to make the payment. As he exited the store, he glared at the shop's name and the rules posted on the door, spitting angrily on the ground. "Pa, once I get promoted, I'll never set foot in this godforsaken place again." Little did he know, a termination letter was already waiting for him back at his company. The taxi cruised steadily towards Zhanghe University. Guided by the GPS, Duguang picked up the healing spray, his fingers long and well-defined, carefully applying it to the little wolf cub with a few gentle sprays. "Feeling better now?" Xue Runian let out a faint whimper in response. "Still uncomfortable?" "Whine." After receiving a definite answer, Duguang placed a small toy wolf gently beside the cub and then closed his eyes to rest. Xue Runian yawned, the drowsiness settling over him, but his mind was still replaying the earlier battle. Years of gaming experience had conditioned him to analyze every detail instinctively. The claw strike in the first round was perfectly timed just a moment later, and the firefish would have dodged. The final combo move had pushed his body to its absolute limit, barely enough to secure victory. But the biggest mistake was underestimating Duguang's unrestrained earth-splitting claw. The little wolf cub curled up on the seat, watching the tip of his tail sway, his gaze complex as it drifted toward the university student with closed eyes. "Why would he go this far for me? Knowing full well that once we leave the secret realm, this oddly colored little wolf is destined to pursue freedom." He began to question himself, reflecting on why he had struck Duguang so harshly. The answer was simple. He didn't believe anyone would give up 80 million for a pet beast. The moment Duguang spoke, he had assumed the outcome was already set in stone. The cub toyed with his tail using his paws, suddenly realizing something. Apart from his strong combat abilities, he seemed utterly useless. He was temperamental, disliked being touched, never acted endearing, always thought about escaping, and only cared about himself. What kind of pet beast would anyone sacrifice 80 million for? More crucially, he was clearly a person, yet he couldn't even measure up to an ordinary pet beast. The thought left a suffocating heaviness in Xue Runian's heart. He stole a glance at Duguang before shifting his attention to the small toy wolf. Amid the faint scent of osmanthus incense, he reached out a paw and smacked the toy's face, producing a dull thud. "Humph, ungrateful wolf." At some point, Duguang had opened his eyes. "Don't like it?" Xue Runian had a feeling he knew what was coming next. Sure enough, Duguang chuckled softly and said, "If you don't like it, well, just throw it away." "Why, it's not that I don't like the toy." The little wolf cub hurriedly shook his head. Duguang paused, momentarily surprised. The little wolf cub turned its head toward the window, deliberately avoiding looking at Duguang. "Does it hurt?" The words slipped from its mouth before it could stop them. Leaning back in his seat, Duguang stared straight ahead and, for once, admitted honestly, "It does." That answer made the wolf cub's heart sink even further. In Xue Runian's memories, Duguang always carried an air of confidence, a faint, almost imperceptible smile on his lips, as if everything was under his control. He could still vividly recall how, even in the chaos of the hall, when he had clutched at Duguang's clothes in panic, the man had managed to maintain his polite demeanor while conversing with Tanghua. But after the earth-split claw attack, when Duguang had reached out to examine the wound, The sharp intake of his breath had been startlingly loud. If it hadn't hurt so much, Duguang would have surely brushed it off with a laugh and a casual "I'm fine," like he always did. Xue Runian curled up in his seat, his small toy wolf lying beside him. His ice-blue eyes stared blankly ahead, his body limp like a white rectangular biscuit. Through their bond, Duguang could clearly sense the wolf cub's growing gloom, a feeling that even began to affect him. Watching the little one clearly blaming itself, Duguang couldn't help but shake his head. I hadn't blamed it at all. The silence was suddenly broken by the sound of Duguang's phone ringing, a soft and soothing song playing. The air is warm or cold. Finding a place to call home. Overcome the helplessness alone. Negative emotions postponed. Don't cry, keep moving on. Xue Runian's ears immediately perked up. Duguang pulled his phone from his pocket and answered. Linmu? Yes, it's me. I'll be back at Jang University soon, but I don't have my keys. If you're free, wait for me downstairs at the dorm. Xue Runian stopped paying attention to the call, instead distracted by the song's lyrics, which stirred up memories. Duguang had always been this gentle. From the moment he saved Xue Runian from the swarm of red fire ants, he'd spoken to him like a skilled negotiator calming a dangerous situation softly, patiently, promising freedom. Don't be afraid. I'm not the scorching sun. I'm not blinding, and I'm not overwhelming. I'm just ordinary. But no matter when the night falls, they'll always shine a little light. They'll stay by your side with you. Those words echoed in his ears again. He recalled Jang once describing Duguang as a pure-hearted person, someone who loved his companion beasts and everything about life. Suddenly, Xue Runian felt a sense of relief. Maybe this was what belief looked like. Just like when he had to choose between 8 million yuan and the Global Esports Championship trophy, the answer was obvious. He'd take both. Xue Runian made a quiet resolution. Perhaps he could treat Duguang a little better from now on. As for acting cute, rolling around, or begging for hugs, well, that would depend on his mood. However, as Duguang put his phone away, Xue Runian's keen eyes caught a glimpse of the still-open NetEase Cloud music app on the screen. The wolf cub was speechless for a moment. Really? You're doing this on purpose to cheer me up, aren't you? Pure-hearted. Huh? Dog. Your heart is probably as dark as a 5-layered cake disguised in white frosting. Feeling better now? Duguang asked with a smile. Ugh, you big dummy. I saw the music app on your screen. Xue Runian sat up straight, protesting. Duguang froze for a second, clearly not expecting the wolf cub to be so observant, but he still chuckled. But your mood has improved, hasn't it? Xue Runian was at a loss for words. Damn this companion beast bond, and its ability to sense emotion. She couldn't argue against it. As Duguang let out a low, amused laugh, the wolf cub turned his head away, staring blankly at the seat. Suddenly, he snapped out of it. Wait a second. I was the one who hit Dog. How did this end with him comforting me instead? The little wolf straightened up, his gaze burning as he looked at Duguang. Wu, lower your head. Xue Runian silently resolved to comfort him properly. Although Duguang was a bit puzzled, he obediently leaned down. A soft, furry paw gently rested on his head, the pink paw pad lightly brushing against his hair. Pat pat, don't be afraid, the little wolf reassured him while thinking. Based on the age of a college freshman, Duguang should be around 18 or 19, right? As the older one, it seemed fitting to soothe him like a younger brother. Besides, a pet comforting its owner, this was truly unprecedented. Duguang quickly caught on to Xue Runian's intentions and couldn't help but chuckle as he lifted his head. This movement caused the little wolf's paw to slide down to the tip of his nose. Their gazes met in midair, and Duguang instinctively sniffed. The little wolf immediately withdrew his paw, his eyes reflecting a hint of dissatisfaction. Sorry, I didn't mean to, Duguang quickly explained, though his mind wandered to what he knew about canine paw pads, that their sweat glands and unique bacterial flora create a scent distinct to each pet. He silently mused, it really does smell nice. Xue Runian, of course, understood it was just an accident. He was about to continue comforting Duguang when he stood up with a soft huff. But upon seeing the thoughtful look on Duguang's face, his composure faltered. The little wolf curiously sniffed his own paw, then sniffed it again, seemingly confirming that there was indeed a faint fragrance. Wu, does it still hurt? The little wolf's pupils narrowed as he asked with concern. It does, Duguang replied with a smile. You rascal, you're full of mischief. Xue Runian scrutinized him, but couldn't tell if he was serious. Frustrated, he let out a small howl. Lift your shirt and let me see the injury. Right now? Of course. I'm not like Jang, who jokes around. The little wolf's gaze was firm. I've already made up my mind. Duguang lifted the edge of his shirt, revealing a toned waist and a large bruise along his ribs. The little wolf reached out his paw to examine it, but Duguang moved away. Don't touch it, it hurts. If it hurts, hurry up and apply the medicine. Duguang picked up a high-grade healing spray and applied it to the injured area. His muscles tensed at first, then gradually relaxed. He lowered his shirt and stared silently ahead. Woo. I'm sorry. Xue Runian apologized sincerely. When Duguang didn't respond, he climbed onto his lap, tilted his head up, and repeated, Awur. I'm sorry. It's fine. I was never upset with you in the first place, Duguang said with a smile. Just next time, make sure to let me finish what I'm saying. Xue Runian nodded, but in his heart, he thought, there won't be a next time. He looked at Duguang. Awuru, about what happened this time. How do you want me to make it up to you? If you like petting me, I can let you pet me a bit longer. Just this once. Trust is built like this bit by bit, one moment at a time. Duguang gently placed his hand on the little wolf cub's back, slowly moving upward until he reached its small head. The cub quietly accepted the touch, showing no sign of resistance. Is that all there is to it? Duguang asked tentatively as he continued to stroke it. Woof. The cub responded earnestly. You talk, I'll listen. Duguang pondered for a moment. For example, tell me, how did you feel when I touched your paw back then? Oh? The tips of the cub's ears instantly turned pink, and the blush quickly spread across its entire body. You're something else, do old fox? You can even come up with such a tricky question. Seeing the cub's shy reaction, Duguang couldn't help but chuckle softly. All right, if it's too embarrassing, you don't have to say. I just want to know what you like so I can better serve the great wolf king. Getting your paw touched, shouldn't that feel nice? The cub hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. Woof, it was just ticklish. Though, it was kind of nice. Duguang's gaze suddenly shifted with interest toward the cub's paw. If you're upset, and I make you laugh, would that cheer you up? No, absolutely not. The cub immediately hid its paw under its fur with a wary look, protesting in a childish voice. That would just be mortifying. I knew no good would come from telling you. Duguang straightened up and said gently, all right, I won't tease you anymore. But what if I touch you lightly? Oh, whoa. The cub's paw had already begun gathering earth elements. Duguang immediately fell silent, sitting upright with both hands placed flat and an expression of feigned seriousness staring straight ahead. The cub hopped off the beast-tamer's lap and moved to the back seat, curling up next to a small stuffed wolf toy. As drowsiness crept in, its little head began to nod off. In a little while, we'll arrive at Zhangha University. Lin Mu should be waiting for us in the dormitory, Duguang said softly. Half asleep, the cub thought. Can't believe you're lying even now. Once we're out of the summer secret realm, you're free to go. You can leave anytime, Duguang continued. But for now, you don't have anywhere else to go, right? Or maybe you could stay at my place for a while, at least get a good night's sleep. Before he could finish, Duguang turned his head to see the little cub already curled up into a fluffy white ball, fast asleep. He couldn't help but smile and began humming a tune. Self-help beats helplessness, negative emotions on pause, bottomless pit, don't fall and nothing is defeating me. Meanwhile, over at Zhangha University, it was already past 5 p.m. Lin Mu had just finished his day of classes. With his light green hair slightly tousled, he strolled along a path in the university park. He ignored the incessant buzzing of his phone in his pocket until the firefly, Lu Ying, suddenly emerged from his bag. Lu Ying, Lin Mu stopped walking. The firefly flitted up, down, left, and right in front of him. You're saying Duguang is coming back? The firefly's tail glowed brightly, tracing a cheerful yellow streak around Lin Mu. Let's head back to the dorm, Lin Mu said. Perfect timing, I can show Duguang the new gadget I've been working on. Zhangha University stands tall in the heart of the city, the most prestigious institution in the Quasitiron city of Zhangha, renowned far and wide for its robust programs in combat, artifact, and breeding studies. The university attracts a steady flow of visitors year-round. Its open campus policy ensures a constant buzz of activity, with not only students coming and going but also beast-tamers from across the region stopping by for a visit. Throughout the campus, harmonious interactions between humans and their companion beasts can be seen everywhere. A Carl dog obediently follows its owner, a flower flutter butterfly flits gracefully through the air, and an arc star streaks across the sky, leaving behind a glowing trail. A combat department student, clad in the blue-green university team uniform, hurries toward the training grounds, trailed by a steady-paced mini rhino. On this version of Blue Planet, where the beast-taming era reigns, companion beasts have become an indispensable part of human life. At this moment, a taxi pulls up in front of Zhangha University's grand entrance. The gate is a 100-meter-long ancient stone wall, with the words Zhangha University carved prominently at the top. Inside the taxi, Xue Runian awakens from a light nap, squinting as she takes in the sight of the university gate. Duguang asks, how much is the fare, sir? 10 yuan. I'll waive the change. Don't forget to leave a 5-star review. The driver responds cheerfully. Suddenly, a peculiar voice comes from the front seat. Beep zzz. Thanks for riding, remember to leave a 5-star review. A small magnet pin peeks out, its half electronic, half static voice expressing gratitude to the passengers. Xue Runian curiously observes the electric-magnetic type companion beast. If she weren't trying to keep her identity hidden, she would have loved to scan it with her beast-tamer wristband. She knows that the evolved form of Magnet Pin is the electromagnetic monster, the signature beast of Jiang. However, not all companion beasts are lucky or talented enough to reach such heights. Duguang reaches out and gently flicks the nut on top of the Magnet Pin's head, prompting it to let out a satisfied zzz as it squints its eyes in delight. Your Magnet Pin is quite clever, Duguang remarks. Of course, the driver replies with pride. It can even repair broken light bulbs at home. I just feed it a little electricity, and it stores it up. What it releases later is even more than what I gave it. The Magnet Pin suddenly beeps zzz, and the driver explains, oh, such a gorgeous companion beast. Magnet Pin is complimenting its looks. A young wolf pup lets out a serious woo in gratitude, but then it can't help yawning, its eyes glistening with tears. Amusingly, the Magnet Pin joins in with a yawn of its own. Do you have the telepathy talent? Duguang asks. The driver waves his hand dismissively. Not at all. I don't have any talents or a beast space. It's just that after spending so much time together, I can understand a little, Duguang said, glancing at Xue Runian. I may not know much, but this pet beast seems pretty rare, doesn't it? Was it prepared by your family? The driver asked, glancing at the little wolf cub through the rearview mirror. The wolf cub nodded earnestly, its actions seeming to say, indeed. It's rare. There's only one like me on the entire blue star. Its serious demeanor made the driver laugh out loud. No, I formed a contract with it in a secret realm, Duguang explained. Well, that's truly a special bond, the driver exclaimed, patting the seat excitedly. You must take good care of it. Duguang nodded in agreement, then paid the fare and gave a glowing 5-star review on his phone. Seeing the 5 bright stars on the screen, the little magnetic creature grinned and, in an unexpectedly solemn gesture, bowed deeply to Xue Runian and Duguang. As they got out of the car, a tall university student, holding a small plush toy of a wild wolf, reached out toward the little wolf cub in the car. Xue Runian eyed the hand for a couple of seconds before climbing up onto Duguang's arm instead. Closing the car door, Duguang turned and headed toward the campus. The driver rolled down the window, recalling a scene he had witnessed in the summer secret realm hall, and was suddenly overcome with emotion. Waving energetically, he shouted, You must find happiness. Duguang stopped in his tracks, his face filled with confusion. Passers-by cast curious glances his way. It was only then that he realized the driver might have misunderstood something. The driver rolled up the window, chuckling to himself as he pulled out his phone and made a call. Honey, I saw true love today. It was the juiciest gossip ever. I enjoyed it so much. What's with all this nonsense? Are you acting up again? A resigned voice came from the other end of the line. By the way, dinner's ready. Make sure you come home early to eat. Yes, ma'am. I'll head back in an hour if I can't get another ride. Standing beneath the student dormitory building, Duguang looked up at the window of his 5th-floor room inside. What was once a 2-person prince's suite had been converted into a 6-person commoner's den. Thinking back to the bustling but overly noisy dorm life of his freshman year, especially with roommates from different majors, he couldn't help but feel nostalgic for the quieter moments. The lively first semester had left a deep impression on him. The little wolf cub lay drowsily on Duguang's arm. Despite not having slept for over 10 hours, Duguang felt no fatigue as he silently began climbing the stairs. Inside dorm 517 of Building A, a firefly flitted back and forth. As dusk fell, its tail glowed a bright yellow. Lin Mu retrieved his flower float butterfly into its beast ball and placed it on the windowsill to soak up the moonlight. Having just returned to the dorm, he opened his laptop to work on an unfinished proposal. After a moment of thought, he typed only a few sentences before giving up. Instead, he started browsing the news. King Jang rockets gifts with mysterious rival in livestream. Upset in the first match of the newcomer Beast Battle Tactics Tournament. Ancient Tower reveals new Beast Secret Realm. Hearing footsteps in the hallway, Lin Mu paused. Is that you, Duguang? He asked his firefly, Luing. The level 7 firefly, its tail glowing yellow, flew over and signaled affirmatively by swaying in front of him. If it's Duguang, let me know, Lin Mu said with a grin, rubbing his chin. I've got a surprise for him. Luing nodded and flew to the balcony, circling the beast ball of the flower float butterfly. Lin Mu then took out a pitch-black beast ball, seemingly cobbled together from various materials. Unlike the sleek commercial beast balls, this one exuded an odd sense of incongruity. Just as he was about to continue browsing the news, his mouse froze over a headline. Mutated beast from the summer secret realm contracted? A thought crossed Lin Mu's mind. Could Duguang have actually succeeded? Before he could click on the article, Luing extinguished its tail light, then darted back to him, lighting up suddenly. The footsteps in the hallway grew closer. Gripping the mysterious black beast ball, Lin Mu hid behind the door, leaving it slightly ajar. Seeing the door open, Duguang walked in without hesitation. Lin Mu leaped out, shouting, "Halt, fiend! Great dragon of might! World-honored Xidagarba! Take this, my beast ball of subjugation!" The beast ball flew from his hand, bursting into dazzling light midair. Duguang felt his arms go empty. By the time he came to his senses, Lin Mu was standing there, dumbfounded. The wolf cub was nowhere to be seen, and the black beast ball was violently shaking on the floor. Duguang? Question mark. Lin Mu? Question mark. Xue Runian. An enraged squeak. The beast ball shook violently, as though the pet beast inside was ready to break free at any moment. Duguang turned to Lin Mu, his voice laced with undeniable coldness. "Let it out." Just as Lin Mu was about to press the release button, the beast ball cracked open. A flash of white darted out like lightning. It was Xue Runian. The little wolf cub's fur bristled as it unleashed a surge of elemental power, a mix of ice and earth, instantly dropping the room's temperature by 5 degrees. It crouched low, its icy blue pupils narrowing into dangerous slits, its white fur standing on end, every inch of its body radiating an astonishing energy. As an advanced beast tamer, Lin Mu immediately felt a familiar sense of Dangera deadly pressure he had only experienced before when facing a king-level pet beast in battle. The oppressive aura emanating from this small wolf cub was enough to overwhelm him in an instant. "Apologize to it," Duguang ordered sharply, holding back the enraged wolf cub with one hand. "I'm sorry." Lin Mu quickly bowed at a 90-degree angle. "I really didn't mean to." Xue Runian panted heavily, its gaze fixed on Duguang's hand. After a few tense seconds, its tail slowly lowered, and the elemental energy and oppressive aura surrounding it gradually dissipated. Lin Mu was already drenched in cold sweat. The little wolf collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Duguang immediately scooped it up and sat on the bed, gently soothing it. "It's okay now, it's okay." When Lin Mu tried to approach, Duguang stopped him with a single glare, leaving him no choice but to retreat silently to the corner of the room. A few minutes later, Xue Runian's emotions finally calmed down. However, the aftereffects of forcibly channeling its elemental power began to take hold. It felt an unprecedented exhaustion, as if it hadn't slept for 2 days and had just finished a marathon, its entire body limp and powerless. Duguang stroked the little wolf's back gently. Xue Runian entered a peculiar state. Its instincts as a pet beast reveled in the soothing touch, yet its human-like consciousness struggled to stay alert, fighting the urge to nuzzle against his hand. "Ah, stop, don't touch me," the little wolf murmured weakly, its voice soft and feeble. Duguang withdrew his hand, but when Xue Runian tried to stand, its unsteady paws caused it to stumble and collapse back onto his lap. Duguang carefully placed it on the soft blanket, his tone gentler now. "Lin Mu already apologized. He didn't mean it. Let it go this time, all right?" Standing in the corner, Lin Mu looked utterly aggrieved. How could he have known Duguang had tamed another pet beast that hated staying inside the ball? Xue Runian's icy blue eyes quietly watched him, unblinking. Xue Runian let out a soft murmur, shifting on the cozy blanket to find a comfortable spot. He curled up into a small ball, leaving only his bright eyes visible, quietly savoring the familiar scent of the bed and blanket. Duguang observed Lin Mu with a calm gaze. "If you can appease it, I'll forgive you." Lin Mu quickly explained, "I'm truly innocent. This beast ball was something I modified. During my earlier tests, it couldn't capture any pet beasts. I altered its target to humans. It was supposed to be completely ineffective on pet beasts." He swallowed nervously. "I even named it the human ball, and honestly, it was meant for you." Duguang stared at him expressionlessly. At this moment, Lin Mu was too anxious to be afraid. Compared to angering Duguang himself, offending his pet beast was far more terrifying. The little wolf pup remained silent, seemingly having guessed the reason it could take on a human form, which might have caused the beast ball to classify it as human. Seeing no reaction from the wolf pup, Lin Mu frowned and continued desperately, "Really, this beast ball only creates the illusion of being captured. If you still blame me, I'll prove it myself." With that, he cautiously picked up the beast ball and pressed the capture button over his own head. After a flash of light, Lin Mu opened his palm. "Is this enough to make amends?" Exhausted, Xue Runian lay motionless on the blanket, saying nothing. At that moment, a firefly with a warm yellow glow flew in from the balcony, landed on Lin Mu's head, and emitted a soft ding sound before turning green. In the dim dormitory, the firefly became the only source of light, making Lin Mu's now green hair even more vibrant. Seeing this, Duguang couldn't help but laugh, and even the little wolf pup let out a soft chuckle. Lin Mu wiped the cold sweat from his brow, relieved to have defused the crisis. He turned to Duguang. "Did you really form a pact with a rare-colored pet beast?" "That's right," Duguang replied with a slight smile. "A rare-colored little earth wolf." Xue Runian squinted his eyes and softly affirmed with a faint sound. Duguang extended a finger, and the firefly landed on it. Let me introduce you, this is my first pet beast, a level 7 awakened firefly. Xue Runian weakly wagged his tail. Woof, hello. Duguang took out his wristband and scanned Xue Runian. The data displayed. Name: rare-colored little earth wolf cub. Attributes: earth, ice. Growth level: level 8 awakened. Species rank: low-tier commander. Skills: omitted. Overload. Level 8 awakened. Duguang mused. Did you level up after the battle with Jang? And you even gained a new skill, overload? The system description read: overload, a temporary burst of power, allowing the use of strength far beyond the current level. The duration of the burst depends on physical fitness and mental willpower. After use, it causes mental and physical fatigue, with severity proportional to the duration of the burst. Duguang glanced briefly at the panel and said in a gentle voice, "This is my newly contracted pet beast, an awakened level 8 little earth wolf. Just like you, it doesn't like being inside the beast ball." The glow at the tail of the firefly emitted a bright yellow light as it circled around the little wolf cub. Duguang softly said to the cub, "Let me tidy up, and we'll head home soon. Then you can have a nice rest." The firefly gracefully flew to Duguang's forehead, and with a light press of his finger, it transformed into tiny specks of light and merged into the center of his brow. The little wolf cub squinted its eyes, watching the scene intently, thinking to itself, "So this is how one enters the acupoint sanctuary?" While Duguang was busy packing, Lin Mu leaned closer to Xue Runian and whispered, "Don't be fooled by his gentle demeanor right now. This guy can lie without even blinking. Be careful around him. I suspect he's a dog spirit in disguise." The little wolf cub struggled to lift its head to look at Lin Mu, a flicker of understanding flashing in its eyes. Two victims of Duguang's schemes finally shared a knowing glance. Lin Mu scanned the room and picked up a small earth wolf plushie, teasing, "Another girl confessed to you? And you actually accepted it?" While neatly packing his clothes into a suitcase and organizing the books on the desk, Duguang casually replied, "It's from a guy." "A guy confessed to you?" Lin Mu exclaimed in shock. A vein popped on Duguang's forehead. "I misspoke, my bad. Well, shut up now." Lin Mu immediately admitted defeat. Duguang explained impatiently, "It's from the young master of the Jang family as an apology for the little earth wolf. He tried to buy my pet beast. I refused, and then he lost to me in a beast battle." After finishing, Duguang grabbed his suitcase with one hand and took the plushie from Lin Mu with the other. Seeing the little wolf cub yawning drowsily, he carefully placed it on top of the black suitcase. "Wait a minute." Lin Mu looked stunned. "Are you talking about that Jiang family I know?" "The little earth wolf is tired. I'm leaving," Duguang said decisively. "Always prioritizing your pet beast. Got a new one, and now you've forgotten about your old roommate, huh?" Lin Mu grumbled. "Exactly," Duguang admitted without hesitation. "When Xiao Yi and the others return, I'll make sure they gang up on you." "Got it. So, you're itching for a fight again? Want me to call your sister to discipline you?" "My bad, bro, take care." Lin Mu immediately backed down. As Duguang was about to leave, Lin Mu called out, "Hey, there's a foreign language exam next week. Come by tomorrow so we can go over the key points. I know you've been in the secret realm all day, so rest up tonight and find me tomorrow. I really have something important to discuss." "Got it," Duguang replied with a wave of his hand. Once Duguang's footsteps faded down the hallway, Lin Mu opened his laptop and typed "Summer Secret Realm" and "Jiang Family Young Master" into the search bar. Before long, he found the battle footage between Jiang Zhuochen and Duguang. Duguang leaned back in his chair after carefully reading, lost in thought. Jiang Corporation, the ancient Jiang family? I wonder how their reputation compares to the Yao Taming family or the Senmalin family. As he stepped out of the school gate, he casually hailed a taxi. The driver rolled down the window and greeted him warmly. "What a coincidence. It's you guys again. After this ride, I should head home for dinner too." Duguang smiled in response, effortlessly lifting the little wolf pup into the back seat and placing his heavy suitcase in the trunk. Once inside the car, he turned and asked, "Are you sure you don't want to come into my spiritual home?" Xue Runian stubbornly let out a sound. "Wu, I said no, and I mean no." Duguang didn't press further and told the driver, "To Qingling Garden, please. My home is near there too." The driver tapped the back of his seat enthusiastically. "Buckle up, let's go." When the elevator stopped on the 17th floor, Duguang carried the little wolf pup on his shoulder, a plush toy in his arms, and dragged the suitcase behind him. He unlocked the door with a fingerprint scan. "Here we are. Ugh, I really need to sleep." The little wolf pup mumbled groggily. Exhausted in both body and spirit, Xue Runian could no longer hold on. If he was going to be sold off, so be it. Even if Duguang had ulterior motives, there was no energy left to resist. Duguang changed into house slippers and left the living room lights off. He set down his suitcase, quickly fetched a new blanket, and made a cozy little nest on the sofa for the wolf pup. He said softly, "Go to sleep." The little wolf pup barely opened his eyes, taking one last look at the Beastmaster under the faint moonlight before wrapping himself in his fluffy tail and drifting off into a deep slumber. Normally alert, Xue Runian was now sleeping soundly, clearly exhausted. Duguang looked at the curled-up little creature and couldn't help but smile. He reached out to pet him but, remembering the wolf pup's earlier resistance, pulled his hand back, letting it hover gently in the air instead. He placed a small stuffed wolf toy beside the nest, stood there for a moment, and eventually opened his Beastmaster wristband to snap a photo of the sleeping pup. Afterward, he quietly dragged his suitcase into the bedroom, took out some bread, and ate it quietly. As he ate, he opened the Beastmaster interface and looked at the new friends he'd added today. He created a group chat and named it Little Wolf Pup Fan Club. The members included Duguang, Jang, Jang Yexian, Tangwa, and Chi. Jang Yexian was the first to send a question mark. Duguang immediately uploaded the photo. No other reason. Just wanted to show off my little wolf pup. Tangwa opened the photo. In it, the room was cloaked in night. The little wolf pup was curled up in a soft nest, his fluffy tail wrapped around his body, with the tip peeking out and glowing faintly under the moonlight. Every strand of fur was distinct, and his peaceful sleeping posture made you want to reach out and pet him. Late-night temptation? Huh? Jiang Zhuochen grumbled. That adorable little wolf pupieri trying to make me commit a crime here. Damn it, I just want to pet him so badly. Frustrated, he summoned his flamefish and repeatedly stroked its scales. The flamefish flicked its tail in annoyance, lightly slapping its owner's hand before swimming back into the beast's space to resume its sleep. Chi didn't say anything but sent a Duguang with a sooty face JPG meme as a silent protest. The group chat was buzzing with activity. Tangwa was the first to upload a photo, showing two of her pet beasts stacked on top of each other. Under the bright noonday sun, they looked especially adorable. The orange slime was struggling to hold up a candy jar larger than itself, its big, glistening eyes particularly captivating. Myoyoyu and Mumu are pretty great, aren't they? Tangwa said excitedly. Chi gave a thumbs-up gesture. So cute, huh? Duguang stared thoughtfully at the photo. Oyu and Mumu great names. If it were me, seeing these gel-like, amorphous slimes, I might have just named them Squishy Splat or something. He paused for a moment. By the way, hasn't that little wolf cub been named yet? The group chat grew even livelier. Chi shared a photo of a little bookkeeper draped in a white sheet flying around a dimly lit room, pulling a funny face. Shortly after, Jiang Yexian uploaded a picture of her electromagnetic beast heroically taking down some criminal forces. The photo instantly plunged the chat into silence. Jiangjia is truly Jiangjia, someone remarked in awe. What? Is my pet beast not good-looking? Jiang Yexian asked. Very impressive, Duguang replied cautiously. Incredibly powerful, Jiang Zhuochen chimed in. Tangwa quickly broke the silence. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Tangwa, a healing-type beast master working at a pet beast medical center. Feel free to ask me about any health issues your pet beasts have. The others soon followed with their introductions. Jiang Yexian was brief and to the point. Jiang Yexian, Beastmaster Core. Don't bother me unless it's important. Jiang Zhuochen had just finished saying, Jiang family, Jiang Zhuochen, when Chi interrupted, I know. You're the one who got beaten by that shiny little wolf cub. Excuse me? Where are your manners? Jiang Zhuochen retorted, clearly annoyed. Tangwa, curious, asked about the match. Chi suggested she search for double shiny beast battle to see it for herself. Then, jokingly, Chi introduced herself as Special Cadre number 77 of the Flame Squad. Under Jiang Yexian's skeptical gaze, she quickly corrected herself. Just kidding. I'm Chi, a low-level employee at the Secret Realm Administration Bureau. I dabble in a bit of everything and love joining in on the fun. Zhangha University, Breeding Department, Duguang said succinctly, sipping water while listening to the ongoing discussion. Jiang Zhuochen was surprised by Duguang's field of study. As someone from the battle-oriented department, they typically relied on force contracts with pet beasts, whereas the breeding department focused on building rapport through food and tools. But could this clever little wolf cub really be tamed using conventional methods? Can I ask how you managed to form a contract with the wolf cub? Jiang Zhuochen couldn't help but inquire. At that moment, Duguang stood by the unlit bedroom window, gazing out at the night sky, streetlights, and stars. He chuckled softly, his voice carrying a slightly magnetic rasp. Of course, I used my irresistible charm to win it over. Jiang Zhuochen fell into thought. It was indeed a plausible approach. Those with an affinity for beast taming often excelled at appealing to a pet's preferences. Combined with clever persuasion, it was possible to quickly build a strong rapport. For intelligent pet beasts, this method was often especially effective. Tangwa nodded earnestly after listening, fully agreeing with Duguang's attitude toward his contracted pet beast. Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she blurted out, taming it through sleep? That's a great idea. Jiang Yexian, however, frowned and said bluntly, "Could you stop using that midnight ASMR streamer voice?" Duguang was caught off guard by the comment and coughed twice before quickly typing a reply. The little wolf pup fell asleep, so I just lowered my voice a bit. He paused, then asked, "Do you guys know how to care for a young wolf pup? Its diet, sleep schedule, and whether it likes being petted?" Tangwa shook her head and replied, "There aren't many people with contracted wolf pups. The medical handbook only mentions that they're omnivorous, social animals that follow a pack leader system. But since it's a baby, milk should be fine. I can ask my teacher tomorrow, and you can also take it to the Pet Beast Center for advice." Zhang Zhuochen admitted he wasn't sure either but promised to consult a nutritionist. Chi, on the other hand, confidently declared, "Wolf pups are omnivorous, just treat it like a human. Whatever we can eat, it can eat too. It's so smart. If it doesn't want something, it'll let you know. As for petting, I guarantee it secretly loves it." Zhang Yexian immediately agreed, but soon had to leave due to a mission. The others also said their goodbyes, and before leaving, Zhang Zhuochen invited everyone to explore a secret realm together the next day. However, Duguang declined because he had classes, which reminded Zhang Zhuochen that he was still a student at Zhenghe High School. He decided to drop by school himself the next day. After leaving the group chat, Duguang privately messaged Zhang Zhuochen and Tangwa to inquire about treatment plans and discounts for rib fractures. The next morning, Xue Runian woke up feeling refreshed, emerging from the cozy nest of blankets it had made. It shook its fluffy fur and stretched lazily. Sunlight streamed through the window as it opened its ice-blue eyes and carefully surveyed the room. From the living room to the bedroom, everything was neatly arranged. A suitcase was placed against the wall, and the bedding was folded neatly, but there was no sign of Duguang. Xue Runian wandered around the apartment and found a few sticky notes near the door. The first note listed the door code and fingerprint settings, explicitly stating that the little wolf pup could come and go freely. The second note pointed out the location of food and moo milk. The third note was a message from Duguang, saying he had gone to class and wouldn't return until 9 p.m., leaving the pup free to stay or leave as it pleased. Xue Runian carefully inspected the room again, confirming there were no cameras. A sly glint flashed in its eyes. Time to transform. Whoever wants to be a pet beast can do it. Xue Runian. Am done playing this role. The snow-white little dumpling wiggled its body, instantly transforming its shape. The small coyote was gone, replaced by a young boy crouching on the ground. His face was delicate, framed by short, pure white hair, under which fluffy animal ears peeked out. A bushy tail swayed gently behind him. Yippee-yay-yay. With a crisp cheer, Xue Runian leaped onto the bed in a flash, burying himself in the soft covers. Finally free. He clung tightly to his large tail, rolling around on the bed. Just as he instinctively raised his hand to lick the back of it, he suddenly froze. "I almost licked my fur," Xue Runian thought in frustration. "It seems staying in my original form for too long has even made my habits like a pet beast's." Quickly, he retrieved clothes from his wristband storage and got dressed. Looking at the human-shaped dent left on the blanket, he guiltily smoothed out the bedding. If transforming back and forth is always this troublesome, he sighed, then I'd better avoid reverting to my original form. But then he thought, though if that's the case, wouldn't Duguang have wasted a contract slot on me? Rubbing his hands together, Xue Runian summoned a light screen to check his stats. 8th level awakening, along with a string of newly acquired achievements. First Beastmaster Battle Victory, First Beastmaster Battle, First Taming of a Beast. He paused for a moment, then realized it said being tamed instead. He couldn't help but laugh. Opening the skill interface, he saw a new locked option in the special skills section. Beastmaster Talent. Win 10 Beastmaster battles to unlock 210. Xue Runian's pupils gradually became the vertical slits unique to wolf demons. 2 victories, one from Zhao Xuanjia and one from Zhang Zhuochen. A certain thought became clearer in his mind. Since even a Beastmaster talent had appeared, wouldn't developing an inner spatial dimension and gaining beast-taming abilities be just around the corner? After all, the Beastmaster talent was built upon the foundation of beast-taming abilities. As the most prestigious profession on Blue Star, powerful beastmasters were not only admired and wealthy, but also capable of extraordinary feats. Whether it was protecting cities from wild demon beasts or enjoying generous benefits, becoming a beastmaster was undoubtedly the best path. Though online discussions often labeled beastmaster as a high-risk profession, with the cost of nurturing pet beasts deterring many, these concerns were trivial to Xue Runian, who inherited He Fan's complete memories. After all, meditation techniques, skill machines, and all the materials for training pet beasts were fully stored in his wristband. The cost of raising his pet beast had been significantly reduced, making it far easier than before. Xue Runian sat on the edge of the bed, quickly calculating his plans for the future. As long as he could cover his daily expenses, that would suffice. If necessary, he could always fall back on his old profession as a game booster. However, his top priority was to return to the summer secret realm and retrieve the treasure-seeking mouse. He raised his arm and scanned himself with the wristband. To his relief, the new wristband still recognized him even after his transformation. His gaze lingered on the description of the move overload. This new wristband seemed to have a unique identification feature, capable of analyzing the details of moves based on the pet beast characteristics. After activation, it would lead to a weakened state, with heightened sensitivity throughout the body. Xue Runian frowned. How could such an impressive move end up backstabbing me like this? Recalling the sensation from yesterday when Duguang's hand accidentally touched his back, a feeling that spread through his entire body in an instant, Xue Runian felt a chill. The little wolf cub had almost lost control from the overwhelming sensation. If Duguang had touched a few more places, the proud persona of not letting anyone touch him or acting coy would have completely crumbled. While the little wolf cub might not care, Xue Runian himself would be utterly mortified. Fortunately, now that he was back in human form, rationality had returned. His ears perked up triumphantly, and his tail wagged cheerfully. He carefully rolled up his pant leg, stepping barefoot onto the floor, only to discover a new problem: had no suitable shoes. After measuring his size, Xue Runian expressionlessly used the wristband to order a set of clothes and shoes online. After all, Zhao Xuanjia's training uniform was too ill-fitting and would draw suspicion if worn outside. Thanks to the advanced delivery system on Blue Star, where beast tamers and flying pet beasts handled logistics, goods from local stores could be delivered in less than 2 hours. After completing the payment, Xue Runian couldn't help but sigh. He knew he was short in his human form, but he hadn't expected to be barely over 150 centimeters tall without his ears. Lifting his shirt to glance at his body, he saw that aside from the necessary features, he had almost no muscle, just a pale, ordinary-looking boy. Clearly, this body wasn't suited for combat. It was just the physique of a delicate young boy. Though it was still February, the warming weather made walking barefoot on the floor tolerable. Xue Runian made his way to the dining area, where he found 2 cartons of milk and a note explaining how to use the heating device. Duguang must have assumed the little wolf cub was smart enough to figure it out after one glance. And he was right. Xue Runian heated the milk in no time and sat in a chair, swinging his legs as he drank it. After finishing the milk, he strolled into the living room, shaking his head playfully. He plugged in the beast tamer wristband to charge and then examined the door's keypad and fingerprint lock. After a moment of contemplation, he picked up the note left by Duguang, entered the password to unlock the door, and swiftly transformed back into his original form. The training uniform slipped off as the little wolf cub leaped nimbly, leaving a small paw print on the fingerprint registration pad. Swiftbird Express. Your package has been delivered downstairs, came the cheerful voice of the delivery guy through the Beastmaster wristband. Could you bring it up? I'm on the 17th floor, Xue Runian replied. No problem. After finishing his meal, Xue Runian, still in his human form, conducted his routine inspection around the house. When he entered the bedroom, his gaze casually fell on the trash bin. Beneath several bread wrappers, there was a suspiciously large pile of crumpled tissues. The sheer quantity was astonishing, prompting him to shake his head with a sigh. Only you, do go. Meanwhile, in the Zhangha University lecture hall, Duguang, who was in the middle of a foreign language class, suddenly sneezed. A girl auditing the class from the medical department asked with concern, Duguang, are you sick? Do you need treatment? I'm fine. Just a lingering cold from a while ago, Duguang replied, pulling a tissue from his pocket to wipe his nose. Xue Runian changed into his training outfit and found a brand new pair of brown bear slippers in Duguang's room. Muttering, forgive me, under his breath, he slipped on the slippers, grabbed a stuffed wolf toy, and entered the passcode to open the door. He stood waiting at the door across from Duguang's apartment. The elevator doors opened, and the delivery guy stepped into the hallway with the package in hand. He froze momentarily when he saw the small figure standing at the door. The boy before him had delicate features, pure white hair, and 2 cream-colored ears perched atop his head. His sleepy blue eyes added to his charm. Dressed in an oversized training outfit that looked more like pajamas, he clutched a stuffed toy in his arms, brown bear slippers on his feet. A white tail peeked out from his waistband, lazily swaying. Is that my package? Xue Runian rubbed his eyes, his voice soft and drowsy. Are you Xue Runian? The boy nodded, raising his wrist to show his wristband. That's me. Don't forget to leave a 5-star review, the delivery guy said, his voice unconsciously softening. Okay, goodbye, big brother, Xue Runian replied, though inwardly he was urging the man to leave quickly. This vulnerable demeanor was far from his comfort zone. The delivery guy reluctantly headed back toward the elevator, turning his head so frequently it was almost comical. One thought dominated his mind. I just met a fusion talent wielder, and such an adorable one at that. Once the elevator doors fully closed, Xue Runian's expression instantly sharpened. Hugging the package, he swiftly entered Duguang's apartment, carefully unboxed his new clothes and shoes, and put them on. After some hesitation, he picked up a pair of scissors and cut a small opening in the back of the brand new pants, gingerly threading his tail through. He gave it a few experimental wags. It felt perfectly comfortable and conveniently concealed the cut. Standing before the mirror, Xue Runian gave himself a satisfied nod. Now this is more like it. He reached up to gently rub the tips of his fluffy ears, tracing their outer edges with his fingers, sometimes kneading, sometimes lightly scratching. His reflection showed flushed ear tips, glistening eyes, and a face that stayed warm for a long while. Even just touching them himself felt so nice. What would happen if someone else touched them? Xue Runian made up his mind. His ears and tail must be well protected. Swiftly, he put everything back in its place, carefully wiped away the footprints left by his human form, and stored the delivery box and training clothes in his wristband storage space. After tidying himself up, he gave the room one last check. Smiling faintly, he stepped into the vast beast-taming world in his human form. Jang City Public Security Bureau, branch office. A young boy sat at the front desk, his head bowed low. The receptionist behind the desk looked at him curiously. Meanwhile, in the back office, the manager was in discussion with someone. Yes, he claims to have come from outside Jang City and says he lost all his identification during a beast tide. When asked about his family, he said he couldn't remember, possibly due to temporary amnesia caused by the trauma. His story does match up, as there have indeed been several small-scale beast tides near Jang City recently. His beast tamer wristband also corroborates his claims, including the unstoppable force achievement. According to him, he doesn't have any innate talent for beast taming. But when he faced danger, the ice wind wolf that had accompanied him since childhood protected him, and then he became like this. It's such an unusual case. All his identification is gone, only the beast tamer wristband remains. Now he wants to reapply for his documents, but he can't even recall where he's from. We've never had a case like this before. No, judging by the look in his eyes, I believe he's telling the truth. Even though he no longer has a companion beast, he claims to have strong beast-taming abilities and can live independently. And if he were to form a new contract with another beast... What? His name? It's on the beast-tamer wristband. Xue Runian. What? Being enrolled as a special recruit at Jangha No. 1 Beast-Taming Academy? A cultivation stipend? Who authorized this? Alright, I'll handle it right away. Xue Runian sat quietly in his seat, his tail drooping lifelessly. The receptionist glanced at him hesitantly several times before finally asking, "Can I touch your ears?" Xue Runian shook his head and replied softly, "He doesn't like being touched." The receptionist felt a pang of sadness. That kind-hearted companion beast had protected this child, and now this was the only way it could continue to accompany him. She tried to comfort him, saying, "It's all right. It's all in the past now. There won't be any more beast tides in Jianghe City. Everything will get better." Xue Runian didn't look up, only nodding silently. Internally, he thought, did I give myself away? He had been crafting this elaborate backstory ever since escaping the summer secret realm. If even this wasn't convincing enough, he'd have no choice but to reactivate the Yinhua team's anonymous account and resort to less honorable methods. The manager emerged from the back office, glanced at Xue Runian, and said, "All right, next you need to visit the Beast Tamer Association. Show them your wristband at the front desk. They'll register your identity and record your talent data." The receptionist added, "Don't worry, it's just the standard talent registration process. Everyone goes through the same procedure." Xue Runian looked up at the manager and asked, "What happens after that?" The manager paused, slightly taken aback by the boy's gazite, felt as though those eyes could pierce straight into his soul. He cleared his throat and continued, "Because your beast-taming talent is special, leaders from the Beast-Taming Academy will likely ask you some questions and invite you to join Jianghe No. 1 Academy. Of course, it's only an invitation. You can choose whether or not to accept." Xue Runian nodded. He had anticipated the school's invitation. During this extraordinary period, as the spatial tides of Blue Star shifted, a large number of ordinary people began awakening their beast-taming abilities. Through meditation, they could open a beast-taming space within their minds, becoming true beast tamers. This was fundamentally different from those who relied solely on capturing beasts with spirit balls. The awakening of beast-taming talents exhibited three distinct characteristics: regionality, progressiveness, and unpredictability. For example, in the Xingdu region, fusion talents were more common, while Sinmuching was known for producing growth and flourishing talents related to the wood element. However, the process of awakening was unpredictable. A resident of Sinmuching might awaken a fusion talent, while someone from Xingdu could develop a flourishing talent. Ordinary beast-taming talents primarily enhanced elemental abilities, while special talents varied widely. Affinity talents were relatively common and not rare in the market. Fusion talents, though unique, were possessed by a fair number of individuals. Truly rare talents included high-level special abilities like those of Duguang and Zhao Xuanjia, as well as so-called unexpected awakening talents like Xue Runian's. These talents were either recorded in ancient texts or entirely unprecedented, naturally making them the focus of competition among universities. After bidding farewell to the manager, Xue Runian used the funds provided by Zhao Xuanjia to take a taxi to the Beast-Tamers Association. Transition to noon, inside the student dormitory. Lin Mu opened the dorm room door, complaining as he entered. When are you going to break your habit of not carrying your keys? By the way, I watched your fight with Jiang Zhuochen at the secret realm entrance yesterday. Honestly, not joining the combat department is their loss. Duguang walked in with a smile. What's up? While tidying up the messy desk, Lin Mu scratched his head sheepishly. I just wanted to congratulate you on contracting your second pet beast. Too bad I don't have anything decent to give you right now. Haven't you already given me something? Duguang gently lifted the blue cord around his neck, revealing the bell-shaped Suzuki incense charm. Little Coyote really likes it. Lin Mu's eyes widened. Are you saying my Suzuki incense actually worked? Seeing Duguang nod, he excitedly spun around the room. This is a charm that boosts favorability with rare-colored pet beasts. Sure, there's a bit of luck involved, but with some good promotion. He suddenly turned to Duguang, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Bro, can I borrow your little coyote for an advertisement? I promise to take great care of it. When Duguang shook his head, Lin Mu continued pleading. Come on, bro, I'm begging you. I promise to take care of every single claw like it's the emperor himself. Lin Mu exclaimed excitedly. Duguang gave a helpless smile. There's nothing I can do. I made a promise to the little coyote back then to give it absolute freedom. Now that it has left the summer secret realm, it doesn't need me anymore. Lin Mu froze, staring blankly as if he hadn't understood. After a 5-second pause, he asked, What do you mean? Are you saying you're planning to let it go? Not yet. Duguang shook his head. But the beast-taming contract can be severed at any time. The little coyote doesn't seem to like me very much. At the same time, Xue Runian stood in front of the grand entrance to the Beastmaster Association. He squinted his icy blue eyes, taking in the imposing architecture. Inside the busy hall, people bustled about, some taking on tasks, others undergoing rank evaluations. The entire place was lively yet orderly. Are you a newly awakened Beastmaster? A curious girl approached him, looking intrigued. Is it a fusion talent? Can I touch your ears? Politely declining, Xue Runian walked to the front desk and presented his wristband. I'd like to register for identification, certify as a novice Beastmaster, and record my beast-taming talent. The staff scanned his wristband and couldn't help but glance at his ears and tail a couple more times. Smiling, they said, Xue Runian, please follow me. Back with Lin Mu, he grabbed Duguang's shoulder firmly. Get a grip. You're the one with universal affinity. You saw it yourself, it won't even let me touch it. Duguang chuckled lightly. So what if it doesn't? My Suzuki tree doesn't let me touch it either. It's different, Duguang explained. The Suzuki tree inherently dislikes being touched, but canines aren't like that. If you hadn't stopped it yesterday, the little coyote would have killed me. Lin Mu said anxiously. It got angry yesterday because you crossed its bottom line, Duguang said seriously. It doesn't like being contracted, doesn't like beast-taming spheres, and doesn't like the beast space. Most importantly, it doesn't want to be anyone's pet beast. So I have to respect its choice. Lin Mu was at a loss for words. Finally, he let out a curse and slumped heavily into a chair. Because Luing doesn't like fighting, I chose the nurturing path. Because it doesn't like the smell of smoke, I quit smoking. Because it doesn't like the dorm environment, I moved back home. Lin Mu muttered to himself. Breaking a contract isn't something you can just do on a whim. It could cripple your acupoints entirely. It'll be fine, Duguang replied calmly as ever. How much did Jiang Zhuochen offer you? 80 million. You really deserve that universal affinity awakening. Lin Mu gritted his teeth. Where is the little coyote now? Maybe at home. Or maybe it's already gone. I left a note saying I'd be back at 9 tonight. Get out. Lin Mu roared, readied, shoving Duguang hard. Go home now. At least ask it in person. By 9, it'll be too late. Just go already. Duguang was stunned. It was the first time Lin Mu had spoken to him in such a tone. Silently, he removed the Suzuki incense hanging around his neck and handed it to Lin Mu. Thanks for the tool. With that, he turned and quickly walked away. Listening to the fading footsteps on the stairs, Lin Mu leaned heavily against the back of his chair, letting out a long sigh. He tossed the Suzuki incense onto the table and irritably ran his fingers through his green hair. That guy, making me sweat like crazy. Usually smarter than a dog, but when it matters, he's as dumb as they come. Lin Mu sat at the table, his fingers running through his light green hair as his emotions gradually calmed down. He admitted to himself that his earlier words had been too harsh, but mentioning that part of his past had brought back memories he would rather not revisit. Even though he had eventually gained admission to Jiangha University, those memories still lingered, unresolved. Other than my sister, you're the first person to make me curse out loud. Lin Mu muttered under his breath, opening his laptop absent-mindedly. He disabled the auto-login feature for his communication account and began browsing the news. Rumors of unique rules emerging in the archaic Tower Secret Realm, the upcoming Southeastern Rookie Trainer Tournament, and the enrollment period for beast-taming programs at major universities. After a while, a wave of irritation washed over him, and he snapped the laptop shut. Duguang, that guy really has a knack for ruining people's moods, Lin Mu said, extending a hand toward the empty space. A faint green glow appeared, and a high-level summoning circle rose from the ground. Unlike the subtle changes seen in the circles of ordinary beast tamers during their advancements, Lin Mu's circle featured 3 rotating hexagrams. A delicate blossom butterfly fluttered out gracefully, its wings shimmering. Lin Mu took out a beast-taming ball and asked, "Want to go check out the Suzuki tree? Or do you want to stay in the ball?" The butterfly circled once before obediently flying into the ball. Why are there some pet beasts that dislike being in the beast-taming ball? Lin Mu mused as he clipped the ball to his belt. Adjusting his wristband, he stepped out the door. Meanwhile, Duguang opened the door to his home and noticed that the note on the door was gone. A glow fire slipped out of his pocket, stretching its body in the warm midday sunlight, its tail light dim. "Little Earth Wolf? Little Earth Wolf?" Duguang called out softly, but no one responded. Though he had expected this, a faint sense of disappointment still crept into his heart. He glanced at the trash bin, which held 2 empty milk cartons, and the couch, where a little Earth Wolf plush toy lay crookedly. Suddenly, Glowfire flew out of the bedroom, clutching a piece of paper with its tiny legs. It was the note Duguang had left earlier. The upper half had been torn off, leaving only the words, "Back by 9 p.m. The original signature had been ripped away, replaced by the imprint of a paw. Duguang walked to the door, and when he entered the password, he noticed a small plum blossom mark left on the fingerprint scanner. He couldn't help but smile. "Let's go, Glowfire. We have class this afternoon." Elsewhere, at the Beast Tamer Association registration desk. "Name?" the staff member asked. "Xue Runian," the boy replied. "Age?" 21. The woman in charge of registration gave the young boy a half-smile as she scrutinized him. 21. 18. Xue Runian corrected himself. The woman still didn't type it in. Lying isn't something good kids should do. "Are you sure you're 18? Xue Runian sighed deeply. "I'm not 18. I really am 21. In the end, the boy watched helplessly as the woman typed 15 into the screen. He couldn't even argue back and had to suppress his frustration with a forced smile. The female staff member finished entering the data, her gaze falling on Xue Runian's conspicuous beast ears and tail. "You still need to register as a novice beastmaster. According to the information, your beastmaster talent is a mutated fusion, which occurred when your contracted beast risked its life during the beast tide. It fused you two together permanently, leaving you with these beast-like features." Xue Runian nodded in confirmation. The woman stood up and said, "Your talent has been recorded. Congratulations on becoming the only special fusion talent holder in Donghuang. Now, you just need to demonstrate your Beast Master spatial array to prove your ability." Xue Runian's heart tightened. Beast Master ability? He didn't actually have one. He had only briefly meditated before coming here. The woman noticed his hesitation and spoke gently. "We understand that you might have stress-induced amnesia from the beast tide. Just show us whatever you can remember." Recalling He Fan's demonstration, Xue Runian focused his energy and attempted to summon the array in front of him. The space rippled slightly, revealing an unstable beast master space. Its base a sandy brown color with icy blue barriers surrounding it. "You're an Earth-Ice dual-element beastmaster. In the future, contracting beasts of the same attributes will be much easier for you." After completing all the registration steps, the woman placed the documents into a file folder. "Follow me. A few school leaders have been waiting for you." Xue Runian followed her into an office where 3 people were seated. On the right was a sophisticated female principal wearing black-rimmed glasses, flipping through some secret realm documents. On the left, a sharp and gallant man was seated on a sofa with an enrollment agreement in front of him. To Xue Runian's surprise, Chi-Chi was also present, waving at him with a cheerful smile. A little book sprite holding a brush was flying around the room, slightly easing the tense atmosphere. "Hello, aunties and uncles." Since there was no turning back, Xue Runian decided to fully embrace his youthful act. The registration staff handed the documents to the principal. "Allow me to reintroduce myself. My surname is Yu, and am a tactical course instructor at Zhanghe High School." The man on the sofa spoke formally. "We are inviting you to join Zhanghe High School as a special Beast Master recruit this year." "What does a special recruit do?" Xue Runian asked, feigning curiosity. The principal patiently explained Zhanghe High School's advanced teaching methods and how they supported novice beastmasters in this high-risk profession. Noticing Xue Runian's apparent lack of interest, the man quickly upped the ante. "If you enroll, you'll have unrestricted access to all of the school's beast master facilities. Even Jiang Zhuochen, the young master of the Jiang family, is studying here," which speaks to our reputation. Additionally, the school will go all out to secure a spot for you in the newly opened Secret Realm trials. Hearing Jiang Zhuoqin's name, Xue Runian was completely unfazed. Wasn't that the guy he had already beaten down? How could their teaching compare to He Fan's guidance or his own experience in gaming? As for the Secret Realm trial, he had his own ways of gaining access. Sensing the man's furrowed brows, Chi-Chi quickly chimed in. You can come and go freely during school hours, and there's a monthly cultivation allowance. Plus, if you advance to Senior Beast Master within 3 months, you'll be guaranteed admission to Jiangha University. Xue Runian immediately perked up. Where do I sign? The room fell silent as the expressions of the three people froze. The conditions presented sounded far too ordinary. Free access, guaranteed admission to Jiangha University if promoted to Advanced Beast Tamer within 3 months. Weren't these the basic benefits for special recruits? While the training schedule was indeed flexible, anyone who had witnessed the advanced beast taming facilities at Jiangha High School would find it hard to give up such superior resources to train independently except for Jiang Zhuoqin. As for the promise of guaranteed university admission after becoming an advanced beast tamer in 3 months, it seemed almost redundant. A genius like that could bypass high school entirely and enroll through special channels, saving the time spent in high school, even if the process was a bit more complicated. I'd like to read the enrollment agreement, Xue Runian said, turning to the expressionless man. With the man's silent approval, Xue Runian picked up the stack of papers on the table and pretended to study them carefully. The other three exchanged glances before turning their gaze to Chi-Chi, who simply looked up at the ceiling, appearing entirely indifferent. Half an hour later, Xue Runian put down the agreement. Ill sign. Just as the young page was about to hand over a brush, Chi-Chi smiled, patted his head, and pulled a ballpoint pen from her pocket, handing it to Xue Runian. As Xue Runian bent down to sign, his pure white tail swayed gently in front of Chi-Chi, who resisted the urge to reach out and touch it. Welcome to Jiangha High School Special Recruitment Class B, Teacher Yu said with a smile. I also oversee Special Recruitment Class A. Hello, Teacher Yu, Xue Runian responded politely before asking. If there's nothing else, may I leave now? Teacher Yu paused for a moment. You don't have a place to stay yet, do you? The school provides shared dormitory. No need. I can earn money to rent a place myself. Xue Runian's ears twitched slightly as he shook his head. After confirming he wasn't joking, Teacher Yu gave him the contact information of a reliable landlord and reminded him about the new student training camp in 7 days, which would be announced via text message. Xue Runian thanked him and left the room. The room fell into a brief silence. The principal turned to Chi-Chi. How did you know he would agree using this approach? Sensing the atmosphere, Teacher Yu tactfully excused himself, leaving the two adults to focus their attention on Chi-Chi. Both had learned of this talented individual through special channels, but Kiki's involvement was particularly puzzling. According to her, she had merely happened to pass by and decided to help. While her position in the Secret Realm Administration Bureau technically allowed her to intervene in school admissions, their attempts to look into her background had all been blocked by insufficient clearance. Did you seriously think he cared about the special recruitment offer? Chi-Chi said, placing her hands on her hips and feigning an air of authority. He just needed a legitimate identity, that's all. The man on the sofa remained silent for a moment before raising his hand. A blackened summoning array appeared, enveloping the entire room. A faint roar of a bear echoed from within the spatial array, with scarlet eyes flickering in and out of sight within the formation. The overwhelming aura of a king-level beast instantly enveloped the entire room, suppressing all elemental forces except for Earth, as if subjects were bowing before their monarch. Amid the swirling winds, the lights flickered unpredictably. Who are you? What exactly is your purpose? The man demanded sharply. The female principal stood tense to the side, her breathing labored. Instinctively, her hand moved toward the beast ball in her pocket, which gave her some reassurance. However, Chi-Chi remained motionless, standing firmly in place. Her small pendant of a scholar swayed in the wind from her clothing hem, and the brush-shaped ornament on it revealed a glowing character for Earth. The curious little scholar floated to Chi-Chi's side, peeking out inquisitively. Hey, hey, hey! Chi-Chi took a few steps back, crossing her arms in front of her. I'm not here to fight, okay? Let me warn you, if you hit me, you might regret it big time. The principal turned to look at the man on the sofa, her eyes questioning. She's not staff from the association hall, the man declared in a low voice. No kidding, Chi-Chi rolled her eyes. And you're not from Jiangha High School, are you? Stop pretending. You're from the military, and you came with the principal to the association to negotiate for the use of Jiangha City's secret realm for the training camp's assessment, right? Could it really be that coincidental? The military official retracted the beast array, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and carefully studied the girl before him. And you are? The summer secret realm is sealed off for a week, isn't it? That time, combined with the preparation for the assessment, should be enough for the realm's resources to regenerate, Chi-Chi said with her hands on her hips. I'm Chi-Chi, an official member of the Eastern 7th Bureau's Secret Realm Resource and Coordination Management Division. In the name of the Master of the Huai Su Secret Realm, I'm here to negotiate with you about borrowing the Secret Realm. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xue Runian was using his Beast Master wristband to video call his prospective landlord. The moment the landlord, Ms. Liu, saw the boy's snow-white hair and soft, furry beast ears, she immediately felt a sense of affection. "Hello, my name is Liu. Are you the one interested in renting the place?" Ms. Liu asked with a smile. After learning the details about the property, Xue Runian cautiously explained that he didn't have much money prepared. Ms. Liu, however, generously offered to rent it at the lowest price. When Xue Runian chose a particular property, Ms. Liu hesitated. It turned out that the property had been frequented by ghost-type beasts. Although they hadn't harmed anyone, they had scared off previous tenants. Ms. Liu had been planning to have the Beastmaster Association deal with the issue. "It's fine. I'll take it," Xue Runian decided firmly after careful consideration. "If you're talking about ghosts, sure, I might feel a little spooked at first. But if you're talking about ghost-type beasts, Lord Wolf King here certainly won't back down." At the Beastmaster Association's Jianghe City branch, the principal sat at the conference table, deep in thought. She furrowed her brow slightly and said carefully, "The assessment method you've proposed is theoretically feasible. However, this decision is not something Jianghe No. 1 High School can make on its own. We need to coordinate with other Beastmaster academies." The military officer frowned deeply, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. "A joint assessment of this scale is unprecedented. Establishing the rules will be extremely complicated." Chi-Chi's nimble little hands waved in the air. "Precisely because there's no precedent, it's innovative. Besides, we can deploy mechanical birds to observe the entire process. Not only would it ensure safety, but it could also live-stream the footage for the public." The military officer nodded solemnly. "Although the plan is somewhat risky, we will seriously consider your suggestion." Chi-Chi picked up the brush on the table, her strokes flowing with confidence. The ink on the agreement shimmered faintly before solidifying into her signature. "All right, we can discuss the details later. The usage rights for the secret realm are now yours." She playfully blinked. "However, someone just doubted my identity and even summoned a king-level beast without permission, scaring my little assistant half to death. There should be an explanation for that, right?" The soldier expressionlessly glanced at the little assistant, happily flitting about in the air. "This is what you call scared to death?" Chi-Chi swiftly grabbed the little assistant by its collar, pulling it in front of her. She gently held its tiny head and pointed it at the officer. "Look at how frightened it is. It's only at the mid-extraordinary level." Though bewildered, the little assistant obediently put on an exaggeratedly terrified expression. The officer frowned and asked, "If it's truly that weak, then explain how a mid-level beastmaster could gain ownership of the Huai Su secret realm?" The principal quickly stepped in to mediate. "Chi-Chi is an official member of the 7th Bureau, and she just approved our request to use the summer secret realm for trials. We should indeed show some appreciation." Chi-Chi nodded enthusiastically. "Exactly. Anyone who supports me is a good person." The officer sighed and explained, "The title of Secret Realm Master is merely symbolic. Actual management falls under the jurisdiction of the Beast Suppression Unit and the Enforcers. Unless someone has made significant contributions to conquering a secret realm, how could they gain ownership of one? The 7th Bureau of the Eastern Glory Government is an organization that only Secret Realm Masters can join." The officer rubbed his temples. "Fine. I can provide advancement materials for your little assistant. Do you want paper-bound spirit forms, or malevolent pin spirits?" Chi-Chi counted on her fingers. "The other materials are easy to find. I'm just missing a level 5 crystal core." The principal frowned and remained silent, feeling that Chi-Chi's request was rather unreasonable. The officer's expression also turned serious. "Are you messing with me? A level 5 crystal core? Even if I had 1 inch." Before he could finish, Chi-Chi's wristband suddenly vibrated. She quickly checked it and, beaming with excitement, reached out her hand. "Never mind. I already have a level 5 crystal core." Under the astonished gazes of the principal and the officer, Chi-Chi lowered her head, fully absorbed in replying to the message. The officer's face grew complicated as he pondered what kind of little assistant would require level 5 evolution materials, and whether it could even handle them. Eventually, the officer relented. "I can't provide level 5 materials, but you can choose a set of level 4 materials from the Beast Suppression Unit's inventory." Chi-Chi sent the message without paying any attention to the earlier incident. The officer spoke seriously. "Earlier, I misjudged your intentions because the process of inviting Xue Runian to enroll went too smoothly. On behalf of the military, I apologize to you." "No need, no need." Chi-Chi waved her hand nonchalantly. "I've meddled in too many things. Misunderstandings are perfectly normal. Why did you help that young boy?" the officer pressed. The little book's spirit floated through Chi-Chi and stopped in front of the officer, shaking its head earnestly. "Help?" Chi-Chi gazed into the distance. You think he just got lucky meeting you. In reality, the fact that he's willing to join Jianghe First Academy means you're the ones who hit the jackpot. She reached up and brushed her hand over her head, revealing a pair of reddish-brown fox ears with sleek, straight fur. The officer squinted his eyes. Another fusion talent? Let's just say I recognized a kindred spirit and decided to nurture some talent, Chi-Chi replied with a smile. She retracted her fox ears, clasped her hands behind her back, and skipped out of the Beastmaster Association's doors, the little book spirit following closely behind. She pulled out her Beastmaster bracelet and opened the holographic interface. The chat screen displayed a profile picture of a clothes rack draped with a fiery red training uniform. Chi-Chi carefully scrolled through the message history. Xiao-Chi, thanks for letting me know. I didn't realize it caused trouble for the streamer. Can you get in touch with him and apologize for me? He'll definitely repay the 21 rockets I owe. Chi-Chi the Demon King. Of course, no problem. Xiao-Chi. Once the old man's done with his work, we'll go to Jianghe City and apologize in person. By the way, can I trade Beastmaster resources instead? Chi-Chi the Demon King. Do you have a level 5 crystal core? It'll cover the shipping cost. Xiao-Chi. I do. Thanks. Send me the shipping address. Chi-Chi stared at the chat logs for a moment, deep in thought, then slowly started typing. So, do you know how many rockets a level 5 crystal core can buy? About 200 or so? Seems like you know that pretty well. So why not just sell the core directly? No way. That would be taking the easy way out. I made a mistake, so I have to make up for it myself. Chi-Chi couldn't comprehend Xiao Kai's logic. Wasn't the crystal core something he earned himself? He was so straightforward that she couldn't bring herself to tease him any further. Idiot, she finally replied. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Beastmaster Association in the Eastern Empire's capital, a boy in a red training uniform sat cross-legged on his bed, staring at his bracelet's holographic screen in confusion. Huh, how does she know my nickname? At 6 p.m., Duguang returned to his apartment complex after class. At the elevator on the 17th floor, he noticed a small figure standing in front of the door opposite his own white hair, blue eyes, furry animal ears on top of their head, and a tail swaying behind them. Xue Runian was fumbling awkwardly with a key, trying to unlock the door. Need some help? Duguang asked kindly. The boy flinched, his tail instantly stiffening. After calming down, he silently stepped aside. Duguang took the key and demonstrated. This lock is a bit tricky. You have to do it like this. The door clicked open. Xue Runian observed carefully and gave a small nod. You must be the new tenant. I live across the hall, so we're neighbors now, Duguang said warmly. Xue Runian gave him a cold glance. If it weren't for you, do you think I'd have chosen to live here? With that, he stepped inside and shut the door. Duguang was left baffled. As someone with the universal affinity talent, he could sense the complex emotions in the boy's gaze like he was looking at a heartless jerk who had betrayed someone's feelings. Shaking his head, Duguang chalked it up to being overly tired. They were neighbors now, after all. There'd be plenty of chances to interact in the future. Turning back to his own apartment, he entered the code and stepped inside. The little wolf cub still hadn't returned. In the room, under the flickering glow on her forehead, Lu Ying's form gradually pieced itself together. Her tail lights illuminated, tracing an elegant arc in the dim light. Duguang got up to adjust the room's lighting initially. The stark white was a bit harsh, but the adjusted redand white mix felt just right. He activated the holographic interface on his wristband and contacted his landlord, Lu Jie. The house next door, has it been rented out? Yes. Lu Jie responded cheerfully. Have you met him? That kid is so well-behaved and polite. Duguang felt puzzled, but kept his thoughts to himself. Lu Jie continued explaining. He's a newly awakened Beastmaster, just arrived in Jianghe City and unfamiliar with everything. Since you're neighbors, if he runs into any trouble, lend him a hand. If it's too much, just let me know. Got it, Lu Jie. After a few pleasantries, Lu Jie suddenly remembered something. Oh, by the way, you know there's a ghost-type pet beast in the house across from you, right? Yeah, my talent lets me sense it, but I've never seen it in person. Not sure if it's still there. Lu Jie hesitated for a moment. You have an affinity talent, so I trust you. Could you help deal with it? Maybe send the troublesome pet beast back to the Beastmaster Association? They'll compensate you like it's a 3-star mission. Has it hurt anyone? No, but it shows up at night a lot. The kid doesn't seem to mind, but it's a ghost type after all, might scare him. Duguang agreed to take on the task. Lu Jie also reminded him to look out for the naive new neighbor and make sure no one took advantage of him. After ending the call, Duguang glanced around his room, straightened the small plush wolf that had toppled over on the sofa, and began tidying up. Meanwhile, next door, Xue Runian was also organizing his space. He paused, narrowing his eyes as he checked his wristband, where there was a single pending friend request. The note attached was simply Chi-Chi, and the profile picture was a silhouette of a little book boy. After accepting the request, messages flooded in immediately. Xue Runian, I have a question for you. What's your favorite color for a sack? Let me touch your ears. Just once. Xue Runian rejected outright. No way. As the other person began spamming messages, he quickly renamed the contact and set it to do not disturb. Ignoring the chaos, he turned to the mirror, adjusted his outfit, pinched his ears, gave his tail a quick shake, grabbed his keychain, and headed for the door. Knock, knock, knock. Duguang, who was still cleaning, answered the door. Standing there was his new neighbor, who had taken the initiative to visit. Surprised, Duguang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He had been wondering how to strike up a conversation, but it seemed the other party had made the first move. Hello? Duguang greeted politely. Xue Runian gave a slight nod, picked a key from a bunch, and handed it to Duguang. Noticing the puzzled look on Duguang's face, the delicate-looking young man calmly explained in a soft, sweet voice, "This is a spare key to my house. In case I forget mine someday, I might need to bother you." Duguang accepted the key, a small smile tugging at the corner of his lips. This seemingly aloof young man turned out to be unexpectedly considerate. "Would you like to come in and sit for a while?" Xue Runian nodded in agreement, his gaze shifting between the clean, bright floor and his white shoes. "Should I change into indoor shoes?" Duguang was about to say it wasn't necessary, but then he changed his mind. "Wait a moment." He fetched a pair of brand-new bear-pattern slippers. "Here, wear these." Xue Runian studied them for a few seconds before slipping them on, his pale heels faintly visible as he stepped inside. Duguang poured him a glass of water and apologized. "I just got back to Jang City 2 days ago, so I haven't unpacked yet. Sorry for the mess." Xue Runian shook his head, indicating he didn't mind. While his eyes wandered around the room, he said with his back to Duguang, "I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Xue Runian." Something about that name struck a chord with Duguang, as if he had heard it somewhere before. He repeated it thoughtfully, then smiled. "That's a nice name. Imdu Guangguang as in light." Xue Runian nodded and silently thought to himself, "Got it, do dog." Just then, a firefly with glowing yellow tail lights flew out of the bedroom, drawn to the young man's aura as it flitted around him. "The firefly seems to think you smell nice," Duguang said with a chuckle. Curious about this peculiar comment, Xue Runian extended his hand, and the firefly obediently landed on his palm. The Beastmaster bracelet on his wrist immediately began scanning. Name, Firefly. Attribute, Light. Growth level, Awakening level 7. Species tier, Low extraordinary. Suspected skills, Glow, Flutter, etc. Indeed, it was an ordinary companion beast, giving no indication of Duguang's expertise as a seasoned Beastmaster. When the firefly returned to perch on Duguang's collar, he asked, "You're a Beastmaster too, right?" "My talent is affinity. Your fusion form looks amazing." Xue Runian's tail swayed lightly twice, a clear sign he appreciated the compliment, even though he stayed silent. "Don't you get tired staying in your fused state all the time? I only awakened a few days ago and haven't formed a contract with a beast yet. Besides, my talent is a mutation. This is my normal state now." Duguang was briefly taken aback, then asked, "What kind of beast is your fusion talent derived from?" Xue Runian lifted his eyes, his pupils narrowing into vertical slits. "A wolf." Seeing those distinctive eyes, Duguang was momentarily dazed. Xue Runian let out a soft snort. "Scared, aren't you?" Duguang scratched his nose, hesitating over how to respond, because he wasn't scared at all. On the contrary, he found it rather intriguing. "I just contracted a little earth wolf yesterday, also from the wolf family. Want to add me as a Beastmaster friend?" The young man thought for a moment before shaking his head. "No, your friend slots are too expensive. I can't afford them." Question mark. Duguang couldn't help but laugh. "Who told you that?" "A sister named Chi-Chi said so," Xue Runian replied with a perfectly serious expression. "That was just a joke. Don't take it seriously." Duguang proactively showed his Beastmaster ID, and the two quickly added each other as Beastmaster friends. He shook his wrist and said sincerely, "If you have any questions about beast taming, feel free to reach out to me anytime. As for raising wolf-type pet beasts and their preferences, I might need to consult you in the future." Xue Runian thought to himself with a hint of pride, but his face showed a genuine smile. "Sure, if you ever have doubts, just ask me directly. You just moved in, right? Haven't had time to tidy up your place?" Duguang glanced around. "I can help. Plus, Sister Lu mentioned there's a ghost-type pet beast in your house. I could use my ability to check it out for you." "Sense pet beasts?" This time, Xue Runian was genuinely surprised. He didn't realize an affinity-type ability could be used this way, something even he fan had never mentioned. The young boy immediately nodded in agreement. "Thank you so much." Meanwhile, Luing stayed at Duguang's home, perched on the balcony with its green tail light glowing softly. It obediently rested on the windowsill, its antennae gently swaying as it basked in the moonlight. According to Hua Fudy, this was called moonbathing. But honestly, can you really moonbathe when you're always inside a beast ball? At Xue Runian's house, the two spent nearly an hour tidying up the room. Duguang took charge of cleaning the floor, occasionally sneaking glances at Xue Runian. The latter was standing on a tall chair, wiping the windows, tiptoeing with his pale, delicate arch of a foot visible, while his tail swayed subtly with his movements. This was the first time Duguang had seen someone with a fusion-type ability in person, and he couldn't help but wonder what would that tail feel like to touch. But asking that would probably be inappropriate. All done. Xue Runian wiped the sweat off his forehead and said cheerfully, "Thanks for helping out. Otherwise, who knows how long this would have taken." After speaking, he paused for a moment. In his past life, he was known for his calm and rational demeanor and rarely used so much body language. Could it be that after transforming, his personality had also become more like a young boy's? Duguang gave a light chuckle before turning serious. "Now, I'm going to use my ability to detect any pet beasts. You might want to step back to avoid any effects." Xue Runian immediately retreated to the corner of the room, was well aware that when Duguang activated his ability, nothing was spared, not even rocks or plants. Standing in the center of the room, Duguang closed his eyes, clasped his hands together, and raised them above his head. Beastmaster ability. Universal affinity. He carefully sensed the energy fluctuations around him, then suddenly opened his eyes and looked toward Xue Runian in the corner. "There really are pet beasts here. And there are two of them." Xue Runian's expression turned a bit awkward as he weakly replied, "Is there a chance that one of the pet beasts you're sensing is me?" Duguang's expression was a bit unnatural. He carefully sensed again and realized that, indeed, he had mistaken Xue Runian for a contracted beast. "Sorry," he said awkwardly. "It's fine. It's because of my beast-taming talent." Xue Runian waved his hand dismissively, only to realize that the gesture made him look even more like a young boy. Shaking off the thought, he looked up and asked, "You said there's another contracted beast inside the house?" "That's right," Duguang said solemnly. "I can sense it, but I can't pinpoint where it's hiding." Xue Runian's eyes curved into crescents as he smiled, his tail swaying gently behind him. "As long as we can sense it, that's good." "Duguang, should we call in the enforcers to handle this?" His tail suddenly froze midway. Xue Runian added nonchalantly, "No need. Since it's not harming anyone, it must have its own reasons for staying here. I'd like to live here for a while and see if I can form a contract with it. They say it shows up late at night to scare people. Are you okay with that?" Duguang asked hesitantly. Xue Runian's body visibly stiffened. "Huh. Wait, what? It's a ghost-type beast that scares people?" He panicked instantly. Sister Lu had never mentioned this. He had assumed it was something mild, like a little bookkeeping ghost. But now that he thought about it, if that were the case, why would the previous tenant have moved out? "To guess it should be fine," he stammered, clearly unconvincing. "It'll be totally fine." His voice betrayed his lack of confidence. "Don't push yourself," Duguang said with a shake of his head. "If anything happens, come to me. Your affinity talent can be very effective with wild contracted beasts." Watching Duguang leave, Xue Runian closed the door and pressed his lips together. A ghost type? And one that scares people? This was a whole different ballgame. He shivered, quickly retreating to the bedroom, where he curled up on the bed, clutching his tail. "It won't hurt me anyway. I'm a contracted beast, so there's no problem. Worst case scenario, I'll act cute and charm it instantly." He tried to reassure himself, gradually calming down as he convinced himself that ghosts might not be so scary after all. Suddenly, his wristband buzzed. Chi-Chi had invited him to join the Little Wolf Pup fan club. He opened the group album, where photos of a sleeping wolf pup under the moonlight appeared. Xue Runian stared at the pictures for a long moment. "Wow, I look amazing." "Wait, no." His tail whipped sharply as he buried his face in the blanket. "Dog, who told you to take those pictures?" At 8 p.m., the electronic lock on Duguang's front door clicked softly. Duguang emerged from his bedroom to see a pure white wolf pup gracefully stepping through the door. "Woof? Weren't you supposed to be back at 9? The wolf pup asked in a soft voice, tilting its head. Duguang remained silent. Through the beast-taming bond, Xue Runian could feel a sudden surge of intense fear from him. "Woof? What's wrong?" The wolf pup looked up with clear, innocent eyes. Duguang took a few steps forward, crouching down in front of the wolf pup. In the past, whenever faced with a situation like this, the little wolf cub would have turned tail and fled without hesitation. But this time, he tilted his head up, gazing at the beast tamer in front of him with a curious expression. Are you okay?" Duguang's voice was a little hoarse. "I want to hug you. Is that all right?" Xue Runian turned his head away awkwardly. Although he didn't fully understand what was going on, he closed his eyes and reluctantly said, "Humph. Do you even need to ask about something like this? If you want a hug, then just hug." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Duguang's arms had already wrapped tightly around him. The embrace was strong, as if trying to pull the little wolf cub into his chest, yet it was perfectly measured, causing no discomfort. Surrounded by fabric, the wolf cub caught a faint scent of fresh clothing, which reminded him of a familiar incense. After a long while, Duguang carefully loosened his arms and muttered softly, "I thought you'd never come back." Xue Runian suddenly understood what was on his mind. So that's what this is about. The little wolf cub lifted his head, stretched his front paw as far as he could, and gently placed it on Duguang's head. There, there. I patted you. No need to be scared. Duguang remained still until the wolf cub withdrew his paw. Then he couldn't help but let out a muffled laugh. Xue Runian, his fur slightly ruffled, circled around Duguang twice, pretending to be casual as he asked, "Humph? What? Feeling reluctant now? Don't want me to leave?" Duguang took a deep breath. "If you really want to leave, I won't stop you. The beast bond, if you're not happy with it, you can sever it. I'll cut my side of the bond so you won't be hurt." The wolf cub froze. What? Through the beast bond, he could clearly sense the turmoil, conflict, and reluctance in Duguang's heart. Forcing a weak smile, Duguang said, "If you truly dislike being bound by the contract, I'll let you go. I'm just afraid someone else might capture you. Afraid you won't have a good life." Afraid? Arg. Who said I wanted to leave? Xue Runian interrupted him, standing up straight. "Humph? And now you want to sever the bond after all the trouble you went through to form it? What does that make me? Just bad luck?" Seeing Duguang's stunned expression, the wolf cub earnestly explained, "Humph. I really didn't want to be bound by a contract before. But that wasn't because of you. It was my own issue. You've been so kind to me, don't even have enough time to repay you. How could I possibly leave?" With that, he curled up into a fluffy white ball and added sulkily, "Humph, am not some ungrateful wolf. So you're saying I shouldn't sever the bond?" Duguang asked, finally catching on. "What else? Things are fine as they are. I'm pretty free, aren't I?" Duguang stood up, looking directly into Xue Runian's eyes. With a solemn tone, he asked, "Little wolf, will you willingly become my beast companion? Arg, be bold. Be confident. What are you so afraid of?" The wolf cub raised his head and replied, "I've already been your beast companion. You are the beast tamer I've chosen." Through the bond, Duguang's joy surged like a tidal wave. He reached out to pet the wolf cub but hesitated, withdrawing his hand as he softly said, "I was just afraid that, because of the bond, you'd hate me." The wolf cub's heart stirred. "If it were before, I absolutely would have hated you." He turned his head and, raising his voice, commanded, "Humph. If you want to pet me, then pet me. The great wolf king orders you now. Hug me. Just this once." Silently, Duguang picked up the little wolf cub, sat down on the sofa, and held him tightly in his arms. The wolf cub let out a muffled sound. "HNGHC? You've got me now. No one can take me away. HNGH? So, how about it? Feeling better? At ease now?" Duguang murmured softly. "At ease, I'm at ease." Xue Runian sighed inwardly. This beast master, despite his age, remained so emotional. Fortunately, he had finally calmed down. The little wolf cub struggled to poke its head out from Duguang's arms, taking deep breaths of fresh air and softly comforting him. "Wu, don't be scared. I'm here." Duguang sat quietly with his eyes closed for a moment before slowly loosening his arms. It was only then that he truly felt the reality of forming a bond with the little wolf. The cub padded across the soft sofa and declared in its childlike voice, "Wu, I'm your beast now." These words sparked joy in Duguang's heart, but he suppressed the surge of emotion and gently replied, "No, you're free. You're not my beast. You're my little wolf." Well, of course, the cub tilted its head, pawing at Duguang's collar. "Wu, where's your Suzukian sense?" Duguang couldn't help but smile. "I was worried it might affect your judgment, so I gave it back to Lin Mu." Xue Runian quietly remarked to himself, quite thoughtful. "Don't worry, I'll get it back," Duguang added as he gently stroked the cub's back, smoothing its fur. Under the tender touch, the cub gradually relaxed, sat down, and closed its eyes, purring contentedly. Actually, whether there's incense or not, doesn't matter. It's just a nice smell after all. "Wu, I challenge you to a beast master duel," the cub suddenly announced. "Why?" Duguang's hand didn't pause. "Wu, don't ask. Just forfeit quickly." "I forfeit," Duguang responded with a smile, playing along. And so, the two engaged in this peculiar duel, going back and forth until the cub finally declared triumphantly, "Wu, now, I'm stronger than you." Meanwhile, in Xue Runian's home, a phantom creature began to take shape. This bird-like being, about 60 centimeters in length, had golden irises and small black pupils. It should have been a stunningly beautiful species, yet its feathers were dull and disheveled, its body cloaked in a grayish hue. Staring at the light from Duguang's home, it let out a low, mournful cry, its emotions complex and unreadable. After a moment of hesitation, the creature dissolved into a shadowy wisp, slipping away through the cracks in the floorboards. It could not leave, it must stay. Xue Runian stood up from the sofa, gently shaking his body, his snow-white fur immediately becoming smooth and fluffy. The little wolf cub gazed intently at Duguang and let out a clear whimper. Although we have a beast-taming contract, I won't always stay by your side. Duguang immediately understood the little wolf cub's thoughts and smiled, saying, of course, you're free. If you want to go out and play, go ahead. Stay out as long as you like, I won't hold you back. Just like Luiying, who doesn't always stick by my side. Whenever you want to come back, you're always welcome. Duguang's understanding attitude made the little wolf cub feel a little embarrassed, as if he were just freeloading. Thinking of what Lin Mu had said back in the dormitory, Duguang's smile widened as he added, of course, if you'd like to stay with me forever, that's fine too. I promise to take care of every single one of your paw pads with the utmost care. You, Xue Runian quickly hid his paws beneath him, his ears turning red as he weakly murmured, whimper, there's no need to fuss over my paw pad. Seeing the little wolf cub's shy reaction, Duguang couldn't help but laugh. I was just making an example, don't be nervous. By the way, are you still hungry? The little wolf cub took a moment to feel it out and shook his head. 2 boxes of nutrient milk were more than enough to keep him full for a long time. Duguang headed to the bedroom and retrieved the last few bags of bread from his suitcase. Xue Runian followed behind, watching as he tore open the packaging. Oh, by the way, Duguang said while chewing on the bread, I've cleaned every corner of the floor in this room, so you can walk around freely without worrying about making a mess. So mopping the floor was for me. A trace of emotion flickered in the little wolf cub's eyes. Do you want to participate in beast-taming battles? Duguang suddenly asked. Xue Runian first shook his head, but after hesitating for a moment, he nodded. He remembered his promise to the treasure-hunting mouse, but also looked at Duguang with his clear blue eyes shining. Whimper, other than fighting, I can't think of any other way to help you. You can let me pet you, Duguang blurted out. Ridiculous. Do I look like that kind of wolf? Xue Runian exclaimed, curling up into a fluffy white ball. Though letting you pet me occasionally is, the little wolf cub buried his head into his body, leaving only the tip of his tail wagging rapidly. Duguang noticed his shyness and crouched down to comfort him. My bad, don't be upset. Whimper, I'm not upset, the little white ball replied in a muffled voice. But I was serious about what I said earlier. Duguang pondered for a moment before suggesting, in that case, how about coming with me to Jiangha University tomorrow? They have pet training facilities there. I can take you to the battle department to face off against other beast tamers. If there's time, we can also visit the Certification Association to get my professional beast tamer credentials. The little wolf cub weighed the decision of whether to contract his first pet beast or awaken his innate talents first. Since Duguang needed his help, he quickly made up his mind and looked up, nodding earnestly. Duguang pulled out his phone and glanced at the time. The night was already deep, and he decided immediately to set out at 8 a.m. the next morning. Are you tired? Duguang asked. Do you want to sleep here, or go out and explore on your own? The little wolf cub froze in place, as if his system had crashed. Xue Runian remembered that he hadn't turned off the lights in his living room, yet there were still a few things he hadn't finished. But at this late hour, that mysterious ghost-type pet beast. Arg. He'll just sleep here tonight, the little wolf cub declared firmly, looking at Duguang. In his heart, Xue Runian added, this decision has absolutely nothing to do with the man-eating ghost-type pet beast. Luiying, Duguang called out toward the balcony. A graceful streak of light flashed by as a firefly, glowing softly, flew in. It circled above the little wolf cub's head before settling, like a warm little night light. Xue Runian shook his head slightly, and the firefly immediately flitted back into the air. Usually silent, the firefly now flapped its wings vigorously, producing a faint buzzing sound. Sleep, Duguang, sleep, to Xue Runian's ears, it sounded like a child with an indistinct voice, neither boy nor girl. Duguang chuckled and extended his hand. Come. The glowing yellow light floated to his forehead, transforming into a dense cluster of light elements that was absorbed into the acupoint sanctuary within him. Xue Runian watched this intently, recalling the scene had witnessed yesterday when entering the beast-taming sphere. It resembled a miniature room where pet beasts could rest and recover, and even level up through the beast-taming contract. But what unique features might the acupoint space of ancient beast-taming techniques hold? Of course, he had no intention of experiencing it firsthand. Duguang understood the little wolf cub's thoughts and didn't press further. After a quick wash, he returned to the bedroom to find the wolf cub still lost in thought. Are you sleeping here? He asked. Who wants to sleep with you? I'm not an actual pet beast. Xue Runian snapped out of his daze, darting into the small nest in the living room. Good night, dog. Unhurriedly, Duguang turned off the living room lights and chuckled. Good night, little mutt. The streetlights outside remained dim and yellow. Duguang's home was now completely dark. Quietly, a file titled Little Wolf Cub Care Guide.zip sent by Jang, rested in the backup group chat. Someone in the group asked, "Huh, is there a newcomer?" The night deepened. A spring breeze swept gently across the sky and earth. If one could look beyond the layers of clouds above, the night sky stretched vast and deep, where scattered stars gradually gathered, flowing like a river of light. That brilliance remained constant, unchanging no matter how the blue star's timeline shifted. The long night has ended, welcoming the clear morning. This life was spent waiting for the dawn. In Xue Runian's home, a pair of golden irises emerged in the darkness. It was a 60-centimeter tall pet beast. It lifted its gaze toward the starry sky outside the window, its shadow flickering uncertainly under the moonlight. A new friend. Must be protected. The ghostly figure floated lightly through the wall, revealing its complete form. It wandered hesitantly within the house, its thoughts preoccupied. Still not back yet. No greetings. So hungry. Its claws, covered with fine feathers, padded softly across the floor as it made its way towards the innermost bedroom. Even in utter darkness, its exceptional night vision allowed it to see every detail. A gentle breeze drifted in through the wide-open window, and it squinted, savoring the long-lost sensation. Suddenly, it froze. Its head turned 180 degrees, golden eyes gleaming in the dark. It spotted a brand-new blue pet food bowl on the floor, leaning against an unopened bag. Upon closer inspection, the bag was labeled Ghost-type Pet Beast Food. This high-grade energy feed could be consumed by any species as long as the attribute matched. Xue Runian had spent a significant amount on it, unwilling to settle for ordinary wolf-type pet food. For me. It glanced around and confirmed it was indeed alone in the room. Ghost type? The pet tilted its head in confusion. But I'm a psychic type. Tentatively, it took a bite, and its golden eyes widened instantly. Having never tasted anything so delicious and with hunger gnawing at it, it began devouring the food eagerly. The new friend is so kind. When they come back, I must thank them properly. Not long after, it arrived in the brightly lit living room and noticed an unopened 3x3 Rubik's Cube on the coffee table. Lights should be turned off when no one's home. It leapt gracefully, a shadow flashing past, and with a soft click, the living room plunged into darkness. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly, and the spring breeze was gentle. Duguang woke up feeling refreshed. He carefully retrieved a treasured carton of feather silk chicken eggs from his suitcase. This awakening level 0 creature had no combat abilities and could even be subdued barehanded by ordinary people, but its meat was so delicious it could make the neighbor's kid cry with envy. He had purchased these eggs during his winter vacation trip and had been saving them for a special occasion. Skillfully chopping green onions, he heated the oil in the pan and tossed in the scallions to release their aroma. With a flick of his wrist, the spatula spun like a flower, and the kitchen was instantly filled with a tantalizing fragrance. As he pondered the knowledge points about allyl sulfide, he shook his head, refocusing on his cooking. To balance nutrition and flavor, he poured in the whisked egg mixture as soon as the aroma peaked. Timing it perfectly, he flipped the golden, crispy omelet with ease. After a quick stir, it was done. He also heated 2 cartons of moo-moo milk, then called out cheerfully, "Breakfast is ready." Fireflies, as nocturnal creatures, should be sound asleep at this time. Given their minimal food intake, Duguang decided not to wake it. At dawn, Xue Runian was awakened by the aroma of green onions. Stretching out its front paws lazily, it extended its body but sensed something was off. Rolling around in its little nest for a moment, it finally stood up. Duguang walked into the dining room with a plate in hand, waving to the little wolf cub. "Morning," he greeted. The wolf cub softly responded with a "Woo, good morning." "Morning, little wolf," Duguang said with a smile as he pulled out a chair. Xue Runian jumped onto the chair, but quickly realized it couldn't reach the tabletop, leaving it rather frustrated. "Just hop onto the table," Duguang chuckled. The little wolf cub complied, its petite figure looking even more delicate on the spacious table. Its soft fur transitioned subtly from body to limbs in a gradient, so fine it was almost imperceptible unless closely observed. At this moment, the little wolf cub resembled a finely crafted piece of art. On the table were 2 golden fried eggs, garnished with vibrant green scallions, emitting a mouth-watering aroma. Duguang pushed 2 cartons of milk toward the cub. "Both of these are yours. Wolf, I can't finish them." "You drink one," the cub quickly said. "Huh, didn't you drink 2 cartons yesterday?" Duguang asked in surprise. "That was after I transformed." "Woof, I really can't drink that much now." "All right, I'll have one," Duguang replied with a smile. After finishing the meal, Duguang tidied up the dishes, put on his wristband, slipped his phone into his pocket, slung his bag over his shoulder, and extended a hand to the little wolf cub. "Come on." Standing on the dining table, Xue Runian tilted its head to look at the beast tamer. "Woof, where's your hat?" "I don't usually wear hats," Duguang replied, unzipping his bag. "If you're looking for a comfy spot, my bag's empty." The The cub glanced at the bag for a moment before slowly climbing in, leaving only a small, fluffy head poking out, its ears standing straight up. At the door, Duguang lifted the bag. Open the door. Woof, how childish, Xue Runian remarked with a sigh. Duguang chuckled, lowered the bag, and lightly tapped it twice before unlocking the door with a fingerprint scan. When it comes to enhancing the strength of pet beasts, there are three main approaches: resources, training, and combat. Resource-based methods typically involve high-energy fruits and pet beast feed, as well as pricier items like move-enhancing fruits and elemental crystals. These resources are gentle in application, allowing pet beasts to absorb the energy needed for growth. Training, however, requires more effort. By honing skills and understanding elemental forces, a pet beast can not only increase the power of its moves and reduce negative side effects, but also promote the advancement of its species level. This is particularly true for innate moves specific to a species, where increased proficiency greatly aids in evolutionary progress. For instance, the little wolf's initial move, Claw Strike, can awaken as the mid-tier move Earth Wren Claw after mastering the earth element. However, improper use could still result in self-injury. As its mastery of techniques improves, the young Earth Wolf not only avoids injuring itself, but also sees a significant boost in combat power. More importantly, upon reaching the level of complete mastery, it undergoes a sacred transformation of its species, evolving into an Earth Wolf. While the new name may sound less endearing, its species rank leaps from mid-tier extraordinary to high-tier extraordinary. Typically, the potential limit for an Earth Wolf is capped at high-tier extraordinary. Theoretically, with rigorous training, they could master more advanced techniques and achieve further evolution. However, due to the rarity of their contractors and the high difficulty of learning such techniques, there have been no successful cases to date. Non-species-specific techniques, even when perfected, have limited impact on raising a species' rank. For instance, an ordinary young Earth Wolf mastering the Ice Shard technique to its peak would still fail to awaken a new skill on its own, let alone evolve into an Earth Ice Wolf. This explains why rare variant pet beasts are so valuable. They possess additional attributes or unique skills, allowing them to master more species-specific techniques and opening up an additional potential development path. Once fully developed, their species' rank and cultivation ceiling far surpass those of ordinary counterparts. Among the three main ways to enhance strength, real combat experience is the most crucial. Especially battles that tread the line between life and death can sharpen a pet beast's spirit, willpower, and mind, unlocking its potential under immense pressure. The growth and experience gained from continuous high-intensity battles are incomparable to what training equipment can offer. However, such life and death trials come with both opportunity and risk. For pet beasts at the awakening stage, such dangerous battles are unsuitable. Recklessly venturing into the wild to challenge powerful wild pet beasts is tantamount to courting death. Xue Runian, well aware of this, never oversteps the boundaries of safe zones. The secret realm in the center of Jang City is an exceptionally rare training ground. The design of the Four Seasons chain secret realm is particularly ingenious, with its difficulty progressively increasing to cater to beastmasters at different stages. The spring and summer low-tier secret realms are relatively safe. As long as one avoids certain dangerous species, they can train, gather resources, and capture pet beasts with peace of mind. On the other hand, the autumn and winter high-tier secret realms prohibit entry to beastmasters below the intermediate level. Beastmaster ranks range from novice, professional, and veteran to master, with the professional rank further divided into low, mid, and high tiers. Intermediate-level beastmasters have already developed the ability to survive in the wild. Duguang is currently in an awkward phase. Low-tier secret realms are too easy, while high-tier ones remain inaccessible. As such, regardless of the existence of secret realms, professional beast battle arenas are essential facilities in any city. Developing powerful combat pet beasts requires a multifaceted approach. Sufficient nutritional support, the use of rare resources, scientific daily training, and practical combat experience are all indispensable. This has made related professions like nutritionists, breeders, and trainers highly sought after. To address injuries sustained in battles, pet beast medical centers provide comprehensive treatment services. Battles between beastmasters not only give pet beasts valuable combat experience, but also turn the strategic, tactical, and psychological contest between the trainers into nourishment for the pet beast's growth. It is precisely because of the rapid improvement in strength that beast battles have become so prevalent on Blue Star. The commanding abilities of beast tamers, the strength of their battle pets, and the insights gained from combat all directly influence the growth rate of their beasts. In actual battles, when a commander-level battle pet faces an awakening level 1, the fight often ends in a single decisive blow. While it determines a winner, the awakening-level pet gains no growth experience and may even lose its enthusiasm for combat due to frustration. Similarly, if the commander-level pet chooses to forfeit outright, the awakening-level pet may achieve a superficial victory but will gain no meaningful experience from it. Only battles between opponents of similar strength and tactical skill can provide the most valuable training. Based on this principle, Formal battle arenas are equipped with rigorous strength matching systems. These arenas are categorized into official and private ones, each focusing differently on teaching and combat. From traditional halls, martial arts schools, and dojos to newly popular battle-themed restaurants and even combat zones and luxury stores, all provide professional platforms for beast tamers to hone their skills. At Zhanghe University, a prestigious institution, the training facilities and battle arenas are second to none. With comprehensive equipment and strict safety measures, they cater to almost every conventional and specialized combat need. For the frugal Duguang, this was an opportunity too good to pass up a chance to maximize benefits. At this moment, the West Campus was bustling with activity. Duguang strolled leisurely down the streets, while Luing rested peacefully in the acupoint habitat, and Xue Runian peeked out of the satchel, curiously observing the surrounding crowd. Although it was class time, Zhanghe University, located in a near first-tier city, was in its open house period, attracting countless students from all over. Everywhere on the streets were young people wearing beast rings, belts, or pendants. Some had their battle pets following them closely, while others let their well-groomed beasts showcase their charm. Xue Runian's attention was caught by a particularly unique, toothed earth pig, a 50-centimeter-long pet dressed in a stylish denim outfit and sporting a triangular pair of sunglasses. It followed its owner with an air of confidence and flair. All around the campus, a variety of battle pets could be seen. Crooked neck goose, electric arc star, mechanical dog, blazing flower, jade pin. Someone even had a blazing flower perched on their shoulder, seemingly unfazed by its scorching heat. As a top student in the breeding department, consistently ranking in the top 3 of his class last semester, Duguang walked along while introducing the diverse species of battle pets to the little wolf cub. Duguang had already mastered the characteristics, evolutionary forms, evolution paths, and basic preferences of tens of thousands of companion beasts cataloged in the Beast Encyclopedia. He understood that data was just the foundation. To truly understand a companion beast, a beast master needed to spend prolonged time with it, building mutual understanding through daily interactions. A flicker of thought crossed Xue Runian's eyes. It was undeniable that, in certain areas, Duguang far surpassed He-Fan. As a beast master specializing in heavy companion beasts, He-Fan had directly contracted a transcendent-level beast under the guidance of his leader, skipping the weaker stages entirely. His training focused solely on advanced command techniques. He only understood general beast attributes, and his combat style was relatively straightforward, either buffing skills or wide-range area attacks, relying on brute force to overpower opponents. While this straightforward approach was entertaining, He-Fan ultimately failed. The campus was filled with companion beasts wandering around on their own. Some were the pets of Jang University's students and faculty, sneaking out for a stroll while their owners attended classes. Others were wild companion beasts that had somehow settled down here. For example, the Tugwogu lying lazily on the grass, basking in the sun, always drew warm greetings of Senior 2 from passing students. Zhang University's breeding facility spanned several square kilometers, larger than the companion beast breeding bases in some small cities. It housed not only companion beasts bred and hatched on site, but also allowed gentle-natured ones to roam the campus periodically. Of course, the beasts could choose freely whether to explore the campus or rest and train in the facility. A 2-meter-tall Mudaxiang was strolling leisurely, its brown-gray fur gleaming softly under the sunlight. The green wristband it wore indicated it came from Zhang University's breeding facility, with the colors signifying its mild and friendly temperament, safe for interaction. A visiting teenager curiously touched its fur, and the Mudaxiang responded with a gentle smile. "Good morning, Mudaxiang," Duguang greeted. The Mudaxiang turned around in surprise, letting out a cautious growl in response and extending a friendly paw toward another young man nearby. "Mudaxiang, is it a wood-type beast?" Xue Runian asked curiously. Duguang pulled up a holographic screen to show the young wolf cub. Name: Mudaxiang. Type: combat. Growth level: mid-transcendent. Moves: Ada, Woda, Muda, Wada Wada Wada. Are these moves serious? Xue Runian couldn't help but laugh. Just like Red Fire Ant isn't a fire type, Mudaxiang isn't a wood type either, Duguang explained. It's a combat type. Its name comes from the distinctive sounds it makes when fighting. At that moment, a girl with a single ponytail came running over, glancing around anxiously. She noticed a plainly dressed, somewhat stiff-looking young man wearing glasses sitting on a bench. He seemed like someone who had been admitted to Zhang University from a remote rural area, appearing a bit out of place. He was intently drawing something on a wooden board. "Did you see an iron dog run past just now?" the girl asked directly. The young man snapped out of his focus. "Huh, are you talking to me?" The girl, slightly disappointed but polite, nodded. The young man adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a flash of white light, and pointed in a direction. No iron dog in sight. Xue Runian was dumbfounded. Zhang University truly was a place full of hidden talents. The girl blushed deeply, quickly bowed to the young man to express her thanks, and then turned and ran off in a hurry. Duguang stood still for a moment, noticing that the young man with the sketchpad showed no intention of continuing his drawing. Smiling, he stepped forward to greet him. Xianga. The young man lazily put down the sketchpad, his tone casual. I thought you'd keep staring forever. Of course not. Duguang chuckled and introduced the little wolf cub. This is Sun Baiqian, a senior in the 3rd year of the battle major, and currently the vice-captain of the school team. Xue Runian studied the young man carefully, but was somewhat disappointed, seemed completely ordinary, with no beast-taming orbs or any equipment on him. The little wolf cub let out a low woof as a greeting. Unexpectedly, Sun Baiqian merely glanced indifferently at the wolf cub before lowering his head to continue sketching on the paper. This left Xue Runian quite surprised, as he had never seen anyone remain so indifferent toward the little wolf cub. A mutated little earth wolf. Congratulations, Sun Baiqian remarked without looking up, his tone so ambiguous it was unclear whom he was congratulating. Are you taking a break today? Duguang asked. Yes and no, Sun Baiqian replied with a shake of his head. All my pet beasts are training freely at the breeding house. He glanced toward the Tuguoguo lying on the grass sunbathing and added, I'm consulting Senior 2 about the relationship between artistic techniques and energy control. What? Xue Runian was utterly confused. Even Duguang paused for a moment before grasping Sun Baiqian's reasoning. And did you learn anything? Sun Baiqian spread his hands. For creatures like Tuguoguo, Jade Pin, or Little Book Boy, the relationship isn't significant. Tuguoguo's drawing ability is innate. However, for other pet beasts, drawing a straight line can be as challenging as practicing an intermediate move. Incorporating energy threads into drawing can greatly aid their energy control training. Xue Runian silently reflected that this kind of training would be a nightmare for pets who couldn't hold a pen like himself. Sun Baiqian pulled a sheet of paper from his sketchpad and handed it to the little wolf cub. Duguang took it on his behalf. Xue Runian squinted his icy blue vertical pupils to examine it closely. It was a beautifully detailed sketch. In the morning sunlight, a tall young man stood with one hand in his pocket, a slight smirk on his face. A cheerful muddy bear raised its paw, its eyes full of joy, and from a slung bag peeked a furry little head, its ears round and perky, vertical pupils clear and brimming with curiosity and yearning. Did you draw all of this in an instant? That's amazing, Xue Runian remarked, captivated. Thank you, Duguang said with a smile. Simple sketches have no meaning, Sun Baiqian said slowly. Only when people and their pet beasts meet does the drawing gain significance. That makes sense. Suddenly, a lively voice chimed in. Question mark. Duguang blinked in confusion. When did you get here? Xue Runian exclaimed in surprise. The little book boy flew about joyfully in the air, making a playful face. Sun Baiqian, as if expecting it, pulled out another sheet of paper. This one's for you. The energetic girl accepted the drawing and casually waved it into her spatial equipment. On a wonderful open day like this, how could there be no Chi-Chi to liven things up? Don't mind me. I'm off. Xue Runian watched Chi-Chi's bouncing figure as she skipped away, thinking to himself that this girl truly was everywhere, always appearing out of nowhere. Just as Chi-Chi walked some distance away, her eyes suddenly lit up. Xue Runian clasped her hands behind her back, turned around, and a sly glint flickered in her eyes. Duguang. Zhang Zhuochen just posted a guide on raising little wolf pups in the Little Wolf Pup support group. Make sure to check it out. Duguang instantly felt a chill run down his spine. The little wolf pup immediately stretched out a paw, grabbing his arm with a puzzled whine. Explain yourself. What is this Little Wolf Pup support group? I'll show you when we get back, along with the guide, Duguang replied helplessly. The little wolf pup snorted softly. Fine, you pass for now. But inwardly, it warned itself. You better not have shared any more photos of me in there. Sun Baiqian, noticing Duguang still standing in place, asked calmly, So, is there something else you need my help with? As expected, I can't hide anything from you. Duguang chuckled. I was hoping to borrow the advanced battle arena at the training center. The advanced arena? Sun Baiqian nodded slowly. Only the school team members have top priority access to it. Exactly. If I hadn't bumped into you, I would have had to use Xiao Ye's ID card back at the dorm. Duguang's tone was light. This made the little wolf pup's ears perk up. Neither Zhang Zhuochen nor Duguang had ever called him Zhang Xiao before. Even though your skills are sufficient, that's still against the rules, Sun Baiqian pointed out. How about a roast duck meal delivered right to your dorm door? Duguang offered. Sun Baiqian lowered his head and sat on a bench, falling into a seemingly impenetrable silence. Passers-by paid no attention to the ordinary-looking young man. I should get going, Sun Baiqian finally said. Then let's head out too, to the training center, Duguang said, patting his bag. The little wolf pup, perched on the edge of the bag, glanced back at the figure putting away a shorthand notebook. At that moment, Sun Baiqian adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a dazzling white light. With a sudden flick of his wrist, something spun through the air toward them. Smack! A white blur flashed by, striking the object midair and sending it tumbling to the ground. The little wolf pup landed on all fours, standing alert and staring at Sun Baiqian with a raised head. Onlookers turned their heads, marveling at the stunning speed of the beautiful companion beast. Sun Baiqian froze in place. This wasn't just raw reflex, it was the terrifying intuition honed through countless training sessions. Xue Runian's gaze landed on the deputy captain's ID card lying on the grass. If not for her intervention, it would have already slipped quietly into Duguang's pocket. Duguang picked up the card and loudly expressed his thanks, extending a hand toward the little wolf pup. But the pup dove straight back into the bag, ignoring his gesture. Duguang could only shake his head in resignation as he walked away. After they had gone far, Sun Baiqian stood up and fed a small energy cube to his companion dog. He picked up his shorthand notebook and began sketching rapidly. His pencil danced across the paper, quickly outlining several figures and companion beasts. Flipping back a page, the portrait of a girl came into view. Though drawn in pencil, the image seemed to bring the small pendant of a little scholar on Chi-Chi's hemline to life, its ink and wash clock in her eyes particularly striking. So strong, he murmured, turning to the next page. The sketch depicted Duguang with a gentle smile, the little wolf pup's right paw resting on the edge of the bag while something faintly glowed under its left paw inside. Behind the pup, a shapeless black shadow loomed, radiating the eerie aura unique to ghost types. The arena is located in the West Campus. Zhanghe University, with its vast grounds, state-of-the-art facilities, and advanced technology, is so impressive that its annual open day requires 1 to 2 months to allow visiting Beastmasters to explore the entire campus. Duguang brought his Beastmaster wristband close to his mouth and said casually, "Lin Mu, grab me a roast duck rice for lunch and drop it off at Brother Qian's dorm. Why don't you go yourself?" Lin Mu asked, puzzled. Without offering an explanation, Duguang simply replied, "I'll bring the little wolf pup to meet you at the dorm during lunch." "Got it, bro." Lin Mu agreed enthusiastically. The satchel suddenly moved, and the little wolf pup glared at Duguang angrily. Only then did Duguang realize he had let the secret slip. Feeling a bit guilty, he scratched his nose and said, Lord Little Earth Wolf King, we've arrived at the arena." Zhanghe University has numerous battle arenas across its campuses, allowing visiting Beastmasters to spar and test their skills. The referees are often senior students volunteering to earn academic credits, though occasionally, teachers with some free time step in to offer guidance. Whether one encounters professional instructors depends entirely on luck. Of course, the advanced battlefields and training facilities are for viewing only and are off-limits to outsiders. As one of the most elite arenas at Zhanghe University, the arena's exterior was already massive. Several primary battle zones were bustling with activity, full of visiting Beastmasters engaged in duels. Nearly every field was occupied, with excited young spectators on the sidelines, their eyes gleaming as they clutched their Beastmaster balls, eagerly discussing amongst themselves, "This is the kind of youth we're here for." Suddenly, a young boy entered the scene, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Primary battle zones. Anyone up for a fight? I am Invincible Overlord, and you're welcome to challenge me." His dramatic declaration immediately drew the attention of those around him. Duguang thought to himself, if Xue Runian were to shout something like that, she'd probably die of embarrassment on the spot. However, quite a few people seemed intrigued by the boy, and a small crowd quickly formed near the entrance. The boy, who called himself Invincible Overlord, scanned the crowd with an air of superiority and raised his Beastmaster ball. "I awakened my Beastmaster abilities just a month ago and formed a contract with my first pet beast. In just 1 month, I've trained it to its peak form." The crowd fell silent. It turned out he was just a rookie who had recently awakened his abilities. The little wolf pup leaned over the edge of the satchel, straining to catch a glimpse of the scene through the crowd, almost tumbling out in the process. Seeing this, Duguang steadied the bag with one hand and made his way closer to the crowd. "What's your pet beast?" someone in the crowd asked. "Ha ha ha." Invincible Overlord burst into laughter. "Allow you mere mortals to witness my mighty Qingshi elephant." With that, he clumsily pressed the release button and placed the Beastmaster ball on the ground. "Seriously? After all that boasting, you don't even know how to throw the ball?" Someone couldn't help but mock. The pet beast materialized, striking a pose on the ground. In the crowd, someone spoke up, "Isn't it just a little sprout?" Before the words were finished, Batian immediately glared at the speaker. "It's called the Qingshi elephant." Xue Runian's eyes sparkled with excitement, her paws tugging at Duguang's sleeve. "Oh, he looks like he'd be easy to beat." Duguang thought to himself, "This is going to be a total stomp-a-reel, one-sided beatdown." Xue Runian tilted her head up, a hint of smugness in her expression. "You don't get it. Winning 5 Beastmaster battles effortlessly is way more satisfying than struggling through a tough challenge, isn't it?" "Can I?" Duguang asked. The crowd automatically parted, and everyone's attention was drawn to the little wolf cub in Duguang's back. So cute. Its looks must be off the charts. Even the boy standing nearby, posing dramatically, froze for a moment when he saw the wolf cub. Then he quickly shook his head, regaining his composure, and struck an arrogant smile. A young Icewind wolf, huh? You've successfully caught my attention. Question mark. Xue Runian looked puzzled. It's just a little dirt wolf, Duguang explained. Batian waved dismissively. Enough talking. Is your beast awakened below level 4? If it's below level 4, come fight me. I'm unbeatable. High-level beasts, stay away. What level is your beast? Duguang asked. Awakened level 5, Batian replied with another arrogant grin. Duguang was silent. Why do I even bother expecting anything from these generic NPCs? Soon, another boy, unable to hold back, stepped forward and summoned his beast array. I'm awakened level 4. I'll take you on. The two of them headed to the beginner's battlefield, and the crowd gradually dispersed. A few girls curiously studied the wolf cub. Is this your beast? A rare-colored little dirt wolf? When someone tried to pet the wolf cub, Xue Runian tilted her head skyward. Ah, my irresistible charm strikes again. Meanwhile, Duguang gently shook his head and declined. A sharp-eyed student eagerly challenged him. You're a senior from Jang University, right? I'm a freshman. Want a battle? I'm a freshman too, Duguang replied with a smile. What's the level of your beast? Awakened level 8, the student said casually. What apartment are you in? I haven't seen you before. Breeding department. The wolf cub's ears immediately perked up, anticipating the battle ahead. The boy hesitated. Breeding department, never mind. I'm afraid of hurting your rare-colored dirt wolf. Xue Runian sighed internally. Do I really look that weak? Okay, maybe I am weak, but I'm actually really strong. After the boy left, Duguang comforted her. Don't worry. When we get to the advanced battlefield, someone will definitely want to fight you. The atmosphere at the advanced battlefield was tense. In the area where the university team usually trained, a group of furious reserve members had gathered. All eyes were fixed on a smug boy standing in the center of the field. In the middle of the field, a small rhinoceros-like beast had collapsed, completely exhausted. A medical beastmaster was tending to it. The boy spread his arms mockingly. Are you kidding me? This is the level of Jiang University's battle department? These are supposed to be first-year elites? Where's the training? The strategy? The tactics? If I joined right now, I could walk straight onto the reserve team. You're just relying on your talent, a confident-looking girl protested, turning to the official team members present. This is so unfair. I demand the restrictions be lifted for a proper match. Ridiculous, the boy sneered. I want according to the rules. What's unfair about that? Didn't my brother think of this when he set the rules? Does anyone else want to fight? If not, I'll challenge the official members next. The team members exchanged uncertain glances. While his talent was undeniably extraordinary, it was still within the bounds of a normal challenge. Without the captain present, changing the rules on their own would be unreasonable. But this guy was way too arrogant, and with his talent, even the official members might not stand a chance. Just as the situation reached a stalemate, a pleasant electronic voice rang out. Beep, Vice Captain Card. Captain! A reserve member nearly burst into tears of relief. Outside the arena, the chubby Zhao Xuanjia nervously clutched his beast ball and looked at Jiang Zhuochen with worry. Brother Jiang, are you sure it's fine to let him go crazy here? The hostility from the crowd is getting worse. Jiang Zhuochen snapped his fingers with his signature confidence and replied casually, of course it's fine. This is a challenge slot I specifically applied for. Students' relatives even get access to premium facilities, totally worth it. He removed his data streaming monocle and tucked it into his pocket, analyzing. The situation now is clear. We all know the captain isn't here, and the vice captain is resting today. Whoever backs down first will lose face. Besides, would you rather have Sun Gusher pestering you for matches during training if he doesn't vent here in the arena? But my stone armor boar hasn't even started battling yet, Zhao Xuanjia said helplessly. The opponent's aggression is already locked onto us. I don't have Sun Geshi's freakish talent, he'll definitely get beaten badly. He tossed out his beast ball, only to watch in embarrassment as it rolled twice on the ground without releasing anything. Stunned for a moment, he finally slapped his forehead in realization and summoned a beast formation. With a rush of wind, a four-colored array of earth, fire, wind, and lightning appeared, and the stone armor boar materialized. Ruhar. The stone armor boar instantly flew into a rage. Hey, wait, calm down first. Don't get mad yet. Zhao Xuanjia scrambled to soothe it. Jiang Zhuochen almost burst out laughing. Don't worry. You've got thick skin, getting beaten badly won't hurt much. Do you even hear yourself? Is that something a person would say? And speaking of thick skin, Zhao Xuanjia glanced at the figure still standing in the battle arena. That guy clearly takes the cake. Is there really no one else? Sun Gusher called out again. At that moment, A voice as melodious as an electronic chime echoed through the arena. Beep, Vice Captain Card. The reserve members were nearly moved to tears. Captain! A tall young man stepped through the doors with a smile at the corner of his lips. The main team members froze collectively. Who's that? The reserve member who had shouted, Captain, instantly stiffened, as if shattered by the realization. This is bad. One official team member muttered, smacking his forehead. Sure, identity cards can be loaned out. But, did you really have to lend out such a big one? This is terrifying. Duguang, who had casually entered with a sling bag carrying a small wolf cub, paused at the sight of the opposing groups staring each other down. Hesitantly, he asked, Did I come at a bad time? The main team members looked at him with a mix of exasperation and despair. What do you think? Seeing us get wiped out like this, we're so sorry you had to witness it. Meanwhile, the reaction from the opposing side was even more dramatic. Holy crap! Little Earth Wolf. Zhao Xuanjia's eyes widened in shock. Ruahar. The stone armor boar bellowed. Little Earth Wolf. Du Guang. Zhang Zhuochen exclaimed in disbelief. Still standing on the stage, Sun Gusher joined in, equally stunned. What the? Du Guang? Who's that? The main team members exchanged bewildered glances. Why does it feel like the newcomer is more familiar to the opponents than to us? One reserve member, who was a fan of live streams, suddenly recognized the figure. A sudden shout broke the tense atmosphere in the crowd. That's Du Guang. The King Du is here. A male official team member's eyes lit up, his mind quickly turning. The reputation of the title King Du was so immense, this must be a hidden master from Jiangha University. He seized the moment and called out loudly, official team member Li Jun, welcoming King Du back to his rightful place. Wang Fan, who was on good terms with Li Jun, immediately caught on and followed suit, shouting, reserve team member Wang Fan, welcoming King Du back to his rightful place. The other team members quickly caught on, forming two neat rows and shouting in unison, welcoming King Du back to his rightful place. Their deafening voices echoed through the advanced training field. A few female students discreetly glanced at Duguang. Though they were uneasy, their eyes betrayed admiration and a touch of emotion. In such a tense moment, it seemed only a charismatic figure could ease the awkwardness. Zhao Xuanjia noticed the small wolf pup peeking out of Duguang's bag and turned to Zhang Zhuochen. Do you know this beast tamer? He asked. Zhang Zhuochen pulled out his high-end smartphone, his tone urgent. Don't worry about that. Whether I can pay off the Rocket IO depends entirely on today. Meanwhile, viewers on the live streaming platform receive notifications. Zhang Zhuochen, whom you follow, has posted a new update. Tune in for the live broadcast. Jiangha University Showdown Crash Prediction. Xue Runian glanced at Du Guang with a questioning look, but Du Guang could only freeze in place, thinking, don't look at me. I really have no idea what's going on. Sun Gusher stepped off the arena platform and asked, Are you the vice captain of Jiangha University's team? Du Guang, trying to maintain composure, glanced around, his lips twitching slightly. Team members were frantically signaling with their eyes, and some even clasped their hands together above their heads in silent pleading. Probably, Du Guang replied, looking up at the sky. Sun Gusher nodded and explained, I'm Sun Gusher. I came to the advanced training field as scheduled to challenge reserve team members. According to the rules, spectators are allowed to use their beast-taming abilities, but official team members cannot. After winning several matches, I wanted to challenge the official members, but the team claimed the rules were unfair. After pondering for a moment, Duguang asked, What's your relationship with Sun Baiqian? He's my older brother, Sun Gusher replied. Duguang nodded and turned to the team members. Technically, the rules are fine. The team tensed up, some stepping forward, but Duguang changed his tone. However, how about I face you in a match instead? The little wolf pup in his bag covered its face with a paw, thinking, why did I end up with this kind of beast tamer? Can't we just quietly grow stronger? Why must you keep causing trouble for us pets? The female student's eyes sparkled with admiration. King Du is so cool. Sun Gusher frowned. I've only been challenging first-year reserve team members. Isn't it excessive for you to step in as vice captain? Du Guang chuckled. That makes it even simpler. I'm just a first-year student. Sun Gusher was stunned. A freshman at Jiangha University serving as vice captain? How strong must he be? But he quickly spotted a flaw. I've seen the roster for the first-year combat division. There's no one named Du Guang on it. At that moment, a hand landed on Sun Geshi's shoulder. Zhang Zhuochen sighed and said, You're right, because he's not in the combat division. He's in the breeding division. The blue-haired youth turned to Du Guang, his voice steady. We accept the challenge. At the edge of the arena, Sun Gusher hesitated, his expression uncertain. A beast-taming type? He turned to Zhang Zhuochen, who gave a slight nod of confirmation. Sun Gusher then turned to Du Guang, his tone serious. I request a break to adjust our strategy and extend preparation time. Go ahead, Du Guang replied with a calm smile. The school team members immediately surrounded Du Guang, escorting him toward the battle area. Meanwhile, Sun Gusher led his teammates back to the resting zone. In the defending team's half, Duguang had just taken a seat when a snow-white wolf pup emerged from his satchel. It stretched its small body, shook its fluffy fur, and let out a soft woo. The surrounding crowd froze for a moment. What kind of companion beast is that? This is my companion beast, an albino earthwolf pup. It can battle across levels, Duguang explained. The school team members' eyes lit up, their gazes toward Xue Runian brimming with hope salvation was in sight. What's the current situation with the opponent? Duguang asked. Everyone started talking at once, creating a chaotic scene. Stop. One at a time, Duguang said, rubbing his temples. The first to shout, "Hail King Du," Li Jun, stepped forward and glanced around. Seeing no objections, he began his analysis. Sun Geshi's ace companion beast is a transcendent-level crocodile of the rising waters. Its moves are incredibly powerful, effective both at close range and from a distance, and it has a fear-inducing effect. His energy control is extremely precise, so a prolonged battle puts us at a disadvantage. Furthermore, Li Jun added, looking slightly embarrassed, the opposing team has an overwhelming supply of healing and stamina items. A 10-minute break is enough to fully recover the crocodile of the rising waters. With just one person and one beast, they defeated the reserve team. We couldn't even get past the first opponent. The wolf pup tilted its head. Woo. If that's the case, why don't we just take them heathen? Duguang translated for it. The group immediately grew excited, but Li Jun quickly intervened. Wait. The real issue is this: without a beast-taming talent, we can't take down the crocodile of the rising waters in the first round. By the second round, the situation will spiral out of control. His expression turned grim. That's because Sun Geshi's talent is silence, which can weaken or completely prevent beast tamers from giving commands. The priority depends on how developed his talent is. Exactly. We won't even be able to issue commands. Without verbal incantations, my little scholar can't unleash its full potential, a male student complained angrily. Duguang thought for a moment and lowered his head. The opponent is at the transcendent level, which is quite high. The school team members froze. To freshmen in the battle department, transcendent level wasn't considered particularly high. But earth-type counters water-type fourfold, and ice counters water twofold. If I don't give any commands at all, can we still win? Duguang asked seriously. No commands at all? The group was stunned. The wolf pup gave a soft snort. Woo. Its gaze was resolute, it seemed to say, as I've always said, you charge in recklessly, and I'll take care of the rest. Xue Runian's vertical pupils glimmered. Before crossing over, the snow god had never lost in tactical esports. And controlling oneself was just another form of beast taming. It was time to show the world what the strongest beast tamer of all time truly looked like. Duguang smiled. All right. He turned to the group and said warmly, I'm not King Du. Sun Gushi stepped down from the stage, his gaze fixed on Jiang Zhuochen. Why did you agree to the battle? Obviously, I need a favor from you. Jiang Zhuochen snapped his fingers, a sly smile curling at the corner of his lips. And besides, it's not like you'd back out if I hadn't agreed. Sun Gushi frowned, his expression heavy with concern. At the very least, we should have figured out the opponent's background and techniques first. Up until now, all he knew about Duguang was his name and type. Jiang Zhuochen folded his arms, his grin unchanging. Aren't you curious about what kind of favor I need? He paused. As for Duguang's uniquely colored little earthwolf, I can't tell you its moves because it once defeated my blazing firefish, so it's a unique color weight. It's unique as well? Sun Gushi was still reeling from the shock when Jiang Zhuochen led him to the resting area. You're familiar with the little earthwolf too? Jiang Zhuochen turned to Zhao Xuanjia. Zhao Xuanjia's expression was complicated. I never thought I'd see it again like this. I encountered it in the Summer Secret Realm. Not only did it refuse to become my companion beast, but it also defeated my stone armor pig and even saved my life. Oh? Sun Gushi felt a growing sense of unease. How could this little earthwolf have such an overwhelming presence, even more so than its beastmaster? This was completely backward. He abruptly turned to Jiang Zhuochen. You're not trying to make me lose on purpose because it defeated you, are you? Is that why you agreed so quickly? Jiang Zhuochen shook his head. Not at all. The little earthwolf hasn't reached the transcendent realm yet. Beating you would mean crossing a whole tier, so the outcome is uncertain. I just wanted to live stream your battle and earn some pocket money. Live stream? Well, suit yourself. Sun Gushi, already passionate about beast battles, didn't mind an audience. Winning was great, but losing wouldn't hurt his pride. The three of them began analyzing their opponent. Jiang Zhuochen started. The unique colored little earthwolf is dual-typed, earth and ice. Zhao Xuanjia followed. When I faced it, it used moves like Claw Strike, Knockback, and Ice Shard. For mid-air techniques, it had quick movement and Intimidate. It's also learned Protect and Earthquake Claw since then, Jiang Zhuochen added. Sun Gushi pondered silently. The move set was quite comprehensive. However, with the Beastmaster being restricted from giving commands, it was unclear if it could perform at its peak. Zhang Zuchuan's tone grew serious. There are two key things to watch out for when battling the little Earth Wolf. First, it's incredibly fast. It can chain low recoil moves in a single round, like quick movement followed by claw strike. That's how it dealt with my stone armor pig quick movement, and then knockback, Zhao Xuanjia chimed in. Second, it's capable of using combo techniques. Jiang Zhuochen continued. Earthquake Claw combined with Ice Shard completely obliterated my blazing firefish. Anything else? Sun Gushi asked. Zhao Xuanjia looked at Jiang Zhuochen. Are you finished? Yeah, I'm done. Jiang Zhuochen paused, his brows furrowing. Wait, are you saying it has another trump card? Zhao Xuanjia nodded solemnly. The little Earth Wolf has a height ear move. Jiang Zhuochen clapped his hands. Right. Back on the stage, there was definitely one skill it didn't use. What kind of height ear move could it be? With a serious expression, Zhao Xuanjia declared, the little Earth Wolf's adorableness. Its charm level is incredibly high. Jiang Zhuochen froze for a moment before sucking in a breath. Why do I suddenly feel an overwhelming urge to see it in action? Jiang Zhuochen tilted his head back to look at the sky, instinctively shifting his gaze away. He quickly summoned his miniature beast space and grabbed the still sleeping flaming fish. While the fish was still half asleep, he gently stroked its scales a few times before returning it to the beast space. The flaming fish spat out a bubble in silent protest before flipping over and continuing its nap. Zhao Xuanjia didn't notice Jiang Zuchuan's subtle actions. He was too focused on stroking the stone armor pig's back as he explained. Once its cuteness attack lands perfectly, the opponent's beast will be incapacitated for 3 entire rounds, completely losing control. Based on what Brother Jiang said, that time would be more than enough for the little Earth Wolf to defeat the Ripple Crocodile several times over. And even if it doesn't actively use the move, opponents won't be able to generate any rage while battling against it. The stone armor pig blinked smugly, prompting Zhao Xuanjia to sigh. I wasn't praising you, you know. Jiang Zhuochen fell into deep thought. Could it be that during the previous battle, the little Earth Wolf hadn't been fighting at full strength? Or perhaps it simply didn't want to use that move. Sun Gushi pondered for a moment before giving up and turning to Jiang Zhuochen with a shrug. I honestly have no solution for that move. Even though it's unclear whether the little Earth Wolf will use it, we still need to be prepared. Jiang Zhuochen snapped his fingers. For soft control moves like this, the only counter is using items. Exactly. A voice suddenly interjected. It was Duguang. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. The three boys looked at Duguang, who had appeared out of nowhere, in exasperation. Big brother, we're discussing tactics. Why are you here? Duguang rubbed his nose nonchalantly and said, the rules don't say an opposing beast master can't eavesdrop, do they? This is inspired by Kiki's strategy penetrating the enemy's camp. Whether it's effective or not is another matter, but it's definitely great for disrupting your mindset. Go on, keep talking, Duguang said with a grin. Sun Gushi sighed helplessly. How am I supposed to talk with you here? Duguang reasoned. Since you have a silence talent and I can't give commands, staying put doesn't do me any good. If you can exploit the rules, then so can I within the allowed space. Jiang Zhuochen silently clicked his tongue. This guy's way of thinking was truly unique, coming up with a way to break the stalemate so quickly, using magic to counter magic. Sun Gushi found himself in a dilemma. He couldn't be sure that once they finalized their strategy, Duguang wouldn't immediately come up with a countermeasure. After all, becoming vice-captain undoubtedly meant he was highly capable. The two stared at each other, creating an awkward stalemate. Meanwhile, Duguang's tactics were already yielding results. Xue Runian was diligently analyzing data on the glowing screen about their opponent. A reserve team member eagerly showed the screen to the little wolf cub, but Xue Runian didn't even glance at him. Duguang had specifically instructed earlier that unless the little wolf cub gave explicit permission, no one was allowed to touch it. The little wolf cub's ice blue, vertical pupils scanned the information on the panel intently. Ripple Crocodile. Attribute, water. Growth level, low extraordinary. Moves, fearful gaze, bite, water tail, water bullet. Ripple enhancement stackable up to 3 layers. Traits. High energy reserves, excellent elemental control, poor vision, severe farsightedness, average intelligence, highly obedient to the Beastmaster's commands. After 2 minutes of deadlock, Sun Gushi finally relented. What do you want? Duguang turned to Jiang Zhuochen. As a friend, could you lend me an item? Jiang Zhuochen hesitated. Sun Gushi gritted his teeth and said, lend it? Get him out of here quickly. Tactical arrangement Xuanjia, and I can handle it. As Duguang led Jiang Zhuochen away, Sun Gushi pressed his aching teeth, a bitter feeling welling up in his heart. The battle hadn't even started, and they had already lost a teammate and were forced to aid the enemy. Beside him, Zhao Xuanjia watched Duguang's retreating figure thoughtfully, silently speculating. Did the little wolf cub choose Duguang because of his intelligence? 30 minutes flew by in an instant. Zhang Zhuochen, fiddling with his phone, casually said to Zhao Xuanjia, "Oh, by the way, remind Longlong to stop napping and join my live stream to watch the battle." Zhao Xuanjia nodded and raised his Beastmaster wristband to send a message. Zhang Zhuochen pulled out a selfie stick from his spatial equipment and started the live stream. As the camera panned around the venue, a flood of viewers who had been waiting eagerly poured in. Among the barrage of comments, the most eye-catching were, "Is young Master Jiang challenging Zhanghe University today? Spread the word. Even the gyms can't escape Jiang's chaos. The homepage recommendation slot is already reserved. Just curious what kind of opponent will make young Master Jiang announce a potential loss." Zhang Zhuochen glanced at the comments and clarified, "No, I won't be battling today. It's my teammates from Jianghe High." The chat exploded with a new wave of discussion, some lamenting that Jiang wouldn't personally compete, others excited that he was finally hosting a live stream himself. At that moment, the school team members surrounded Duguang and stormed into the battleground with an imposing presence. "Teach them a lesson. Show them what freshmen are made of," someone shouted from the crowd. The little wolf cub echoed with a woo howl. Duguang turned around and politely addressed a student who had shown the wristband interface earlier. "Would you mind officiating as the referee?" The student quickly responded, "Not at all. Not at all." Zhang Zhuochen aimed the camera at the venue, snapped his fingers, and teased the live stream audience. "Although I'm not competing today. Today's opponent is an old friend." The crowd parted, revealing Du Guang carrying the little wolf cub on his shoulder, a trademark gentle smile on his face as he slowly walked onto the field. The live stream viewers went wild. A limited 5-star up character Du Guang is back. Du King. Look at me one more time. Sob sob. Are we battling Awakening Realm again today? Honestly, it feels a bit underwhelming, not really Jiang's level. Say it with me. Little Wolf Cub YYDS. On the advanced 10x 10-meter battleground, Sun Geshen wore a solemn expression, fully focused. The wind howled, making his clothes flutter. He extended his arm and opened his palm forward, his voice deep and commanding. "Come forth, my companion." Roar. A deafening roar erupted as the Beastmaster rune encapsulated the entire field, and water surged wildly. A tumter-long water crocodile with gleaming scales materialized. Its limbs were muscular, its expression ferocious, and its blood-red single eye gleamed with menace. The other eye was covered by a black eye patch. It landed heavily on the ground, sending up clouds of dust. Junior Beastmaster, Sun Geshen. Extraordinary tier, water crocodile. Sun Geshen announced loudly. Zhang Zhuochen casually glanced at the scrolling comments while chatting with the viewers. "Yep, we're all from Jianghe High. My teammate Sun Geshini's water crocodile is no pushover. No, he's from the special admission class A. Am in class B. Want to challenge me? Sure. Anytime, just bring your Beastmaster ball, and don't cry when you lose." Suddenly, Jiang Zuchuan's tone shifted, his voice sharp with irritation. Long, if you dare send me gifts, I'll kick you out of the live stream." Du Guang stepped onto the field, offering a gentle smile. Beginner Beast Tamer, Duguang. Level 8 Awakening, Little Earth Wolf. The live stream chat immediately buzzed with excitement. "I know this one. The moves are Earthquake Split, Frost Shatter, Rapid Dash, and Charm is everything. Awakening versus Extraordinary, how's that even a match?" Hold on, didn't Jiang Xiao post a preview saying there might be an upset? Maybe the Little Earth Wolf has a secret move. Secret move? Like melting hearts with cuteness? The chat joked. On the field, Sun Geshere's expression turned serious, his sharp eyes fixed on his opponent. As a seasoned school team member, he understood one truth. Those prodigies who grow at an astonishing speed, skipping formal evaluations, often start as beginner beast tamers. "Not sure what tricks you've got up your sleeve," Sun Gusher said gravely, "but while you can still speak, you might want to say a few more words. I'm about to silence you." "Oh." Du Guang nonchalantly rubbed his nose. "Oh? That's your reaction?" Sun Gusher was momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhuochen, watching the live stream, explained, "Sun Geshere's talent is silence. It can block a beast tamer's verbal commands." The chat erupted into a flood of question marks. "Oh? Too much grass energy detected. Is this some kind of ultimate silence spell? Sounds pretty ridiculous, doesn't it?" Zhang Zhuochen chuckled. "What about telepathic talents? If you can't give commands, what's the point of a beast tamer? Doesn't this mean he could boost his talent even further?" Zhang Zhuochen elaborated, "Telepathy can indeed bypass silence, but it's classified as a lifestyle talent and is hard to use effectively in battle compared to enhancement talents. Plus, the school team has a rule when battling non-university students. No beast-taming talents are allowed." The chat exploded again. "Then how do you even fight this? That's so unfair. This feels like an unwinnable scenario." Nearby, Zhao Xuanjia glanced at the chat and couldn't help but smile. If they knew Du Guang was planning to leave right after borrowing some equipment, They'd be in for a shock. What seemed like an impossible problem might have already been effortlessly solved. Back on the arena, Duguang tilted his head slightly, his voice carrying perfectly across the field. Your Majesty, the Wolf King, if you would. A few girls couldn't help but steal glances at Duguang. So doting. Xue Runian clearly enjoyed the attention. It leapt gracefully from Duguang's shoulder and strode into their side of the arena. In an instant, its demeanor transformed. Its vertical pupils turned icy blue, its gaze sharp and profound, as if it had entered a professional gaming mode. Across the field, the swamp crocodile narrowed its eyes, scrutinizing this tiny opponent. Go, little earth wolf. Zhao Xuanjia waved his hands, cheering loudly. The stone armor pig snorted excitedly, letting out a series of oink-oink sounds. Why aren't you cheering for me? Sun Gusher asked indignantly. Jiang Zhuochen laughed at the exchange, which was captured on the live stream. The scene sent waves of fangirl squeals through the chat. Who are you rooting for, Jiang Xiao? Is it Duguang? Scrolled across the screen. Jiang Zhuochen shook his head. Duguang? Of course not. Some viewers expressed disappointment. So you're supporting your teammate? Well, that's expected. The blue-haired youth smiled lightly, pausing for a moment before drawling. Of course, I'm supporting the Wolf King. For a split second, the live stream seemed to freeze before an avalanche of Ahawk filled the chat once again. The referee stood on the sidelines, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the two sides. The atmosphere on the field was tense and heavy. Sun Gusher crossed his arms, nodding steadily. Meanwhile, Duguang casually slid one hand into his pocket, a faint smile playing on his lips. Duguang, can we win? Wang Fan asked nervously from the back. Honestly, I don't know, Duguang replied, shaking his head. Then, looking toward the small wolf cub on the stage, a confident smirk appeared on his face. But at times like these, just believing is enough. The moment the whistle blew, the silence spell took effect. Duguang instantly lost the ability to speak, making any pre-recorded commands useless. Fierce stare. Sun Gusher swung his arm forcefully. This move was supposed to intimidate the enemy, reducing their attack and speed while potentially impairing their movement. However, Xue Runian tightly shut her eyes, completely nullifying the skill's effects. The wolf cub stood still, focused, all four paws together, and let out a piercing howl. A woo. The intimidation skill hit the Yangshui crocodile squarely. The red glow in its eyes dimmed instantly as a powerful aura surged forward. It wasn't just an ordinary wolf cub. It was a majestic wolf king. Cold sweat formed on Sun Gusher's forehead as he felt an overwhelming pressure for the first time. It was pre-read? Pre-reading referred to the Beastmaster anticipating the opponent's command in advance, a highly risky strategy. A misstep could lead to complete failure, but if successful, it not only secured the upper hand but also dealt a significant psychological blow to the opponent. No matter how strong your commands are, Sun Gusher gritted his teeth, his determined gaze fixed on Duguang outside the field. I won't give you another chance. Yangshui, Sun Gusher commanded. The Yangshui crocodile began to enhance its attack power and the strength of its water-based moves. But the wolf cub had already turned into a streak of white light, darting forward with precision and breaking through the water barrier. An ice smash landed squarely on the crocodile's face. Trying to power up in front of me? Did you underestimate my speed? The Yangshui crocodile's strengthening process was interrupted. Sun Geshi's eyes sharpened. Now, Aqua Tail. A massive tail of water swept across, spanning at least 2 square meters. At this critical moment, a green shield of protection flared up. With a loud crack, the aqua tail slammed into the defense, shattering upon impact and leaving fractures across the ground. This was the destructive power and elemental mastery of extraordinary beasts. The live stream audience was left in awe. Not only had the pre-read been executed flawlessly, but even the subsequent assault was countered perfectly. An awakened level beast facing off against an extraordinary one, without guidance, and still putting on such a spectacular display. It was unbelievable. This is so intense. One mistake from the little wolf, and I'll suffer a heavy blow. Go, Wolf King. The live stream was flooded with gifts and cheers. That brilliant pre-read alone was enough to earn everyone's applause. All eyes were glued to the battlefield. A group of girls watched the petite, snow-white figure on the field, then glanced at the menacing cracks and the tumterlong ferocious crocodile. Rubbing their hands nervously, they silently prayed in their hearts. You have to win. Please, please don't get hurt. The aqua crocodile's aquatail was blocked by a defensive move, but it still inflicted some damage. Sun Gusher exhaled in relief, only to suddenly sense something amiss. His pupils contracted sharply. Get out of the way. It turned out the little earth wolf hadn't leapt to attack, but had instead used the moment during the defense to quietly gather earth elemental energy. In the 4th round, the concentrated earth energy burst forth like a flood. Xue Runian seemed not to have fully mastered this power, causing part of the energy to dissipate into a storm of sand and wind. However, the remaining energy still carried devastating destructive force. You think I'm just fast? Those genetic serums weren't for nothing. In the critical moment, the aqua crocodile immediately followed its trainer's command, twisting its body sharply. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as the arena buckled under the impact, cracks spreading across its surface. The school team members looked grim, the oppressive atmosphere making it hard to breathe. Did it dodge? Viewers in the livestream side. They had to admit, the Little Earth Wolf's tactics and training were near perfect. But attempting to challenge a transcendent tier opponent seemed a bit too ambitious. Zhao Xuanjia stared unblinkingly at the battlefield, while the rock armor pig beside him paced anxiously, as if itching to jump in and help. Wait, no! Li Jun suddenly exclaimed. The aqua crocodile let out a painful screech. The shockwave had traveled through the cracks in the ground, and even though it hadn't landed directly, the earth element attack, for times effective against water, had inflicted serious damage. The livestream chat erupted. It's not over yet. The little earth wolf is still in the fight. The aqua crocodile, wearing a single black eye patch, had its exposed eye glowing with a bloodthirsty red hue. Water swirled around its body, and though its stamina was already more than half depleted, its presence only grew more menacing. That's a new move, one of the school team members exclaimed in surprise. It was holding back earlier? Zhang Zhuochen explained. This is the aqua crocodile's special ability torrent. When at a disadvantage, it enhances all attributes and greatly boosts the power of water-based moves. The live stream exploded with activity. This was leaving no chance for the opponent. A cross-tire challenge was already difficult enough, and now the opponent had activated a buff. The good news is its HP is critically low. The bad news is, its HP is critically low, someone at the scene remarked with a wry smile. This is bad. The little earth wolf has used up all its moves, and the aqua crocodile hasn't even attacked this round. Sun Gusher clenched his fists and shouted to Duguang on the other side. Bite it! His eyes burned with determination. Earth Split Claw has a long recovery time. You can't chain another move after it, so how will you dodge this strike? But Duguang wore an odd expression and gestured toward the arena. Why don't you? Take another look at the battlefield. Sun Gusher froze. The aqua crocodile's massive jaws snapped at thin air. The little earth wolf had already flipped backward through the dust and retreated. It landed steadily, then quickly rolled to its feet, raising its head proudly to glare at the opposing trainer, as if to ask, do you admit defeat now? Impossible. Sun Gusher was stunned. Zhao Xuanjia quickly turned to Jiang Zhuochen beside him. Brother Jiang, did you figure it out? Jiang Zhuochen's monocle gleamed with flowing data. It's another combo technique. Earth Split Claw paired with Eruption, escape swift and unpredictable. One strike missed, retreat 1,000 miles. Sun Gusher felt an unprecedented pressure. His voice tense and strained. Water bomb. The Yangshui crocodile let out a deafening roar. Its agitation communicated clearly to Sun Gusher through the beast-taming contract. I can't see. This sent a chill down Sun Gusher's spine, leaving him bewildered. On the sand-filled arena, the Yangshui crocodile was completely enveloped in a dust storm. Amid the chaos, a critical detail was unfolding. A single eye, uncovered by the blindfold, had its triple protective layers damaged by the ice shards earlier. Now, under the influence of the surging water element, a frosty white membrane was forming on its surface. The livestream audience suddenly realized. From the very beginning, this had all been part of an elaborate plan. The comments section exploded. My mom asked why I've been kneeling since the last live stream. A low-tier, awakened wolf pup suppressing an extraordinary-level Yangshui crocodile? Unbelievable. Duguang just stands there, as if everything is under his control. Viewers started to see that every move Sun Gusher made seemed to fall within his opponent's predictions. Gifts flooded the screen as the live stream's popularity soared, propelled by the thrilling cross-level challenge, the unique colored pet beast, the rare silencing talent, and textbook-level strategic foresight. The stream once again secured a spot on the platform's homepage recommendations. Sun Gusher gritted his teeth. No choice but to go all out. Yangshui attack. Still trying to power up? Do you even have time? All eyes were fixed on the little wolf pup dashing into the swirling sand. Xue Runian's vertical pupils locked onto the target. Now's the chance. Stop the water attack and use fear gaze. Sun Gusher shouted. The wolf pup suddenly froze, its pupils narrowing into slits as it stood motionless in the center of the arena. The small, snow-white figure appeared pitiful, trembling as if gripped by overwhelming fear. It must be using a charm attack. Sun Gusher closed his eyes and steadied his breath, issuing his final command. Stop. Fire a full-power water bomb in that direction. Zhao Xuanjia instinctively covered his eyes, but Jiang Zhuochen handed him a pair of analysis glasses. Take a look at this. The blue data displayed. The Yangshui crocodile's fear gaze was countered by the courage pendant, resulting in a critical failure. With a thunderous roar, the water projectile veered off course, striking empty ground. As the dust settled, the wolf pup had already circled behind the Yangshui crocodile, its soft pink paw pads glowing with icy energy. Duguang smiled approvingly. Xue Runian's gaze sharpened, aiming for a vital spot. Ice shard claw strike. Wolf paw popsicle incoming. The Yangshui crocodile let out a heart-wrenching cry as it collapsed, unable to fight any longer. A comment floated across the live stream. An extraordinary level beast taken down by an awakened stage pup, moral decay, or a twisted reality. The truth behind this is chilling. Xue Runian stepped back a few paces, tilting its head as it looked at the stunned referee, and chirped in a sweet voice, "Blow the whistle already. The Yangshui crocodile needs healing." The temporary referee snapped out of it, suppressing his excitement as he raised his hand to announce, "The Yangshui crocodile is unable to continue. The winner is the Wolf King." Wang Fan stood frozen in place, his eyes wide open, muttering to himself, "Did we win?" He turned to Li Jun, his tone hesitant, "Punch me." Without hesitation, Li Jun delivered a solid punch to Wang Fan's chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. Holy crap! A complete victory across levels. Li Jun shouted excitedly. Wang Fan lay on the ground, struggling to get up, gritting his teeth. "You son of a," he realized with great regret, how foolish it was to ask someone with enhanced strength as a talent to punch him. The school team members finally snapped out of their daze, and cheers erupted across the field. Amid the enthusiastic cries and shouts, incredulous exclamations could be heard. "We actually won this? Little Wolf, from now on, you're my god." A girl with a high ponytail looked on with shining eyes, her admiration unabashed, and shouted loudly, "Duguang, I'll cover your roast duck meals for a whole week, delivered to your dorm every day." Her bold declaration drew sideways glances from other girls, their expressions clearly saying, "That's a pretty direct way to hit on someone, isn't it?" Xue Runian stood gracefully at the center of the arena, her gaze fixed on the unconscious Yang Shuei. Lowering her head, she plucked a golden, gleaming pin from the fine fur on her chest and placed it before her opponent. It was a badge of courage. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhuoqin's livestream was in absolute uproar. The live viewer count had exceeded 50,000, and the chat was overflowing with comments. "Witnessing history. This will go down in the books. Wolf King is unstoppable." Small gifts flooded the screen. Though it wasn't as extravagant as the last time wealthy viewers competed to send gifts, the sheer number was impressive, and it looked like the debt from that rocket donation was about to be cleared. Duguang's wristband vibrated. He didn't even need to look to know it was the notification. "Your little wolf has leveled up." Smiling, he walked onto the field, exchanging celebratory high fives with the temporary referee. "Awesome," a male student blurted out after holding it in for a while, only to realize that saying such a thing as a prestigious university student might lack decorum. The referee quickly left the stage to share the joy of victory with his teammates. Zhang Zhuoqin wrapped up the stream with a simple, "That's it for today's live stream," leaving behind a chorus of disappointed groans from his viewers. He walked over to Yang Shuei and carefully removed the black blindfold designed to suppress cuteness, the emotionless blindfold, though its only real function was to slightly reduce emotional fluctuations. Raising his hand, he summoned a bottle of high-grade healing spray and generously sprayed it over Yang Shuei. Just as he was about to turn to the little wolf, a female student from the medical department had already stepped onto the stage. Catching sight of the expensive healing spray in Zhang Zhuoqin's hand, she hesitated and asked nervously, "I'm from the medical department, do you need healing?" The little wolf thought for a moment before nodding. "Earth-splitting claw still has a bit of recoil damage." Zhang Zhuoqin paused mid-step, then casually whistled as he turned and strolled away. The girl extended her hand, summoning a beast array. A companion beast appeared in the palm of her hand. A small wood elemental seedling named Orange bounced energetically into the scene. Its round, glimmering eyes radiated a warm light as it directed a high-speed healing skill toward the little wolf cub. Xue Runian observed the peculiar pet beast intently, pondering, "It's clearly a fruit. So why does it have eyes? Just like the little rhino elephant, what kind of evolution must their ancestors have undergone?" Suddenly, an unexpected event occurred. The body of the crocodile of rising waters was enveloped in a mysterious light of evolution. Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, it achieved a racial transcendence, instantly advancing to the mid-extraordinary tier. Not only was its energy completely restored, but its condition also surpassed its previous peak. The crocodile of rising waters looked gratefully at the little wolf cub, while Xue Runian merely huffed and turned his head away. "No need to thank me." A promising student indeed. Sun Gusher watched the scene unfold with a complex expression and said to Duguang, "You are the strongest tactician I've ever faced. While the little wolf cub is certainly talented, without your command, The crocodile of rising waters could have easily overpowered it. Duguang chuckled and shook his head. I think you've misunderstood. I simply borrowed a tool from Jiang Zhuochen. From start to finish, it was this little wolf cub fighting against you. What? Sun Gusher exclaimed in disbelief. Are you telling me that as a beast master, I was completely outclassed by a pet beast? He sank into deep self-doubt. Xue Runian sighed, looking at the despondent Sun Gusher. Is this all it takes to crush your spirit? Besides, the one who defeated you was once a legend in the esports world, though that legend now belongs to the past. At that moment, Zhao Xuanjiao approached with his stone armor pig, which happily squealed, Lu. Zhao Xuanjiao looked at the little wolf cub with anticipation. Little wolf cub, do you remember me? Xue Runian hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. Of course, he remembered the person who had changed his perspective on beast mastery and to whom he still owed over 10,000. When Duguang asked how they had met, Zhao Xuanjia explained, a few days ago, I encountered the little wolf cub in the summer secret realm. I invited it to become my contracted beast, but it refused. Duguang mused, Wolf King, if you had to choose again now. Arg, shut up. Stop acting smug after getting what you wanted. The little wolf cub interrupted him in exasperation. Xue Runian thought to himself, if it weren't for Duguang taking him out of the secret realm and even turning down 80 million, forget it. Since the contract is already signed, so be it. Jang Zhuochen mysteriously patted Zhao Xuanjia on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'll add you to a group later. Xue Runian silently prayed that Zhao Xuanjia wouldn't find out who the group leader was. Duguang explained, the little wolf cub hates being restrained, so it dislikes forming contracts. Contracting with me was already a reluctant compromise. Zhao Xuanjia was silent for a moment before speaking earnestly. Little wolf cub, I don't want to be your beast master anymore. It was my mistake not to consider your feelings before. If our first meeting was guided by fate, then this reunion must also be fate. I want to be your friend. Is that okay? Xue Runian sighed inwardly. Fate or not, I already acknowledged your conviction long ago. Finally, he gave a slight nod. The chubby Zhao Xuanjia let out a long sigh of relief, his face finally breaking into a smile of liberation. Jiang Zhuochen approached with a calm gait and asked Duguang seriously, did little wolf pup volunteer to join the fight? Duguang bent down, picked up the golden brooch from the ground, carefully wiped it clean, and handed it to Jiang Zhuochen, nodding in confirmation. He then turned to the silent Sun Gusher nearby and offered a friendly smile. Although it's a bit late to say this, that was indeed an impressive match. It was only impressive on one side. Sun Gusher replied with a bitter smile, shaking his head. He then crouched down and sincerely said to the little wolf pup, Little wolf pup, thank you for helping Yang Shui advance. It was a pleasure to battle with you. The little wolf pup lay on the ground, whimpering softly. I wasn't happy. Duguang showed a puzzled expression. What did little wolf pup say? Jiang Zhuochen asked curiously. Sun Gusher suddenly realized something. Wait, your talent is? Sorry to disappoint you, it's just ordinary affinity, Duguang explained, somewhat embarrassed. The little wolf said it wasn't happy fighting you. This comment sent Sun Gusher into deep self-doubted. He not even qualified to be taken seriously by the little wolf pup? At that moment, Xue Runian let out a serious woof. Duguang, unable to hold back a chuckle, translated. It said you were too strong, and it had a hard time fighting you. Sun Gusher let out a slight sigh of relief. At least, that's a somewhat positive remark. So, what kind of opponent do you want? Duguang asked, looking down at the little wolf pup. Woof. Xue Runian responded confidently, someone like Little Sprout. Hearing this, the school team members gathered around, declaring with determination, the 10-minute break is over. Who's the next challenger? Zhao Xuanjia and Jiang Zhuochen shook their heads wildly. Who would want to fight this baffling little wolf pup? Regardless of winning or losing, it was bound to be an unpleasant experience. At this moment, Duguang pulled out a card from his pocket and handed it to Sun Gusher. I won't be participating in the next challenges. I need to confess I'm not actually a member of the school team. Please return this card to your brother for me. Jiang Zhuochen suddenly understood. I see. I knew someone with your personality wouldn't join the competitive school team. Sun Gusher glanced at the card. It read, Vice Captain, Sun Baiqian. He nearly lost his composure. Brother, how could you set me up like this? The next battle was inevitable. Zhao Xuanjia stepped onto the arena and summoned his stone-armored boar, which had just advanced to the extraordinary beginner level. From the ink and water formation opposite, a scholarly figure emerged. This beast master, who had previously held back due to his silencing skill, finally made his appearance. Zhao Xuanjia's expression grew serious, and Candwater combined with ghost types was no joke for defensive beasts. The school team members enthusiastically tried to persuade Duguang to join, but he politely declined. Though disappointed, they didn't insist further. Since it was a casual training session, Everyone was dressed in plain clothes rather than the usual blue-green uniforms. This made Duguang, sitting with the little wolf pup in the challengers area, appear especially at ease and natural. They chatted casually, as if this was exactly how things were meant to be. Sun Gashiyu couldn't help but exclaim, "Little wolf pup's command is truly remarkable." Duguang smiled faintly. His earlier claim of not commanding at all was no exaggeration. During his battles against Jiang Zhuochen, he had deeply realized this. Commanding Little Wolf Pup felt not just like moving an arm at will, but more like being carefully guided forward. Every step seemed pre-planned, and by simply following along, victory could be achieved in the most effortless way. This feeling of being completely supported was something Du Guang not only didn't resist but thoroughly enjoyed. "You might not believe me," Du Guang said, rubbing his nose, "but at best, I'm just a seasoned player. Little Wolf Pup is the real master tactician." As he spoke, he casually glanced at the arena and asked, "Little Wolf Pup, who do you think will win?" Xue Runian stood up and looked at the ongoing match. The reserve player Little Scholar uses Ink Sketch, while Zhao Xuanjia's Stone Armor Pig uses Charge. The Little Wolf Pup commented in a soft, childlike voice, "What a pitiful battle of rookies. If Zhao Xuanjia doesn't use his talent, the other guy might win." Hearing this sweet and soft voice, Jiang Zhuochen's heart stirred once again. After hesitating for a long time, he finally couldn't resist asking, "Little Wolf Pup, can I pet you?" The Wolf King is not someone you can just touch as you please. Xue Runian rejected him decisively. Seeing Jiang Zhuochen's obvious disappointment, Du Guang teased, "Wolf King, can I pet you then?" The little wolf pup shot Du Guang a cold glance, then turned away, curling up into a fluffy white ball on the table. Du Guang spread his hands with a smile. "See? I can't either." He opened his satchel, and Xue Runian glanced at him before slowly crawling inside. "I have class this afternoon, so I'll get going," Du Guang said as he stood up to leave. "When do you plan to take the professional beast tamer assessment?" Sun Gashiyu asked. Becoming a professional beast tamer gives you priority access to new secret realms and association events. Du Guang glanced at the satchel and, seeing the little wolf pup shift slightly, replied with a smile, "Right after class." Wait, Jiang Zhuochen suddenly remembered something. "If I recall correctly, Longlong is also taking the assessment this afternoon." He clapped his hands together. This could be interesting. By this time, the match on the stage had concluded. Without using his talent, Zhao Xuanjia's Stone Armor Pig narrowly lost. Inside the satchel, Xue Runian squinted contentedly and wagged his tail. "Hee, my judgment wasn't wrong after all." The school team erupted into cheers, with a few boys dancing around wildly, howling in excitement. "Who's up next?" Jiang Zhuochen smiled, summoning a baseball cap and putting it on at a slight tilt, a roguish grin playing on his lips. Xue Runian glanced up at Duguang, thinking to himself, "I know who he's imitating, but I won't say it." Jiang Zhuochen snapped his fingers, revealing a blue beast tamer bracelet on his wrist. "Keep in touch via the bracelet," he said to Du Guang before striding onto the stage with a spring in his step. Zhao Xuanjia returned to the preparation area, looking around. "Where's Little Wolf Pup?" "Already left," Sun Gashiyu replied. "Left?" The chubby boy looked dejected. "Jiang reminded you to check your beast tamer bracelet," Sun Gashiyu prompted. Zhao Xuanjia immediately summoned the holographic interface and saw that Jiang Zhuochen had added him to the Little Wolf Pup fan club group chat. "Zhao Xuanjia, my classmate, also knows Little Wolf Pup. Welcome, welcome." Tangwa greeted warmly in the group. Seeing that the group admin was Duguang, Zhao Xuanjia immediately felt reassured. As long as he could connect with a beast tamer, he wouldn't have to worry about losing contact with Little Wolf Pup. He browsed the member list and was surprised to find Chi-Chi among them, though upon second thought, it seemed more appropriate to ask where Chi-Chi wasn't rather than why she was here. Curious, he clicked on the group photo album and was instantly captivated by a photo of the Little Wolf Pup's adorable sleeping face. "What? Oh my gosh." Zhao Xuanjia was overjoyed. The Little Wolf Pup fan club is amazing. Around noon, in front of room 208, Building M of Jiang University's student dormitory, Lin Mu, holding a steaming box of roast duck rice, gently knocked on the door. Moments later, the door slowly opened, revealing the lazy figure of Sun Baiqian standing in the doorway. "Brother Qian, this is roast duck rice that Du Guang asked me to bring you," Lin Mu said, holding up the food container. Sun Baiqian took the box, but his gaze lingered on the bright red whip mark on Lin Mu's face. "Who hit you? Is it really that obvious?" Lin Mu instinctively touched the mark on his face. "Not obvious at all." Sun Baiqian nodded slowly but firmly. "Lin Mu, when you lie, could you at least try to hide it with your body language?" "Well, I got whipped by Ling Mu Shu." "What did you do?" "I just patted Ling Mu Shu. That's all." Lin Mu's tone sounded a bit unnatural. Sun Baiqian froze for a moment. "That's all?" "The fact that Ling Mu Shu didn't smash you into the ground on the spot is proof of its good temper." "Is it really that serious?" "I thought it was just a bit tsundere, so I wanted to test it out," Unlike other pets, Lingmu Shu is different. Sun Baiqian shook his head and explained, cats and dogs might say one thing and mean another, but Lingmu Shu absolutely doesn't. If you're not its handler, don't try anything like that, it's dangerous. He paused. Are you Lingmu Shu's beast tamer? After Lin Mu confirmed, Sun Baiqian muttered, no wonder if it didn't genuinely like you, I wouldn't be seeing you alive right now. Trying to change the subject, Lin Mu looked around. Brother Qian, no training today? Yeah, I was just playing games earlier. Come in and sit for a bit. Lin Mu followed him into the room and, upon seeing the standard two-person dorm setup, clutched his chest dramatically. Why do third-year students get to live in the prince's palace? Sun Baiqian's desk was neat and tidy, with only a high-performance desktop computer and a mechanical keyboard with RGB lighting. When Lin Mu caught sight of the game on the screen, a sense of foreboding crept over him. Rhythm game? Hold on a second. Sun Baiqian sat down and started a new round. As the countdown ended, an intense rhythm began, and his fingers danced across the keyboard with precision, the rapid clacking of keys filling the air. In just a few moments, the screen displayed the words, Master Level 8, Normal Mode cleared flawless. You call this relaxing? Lin Mu backed away repeatedly. Boss him out. I just remembered Duguang might be back. A few minutes later, at room 517 of Building A, Duguang stood in front of the closed dorm door, carrying a small wolf cub in his bag. After a few seconds of silence, he raised his wrist and spoke. Lin Mu, come save me. Coming. I'm just downstairs. I just delivered your roasted duck rice. Lin Muxing's listless voice came through. Accompanied by hurried footsteps, he quickly climbed to the 5th floor, pulled out his keys, and opened the door. As he stepped inside, he instinctively ran his hand through his striking light green hair. Duguang immediately noticed the bruise on Lin Mu's face. Who hit you? Don't ask. Lin Mu dodged the question and instead pulled out a beast ball. Hua Fu Dai, go keep Luing company for a bit. A faint firefly-like shadow appeared on Duguang's forehead, and moments later, Luing and Hua Fu Dai flew out of the dorm room together. At the same time, a small wolf pup nimbly leapt out of Lin Mu's satchel, hopped skillfully onto his bed, and found a comfortable spot to lie down. Duguang walked over to the desk and picked up a water cup, inspecting it carefully. No phosphorus powder. Lin Mu's gaze flitted between Duguang and the wolf pup before he let out a long sigh of relief. That's good, really good. He leaned closer to the wolf pup and lowered his voice. You know what? Yesterday at noon, Duguang was so upset. He thought you didn't want to form a contract with him, and was even considering destroying his own acupuncture points. Xue Runian froze at the words. Ancient beast-taming methods breaking a contract required destroying one's acupuncture points? Duguang sat down beside the wolf pup and gently massaged its back with the back of his fingers. The wolf pup turned its head to look at him. Woof, is what he said true? So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Duguang smiled, avoiding a direct answer. Duguang thinks you don't like him, Lin Mu bluntly interjected. The wolf pup looked at Duguang, who, for once, avoided its gaze. Woof, be honest. What were you thinking at the time? You wouldn't even let me pet you, Duguang said, feigning a hurt expression. The wolf pup straightened up and looked at Duguang earnestly. Woof, aside from that misunderstanding at the secret realm hall entrance, when have I ever not let you pet me? The question left Duguang stunned. Thinking back carefully, it seemed he had never truly been refused. Even in the dorm that one time. It was after petting that the wolf pup said, Stop petting me, Woof. Besides you, who else has ever petted me? The wolf pup pressed on. Duguang thought for a moment only Tanghua, and that was with his permission? How? Didn't I say before that you shouldn't be afraid, and you could pet me whenever you wanted? Duguang remained silent for a moment. But every time before you're petted, you seem so resistant. At this moment, Lin Mu, wearing a beast translation headset, asked, Little wolf, can I pet you? Woof. No. Xue Runian rejected him without hesitation. Lin Mu spread his hands toward Duguang in a gesture of surrender. The wolf pup let out a soft sigh. Woof. Even if I seemed resistant, I still let you pet me in the end. Woof. Do you think I would form a beast-taming contract with someone I disliked? The bruise on my face is from being swatted by Lingmu Shu when I petted it. Lin Mu suddenly chimed in. If I weren't its master, I'd probably be smashed into the ground by now. The wolf pup's clear eyes met Duguang's. Woof, do you still not understand? I understand now. Duguang exhaled a relieved sigh, a joy like budding spring leaves blooming in his heart. So it was all just in my head. He reached out his hand, only to have it stopped by the wolf pup. Woof. No. This time, it's your punishment for not trusting me. As Xue Runian found himself reincarnated into this world as a companion beast, his mind and behavior inevitably fused with the instincts of such creatures. Yet, he always held on to his true self. He understood deeply that for a companion beast, being bound by a contract meant eternal captivity, with no chance of freedom ever again. At this moment, the little wolf cub quietly gazed at Duguang. With his keen instincts, he could discern who genuinely loved companion beasts. Duguang, despite being reluctant to part with him, had spoken of severing their contract and even concealed the fact that it would render the cub crippled. Xue Runian was well aware of the helplessness and sorrow of the world, but when faced with someone who treated him with sincerity, he was willing to respond in kind. If the world strikes me with pain, I will still answer with a song. He firmly believed that, despite its imperfections, beauty still existed in the world. Such genuine emotions and beautiful things deserved gentle care, not betrayal. Duguang sat still by the bedside, trembling all over. The little wolf cub could feel the overwhelming joy surging in Duguang's heart, like a tidal wave engulfing him completely. This sense of being acknowledged by a companion beast was indescribably fulfilling for a beast tamer with an affinity talent. Meanwhile, in the Jang University gardens, a wondrous evolution was unfolding. The glow of the firefly's tail shifted from amber to emerald, and finally to an icy blue, casting a light on the elegant wings of the blossom butterfly. Bright specks of light gathered on the butterfly's wings, forming the shape of a crescent moon, radiating a cool, moonlit glow. Two streams of evolutionary light intertwined as the blossom butterfly fluttered gracefully, scattering frost-like phosphorescence. A system notification chimed. Your firefly has undergone a second-stage evolution. Your blossom butterfly has evolved. The little wolf cub curled into a fluffy white ball, his eyes half closed, his tail gently swaying as he absorbed the emotions of his beast tamer's excitement. Duguang took a deep breath, only to choke and start coughing violently, his fingers unconsciously gripping the blanket. Lin Mu quietly removed his headphones and walked to the balcony, tilting his head up to gaze at the sky, holding back tears that threatened to fall. Forcing a faint smile, he returned indoors and patted Duguang on the shoulder. The misunderstanding is cleared up, isn't it? Why so gloomy? Yesterday was rough, but isn't everything fine now? Suddenly, Duguang stood up and hugged Lin Mu tightly, his voice choked with emotion. Thank you. Thank you so much. Can't hug the wolf cub, so you're just hugging people randomly now? Lin Mu struggled to no avail, his expression turning deadpan. Let go of me. What, have you been taking lessons from that clingy Su guy? Duguang quickly released him, startled by the remark. Duguang strode out to the balcony, his fists clenched tightly, his chest heaving with emotion. Lin Mu watched him nervously. Don't you dare smash the glass. This is double-layered insulated glass. Even though I'm in the props department, I can't fix it if you break it. He turned to the little wolf cub for help. Do something about your beast master. He's so happy he's about to lose it. Xue Runian shook his head gently. It's okay. Let him vent for a while. Holding in such intense emotions would only make it worse. Thinking back to his past life, Xue Runian rarely experienced such moments of excitement. The only time he felt this thrilled was probably when he formed a team, met his ideal teammates, and first made his mark. As an esports captain, he was always composed and self-controlled. Even during international competitions, surrounded by countless cameras, his image displayed on massive screens, and under the gaze of thousands of spectators, his hands never trembled. He was the captain, the soul of the team, the tactical strategist, the one in control of the entire game. Watching his teammates execute the strategies step by step, seeing the enemy's defensive core collapse in a dazzling explosion, and feeling the team hoist him high in the air with tears of joy, these were, to him, just another hard-fought victory. Even with the best equipment and the adoration of the masses, the feeling wasn't much different from playing games in a small internet cafe. In the esports world, strength was everything. As long as you were strong enough, people would willingly worship you. Snow God was once the invincible name of that era, until blood and betrayal shattered everything, and his followers abandoned their god. But that's all in the past. Everything will get better now. Xue Runian's gaze was clear, his pupils slightly dilated, and a warm smile appeared on his face. He realized that after his reincarnation, he seemed to smile more than before. After a long while, Duguang finally calmed down and walked back to the bedside. I'm sorry. I got too carried away earlier. Huh. Why apologize? If you're happy, you should let it out. The little wolf cub responded gently. You weren't scared of me, were you? Duguang asked hesitantly. The little wolf cub moved closer to him. Scared of what? Even when you were so excited. You remembered what I said and didn't touch me at all. You're the one who's truly afraid, aren't you? Afraid that I'd see you lose control, think you're scary, and then dislike you or distance myself from you. Yes, Duguang sighed. You saw right through me. Don't worry, the little wolf cub said, his gaze as clear as the ocean. You are already my beast master. You can show your truest self in front of me without any fear. I won't dislike you, no matter what you're like. You don't need to be afraid. Duguang was silent for a moment, gently stroking the little wolf cub's back. How lucky he was to have formed a contract with such a companion. Do you want me to pat your head again? Xue Runian looked up at his beast master. Lin Mu, who had been pretending to watch the news with his headphones on, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Again? Duguang getting his head patted by his contracted beast? No need, thank you, Duguang replied with a smile. I'm really happy right now. I know you're happy. So am I. The little wolf cub hummed lightly. Duguang walked over to Lin Mu and took off his headphones. Enjoying yourself? Ahem. It was pretty entertaining, Lin Mu admitted, showing no sense of danger. He continued his analysis. That little wolf is really smart and has such a great personality. Honestly, his emotional maturity might even be higher than yours. I've never seen you so. A loud creak interrupted him as Lin Mu's shoulder joint made a sound under Duguang's grip, followed by his scream echoing throughout the hallway. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I was wrong. Bro. Duguang let go, watching as Lin Mu shrank into his chair, babbling incoherently. I even gave you props, brought you food for class, and this is how you repay me. Duguang raised a hand, and Lin Mu immediately shut his eyes, pleading, not the face. The little wolf cub lay on the bed, watching the scene with great interest. Lin Mu, not feeling the expected pain, cautiously opened his eyes. He saw Duguang holding a luxury ball, which clicked open with a soft sound. Duguang placed the luxury ball on Lin Mu's desk and said earnestly, thanks. Lin Mu froze for a moment, then quickly snapped out of it. For me? He asked in surprise. Of course, Duguang replied calmly. Aren't you researching tools and in need of a beast-taming ball? Lin Mu immediately sat up straight, carefully inspecting the deluxe ball in his hand. The ball was jet black with elegant lines, accented by a striking red stripe encircling the top. The central button felt smooth to the touch. What stood out the most was the opening for releasing and retrieving beasts, surrounded by luxurious golden embellishments. He curiously tapped the surface with his fingernail and weighed it in his hand. It was significantly heavier than a regular beast-taming ball, clearly crafted from some special material. A deluxe ball worth 6 figures or more, and you're really giving it to me? Lin Mu looked at Duguang in disbelief. If you don't want it, you can return it to me, Duguang said leisurely. I could always trade it for some premium pet food. Lin Mu immediately clutched the deluxe ball tightly to his chest. Don't even think about it. To be safe, he quickly stuffed the precious item into his pocket. Something this rare and valuable couldn't possibly be exchanged for ordinary supplies. Duguang chuckled. Go ahead and keep it. Neither Luing nor little Earthwolf likes beast-taming balls anyway, so it's not much use to me. Lin Mu pouted. All right, if you insist. With just a few words, he had obtained a deluxe ball. His luck was simply extraordinary. By the way, Duguang said, rubbing his nose, that Suzuki incense I gave you yesterday, do you still have it? Lin Mu opened a drawer and took out the incense tied with a blue string. What do you think? Duguang reached out to take it, but Lin Mu nimbly dodged and placed the wooden piece next to the little wolf cub. Here you go. Duguang was speechless. The wolf cub curiously sniffed at the incense and immediately felt a bit lightheaded. The fragrance was indeed pleasant, but that was about it. Duguang walked to the bed, and Xue Runian gently nudged the incense toward him with a soft woof, signaling him to wear it. Smiling, Duguang picked up the incense, threading the blue string through his fingers so the wooden piece slipped under his shirt. Then, he reached out to gently stroke the wolf cub's head. Xue Runian blinked, neither speaking nor pulling away, silently allowing the somewhat intimate gesture. This is your reward for trusting me, Xue Runian thought to himself. Cherish it. Once I help you pass the professional beast tamer certification, this wolf king will return to being Xue Runian and head off to Jianghe High. Duguang savored the soft texture under his hand, feeling utterly content. When his fingers accidentally brushed the outer edge of the cub's ear, the little wolf instinctively flicked its ear back. Understanding the signal, Duguang didn't press further and instead gently rubbed the back of its head. This is Lin Mu, Duguang introduced to the wolf cub. The roommate I've mentioned a few times before. He's a senior beast tamer with a specialization in tools and wood-type beasts. Well, thank you for the proper introduction, Lin Mu quipped. Xue Runian shook his head, his round pupils gleaming warmly. His fur was smooth, and his ears perked up adorably. He glanced at Lin Mu and let out a soft woof as a greeting. What did he say? Lin Mu asked, turning to Duguang. The little wolf just said woof. Duguang translated honestly. That's it? So perfunctory? Lin Mu was exasperated. Duguang continued, I have 4 other roommates, but they're all out watching the beast taming tournament and haven't returned yet. They're not that important. They'll introduce you when you meet them. By the way, the bed you're lying on is Lin Mu's, mine is the top bunk above his. Just then, Hua Futi fluttered into the open dorm room, followed closely by Lu Ying. A firefly fluttered in front of the little wolf cub, landing gently as its tail lit up with a blue glow identical to the color of Xue Runian's eyes. The wolf cub curiously extended his paw, and the firefly perched delicately on the tip, creating a harmonious scene. Xue Runian observed intently, silently marveling at the beauty of the blue light. Luing, have you leveled up? Duguang asked in surprise, gazing at the firefly. The firefly vibrated its wings rapidly, emitting a soft humming sound in response. Buzz leveled up happy sleep. Duguang smiled and said, if you want to sleep, head back to the Acupoint Haven. As soon as he finished speaking, Luing flew to his forehead, transforming into a faintly icy elemental light that merged into him. Duguang, come look at the flower flutter butterfly. Lin Mu carefully placed a butterfly onto the bed. The flower flutter butterfly spread its wings, now larger and more vibrant, with two crescent moon patterns symmetrically displayed. With a rhythmic motion akin to breathing, its wings shimmered with a cool-toned glow. Is this okay for the flower flutter butterfly? Hasn't it already evolved? Lin Mu asked anxiously, turning to Du Guang with a worried expression. Du Guang paused in thought, quickly organizing his knowledge of beast nurturing and data on the flower flutter butterfly. Your flower flutter butterfly might have undergone synchronized evolution with Luing. Synchronized evolution? Lin Mu repeated the unfamiliar term in confusion. Du Guang explained in detail, the flower flutter butterfly, as one of the weakest insect-type companion beasts, has incredible adaptability. It can evolve into different forms based on its environment and diet. Besides natural evolution, there are special types like beauty evolution, bond evolution, and intimacy evolution. Synchronized evolution occurs when one beast's evolutionary light guides another's transformation. This means your flower flutter butterfly gained an additional chance to evolve, and it may have acquired rare new attributes. Lin Mu's hands trembled as he scanned the flower flutter butterfly with his Beastmaster bracelet. Du Guang, can you believe this? The flower flutter butterfly's species rank just rose to Lote-ear leader. Overwhelmed with excitement, he picked up the butterfly. Flower flutter butterfly, did you hear that? You can keep evolving and become even more beautiful. The butterfly affectionately nuzzled his hand, a gesture of closeness it had never shown before. Congratulations, Du Guang said sincerely. Woof? The flower flutter butterfly evolved because of Luing? The little wolf cub asked thoughtfully, noticing Du Guang's slightly evasive gaze. Wolf, look me in the eyes and tell me, what's the real reason? Meeting the wolf cub's gaze, Du Guang softly explained, because Luing's evolution is also unique. It can connect with a beastmaster's mind and sense their emotions. It evolved because it sensed my feelings for you. The little wolf cub stared at Du Guang for a few seconds, then narrowed his eyes into crescent shapes and laughed cheerfully. TSK, 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 Du Dog, oh Du Dog. The little wolf pup gracefully stood up, circled behind Du Guang, and then moved to the other side. His eyes curved into crescents, carrying a mischievous smile. Oh, so you can feel embarrassed too, huh? Du Guang was momentarily speechless, his mental CPU seemingly overloaded. He stammered. What's wrong with liking companion beasts? The little wolf pup snuggled up to Du Guang, gently rubbing against him, his eyes curving into crescent moons. Oh, so you're admitting it, huh? Sweat beaded on Du Guang's forehead as he stood there, flustered and silent for a moment. In the end, he reluctantly nodded in defeat. Now you know how it feels, the little wolf pup snorted lightly. It's the same feeling I get when you ask those weird questions all the time. Xue Runian glanced toward Lin Mu, who was chatting with Hua Fudy nearby, silently relieved. Thankfully, he wasn't wearing a translation earpiece, or someone might end up silencing witnesses. I have class this afternoon, Du Guang said, changing the subject. Do you want to come with me? Xue Runian shook his head decisively. Of course not. As a little wolf king, what use is there in attending class? I'd rather wander around the university. Who knows, I might even find a chance to transform and visit home. Du Guang nodded in understanding and walked to the table, retrieving 3 paper wristbands in different colors, each bearing the emblem of Jang University's breeding house. He held up the green, yellow, and red bands. Wear one of these, and you'll be free to roam around Jiang University. Green means friendly, safe to touch. Yellow is neutral, interaction requires consent. Red means dangerous, no interaction allowed. He looked directly into the little wolf pup's eyes. Which one do you choose? Xue Runian's icy blue eyes seemed to see right through Du Guang's intentions. He snorted lightly. Oh, I'll choose yellow. Du Guang smiled and carefully took out the yellow band, avoiding the paw pads as he loosely fastened it around the little wolf pup's front paw. Not bad, you're catching on, the little wolf pup said with a sly smile, squinting his eyes. Checking the time on his Beastmaster bracelet, Du Guang turned to Lin Mu. You don't have class this afternoon, right? Can you keep an eye on the little wolf for me? You can give me your Hua Fudy, and I'll consult the professor about it. Lin Mu immediately recalled Hua Fudy into its luxury ball and solemnly handed it to Du Guang. No problem. I'll take great care of the little wolf. Xue Runian quietly observed Lin Mu. Since he was someone Duguang trusted, he figured he could reluctantly trust him this time. Lin Mu leaned closer to the little wolf pup. I'm really sorry about yesterday. You're not still mad, are you? After giving it some serious thought, the little wolf pup shook his head, indicating he wasn't bothered anymore. I'll never throw a Beastmaster ball at you again, Lin Mu promised earnestly. The little wolf pup gave a healing smile and nodded gently. Didn't you want the little wolf to help advertise your incense? Duguang reminded Lin Mu while packing his textbooks. Go on and make your case. Lin Mu's eyes lit up. Got it. Thanks, bro. Just remember two things, Duguang added. Tell me. I'll make sure to remember, Lin Mu said, ears perked as he listened intently. Duguang raised a finger and solemnly reminded, first, the little wolf pup values its freedom. Don't interfere with its decisions, and don't follow it around all the time. Let it decide where it wants to go and what it wants to do. Lin Mu nodded in understanding. To him, such a smart little wolf pup really didn't need much restraint. Second, Duguang continued, raising a second finger. If you want to pet it, you must get its consent first. If the little wolf pup doesn't want me to pet it, of course, I won't force it, Lin Mu said, scratching his cheek. Are you sure? Duguang gave him a meaningful look. Do I need to remind you how you got those scratches on your face? Lin Mu was speechless, unable to refute. After packing his things, Duguang prepared to leave. All right, I'm off to class. See you later, Your Majesty, Wolf King. Xue Runian gracefully swished its tail. Woof. Goodbye, Dog. Once Duguang left the dorm building, Lin Mu put on a bulky translation headset and connected it to his computer. The device was so large because the language of pet beasts was incredibly complex. Even a single variation in the tone of a woof could carry countless meanings. Little wolf pup, are you hungry? Or sleepy? Lin Mu asked eagerly. Xue Runian shook its head. Then do you want to be petted? Lin Mu patted his chest in assurance. Duguang isn't here, so you can be honest. I promise you'll feel great. Xue Runian internally rolled its eyes. This isn't about comfort, it's about dignity. The little wolf decisively shook its head again. Seeing this, Lin Mu changed the subject. How about playing a game? He opened his computer and pulled up the rhythm game he had seen Sun Baiqian playing earlier that day. It was a game Duguang had once invited him to try, but Lin Mu hadn't touched it since. He took out a tablet, unlocked it, and placed it in front of Xue Runian. The rules are simple, just follow the rhythm and tap. Let's see who's better. Xue Runian glanced at the game interface, recalling how Duguang had mentioned its decent rhythm game skills when it was caught. As a former professional esports player, such a hand-speed training game. Woof, bring it on. Half an hour later, a crowd had gathered outside dorm room 517. Rhythm game enthusiasts from nearby rooms, drawn by the familiar music, had brought their idle roommates to watch. All eyes were on the fluffy white creature, cautiously keeping their distance to avoid disrupting its performance. Whoa, that's insane. How is it even hitting those notes? Exclamations of awe rippled through the group. The seasoned rhythm gamers were utterly shocked. This level of skill was something an ordinary pet beast couldn't possibly achieve. The little wolf pup sat firmly on the bed, its soft paws tapping the screen with lightning speed. Each movement was precise and effortless, flowing like water. By comparison, Lin Mu at his computer was flustered, his clumsy keyboard presses completely out of sync with the rhythm. In the end, Lin Mu barely scraped by with a D, the lowest passing grade. When he squeezed through the crowd to check the little wolf pup's score, he was greeted by the tablet's display. Advanced Level 6, Strict Judgment Mode cleared, flawless victory. Lin Mu stared in disbelief at his 10 fingers, then at the little wolf pup's 2 paws, sinking into deep self-doubt. At this speed and accuracy, even if I had another pair of hands, I couldn't pull that off, someone murmured. Xue Runian, however, remained unfazed. In its mind, it silently pondered. Using paws is already pushing the limit. I wonder if, after transforming, I could return to my peak form from the World Championship days. Ever since that injury to my hands, it's been so long since I felt this kind of effortless flow. Not bad at all. While the little wolf pup was resting, all the classmates around turned their attention to Lin Mu. Lin Gu, this exotic-colored pet beast belongs to you, right? Someone eagerly asked. Did you make a pact with it by sacrificing 20 years of your lifespan? You usually keep such a low profile, so why the big reveal all of a sudden? Another classmate asked, slightly reproachful. Do you not consider us your brothers? A few of them noticed the yellow band marking on Xue Runian's paw and were tempted to touch it, but they ultimately restrained themselves. Lin Mu shook his head and explained, the little wolf isn't mine. It belongs to Duguang. He's in class right now and asked me to look after it for a bit. Oh, so it's Duguang's. The group let out a collective sigh. No wonder it's the class monitor Duguang. That explains why it's so impressive. Lin Mu glanced around and raised his voice at the right moment. Although the little wolf belongs to Duguang, My development of the Tier 2 resource Suzuki fragrance played a crucial role in this process. Wait, is that the item that boosts affection levels? A student from the item department suddenly realized. Exactly, Lin Mu said proudly. This item not only increases the initial affection of wild pet beasts, but can also be worn long-term. The exotic little wolf was drawn to it. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Lin Mu turned to the little wolf pup and asked expectantly, "Little wolf, isn't that right?" Xue Runian glanced around and slowly nodded. In its heart, it felt relieved that no one knew the real story behind the contract process, otherwise it would have been a rather embarrassing tale. "Lin Mu, you're about to take off big time," a classmate from the item department exclaimed in astonishment. "Can I try it out on my pet beast?" "Lingo, are you selling this item?" Among the crowd, a few regular buyers of Lin Mu's items wore skeptical expressions. They knew his items often had average effects and usually ended up being mixed into pet food to avoid total waste. Lin Mu pulled out his phone, but before he could speak, a flood of notification sounds erupted. He quickly switched it to silent mode, cleared his throat, and said, "Suzuki fragrance isn't in mass production yet. The only piece is with Duguang. If you want to test it, go find him. Add me as a friend, though when new items are released, you can enjoy a discounted friendship price." With a confident posture, he declared, "If the results are good, I might consider selling the patent for the formula directly to a pet beast corporation." The dozen or so people present exchanged glances before pulling out their phones to add Lin Mu as a friend. Someone asked their classmate, "Why aren't you adding him?" "I already did ages ago," the person replied, patting their shoulder meaningfully. "Just wait, you'll soon see what kind of level Lin Mu from the item department is at." "What level? Don't keep me in suspense." They turned to a roommate from the item department. The roommate fell into deep thought, gazed up at the sky, and finally let out a long, drawn-out sigh. If Duguang is seen as a genius in the breeding department, then Lin Mu is nothing short of a mystery in the tools department, one student muttered in confusion. At that moment, a rhythm game enthusiast, having just watched Little Wolf Pup's performance, rushed into dorm room 517 with a tablet in hand. He eagerly opened the game interface, placing the tablet in front of Little Wolf Pup with eyes brimming with anticipation. "Little Coyote, can you help me clear this level? I've been stuck on advanced level 7 for ages. Just clear it for me, and I'll buy you premium treats." Little Wolf Pup looked into the hopeful eyes of the player and nodded slightly. Internally, he sighed, thinking, "Poor kid, so young and already working hard to earn treats for his beast master." With that thought, a gentle, healing smile appeared on his face, and he pulled the tablet closer with his paw. "Little Coyote, can I record this?" someone asked, holding up their phone. Xue Runian considered for a moment and let out a cheerful woo of agreement. Since he already had a legitimate identity and could use Beastmaster Duguang as a shield, why not let his reputation grow even more? Lin Mu had already left his seat and joined the others in forming a circle around Little Wolf Pup, all eyes fixed on his performance. Xue Runian immediately entered a state of intense focus, his round pupils dilating slightly as his small paw tapped the start button. What followed was a visual feast that left everyone in awe. Within minutes, the screen displayed Advanced Level 7, Strict Judgment Mode cleared flawless. Little Wolf Pup let out a sigh of relief and glanced back at the tablet's owner. "Oh woo." Lin Mu, wearing a translation earpiece, explained, "Little Coyote is asking if you need him to continue." The player, stunned, took back the tablet and frantically pressed the screenshot button. "In no need. I can't possibly ruin this masterpiece of perfection," he shouted excitedly. "I'm going to frame this screenshot." The crowd exchanged bewildered looks. "What's gotten into this guy?" someone whispered. Lin Mu, stroking his chin, observed, "Watching Little Wolf Pup play, it doesn't seem that hard." He then began shooing people away. "All right, show's over. Everyone clear out. Isn't it hot with so many people crammed in here? And whoever left their trash, pick it up. If you don't want to take it with you, eat it." After everyone left, Lin Mu closed the dorm door, tidied his hair, and confidently sat down at the desk to start the game. Xue Runian jumped onto the desk to watch. Moments later, Lin Mu stared at the computer screen, deep in thought. Brain, I understand everything. Fingers, totally got it. Game screen, Advanced Level 1, Lenient Judgment Mode, failed. Lin Mu, why am I doing worse than before? That afternoon, a topic and video went viral across Jang University's online forum. The post titled, "Your Pet Beats You at Rhythm Games," garnered thousands of comments within just 2 hours, with the video being shared and liked at an astonishing rate. Comments section. Jang Yu team member Li Jun. "Whoa, Wolf King." Jang Yu Reserve Wang fan. "OMG, Wolf King. Chi Chi the Demon King. They'll say it first." This comment was removed for violating guidelines. The perfect combination of unique traits, a rare pet beast, adorableness, rhythm game prowess, and technical skill made this extraordinary little wolf pup unforgettable. Everyone speculated. With paw pads that thick, How could it click so precisely? Its beast master must be a hidden coordination genius. For fans of Did Jiang Zhuochen challenge the arena today? This was an unexpected delight. Hey, isn't this the Wolf King we saw this morning? Double the fandom excitement. Meanwhile, in a lecture hall at Zhang University, a foreign language class was underway. Duguang sat in the back row by the window, propping his chin on one hand. His elbow rested on his textbook as he watched the teacher write a long list of common phrases on the blackboard. Suddenly, his phone began vibrating repeatedly, as though many people were trying to contact him. He pulled it out and opened the forum post. Huh. In dormitory A, Lin Mu slumped in his chair, wiping the sweat off his forehead. I give up, I'm done. You win. If we keep going, I'm going to lose my mind. Thankfully, he had the foresight to send everyone else away beforehand. Turning to the little wolf cub, his eyes filled with expectation, he asked, Is there anything else you want to do? Xue Runian noticed Lin Mu's overly enthusiastic attitude, resembling a child with their first pet constantly wanting to play with it, worrying if it's hungry, tired, or cold, and checking on it at every turn, practically revolving their whole day around it. Though seemingly busy, such efforts were often unnecessary and ended up disturbing the pet instead. The little wolf cub let out a soft woof. Can I use your tablet? Sure. Lin Mu barely finished his sentence when a snowy white figure leaped gracefully over the table, tracing a perfect arc in the air, and landed steadily on his bed. The cub expertly used its paws to operate the tablet, easily inputting an 8-digit password to unlock it. Wait, the password? When did you memorize that? Lin Mu was dumbfounded. Xue Runian looked up at him. Woof, there's nothing strange on your tablet, right? Do you want to delete anything first? Woof, never mind. Even if there is, it doesn't matter. I've seen all kinds of things as the snow god. Besides, I want look. The cub said this while casually opening the browser in front of Lin Mu. Internally, Lin Mu was screaming, Duguang, you dog, what on earth have you been teaching? The little wolf cub turned the tablet upright, its back facing Lin Mu. Woof, you can take off the translation headset now. Just do your own thing. I'll entertain myself. Lin Mu removed the bulky headset and unplugged the data cable to avoid compromising his computer's processing power. He massaged his stiff neck and glanced at the wolf cub, who was engrossed in the tablet. Reluctantly, he turned back to his desk, closed the exhausting rhythm game, and opened the long-neglected proposal draft. He pretended to work, but his focus wavered. His hands hovered over the keyboard for ages without typing a single word. Finally, he couldn't resist turning to glance at the bedoggen. He just couldn't stop worrying. Meanwhile, Xue Runian was browsing through the search history. From advanced thesis to feasibility of tree fruit materials for beast balls and flavor combinations of various tree fruits, these were fairly normal. But the later entries, does Suzuki tree feel nice to touch? Does Suzuki tree like being petted? And how to sneak up on Suzuki tree were much more questionable. Sensing Lin Mu's gaze, Xue Runian shrank back warily. Lin Mu inexplicably felt a pang of guilt, even though he hadn't done anything. The wolf cub continued browsing and typed small jackal into the search bar. Soon, the encyclopedia images displayed a creature with sandy yellow fur, dark eyes, and a slightly muted skin tone. Compared to the plush toys in luxury stores, the resemblance was uncanny. Xue Runian quickly skimmed through the species information of the little jackal, skipping over the detailed attributes and heading straight to the trait section. The data described the species as being leader-driven, ferocious and unruly in temperament, with a large, aggressive build, coarse fur, and a long, pointed snout. He glanced down at his own body and shifted slightly, noticing how his soft fur gently swayed with the movement. His short snout resembled that of a feline more than anything, completely contradicting the description. So this is what the difference in coloration means. He muttered to himself. After browsing through the species skill library, Xue Runian decided to search for related videos. He casually clicked on one with an appealing thumbnail, only to be startled by a sudden voice saying, Spring brings life anew, and all things. Lin Mu, Xue Runian panicked, slamming his paw down on the screen to close the video at lightning speed. Flustered, he turned to Lin Mu and let out a hurried woof, before realizing that Lin Mu couldn't understand beast language. Lin Mu, who had just reconnected the data cable and put on his translation headset, glanced at the embarrassed little wolf with a mischievous smile. You probably don't have that kind of feature yet, do you? I wasn't watching it. I clicked it by mistake. The little wolf's ears turned red in an instant as he scrambled to explain. Woof, come and see for yourself, there's really nothing there. He flipped the tablet over onto the bed, showing his innocent browsing history. I was just trying to look at species skills, that's all. Lin Mu walked over to take a look and said gently, then go ahead and keep watching. Keep watching? I can't take this anymore. The little wolf exclaimed. Woof, I'm going out. I'll come with you. Lin Mu replied immediately, adding earnestly, if you want to explore the school, I can show you around. If you're thinking about training your skills, I'm an advanced beast trainer, so I can help with that too. Xue Runian eyed Lin Mu skeptically, feeling that this unusually helpful attitude seemed to stem from some kind of guilt. Their gazes met, but Lin Mu remained calm and unwavering. Fine, Xue Runian finally said. Since you're so free, can you take me to the Assessment Association to help Duguang qualify as a professional beast trainer? Inwardly, he thought, once I help Duguang with this, I can finally shed this identity for good. Lin Mu was momentarily taken aback. Sitting down on the bed, he patiently explained, the professional beast trainer qualification is different from the basic aptitude test. It requires actual combat against a transcendent level opponent, which is far too dangerous for you right now. Plus, it has to be done under the direct command of the trainer, and Duguang isn't even here. Woof. Xue Runian tilted his head back to gaze at the ceiling, his expression contemplative. What if I told you I could take down a transcendent level opponent without needing a beast trainer's command? What? Lin Mu was momentarily at a loss for words. The little wolf cub quickly opened the tablet, its paws deftly tapping the keyboard. After searching for Jang, it soon found a live recording. Looking up at Lin Mu, it let out a soft whimper. Look. Lin Mu took the tablet and carefully watched the full battle video recorded at the Jiangda arena. After finishing, his expression became utterly remarkable, his gaze shifting back and forth between the tablet and the snow-white wolf cub in front of him. This happened just this morning? Lin Mu felt his understanding of the world had been completely overturned. He had already been amazed that Duguang, as a novice beast tamer, could tactically suppress him, an advanced beast tamer. But now, it seemed that was far from the most shocking part. A master-level pet beast? And one that could remain calm and composed in such a razor-sharp battle. Lin Mu felt his worldview completely collapse. He stood up and walked to the balcony, only to almost trip over the translation headset cord he was wearing. Opening the window for some air, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. My God, how on earth did Duguang form a contract with you? After calming himself, Lin Mu pondered aloud. With the strength you've shown, you could easily pass the trial on your own. And individual trials for pet beasts aren't unheard of. Are you really planning to go? He asked hesitantly. The little wolf cub, Xue Runian, responded with firm resolve. Woof. If that's not enough, I can use overload again, the move I used in the dorm the other day. Lin Mu immediately recalled the terrifying pressure, bone-chilling cold, and sense of impending doom he had felt that day. A move that forcefully enhanced abilities beyond its level must come with significant side effects. Seeing the wolf cub's unwavering determination, Lin Mu asked one final time, Are you absolutely sure? After receiving Xue Runian's resolute nod, Lin Mu agreed without hesitation. All right, let's go. Then he paused and added, Wait, do you need any gear? Just tell me what kind of functionality you want. I've got everything here. Should we prepare for specific scenarios? The little wolf cub thought for a moment and let out a soft awoo. Lin Mu opened a drawer, grabbed some gear and a set of keys, and also retrieved Duguang's identification. He asked cautiously, Should I carry you? Xue Runian stared at Lin Mu for a few seconds before leaping onto him. Lin Mu instinctively caught the cub, surprised at its perfect weight, substantial enough to feel its presence, but not heavy enough to be burdensome. His hand unconsciously rested on the wolf cub's back, feeling its warmth. Xue Runian turned its head to silently look at him, prompting Lin Mu to reluctantly withdraw his hand. Yet, the lingering sensation on his palm left him unable to resist savoring the memory soft, dense fur, a warm and supple body. The texture was so satisfying that it made him want to give it a good rub. I really don't know how Duguang manages to resist. Lin Mu couldn't help but ask, Little wolf, can I pet you? The wolf cub buried its head into its body and mumbled MMPH, No, take me there first, and we'll see how you perform. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu removed his headphones, closed his laptop, and set his beast-taming belt aside. At the moment, he wasn't carrying any beast balls. His gaze briefly drifted into a memory before snapping back to reality. With a gentle voice, he replied, As you command, Wolf King. On the campus pathway, Xue Runian sat gracefully on Lin Mu's shoulder. Initially, she had been supported by his arm, but Lin Mu's hand wasn't exactly well behaved. Before long, it quietly rested on the soft fur of the little wolf cub's back. Worse still, his fingers subtly brushed against the back of her neck, in rhythm with his steps. Do you think I can't feel that? Xue Runian endured for a moment, but finally couldn't hold back. Don't take my kindness as an excuse to overstep your bounds. And for the record, am not some ordinary pet beast. With that, the little wolf cub leapt up and landed directly on Lin Mu's shoulder. Lin Mu scratched his cheek awkwardly. He had thought, based on Sun Baiqian's advice, that canine-like pet beasts might secretly enjoy being petted even if they pretended otherwise. Testing the waters might have helped the little cub gradually accept it. However, Her fur was undeniably soft to the touch. The snowy white figure on his shoulder immediately attracted countless gazes. For the first time, Lin Mu felt what it was like to have Du Guangping's kind of universal charm drawing attention wherever he went. The visiting students, upon seeing the little wolf cub perched on Lin Mu's shoulder, looked on with envy. However, noticing the bright yellow emblem of the breeder house on her paw bracelet, they wisely refrained from approaching, instead watching the pair disappear into the distance, his light green hair and her swaying white tail leaving a lasting impression. Suddenly, Xue Runian gently pawed at Lin Mu's shoulder and turned toward his ear. Oh! Lin Mu stopped in his tracks. What's wrong? Don't stop. I'm telling you to walk faster. The little wolf cub leapt down, transforming into a streak of white lightning as she zipped to the end of the path. Seeing Lin Mu still standing there, she reluctantly trotted back at a leisurely pace. Lin Mu racked his brain, trying to figure out what she wanted, before pointing to a nearby sign. Only then did Xue Runian notice the words on the sign. No riding any pet beasts or racing them on campus. Beneath that, written in bold black marker, were the additional words. No riding humans either. The little wolf cub stared speechlessly at the bizarre notice. While the sign didn't elaborate on the incidents that had prompted such a rule, she could already imagine the absurdity that must have unfolded to warrant it. The little wolf cub tilted its head back and let out a howl, lifting a front paw to point at Lin Mu. It then began a little performance, first strolling leisurely for a few steps, then retreating and advancing quickly back to its starting point. Tilting its head, it looked at Lin Mu with a questioning expression in its eyes. Lin Mu suddenly understood. Oh, are you asking me to walk faster? Xue Runian nodded in confirmation, silently sighing about how exhausting it was to be a companion beast. I'm not an athlete like Duguang, Lin Mu explained helplessly. This is already as fast as I can go. Plus, this is the shortest route we can take. Xue Runian nimbly leapt onto Lin Mu's shoulder, letting out a soft woof, as if accepting the explanation. Lin Mu tentatively asked, by the way, do you really hate being petted that much? Before he could finish, a wolf paw smacked him on the shoulder. I was just asking, Lin Mu persisted. You could quietly tell me what kind of things you like, and I could get Duguang. A sudden chill spread from his shoulder as ice began to form under Xue Runian's control. Lin Mu quickly admitted defeat. I was wrong, he exclaimed, silently marveling at how masterful the little wolf cub's control over ice elemental abilities had become. A short while later, Lin Mu stood by the roadside, watching the little wolf cub sitting on a stone step, intently studying a map of Jianghe University. The map detailed the layout of the 4 campuses. The West Campus was famous for its competitive sports center. The East Campus boasted the renowned Purification Lake, often frequented by healing element students training with their companion beasts. The North Campus, besides its basic facilities, was notable for being adjacent to the administrative hall of the Mu Luoqiu's secret realm. And the South Campus featured a massive sports complex. When the little wolf cub turned to look at Lin Mu, it found him fiddling with a gadget, expertly disassembling its outer shell. Noticing the gaze, Lin Mu quickly pocketed the item and asked, ready to go? Xue Runian pointed at the South Campus on the map with its paw and made a questioning sound. That's right, Lin Mu explained. Going through the South Campus and exiting via the South Gate is the quickest route to the Assessment Association. The little wolf cub cheerfully leapt onto Lin Mu's shoulder. Oh, whoa. Let's go, Pai Mu. After all, I'm a companion beast, so technically this doesn't violate the campus rule against riding others. As he felt the lively little creature on his shoulder, Lin Mu couldn't help but marvel at the intelligence of this small earth wolf, so much sharper than a simple companion beast like Hua Fu Dai. They strolled along the campus paths, Lin Mu's pale green hair blending with the fresh leaves, while the white figure on his shoulder occasionally vanished and reappeared. Along the way, they passed a few 2 dogs lounging lazily in the grass. A boy holding surveying tools and some documents was hurrying toward them. Senior 2, the boy called out as he ran. My urban planning draft has mistakes, and I just can't figure out how to fix them. Could you help me take a look? He anxiously spread the map out on the grass as the 2 dogs exchanged a glance. A group of 2 dogs waddled forward in unison, their short legs moving rhythmically. One by one, they spread out blueprints on the ground, exchanging hushed comments among themselves. Suddenly, one of them shook its head and deftly grabbed a pin with its tail. After a moment of contemplation, it pulled out a blank sheet of paper and, with a swift flick of its tail, drew a perfectly straight horizontal line. The other 2 dogs watched intently, occasionally letting out soft barks and gently wagging their tails, as if they were communicating their thoughts in a unique way. Xue Runian observed the scene, his ice-blue eyes sparkling with curiosity. He couldn't help but marvel at how aptly the 2 dogs had earned their title of Master of Drafts. Watching this harmonious moment, his gaze softened involuntarily. Though the bond between humans and their beasts under the beast contract might not always be equal, Xue Runian believed that as long as kindness was present, Even without a contract, a genuine friendship could be formed. Inspired, Xue Runian suddenly had an idea. He glanced back at his own tail. Being a canine himself, if the two dogs could control their tails, perhaps he could as well? Tentatively, he tried to move it, and to his surprise, the tip of his tail obediently curled up. Huh. The little wolf cub was delighted to discover that he could not only stretch and sway his tail, but also make it move from side to side with ease. Enthralled, he began playing with it, wagging it like a tiny propeller. Wow, this is actually kind of fun, he exclaimed. Just as Xue Runian became engrossed in his newfound skill, a voice interrupted him. Looking up, he saw Lin Mu approaching. The sight of the little white fluff ball wagging its tail brought a smile to Lin Mu's face. He waved at Xue Runian and held up a pack of beast food. Want to try some? He asked. Xue Runian snapped out of his reverie and glanced between the food and Lin Mu. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. Inwardly, he thought to himself, I'm not really hungry, but I just want to see what it tastes like. If it's good, I'll remember the brand and buy it myself once I take human form. As Lin Mu and Xue Runian spent time together, a figure passed by and suddenly stopped. The person widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, Lord Wolf King? Xue Runian raised his head. Lin Mu recognized the newcomer. Oh, we met this morning. I think his name is Wang Fan? I'm on the school battle team, Wang Fan said excitedly. This morning at the arena, Lord Wolf King helped us defeat the challengers. Lin Mu nodded, recalling how that video had completely reshaped his worldview. Wang Fan turned to Xue Runian and hesitantly asked, But isn't Lord Wolf King's Beastmaster Duguang? Woof. The little wolf pup responded softly. Yes, it's Duguang, Lin Mu explained. He had to go to class and asked me, his roommate, to look after the little wolf pup. So I brought it out for a walk. Xue Runian finished the pet food for canines and curled into a small, snowy white ball, narrowing his eyes. He was well aware that this walk was actually to help Lin Mu prepare for his professional Beastmaster qualification. Is that so, Lord Wolf King? Wang Fan cautiously inquired. Seeing the little wolf pup nod, he visibly relaxed. Looking at Xue Runian's innocent demeanor, he was genuinely worried it might be deceived by someone. Wang Fan then noticed the marks on Lin Mu's face. Shouldn't you get those wounds on your face treated? Lin Mu gently touched the marks. It's fine. Ling Mu Shu insisted I keep them. He also told me to go back for a checkup in a few days. Thinking about his own beast, Lin Mu readily agreed. Are you heading to training? Lin Mu asked. Woof. The little wolf pup seemed curious too, wanting to know what beast Jiang Zhuochen summoned later and whether he ultimately won. No, there's no training this afternoon, Wang Fan said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. Although Lord Wolf King won the hardest match for us, we had already lost overall. Wang Fan went on to elaborate about their situation as reserve team members. Having only joined the school for half a year, their tactical system was still underdeveloped. In contrast, the challengers, though young, were experts who had raised their beasts from an early age. Their talent and practical experience far exceeded that of these university students. This defeat had been a wake-up call, forcing them to confront their shortcomings. When talking about the school team, Wang Fan's eyes became resolute. If the official team members hadn't had 1 or 2 more years of training, he believed that with his elemental resistance talent, he could have secured a spot on the main team. He silently vowed to bring his little rhino species skill to the masterful, flawless level by the next battle assessment. Wang Fan then introduced the ranking system for beast techniques. Techniques were divided into low, mid, and high tiers by level, and proficiency was categorized as beginner, adept, proficient, flawless, and mastery. A fully mastered low-tier technique could easily defeat a newly learned high-tier technique under normal circumstances with no elemental advantage. Beyond this, there was the legendary transcendent level, a realm only attainable by near-master level beast masters or extraordinarily gifted beasts. Basic moves such as claw strikes and flame sparks can improve in proficiency through repeated training. For unique racial skills, increasing proficiency not only enhances the skill itself but also contributes to overall growth, raising the species level. Once a skill reaches a certain level of mastery, it becomes possible to develop more powerful advanced techniques through targeted training. For instance, flame sparks can evolve into mid-air fireballs and eventually transform into concentrated energy attacks like dragon fireballs, creating a spectacular dragon-shaped blaze. Similarly, claw strikes can advance to techniques like Earth Ripper Claw, and depending on the training direction, can further develop into high-level moves such as Shockwave or Heavy Rock Claw. However, some rare skills, such as Word Spirit or Berserk, are often difficult to advance through conventional training or may not improve at all. Even among the same species of companion beasts, differences in skill proficiency can result in significant disparities in strength. Skilled trainers' advantages in nurturing their beasts become increasingly evident over time. The exclusive resources, combat opportunities, and secret realm trials offered by Jiang University's team are far beyond what small cities can provide. Lin Mu listened quietly to the explanation. Feeling slightly awkward, Wang Fan continued. Although there's no training this afternoon, after Jiang Zhuochen and the others completed their challenge and Captain Sun Baiqian took Sun Gushur away, the team coach directly doubled next week's training intensity. This year's newcomers are truly exceptional talents. I can already foresee how fierce the Rookie King competition in the Southeast Division will be. Without extraordinary strength, it might be hard to even pass the preliminary rounds. Xue Runian seemed thoughtful. While simply doubling the training might appear crude, for companion beasts that had grown too comfortable in their routines, it could indeed reignite their fighting spirit. The little wolf pup's eyes gleamed faintly, as if it was also considering whether to learn new moves. I'm heading to the sports field. What about you? Wang Fan asked. I'm going the same way. Let's go together, Lin Mu replied. Wang Fan looked sincerely at Xue Runian. Thank you again, Wolf King. The little wolf pup let out a soft response. Wang Fan continued, the assistant coach, advisor, and captain have all watched your battle videos. They asked me to pass along a proposal if you and your beastmaster are willing. You could serve as the team's tactical coach. You'd only need to guide us once a week. We'll offer double pay and prepare a coach's certification for each of you. Lin Mu's mouth dropped open in surprise. Companion beasts can be coaches? And there's a special certification for that? With a coach's certification, you'll have free access to most of Jiang University's training facilities, Wang Fan said earnestly. Wolf King, we all know you're a rare variant beast from the Summer Secret Realm, and your contract with Duguang is still fresh. But every member of the team genuinely admires you and hopes you'll stay. This is the first time the team has unanimously welcomed a member so enthusiastically, and it's a companion beast, no less. With your master-level tactical expertise and commanding ability, you're more than qualified to be our coach. We all believe in your strength. Lin Mu gently stroked the little wolf pup's back, gazing at Wang Fan in a daze. What you're saying makes sense, but is this really possible? Lin Mu turned to look at the small wolf cub on his arm, his heart filled with emotion. With just one battle, Lord Wolf King's reputation within the school team had already far surpassed that of the beast-tamer, Duguang. He even suspected that inviting Duguang to be the coach might have been merely to serve as a translator or simply to appease this capable yet gentle little wolf. Unconsciously, Lin Mu's hand gently landed on the wolf cub's back. The cub immediately turned its head, its gaze fixed on the hand awkwardly resting on its back. Lin Mu quickly withdrew his hand and apologized with embarrassment. Xue Runian swiftly climbed onto Lin Mu's shoulder and let out a call toward Wang Fan. The little wolf says he'll pass on your suggestion to Duguang and seriously consider it, Lin Mu said. You can understand the little wolf? Wang Fan asked in surprise. Lin Mu scratched his face awkwardly. No, I just guessed. Wang Fan was about to say something when he noticed Xue Runian nodding at him, signaling that Lin Mu's guess was correct. Are you heading to the South Campus too? I'm going to the sports complex, let's go together. Lin Mu nodded in agreement, but his pace was so slow that Wang Fan had to gently remind him. Could you walk a bit faster? Sorry. I'm such a newbie. Lin Mu apologized sheepishly. Want me to carry the little wolf for a bit if you're tired? Wang Fan offered kindly. No way. Lin Mu blurted out. I haven't even had a chance to pet him yet. The moment he said this, both Wang Fan and Xue Runian froze. Lin Mu gritted his teeth and quickened his pace. Fine. Walking faster, I just think of it as exercise. Meanwhile, in the M building of Jiangha University's student dormitory, Sun Gushur stood quietly to the side, watching his older brother, Sun Baiqian. One hand holding a book and the other on the mouse, Sun Baiqian repeatedly reviewed Jiang Zuchuan's livestream playback. Sun Gushur had already given a detailed account of the entire challenge match, including his loss to the little wolf. Although his brother hadn't scolded him, he still felt uneasy, especially after boasting that he would dominate the reserve team. Sun Baiqian closed the webpage and casually flipped through the ancient book in his hand. This calm reaction only made Sun Gushur more anxious. Brother, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't drag it out. Do you know why you lost? Sun Baiqian asked without even looking up. Sun Gushur replied in a frustrated tone. I do. I underestimated the little wolf's strength. Its base stats and skill proficiency were far beyond expectations. I lost the initiative in the first round and couldn't use the crucial water amplification. Its protect skill has reached an intermediate level, barely managing to block an unboosted Aquatail with high proficiency. If I had managed to get one water amplification off, I'm confident I could have turned the match around with Aquatail in the ender at the very least. Taken it down with me? Sun Gushur stared at the book he had just taken away. Feeling so defeated he almost wanted to admit his complete surrender by banging his head on the ground. Being utterly overpowered in the battle against that little dirt wolf left him with nothing to say. If you were to fight with the same lineup again, do you think you could win? Sun Baiqian asked calmly. No, Sun Gushur admitted after a moment of reflection, his tone begrudging. He quickly added, but this time, the challenge was meant to train Yangshui Crocodile. If I used my ace beast, I'd definitely win. All right. Sun Baiqian nodded in acknowledgement, then shifted the conversation. Do you know where the gap between you and your opponent lies? Seeing Sun Gusher hesitate, he cut straight to the point. It's in your command. Crushing an awakened-level opponent with a transcendent-level beasto, you think that's something to be proud of. Well, when you put it that way, it doesn't sound very glorious, Sun Gusher admitted but quickly countered. But that little dirt wolf isn't an ordinary creature, is it? Sun Baiqian adjusted his glasses, the lenses gleaming. What if I told you that the little dirt wolf didn't even use half of its strength? That's impossible, Sun Gusher exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. It's currently at awakened level 9, with agility and attack power comparable to the transcendent level Xue crocodile, Sun Baiqian explained steadily. Not only does it possess a burst technique stronger than Torrent, but it also carries spatial energy. If it wanted to, it could have ended the battle in the first round. Seeing the bewildered expression on Sun Geshi's face, Sun Baiqian sighed. You've become overly reliant on silence. While Xue crocodile has advanced, you yourself haven't improved. That little dirt wolf was actually teaching you. Sun Gusher was left speechless. He had thought he was already on the 4th level, only to realize his opponent had long surpassed him. The little dirt wolf can cleverly use the drawback of insufficient energy control to disrupt a beast-tamer's focus, Sun Baiqian continued. And yet, the energy techniques you've taught Xue crocodile, are they only good for conserving energy? Unwilling to give up, Sun Gusher protested. Brother, aren't you overanalyzing this? Maybe it didn't use its burst technique because it couldn't handle the backlash. Maybe, Sun Baiqian mused, nodding thoughtfully. But Jang University's team didn't invite it to be a coach because it's fluffy and cute. It's because its tactical abilities, as a strategist, are at least on par with mine. He then shared the belief Head always held firmly. In this world, beasts and humans should be equals. Though enslavement still exists, beasts aren't born just to be controlled. As two of the only near-masters on the school team, their relationship was more like that of mentor and friend. Yet, this statement, repeated countless times, was something far from easy to realize. When Sun Baiqian spoke again, Sun Gusher didn't interrupt. A line of poetry suddenly came to his mind. Do not go gentle into that good night. But there are always those willing to carry the weight of the starlit sky. Can I have my book back now? Sun Baiqian asked gently. Sun Gusher snapped out of his daze and carefully handed the ancient text back to his elder brother. After his brother's words of guidance, his mindset had shifted like Zhao Xuanjia. He too wanted to form a genuine bond with the little wolf pup. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but mock himself. He had always prided himself on being clever, yet he wasn't even as perceptive as a seemingly simple, chubby boy. Perhaps only those who truly love pet beasts could become real friends with the little wolf cub. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Furrowing his brows, Sun Gusher asked, but earlier, you mentioned that the little wolf pup has at least a trace of spatial energy on it? Sun Baiqian stood up and pulled a sheet of paper from the pile of drafts on the table, handing it to his younger brother. The sketch on the paper was remarkably lifelike. The little wolf cub was sitting in a satchel, its eyes bright and its ears perked, but a faint, swirling black mist lingered behind it, like an intangible shadow. My ability allows me to detect attributes, energy, moves, and item fluctuations, Sun Baiqian explained, adjusting his glasses, which reflected a flash of white light. Because it involves privacy, I usually don't mention it. I'm not certain about the spatial element, but I can confirm that the little wolf pup doesn't have a ghost attribute. So, unless there's a ghost-type pet beast playing tricks on it, it might need a purification. The little wolf pup got sabotaged? Sun Gusher exclaimed in shock. Don't worry, Sun Baiqian reassured him. The energy is very weak. I exaggerated it a bit in the drawing for clarity. It's more of a prunket, would at most give the little wolf cub a bad dream. Sun Gusher felt somewhat relieved, but still worried that the adorable white wolf cub might be frightened by nightmares. He decided to use his Beastmaster's bracelet to inform Jiang Zhuochen and Zhao Xuanjia, as Jiang seemed to have a good relationship with Duguang. Sun Baiqian flipped open his book again and said nonchalantly, if there's nothing else, leave your vice-captain card here and head out. If I don't remind you, you'd probably keep it in your pocket and spend the whole afternoon at the training center. Caught red-handed, Sun Gusher looked a little embarrassed. Training your pet beast and cultivating your Beastmaster space are equally important, Sun Baiqian reminded him. Otherwise, your body won't be able to handle it. Sun Gusher nodded in agreement and curiously leaned closer. What book are you reading? Sun Baiqian finished the page he was on before responding. It's a copy of ancient legends inscribed on a stone tablet. The time period is so distant that it's hard to tell what's real and what's not. I'm just treating it as a story. What kind of legend? The bespectacled young man turned another page and answered slowly. It's about the 4 seasonal deities, Yanjing, Huaisu, Mu Luo, and Xianing, who govern the cycle of weather, and the founder of ancient Beastmaster techniques, the Azure Emperor. South Campus. Dragging his weary steps, Lin Mu arrived at the sports complex with Xue Runian by his side. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and muttered to himself, "Good grief, it's almost over. Escaping from Sinma City to Jianghe City, and I still can't avoid a life of hard labor," he sighed inwardly, but then thought to himself, it was far easier to deal with this little wolf cub than his older sister. Standing beside Lin Mu, Xue Runian squinted against the warm sunlight, taking in the massive structure ahead. A colossal circular stadium, constructed of steel and concrete, loomed before them, surrounded by a ring of enormous billboards. At the top, the emblem of Liwen Corporation stood prominently displayed. This kind of venue was not open to the public on regular days, only accessible during major events or master-level Beastmaster tournaments. The surrounding facilities were comprehensive: shops, restaurants, lounges, a media center, and essential beginner and intermediate battle arenas, adjacent to which was a pet beast medical center. Scattered around were various basketball and tennis courts. Wang Fan waved goodbye to the little wolf cub. "I'm off now." Xue Runian nodded lightly in response. Wang Fan casually bought a bottle of water from a nearby shop and made his way to the spectator stands. The soccer field, much larger than a standard one, was currently hosting a practice match between two teams. Suddenly, Xue Runian noticed something unusual. There were beasts on the field alongside the players. One of the players shouted, "Ground beast tackle." A small beast, about a meter long, targeted the soccer ball and kicked it forward with incredible speed. The goalkeeper immediately countered, "Shield mantis, use shield counter." The field erupted into chaos. "Referee, someone's breaking the rules." "I protest, someone just used telekinesis." "Me too. They're using items. My charm move isn't working." "Charm moves are against the rules too. I don't care." "Someone's getting penalized today." Xue Runian sighed inwardly. "Beast Master Soccer. Huh? Well, that's new." After Wang Fan left, Lin Mu's pace noticeably slowed as he trudged across the lush green field, heading toward the academic building. As he approached the entrance, he could faintly hear the sound of a lecture coming from one of the classrooms. Suddenly, Xue Runian leapt down from Lin Mu's shoulder. "Little wolf?" Lin Mu barely had time to react before the wolf cub darted into the building with remarkable agility. Lin Mu hurried after it, panting as he called out, "Little wolf, Duguang doesn't have classes here. He's in the North Campus." Xue Runian stopped in front of a restroom door, turning back to look at Lin Mu. It dawned on him. "You need to use the restroom? Do you want me to carry you in?" "Aroo." The wolf cub resolutely declined, instead biting a small packet of tissue from the self-service dispenser. It then gave Lin Mu an expectant look, as if saying, "Pay up. Duguang will reimburse you." Lin Mu was speechless at how cunning this wolf cub had become in just a few days since being bonded with Duguang. After scanning the code and paying, Xue Runian grabbed the tissue packet and trotted into the restroom. Once it confirmed no one else was around, Xue Runian entered a stall. Its icy blue eyes glimmered with an unusual light. Then, it bit down on the strap around its paw, and a slender, human-like arm emerged. With a delicate motion, it locked the stall door behind it. Lin Mu stood in the hallway of the school building, watching the young wolf cub walk into the restroom. He raised a hand to lightly touch the faint red mark on his face, and Suzuki Key's words, "I especially hate being touched," echoed in his mind. The wary look in the wolf cub's eyes when Lin Mu's hand had briefly touched his back resurfaced in his memory, making him shake his hand in frustration. He had mentioned to Duguang earlier that he should always ask for the other person's consent beforehand, yet he still failed to control his impulse. Inside the stall, Xue Runian shook his short white hair, holding a bright yellow paper band from Jiangda Breeding House in his hand. Raising his left arm, he gazed at the Beast Master's wristband on his wrist. The band, crafted from rare spatial stone, gleamed with an obsidian-like luster. Although he could sense its presence before it fully materialized, it was only now that he could truly utilize its 2 cubic meter storage space. But storage wasn't his focus at the moment. The young boy remained calm as he activated the wristband screen. Blue text immediately appeared, and a stream of achievements filled the display. Interrupting a reinforcement move, using a held item effectively, causing an opponent's move to fail catastrophically, winning a cross-dire battle, and earning the Foreseer Master achievement. Xue Runian quickly swiped past these irrelevant notifications. The support group channel blinked with an unread message notification, likely another photo posted by Duguang, but those could wait. Time was of the essence. Standing on tiptoe, the boy directly opened the move interface. His gaze shifted between two mid-air moves. One was Ice Spike, an advanced version of Ice Shard, and the other was Frost Scatter, a move that dealt damage while reducing the opponent's speed, with the additional benefit of enabling combo attacks. After a brief moment of consideration, Xue Runian decisively chose Ice Spike. Instantly, the screen was filled with dense lines of text. Comprehensive training methods, detailed usage techniques, and professional terminology explanations all meticulously documented. These top-tier move manuals were on par with elite-level research papers, complete with detailed citation sources. While this advanced knowledge would be invaluable for future training, the immediate priority was mastering the basics. His fluffy tail swayed gently behind him as Xue Runian calmly scanned the intricate text. For a mere mid-air move, 10 minutes was more than enough. Just then, the melodic sound of the dismissal bell echoed through the halls. Students began packing up their books and filing out of classrooms, with many stopping by the restroom on their way out. The sound of a toilet flushing came from one of the stalls. With a soft clatter, the little wolf cub emerged confidently, holding a strip of paper from the Jiangda breeding house in its mouth. A boy waiting outside the stall entered, then quickly poked his head back out. Staring in astonishment at the cub's retreating figure, was this little guy seriously capable of flushing the toilet and locking the door? Under the curious gazes of onlookers, the wolf cub briskly left the restroom. Nearby, a boy nudged his companion with his elbow and whispered, "Look, it's Lord Wolf King." His friend, watching the disappearing white blur, replied softly, "More like Lord Wolf Cub. Wait, let me show you a video later." Xue Runian noticed Lin Mu waiting not far away. At that moment, Lin Mu had his hands tucked into his sleeves, resembling a simple-minded villager from a pixelated game, as though he might blurt out an inquisitive, "Huh?" at any moment, adding to his innocent demeanor. The wolf cub trotted over to Lin Mu, tilting its head curiously. "Wu, what kind of look is this? Ready to go?" Lin Mu asked succinctly. The wolf cub dropped the paper strip from its mouth and nudged it toward Lin Mu with its nose. "Wu." Lin Mu thought for a moment. "Want me to tie it for you?" The wolf cub nodded vigorously, extending a paw. Lin Mu struggled to pull his hand out of his sleeve and crouched down to help, but then paused. "Can I touch your paw?" The question made the wolf cub freeze, as if recalling something unpleasant, and it quickly retracted its paw. But when it caught Lin Mu's earnest gaze, it hesitated for a moment before gently moving its paw forward. "Wu, just tie it like this." Under the watchful eyes of nearby students, Lin Mu mimicked Duguang's method, carefully avoiding any direct contact as he tied a loose knot around the cub's wrist. However, the paper strip soon slipped to the ground. The wolf cub's icy blue eyes showed a trace of doubt. "Are you sure you can do this? You're not just messing with me, are you?" The surrounding students exchanged knowing looks. Who could bear to tie it too tightly for such an adorable little wolf? "Arf." The wolf cub extended its paw again. "It's fine. I've even beaten a superpowered Yangshui crocodile before. I am not delicate. Just tie it properly." Hearing this, Lin Mu finally focused and tied the paper strip more securely. As he worked, he could feel the soft white fur brushing lightly against the back of his hand, though the wolf cub remained perfectly still. A passing senior from the battle department couldn't help but stop to admire the well-behaved wolf. Once the strip was securely tied, the wolf cub gracefully leapt onto Lin Mu's shoulder. "Arf, thanks." Assuming this was a signal to move, Lin Mu began walking away from the teaching building. As they neared the south gate, Lin Mu suddenly stopped. "Sorry." "Huh, what's wrong?" "At first, I thought you'd be happy if I touched you," Lin Mu admitted with a hint of self-reproach. "Even though it seemed like you didn't mind, letting someone touch you isn't just about whether it feels okay or not. You didn't actually give me permission, but sometimes, I just can't control my hands." Lin Mu turned to look directly at the wolf cub, speaking each word with sincerity. "So, if I ever forget again and it really makes you upset, you can hit me, just like Suzuki Shu does." Before he finished speaking, a fluffy white wolf tail lightly swatted the back of his head. "Woo," the wolf cub said softly. "There, I've already hit you." Xue Runian completely understood Lin Mu's feelings. Just like when she first saw the treasure-seeking mouse acting cute, she couldn't resist reaching out to touch it. Some actions are indeed driven by instinctive impulses. As long as one can recognize their mistakes and sincerely apologize, they are still worthy of trust. The little wolf cub licked its paw while thinking, "Besides, if I had used my earth fisher claw, he'd already be lying on the ground, unable to move." "You mean, you've forgiven me?" Lin Mu asked hesitantly. The little wolf cub nimbly leaped off Lin Mu's shoulder and landed lightly in his arms. Caught off guard, Lin Mu quickly cradled it with both arms. Looking down into the cub's clear eyes, he saw it gently wag its tail without saying a word. "You really don't blame me?" Lin Mu confirmed again. "When I touched you, it didn't make you uncomfortable, right?" The little wolf cub sighed and shook its head. Lin Mu's eyes lit up, and just as he was about to speak, he met the cub's penetrating gaze, and his voice gradually trailed off. "Woof." The little wolf cub let out a soft sound. "I already said it depends on your performance. Pipamu, let's go." "Yes, my wolf king," Lin Mu replied softly, his eyes full of tenderness. They quickly left the campus and made their way toward the assessment association. Along the way, the little wolf cub curled into a snowy white ball, quietly lying in Lin Mu's arms. Its tail swayed gently as it closed its eyes to rest, silently recalling the newly mastered ice spike technique. The assessment association? What kind of opponents will we encounter this time? Meanwhile, at Jianghe No. 1 High School, the city's top high school, another scene was unfolding in the dormitory for special recruits. A lively chipmunk with a bushy tail darted around the floor, occasionally leaping onto the clothes rack or jumping onto the chandelier. It let out tiny squeak, squeak sounds toward the person sleeping in bed, but the noise was far too soft to wake them. Nearby, a resplendent feathered parrot stood out with its dazzling colors: a pure white chest, emerald green wings, a bright orange-eared nape, and soft yellow legs, neck, and face. The harmonious gradient of colors made this rare earth spirit Pokemon particularly striking, despite being only a few centimeters long. Its unique mimicry ability made it highly valued. I'm so precious. Being a little spoiled should be fine, right? The little parrot folded its wings and hopped around on the blanket, bouncing as if on springs. It didn't even bother using its flying ability, it simply wanted to play. Long, you're going to be late. Get up already! The resplendent parrot suddenly raised its voice and shouted. The blanket shifted slightly, and a groggy voice emerged from underneath. Xue, stop messing around. It's not even nighttime yet. Let me sleep a little longer. Seeing that its beast master remained unresponsive, the resplendent parrot stood atop the blanket and pretended to go wild, tilting its head and shaking furiously, as though it were a sieve convulsing uncontrollably. The emerald-feathered parrot stood by the bedside, incessantly squawking, long, exam. From under the blanket came a faint rustle, followed by the muffled voice of a young boy grumbling, Ugh, let me sleep a bit longer. If I'm late, I can just go next time. Ugh. It's hard to learn good habits, but bad ones come so easily. The parrot squawked loudly, then softened its tone. Long, be good. Don't pick up my bad language. I'm just used to it. A chipmunk curled up on the chandelier, clutching its fluffy tail, watched the parrot's antics with great interest. The parrot, like a miniature rock climber, cautiously moved its claws across the blanket, finally pulling off a perfect upside-down maneuver at the edge. Peering through an air hole in the blanket, its beady black eyes gleamed mischievously. Get up already. A small hand emerged from under the blanket, forming the shape of a gun and aiming at the parrot. Bang! The parrot immediately played along, dramatically pretending to be shot. Its claws loosened, its tail feathers flared, and its entire body stiffened, with its tiny head deliberately tilting to one side. Seeing this, the hand retreated back into the blanket, clearly intending to continue its cozy slumber. But the peace didn't last long. The parrot suddenly began speaking, word by word. Zhang Zhuochen is here. Xue, lying is wrong. The blanket shifted slightly as Long murmured sleepily. Young Master Jiang is so busy. He rarely even comes to school. How could he possibly? Holy crap. Before he could finish, a blue-haired teen had already lifted a corner of the blanket, swiftly locking Longlong's neck in a perfect grappling hold. Still dazed, Long immediately began to struggle. Hey, what theory choking me? Am your dad ugh? Let go already? Or I'll pinch you. I can't breathe. Zhang Zhuochen loosened his grip slightly, smiling as he said, Young Master Jiang is so busy, he rarely comes to school, right? Long. Ugh. If you keep swearing, Sun Gusher will mute you again. That threat worked instantly. Longlong's struggles noticeably lessened, clearly intimidated by the word mute. He pried Zhang Zhuochen's hands off with difficulty, poking his head out from under the blanket. Beneath his messy hair, his nervous eyes darted around before glaring at Zhang Zhuochen. Hey, where's Sun Gusher? If Xue starts lying because of you, I swear I'll fight you to the death. The parrot had already perched on Zhang Zhuochen's shoulder, turning its back to Long and feigning indifference. Aren't you supposed to take the advanced beast-tamer assessment this afternoon? Why are you still here? Zhang Zhuochen asked leisurely. Getting up or not? Fine. I'm getting up. Now get off me already. Finally, Long, standing just over 160 centimeters tall, got out of bed, casually ruffling his hair. The parrot immediately flew to his head, putting them at eye level with Zhang Zhuochen. Where's Zhao Xuanjia? Long asked, glancing behind Zhang Zhuochen. Zhang Zhuochen snapped his fingers. Obviously training. Not everyone is as lazy as you. So what if I am? Long raised a hand and pointed. Xue, insult him. The parrot immediately threw its head back and squawked loudly, Big idiot. Zhang Zhuochen. While Long was tidying up his bed, Zhang Zhuochen casually asked, You skipped training again. How come you slept for so long? Long immediately retorted, pointing a finger at Zhang Zhuochen. You're one to talk. Didn't you also skip coming to Jianghe High School? I didn't come because I've been busy cultivating and training my beast. Zhang Zhuochen explained helplessly, spreading his hands. Even though I haven't been training, my dragon is way stronger than yours. Long declared smugly, tilting his head back in pride. Zhang Zhuochen felt a pang of frustration, silently wondering to himself, how on earth did the Dragon Palace choose this completely free-spirited kid? Could it really just be because his name has the word Long Dragon in it? As Jiang Zhuochen got lost in thought, Long Long continued pulling at the blankets and confidently explained, Dragon-type beasts naturally have king-level combat power once they reach adulthood. No amount of daily training compares to the growth they achieve while napping in the beast space. As a descendant of a dragon-taming family, Long Long was well-versed in his clan's history. He began recounting, back in the Golden Emperor era, the former dragon god of the East Sea Dragon Palace signed an agreement with the human Yulong clan. Every time a new dragon offspring was born, they would select a promising young dragon and match it with an outstanding descendant of the Yulong family through an ancient contract. These individuals are called dragon tamers. He went on to elaborate, pureblood dragons are a dominant species, far surpassing the king tier. They possess incredible longevity, unparalleled defense, and devastating power. In ancient Donghuang, dragons were revered as one of the totemic guardian deities and hailed as the ultimate beast companions. This is why dragon type is considered a special attribute, separate from the 9 primary elements, symbolizing noble lineage. Beasts are ranked from lowest to highest as awakening, extraordinary, commander, king, and dominator. Once they reach the king tier, their intelligence increases dramatically and can no longer be measured by the rarity of heavenly treasures or earthly spirits. True dragons are countless times rarer than even variant-colored beasts. Long Long continued his explanation. The juvenile stage is when dragon-type beasts grow the fastest. Even if a dragon tamer slacks off, the beast space benefits from the beast's feedback, allowing their strength to grow in tandem. This is what's called unrestrained yet unstoppable. You can literally lie down and train while still outclassing your peers. If I wanted to, I could have just used dragon's might to send you flying earlier, Long Long muttered. And anyway, the reason I overslept today is definitely because of my dragon. Jiang Zhuochen wasn't buying it. What time did you go to bed last night? 4 in the morning. I knew it. No wonder you're so tired. Jiang Zhuochen sighed, rubbing his forehead. Long Long glared at him indignantly. This time, there's a real reason. Haven't you noticed the increasing rumors about nightmares in Jianghe City lately? A green-feathered parrot flapped its wings and perched on the chandelier, sitting side by side with a chipmunk. Straightening his back, Long Long, though still shorter than Jiang Zhuochen, declared, as a new generation Yulong clan member, I only believe in science. No matter how absurd the phenomenon, it has to be caused by some kind of item effect or a beast's prank. So you stayed up all night because you were scared? Jiang Zhuochen couldn't help but laugh. Don't you have a purification-type dragon beast? What are you afraid of? So what? Don't tell me you're not afraid of nightmares either. Even dragons can get scared. Last night, my dragon had to cast purification over a dozen times. Jiang Zhuochen was at a loss for words. Well, your dragon's certainly been through a lot. Good thing dragons have such robust stamina. Jiang Zhuochen rarely had nightmares. All right, let's not talk about nightmares anymore, Long Long said, his dark, shiny eyes darting around mischievously. With a grin, he asked, Young Master Jiang, you're usually so busy. You just finished a live stream this morning. So how do you have time to come to Jianghe High today? After all, Jiang Zhuochen was known for his passion for exploring secret realms. Whenever a new realm opened up, he would be the first to set out. Whenever he showed up at school, it was usually to invite teammates to join him on an exploration like forming a team for a dungeon raid in a game. Exploring secret realms with young Master Jiang was truly a treat. His rare spatial manipulation talent, combined with his wealthy background, meant he could casually pull out rare items and healing potions. He was practically a walking supply station. Even someone like Zhao Xuanjia, who was fairly well off, couldn't match Jiang Zhuochen's resources. More importantly, the Jiang Corporation's headquarters were located in the ancient tower, and it was no secret that a new secret realm had recently appeared there. So, does this mean there's news about a new secret realm? Long Long asked eagerly, looking at the blue-haired boy. You're overthinking it, Jiang Zhuochen replied calmly. I was planning to meet my father this afternoon, but he got called away for matters regarding the ancient tower and couldn't spare the time. So, you came here specifically to see me? Long Long scrutinized Jiang Zhuochen with a playful glint in his eye. What is it? Do you enjoy being scolded, or are you into younger guys? Kid, your thoughts are dangerous. Before he could finish, Jiang Zhuochen flicked Long Long's forehead with a crisp snap. Ow! Long Long yelped, clutching his head in protest. What's that for? Don't make me summon my little dragon and go down with you. Do you even realize how much sleep my dragon has sacrificed because we're short on team members, and it has to endure double the training load? Jiang Zhuochen, unfazed, ruffled Long Long's soft hair likely thanks to the nurturing effect of his dragon-type pet beast. He replied, if I didn't know you'd oversleep, do you think I'd bother coming here? Excuse me, Long Long was about to retort, but caught the look in Jiang Zhuochen's eyes. He swallowed his words and instead argued, If you hadn't come, would I have overslept? Jiang Zhuochen sighed, rubbing his forehead. This kid always managed to twist logic. Ugh, the world is full of strange creatures, Long Long muttered under his breath. Worried Jiang Zhuochen hadn't caught it, he emphasized. Strange creatures? Such a great kid if only he didn't have a mouth. Jiang Zhuochen thought to himself. He figured only Sun Guest's silencing spell could shut him up. Keeping his composure, he said, there's still a new special recruit who hasn't reported in yet, right? Long Long suddenly perked up, almost bumping into Jiang Zhuochen's chin. With a conspiratorial tone, he added, I heard the new student has a mutated fusion talent. They stay in a beast-like form all the time, with ears and a tail. What do you think? Tempted? Don't you want to pet them? Talking about someone's talent behind their back is impolite, Jiang Zhuochen said as he adjusted his sleeves. I didn't mean it like that, I'm just curious. Long Long quickly covered his mouth. Jiang Zhuochen turned gracefully and looked out at the plaza. No need to rush. In 6 days, it'll be time for the special recruit assessment. One way or another, they'll definitely show up. Jiang Zhuochen turned around and asked, so, isn't it time for you to take the assessment? Long Long pondered for a moment before raising his hand to cast a technique. In an instant, a massive beast-taming array with a 5-meter diameter unfolded within the room, nearly occupying the entire space. At the base of the array, the faint image of an ancestral dragon totem appeared, exuding an ancient and majestic aura. The dragon-type pressure swept through the room in an instant. Jiang Zhuochen reacted swiftly, immediately raising his hand to defend himself. A small beast-taming array flashed in his palm, but even so, the powerful impact forced him to retreat several steps. He rubbed his sore wrist with a complex expression. Such a large-scale array was typically only manageable by seasoned beast tamers, yet it seemed effortless in the hands of a dragon master. Through careful observation, Jiang Zhuochen noticed that Long Long's ancient contract technique was clearly focused on enhancing the growth speed of his beast-taming space rather than his physical attributes. This explained why Jiang Zhuochen had been able to easily restrain Long Long by the neck earlier. A powerful beast-taming space not only helped improve the species level of the pet beasts, but also increased their comfort and recovery rate. After signing an exclusive ancient dragon-type contract, dragon pets would assist their tamers in cultivating the beast-taming space. The trade-off was that the space would gradually adapt to dragon-type preferences, making it more suitable for dragon pets. For most people, however, this was considered a benefit. A small parrot voluntarily flew into the beast-taming space, but quickly flew back out, perching on Long Long's shoulder and tilting its head as it said, I want to stay with Long Long. It did seem like overkill to use such a large array for a 10-centimeter parrot, but it was beyond Long Long's control. Gently stroking the parrot on his shoulder, Long Long withdrew the array and asked, if it's not about a secret realm, are you really just here to push me to take the advanced beast tamer assessment? My live stream this morning, you watched it, didn't you? Jiang Zhuochen asked. Of course. The super smart Wolf King. Just as smart as Little Dragon. Long Long nodded enthusiastically. Jiang Zhuochen spoke slowly. This afternoon, I was planning to tell my father about the little wolf pup, but he's occupied at the moment. Coincidentally, Duguang is also heading to the association to take the professional beast tamer assessment. While you can take your test anytime, if you go now, there's a good chance you'll run into the little wolf pup. Long Long's eyes lit up. Really? When have I ever lied to you? Jiang Zhuochen smiled. As expected, Long Long immediately grabbed his backpack and looked up at the chandelier, shouting, Chipmunk, take care of the house. The chipmunk nodded obediently. If you meet the little wolf pup, make sure to purify him. He seems to be under the influence of ghost-type energy, Jiang Zhuochen reminded him seriously. This was information provided by Sungashir, which had already been shared in the Little Wolf Pup fans group, but Duguang, who was likely still in class, might not have seen it. Long Long imitated Jiang Zhuochen by snapping his fingers, though he failed to make a sound. Call me Dad, and I'll agree, he said cheekily. Jiang Zhuochen simply looked at him with a calm expression. Long Long lowered his head and pouted, his tone softening. All right, I get it. In an instant, he was back to his cheerful self, enthusiastically inviting. Do you want to come with me? Jiang Zhuochen shook his head. No, I'll pass. I have other things to do. He pulled out his phone from his pocket and waved it in front of Long Long. Curious, Long Long leaned closer to take a look. On the screen was a live stream screenshot. Outside the management hall of the Huaishu secret realm, Duguang stood smiling warmly, with a snow-white wolf cub perched on his shoulder. Blue lines coiled around his neck, the telltale sign of a secondary resource, Suzuki incense, loosely hanging on his chest. I'm heading to Zhanghe University to find someone named Linmu, Jiang Zhuochen said seriously. After bidding Long Long farewell, Jiang gazed into the distance. The timing was indeed unfortunate, as the archaic tower secret realm was experiencing issues. As for telling his father about the little wolf cub, that would have to wait for the right moment. At that very moment, atop the desolate city within the archaic tower, a lone figure stood silently on a rooftop. It was a middle-aged man draped in a coat, gazing down at the hastily constructed secret realm management base below. Spanning thousands of square meters, the base bustled with numerous Beastmaster Association staff. Thanks to the powers of metal and earth-type beasts, Duguang's construction speed was nothing short of remarkable. At the center of the base stood a massive circular platform, tens of meters in diameter. Just days ago, the core of the secret realm had floated above the platform, shimmering unpredictably. Now, it was nowhere to be seen. The dozen or so master-level figures who had gathered here were reduced to just 2 or 3, observing in silence. A male administrator hurried toward the figure in the coat, his eyes alight with fervor. "King Jang, you're here." The appearance of the Jang Group's president at such a critical moment came as no surprise to him. Jiang Quan, known as King Jiang, nodded steadily in acknowledgement. Knowing how valuable the king's time was, the administrator got straight to the point. This secret realm state is extremely unstable. The Secret Realm Management Bureau has determined that it's highly unusual, stuck in a semi-emergent state, oscillating back and forth. The 11th Bureau's latest relic detectors have repeatedly pinpointed this exact secret realm over a dozen times. During its initial activation, a massive rift appeared in the sky, but only 2 rookies and 1 low-level Beastmaster were pulled in. One of them barely survived, while the other 2 have been plagued by frequent nightmares for a week. "We're still investigating whether these are connected to the secret realm," he added. "We haven't been able to grasp the realm's operating principles. Any forced intervention could cause a spatial collapse, permanently erasing all potential resources and relics within." King Jiang studied the circular platform of the secret realm carefully, lost in thought. This secret realm was like a child just waking up, occasionally peeking out, as if waiting for something. Such unopenable cases weren't uncommon for the 11th Bureau. The 11th Bureau, the National Relic Strategic Investigation and Support Bureau, was an official Donghuang organization, alongside the 7th Bureau, the Secret Realm Management Bureau. It specialized in archaeological development of ancient relics and the exploration of history from the Qing Emperor era and beyond. Its members, all at least master level, were rare talents inaccessible to ordinary people. Throughout Donghuang's long, unbroken history, there were still many gaps and missing pieces. Secret realms containing relics often resurfaced to reveal fragments of lost history. However, relic-type secret realms usually required specific conditions to open, perhaps a key to unlock them, or an individual meeting certain criteria. Finally, King Jiang spoke, offering the simplest and most direct solution. Seal off the secret realm for now. Wait for the conditions to emerge, or for that person to appear. Faced with the sudden appearance of a mysterious realm, King Jiang knew that fully preparing for its exploration would require decades. This particular realm, located at the center of the archaic tower, held extraordinary significance. Unlocking its secrets could bring immense breakthroughs to the entire Donghuang Alliance. Successfully preserving the realm would not only provide abundant, extra-dimensional spiritual energy to cultivate rare resources, but might also nurture exceptionally promising companion beasts, elevating the archaic tower to the status of a quasi-first-tier city on par with Jianghe City. Descending the steps of the realm management base, King Jiang boarded a mechanical war machine waiting nearby. Seated in the cockpit, he fell into deep thought. The Beast-Tamer Association was equally at a loss when faced with this realm, which exhibited a defiant attitude, as if ready to self-destruct at any moment. He recalled recent news. A red-clad youth had appeared in the imperial capital and completely destroyed a massive trial realm. Although the boy did obtain the core inheritance, that realm had originally been a training ground left behind by predecessors. Now reduced to nothing but rubble, how were future generations supposed to train? This approach was starkly different from the standard methods of realm development. Properly unlocked realms typically possess adaptive, self-organizing, and self-regulating capabilities, ensuring their continued existence. The incident caused an uproar among the elite circles of the Beast-Tamer Association, with the final image being the bewildered boy scratching his head as the furious president dragged him away. King Jiang shook his head, pulling his thoughts back to the matter at hand. The key to unlocking a realm lies in understanding its true purpose and finding the appropriate method to access it. If a guardian beast is encountered, its attitude towards humanity must be assessed to decide whether to engage in combat or attempt communication. This was precisely why the 7th Bureau's Realm Management Division had yet to make progress. Only those who had made significant contributions to conquering realms and earned the realm's recognition could be granted the title of Realm Master. He understood that relics did not emerge from nowhere. When the faith, beliefs, will, and emotions of countless beings accumulate upon inanimate objects over the course of millennia, a unique spirit may be born. This phenomenon is entirely different from ghost-type entities and is referred to in archaeology as the traces of history. Only a rare few with extraordinary beast-taming talents can perceive it, such as those who can touch the spirit of history or hear its echoes. However, The 11th Bureau had too few such gifted individuals. Including reserve members, there were only 11, each preoccupied with their own duties. As a result, the exploration of the archaic tower realm had to be temporarily postponed. King Jang sighed inwardly. How wonderful it would be to have someone with the unique talent to communicate with mountains, rivers, plants, ancient monuments, and sacred relics alike. Zhang Tianwang gazed out the window. A sleek, streamlined mechanical fighter jet was streaking across the sky, so fast it caused a sonic boom, leaving a distinct trail in the clear blue expanse. The jet landed steadily in front of the headquarters of the Jiang Corporation. A secretary in professional attire was already waiting by the helipad. A man in a dark coat, with a composed demeanor, stepped out of the cabin and walked unhurriedly through the lobby. Good day, President Jiang. Employees greeted him respectfully as he passed by. Zhang Tianwang nodded slightly in acknowledgement and headed straight to the CEO's office. In the spacious, brightly lit office, Zhang Tianwang leaned back in a leather chair, accepting the coffee handed to him by his secretary with a soft word of thanks. He gently blew away the steam rising from the cup and sank into thought. Even as a man of his stature, there were challenges beyond his control. The vast Donghuang, with its 11th Bureau, consisted of merely 11 members. To find someone capable of freely communicating with mountains, rivers, plants, ancient monuments, and sacred relics, ideally someone who could also converse with beasts and tamed creatures, seemed almost impossible. Zhang Tianwang shook his head in resignation. The odds of such a person existing were slimmer than winning the lottery. How is the Jiang Corporation doing lately? Zhang Tianwang turned to ask the secretary. President Jiang, everything is progressing steadily according to your plans, the secretary replied promptly. However, young Master Jiang has recently taken a particular interest in a novice beast tamer named Duguang. He seems quite fond of the tamer's uniquely colored little wolf. The name struck a faint chord of familiarity with Zhang Tianwang. The secretary quickly pulled up relevant information. Duguang's beast tamer profile, 2 of Jiang Zhuoqin's live broadcast recordings, and the latest circulating video from Jiang University's forum. Zhang Tianwang carefully reviewed the first broadcast, recalling the impressive rocket battle it featured. He swiftly skimmed through Duguang's profile, a beast tamer specializing in light and wood types, with an average affinity talent, using an unconventional tethering method called threading the eyebrows. A beast taming method I've never heard of, he thought, shaking his head. Without a family legacy, this incomplete ancient bonding technique carries almost equal risks and rewards. Just as he was about to take a sip of his warm coffee, the second broadcast caught him off guard. The footage of the little wolf single-handedly defeating Sun Guest 10 beasts made the seasoned Zhang Tianwang choke, prompting him to quickly put down his cup. Duguang is a freshman in the animal husbandry department at Jiangha University, the secretary added. According to young Master Jiang, Duguang raises his tamed creature purely out of love, and the little wolf itself isn't particularly inclined toward combat. Young Master Jiang initially wanted to tame the wolf himself, but it chose to stay with its original tamer. Zhang Tianwang walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window. From the towering Jiang Corporation building, he looked down on the sunny, picturesque view outside. He pondered for a moment. The bond between a beast tamer and their creature is never something innate. The little wolf and Duguang certainly had their own unique qualities. If Zhuoqin genuinely admired that little wolf, so be it. Let him be. The Jiangha City Assessment Association is located within the expansive complex of the Beast Tamer Association. As an institution responsible for certifying and evaluating the qualifications of beast tamers, it sees a constant flow of people every day. A long queue had already formed in front of the circular service desk, where several staff members were patiently answering questions. On the desk, devices for inputting information were neatly arranged, and their screens flickered intermittently, reflecting the bustling atmosphere of the workplace. Lin Mu, holding a snow-white wolf cub in his arms, approached the front desk. Hello, I'm here for the professional beast tamer assessment, he said briefly, cleverly skipping over the subject. The receptionist's gaze lingered momentarily on the wolf cub. As a staff member of an association in a big city, she was well-versed and accustomed to candidates bringing rare companion beasts for assessments. Whether it was combat-oriented or supportive beasts, from the adorable flower flutter butterfly to the practical little magnetic nail, she had seen her fair share. All right, please fill out this form, she said politely, sliding a form and a pen across the desk. Then she reminded him, please ensure all information is filled in truthfully. If any violations are discovered, your beast tamer qualification will be revoked. The wolf cub nimbly leapt onto the service desk, carefully examining the form. In addition to basic information about the tamer and their beast taming abilities, the form required detailed information about their companion beast. The cub tilted its head upward, its gaze revealing a hint of resignation. After all, during Du Go's initial registration, the presence of Wan Xiang had already been somewhat downplayed. Lin Mu nodded in understanding. He raised his wrist to reveal a standard black beast-tamer wristband and glanced at the wolf cub with a questioning look. After receiving its approval, he activated the wristband's scanning function and began filling out the form carefully. Name of applicant, Duguang. Number of companion beasts, 2. Name of assessed beast, Little Earth Wolf. Growth level, Awakening level 9. Species rank, low-level commander. Just as Lin Mu hesitated over whether to let the wolf cub take on a higher-level challenge in the assessment section, he suddenly noticed the cub already standing on the desk, its tail deftly coiled around the pin. The cap had been removed, and it was carefully writing on the back of the form. Though its movements were slow, the handwriting was clear. However, perhaps still unaccustomed to the task, the script appeared thin and sharp, with uniquely elongated strokes. The sharp, incisive strokes of the pen glided across the paper. Xue Runian had just written the left side of the character for Rain. Noticing Lin Mu's gaze, his body stiffened, and his tail flicked swiftly, erasing the freshly written strokes entirely. He berated himself silently. How could he subconsciously start writing the most familiar part of his own name? Fortunately, it was only the radical, so it shouldn't reveal much. Xue Runian composed himself with a slight shake of his body and turned to look at Lin Mu. Lin Mu gestured toward the assessment form with his pen and asked, "Wolf King, which test would you like to take?" The receptionist, overhearing this, turned her head in surprise. "Wait, are you saying this pet beast is here for the assessment? Is there a problem?" Lin Mu asked calmly. "My apologies," the receptionist quickly explained. "It just looks so adorable, I assumed it didn't have any combat ability." The little wolf cub silently protested in his heart. Who says being cute means no combat ability? Besides, the Beastmaster wristband clearly says I'm handsome. He shot Lin Mu a slow, sidelong glance before focusing on the assessment form. With a decisive flick of his tail, he marked both the beginner Beastmaster and intermediate Beastmaster columns. If the advanced Beastmaster option hadn't been blacked out, he would have checked them all. Lin Mu handed the completed form to the receptionist. "All right, it's filled out." The receptionist took the form, still a bit dazed. "Are you sure you filled this out?" She explained that since new Beastmasters often recklessly challenged assessments beyond their capabilities, the advanced option had been removed and required a separate application. As she reviewed the form closely, her eyes widened in shock. A color variant Little Earth Wolf, and its species level is at the commander tier? Lin Mu nodded in confirmation. The receptionist collected herself and offered a kind reminder. "Your pet beast is currently only at Awakening level 9. Are you sure you want to take both the beginner and intermediate Beastmaster assessments back-to-back? The intermediate assessment involves facing transcendent low-tier pet beasts. The Little Earth Wolf is very strong. He can handle it," Lin Mu said with unshakable confidence. The receptionist couldn't help but glance at Lin Mu a few more times. Although cross-tier assessments weren't unheard of, it did seem somewhat unfair to others who were only prepared for the beginner level to encounter someone with intermediate-level strength. She swallowed discreetly, maintaining her professional demeanor. "Please place your identification here. Just call me Xiaolian," said Miss Huanglian, seated at the reception desk of the Assessment Association. She was operating a machine as she spoke, her name badge catching the light on her uniform. Xue Runian noticed the name badge and immediately understood why she preferred to be addressed that way. As Xiaolian skillfully entered information into the system, her movements suddenly paused, and she instinctively leaned closer to the screen. Her gaze shifted back and forth between the warm, dark-haired figure displayed on the screen and the uniquely colored Little Earth Wolf registered as possessing dual earth and ice elements. Then, she looked up at the green-haired young man with a noticeable scar standing before her. "You're not the Beastmaster of this Little Earth Wolf," Xiaolian exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as if she'd uncovered some astonishing secret. Her outburst drew curious glances from the other staff nearby. The wolf pup straightened its posture and looked at Lin Mu. "She doesn't understand me. Could you please explain?" "It's the Little Earth Wolf who's here to take the professional Beastmaster assessment," Lin Mu explained. "I'm just the wolf's guardian. Well, caretaker. I don't direct its battles." Xiaolian's expression quickly shifted from surprise to disappointment. A beast taking the assessment on its own. "I nearly overlooked that rare rule," she muttered under her breath, adding softly, "There goes my performance credit." However, she quickly perked up again. "But getting to see such a rare, uniquely colored beast is pretty exciting." Clearing her throat, she turned to the wolf pup and explained. "The rules for the beginner-level assessment are simple. You need to win a one-on-one battle against another beast. It's a standard duel attacking the opposing Beastmaster, and any items brought in must not exceed level 1. Lin Mu inhaled sharply at this, and the wolf pup immediately noticed his reaction. "You didn't." The wolf pup gave him a pointed look. "Well, it's been a long time since I took the Beastmaster assessment. I've forgotten the rules," Lin Mu admitted awkwardly. "I brought a level 2 item. Can I use it for the intermediate assessment?" After receiving confirmation from Xiaolian, Lin Mu let out a sigh of relief. Xue Runian swished its tail, thinking to itself that a beginner-level assessment would be no challenge, especially for someone who had already defeated extraordinary-level opponents. As Xiaolian continued explaining the next steps, she suddenly froze mid-action. Huh, we've already found a match? She glanced at Lin Mu and added, but I should warn you it might be because of the species' high rank, which likely boosted its hidden rating significantly. The system matched an opponent at awakening level 10, one level higher than the little earth wolf. This challenger had been waiting for 5 days with no one accepting the challenge. Xiaolian glanced at the information on the screen, her expression slightly worried. Should we decline for now? The system can continue matching you with others. I'll notify you as soon as there's a new result. Lin Mu turned to look at the little wolf pup perched on his shoulder. Xue Runian studied the information on the screen thoughtfully. The wolf pup let out a crisp bark woo. We'll accept this challenge, Lin Mu decided on behalf of the pup. Xiaolian nodded. All right, I'll contact the other party right away. Moments later, a young man in a dark shirt strode into the examination association. This was Lu Xiukai, a senior student from the special admission class of Jiangha High School No. 2. As a representative of the academic school, he had thoroughly researched his opponent's details. The opponent was a dual-element Earth and Ice variant little Earth wolf. While not many bonded with them due to their temperament, their potential was undeniable. However, upon seeing the adorable little wolf pup on Lin Mu's shoulder, Lu Xiukai felt a bit more confident. A young beast in its infancy meant its growth level was incomplete, and its mastery of techniques likely limited. His pet beast, the feathered sparrow, was a signature creature of the Yin-Jing Spring Secret Realm. With a teal body, bright red tail feathers, and sharp hooked claws, it might have a cute-sounding name now, but once it evolved into an iron-plumed eagle, even a light graze from its iron feathers could leave deep wounds. Are you my opponent for the assessment battle? Lu Xiukai asked hesitantly, recalling that his opponent was supposed to have black hair. No, I'm just here to guide the way. It's the little earth wolf taking the assessment, Lin Mu explained. Lu Xiukai looked surprised. A pet beast taking the assessment on its own? But he quickly adjusted his expression and said seriously, regardless, thank you for accepting this battle. I thought I'd have to wait until next week to take the assessment with association staff. I'll give it my all-pet battles are one of the most thrilling events and deserve our utmost respect. Lin Mu nodded in agreement. As they should. Just then, Xiaolian's voice came from the front desk. The beginner battleground is ready. The open-air beginner arena awaited their arrival. When the two of them arrived, the 10 assessment arenas were bustling with activity, with over half of them currently in use. Commands and instructions echoed one after another. Xue Runian stood silently, observing the scene. Each professional battle arena was a standard 10 by 10 meter square, surrounded by isolation nets designed to contain elemental energy. In front of arena number 5, Lin Mu gazed at the spacious battle area in silence for a moment before turning around. He spoke carefully, word by word. I've brought plenty of healing potions, and the medical room is right next door. You have to stay safe. The little wolf cub froze for a moment, then let out a soft whimper before leaping off Lin Mu's shoulder. Can't you say something encouraging before the fight? I get it, it's just a match. Lin Mu quietly walked to the spectator seats and sat down, his eyes never leaving the little wolf cub. On the other side, Lu Xiukai had already stepped onto his side of the command platform, a complicated expression on his face. Although he had anticipated this moment, seeing the empty command seat opposite him still made him feel unsettled. The little wolf cub, burdened by the weight of Lin Mu's ominous words, climbed onto the ring with a heavy heart. Its steps were hesitant, each one filled with uncertainty. When it finally stopped in the center of the arena, it tucked its paws together and let out a tentative yip toward Lu Xiukai. Seeing this, Lin Mu's expression turned peculiar. So the show begins, huh? Lu Xiukai took a deep breath, his gaze growing resolute. He began analyzing the situation as his teacher had taught him. The little wolf was still a cub, while his feathered sparrow not only had a higher awakening level but also more training experience and polished skills. Most importantly, the sparrow had the critical advantage of controlling the airspace. Sorry, but I'm going to win this battle, Lu Xiukai resolved silently. A referee, wearing official credentials, stepped onto the central referee platform and raised a flag. Both competitors, prepare yourself. Lu Xiukai gave a slight nod, while Xue Runian leaned forward slightly. Begin the match. At the command, a golden summoning circle with a 2-meter diameter appeared in front of Lu Xiukai. Lin Mu observed with folded arms the color of the summoning circle varied based on the beast-tamer's attributes and the beast's strength. The brighter the circle, the stronger the creature's power. The metallic sheen of this summoning array, though still in its early form, suggested a high level of cultivation and formidable gold element strength. But Lin Mu couldn't say a word. As the array unfolded, a green-feathered sparrow emerged, immediately spreading its sharp wings and taking to the air, claiming the high ground in the center of the arena. Tactic honed through extensive training. When the wolf cub saw the sparrow appear, A flicker of fear crossed its large eyes, and it instinctively took half a step back. Lu Zukai's eyes gleamed sharply. A weakness, he thought. Ordinary wolf cubs were known for their aggressive and violent nature, but this unique-colored cub seemed unusually timid and cute, suggesting its innate temperament might have shifted. Combined with its earlier behavior, it likely had traits of hesitation and fearfulness. Its next move will definitely be a cautious step. Lu Xiaokai quickly analyzed in his mind before issuing his command. The feathered sparrowhawk soared into the air, targeting the young coyote with its first attack. With a sharp cry, it flipped mid-flight, its crimson tail feathers glinting under the sunlight. A flurry of feathered darts, sharp as metallic blades, sliced through the air, hurtling straight toward the target. Though the feather darts, like claw strikes, were considered basic techniques, the sparrowhawk had sacrificed feathers to infuse them with metallic energy, making them far sharper than mere physical attacks. The referee keenly observed that these darts had reached a refined level, capable of threatening even extraordinary-level companion beasts. However, the young coyote's response was even more astonishing. With a powerful push of its hind legs, it darted sideways to the edge of the arena, effortlessly evading all the feather darts. This display left Lu Xiaokai stunned. His opponent had executed such a nimble dodge without employing any specific technique. Xue Runian gazed intently at the opponent in the sky, as icy energy began to surge around him. While the sparrowhawk's speed was undoubtedly impressive, vastly superior to that of the stone-armored boar and the water crocodile, the feather darts appeared significantly slowed in the young wolf pup's eyes. Even the sheen of the feathers was vividly clear to him. Realizing he couldn't continue passively, Lu Xiaokai quickly adjusted his strategy. Metallic transformation. Dive toward the arena. The sparrowhawk's entire body was instantly enveloped in metallic energy, dramatically boosting its offensive and defensive stats. Folding its wings tightly, it transformed into a bluish-red lightning bolt, diving downward with razor-sharp talons gleaming coldly. In the audience, Lin Mu's expression was one of surprise. The young wolf pup still opted for pure evasive maneuvers, avoiding the strike zone flawlessly without employing any techniques, conserving its energy. This was a stark contrast to its usual aggressive fighting style. The sparrowhawk, unwilling to concede, launched another attack, tracing a zigzag trajectory. Fierce winds ruffled the wolf pup's snowy fur, and just as the talons were about to make contact, a glint of determination flashed in Xue Runian's eyes. Quick move. The long-accumulated energy burst forth, overcoming the initial inertia. The wolf pup became a blur, seemingly teleporting to the sparrowhawk's flank in an instant. The referee's eyes widened in astonishment. This young wolf pup had not only executed the advanced form of the stepping technique, but had also demonstrated an extraordinary grasp of timing and technique mastery. From just these two exchanges, the referee was convinced that both combatants had the potential to become novice-level beast tamers. The battle raged on. The sparrowhawk, suddenly left without a target, faltered mid-flight, veering dangerously close to the edge of the arena. As a flying-type companion beast, leaving the competition zone would result in an automatic loss. Xue Runian raised a paw, seemingly preparing to deliver a final blow, but any skilled beast tamer knows never to reveal all their trump cards too soon. Lu Xiaokai clenched his fist tightly and issued a command to Featherfinch through the Beastmaster space. Whirlwind Slash. Metallize, Dive and Rend. Whirlwind Slash. This was precisely the combo technique taught by the special training class instructor. Featherfinch responded instantly, letting out a clear, melodious cry. Its wings quickly became coated in a gleaming metallic sheen, carving a graceful arc through the air above the arena. Like an ancient full moon, Featherfinch spread its heavy, sharp-edged wings and slashed fiercely towards its opponent. This was the mid-tier skill, Whirlwind Slash, radiating an intimidatingly sharp aura. Xue Runian's gaze was as sharp as lightning. Though he had intended to conserve his strength, he now had no choice but to go all out. The young wolf cub's claws suddenly glowed with a dazzling white light, sharp as unsheathed blades. Concentrating all its power into a single point, it unleashed the move Frostbreak. Pinnacle Strike. The moment the low-tier skill collided with Whirlwind Slash, the clash of wolf claws and metallic wings produced a deafening sound of metal striking metal. Sparks flew, only to be quickly extinguished in the spreading frost. Lu Xiaokai's heart skipped a beat as he heard Featherfinch's anguished cry through the Beastmaster space. Amid the surging shockwaves, Featherfinch was sent hurtling backward, its metallic coating shattering into fragments. Feathers were torn, and it crashed heavily onto the arena floor, nearly losing consciousness. How is this possible? A mid-tier skill defeated by a low-tier one. Lu Xiaokai's face was filled with disbelief. Lin Mu watched the wolf cub on the arena silently. At this moment, a 7 to 8 centimeter long gash could be seen on the wolf cub's forelimb, with blood dripping down its fur and pooling on the ground. Xue Runian stood still, calmly observing his own wound, seemingly indifferent to the pain it caused. Meanwhile, at Jianghe University, Duguang suddenly felt a stirring in his heart and quickly delved into the ancient pack to check. Confirming that Liu Ying had just woken and was emotionally stable, and that the wolf cub remained calm as ever, he finally relaxed a little. Back in the arena, Xue Runian raised his head to study the fallen feather finch. The referee, keenly aware of the decisive moment in the battle, noted that the wolf cub had altered its attack trajectory at the last second. It had used its formidable defense to withstand whirlwind slash and struck Featherfinch's side wing with pinpoint accuracy. As the referee raised his flag and blew the whistle, Lu Xiaokai urgently protested. Wait, Featherfinch hasn't completely lost its ability to fight. The referee gave him a cold, scrutinizing glance. Are you questioning my professional judgment? It was only then that Lu Xiaokai noticed the state of the arena. The sand at the point of impact was spread out in a ring, and several crimson feather darts were embedded upright in the ground. Featherfinch let out a faint whimper, and as it shifted its body, its abdomen came into view, revealing a wound punctured by its own feather darts. Blood stained the sand beneath a far graver injury than that of the wolf cub. Lu Xiaokai was at a loss for words. Even though Featherfinch might have been capable of continuing the fight after being struck by Frostbreak, its own feather darts had ultimately sealed its defeat. Any objections? The referee asked firmly. No. Lu Xiaokai quickly shook his head. With the final whistle, the referee, his eyes filled with respect, raised the flag and declared, the victor. The little wolf. The battle was over. The referee's gaze betrayed an undeniable sense of awe. The small earth wolf before him had been trained to perfection at the awakening stage, especially in its mastery of the ice-shattering skill, which had reached an extraordinary level. This solid foundation would serve as a significant advantage in breaking through to the next major stage, potentially elevating its species rank. Lu Xiaokai walked slowly onto the stage, gently stroking his feathered sparrow. A golden summoning circle appeared in the air, drawing the exhausted beast back into the beast space. This would temporarily alleviate its injuries until it could receive more professional treatment in the medical room. Lin Mu hurried over, his eyes falling on the wound on the little wolf cub's forelimb. His gaze was filled with concern. Although the bleeding had stopped, the wound still had a faint pink hue. The wolf cub lowered its head, silently observing its injury, seemingly lost in thought. As a beastmaster specializing in tools, Lin Mu appeared somewhat at a loss. He wanted to examine the wound, but worried that touching it might worsen the infection. Are you okay? He asked anxiously. The wolf cub lifted its head, its clear eyes meeting his. Of course, I'm fine, it replied with a soft growl. Getting hurt in battle is normal. I'm not that fragile. You're more nervous than I am. With that, it attempted to take a step to prove its point. Don't move. Lin Mu quickly stopped it, crouching down to carefully inspect the injury. His focused expression made the wolf cub a little uncomfortable. Hey, stop staring at it. It muttered. Did it hurt earlier? Lin Mu asked again. The wolf cub shook its head. To it, this level of pain was insignificant, and it didn't want anyone worrying on its behalf. Meanwhile, the referee had confirmed Lu Xiaokai's qualification as a junior beastmaster. The Earth Wolf's qualification, of course, was beyond question. Lu Xiaokai's emotions were complicated. Though he had passed the test, he couldn't feel happy knowing both sides had been injured. He approached Lin Mu and handed him a bottle of healing ointment. Your wolf is strong. I admit my defeat wholeheartedly. This ointment can help with the pain. Lin Mu thanked him and was about to apply the ointment when the wolf cub deftly used its paw to spread it over the wound. Miraculously, the scar faded visibly within moments, leaving no trace on its fur aside from the initial few drops of blood that had fallen. The little wolf cub felt the cool sensation from its forelimbs, squinted its eyes, and leaped lightly onto Lin Mu's shoulder, no longer showing any signs of its earlier timid demeanor. Lu Xiaokai observed the band around Lin Mu's and the cub's wrists carefully and asked, the wolf cub's beastmaster, are you also a student at Zhangha University? Yes, Lin Mu confirmed with a nod. Then, what's your beastmaster level? I'm an advanced beastmaster, Lin Mu replied calmly. But Duguang's command skills are actually better than mine. He said this naturally, as if acknowledging Duguang's superiority was the most normal thing in the world. Lu Xiaokai showed a look of understanding. Zhangha University was indeed the most prestigious higher education institution for all the second and third-year cities in the surrounding area. As an outstanding senior high school student, he had always aimed to attend it. However, he soon asked with confusion, why would such a strong beastmaster participate in a beginner-level assessment? Is Zhangha University's battle department really that strong? If so, getting into their battle department this year will be really tough. Sorry, I'm not entirely sure about that. Lin Mu shook his head and explained. I'm from the tools department, and Duguang is from the breeding department. Lu Xiaokai froze, his face full of bewilderment. What? Seeing Lu Xiaokai was clearly confused, Lin Mu added, but as far as I know, the first-year battle department doesn't seem to have anyone stronger than the little wolf cub. Lu Xiaokai fell into deep thought. The tools department, which was rumored to be powerless, had an advanced beast master, and the breeding department, which specialized in nurturing beasts, was stronger than the battle department? This completely overturned his understanding. Did the wolf cub use any of your tools during the fight? He asked further. Lin Mu scratched his face awkwardly. My tools are too high level. The association doesn't allow them to be used. Lu Xiaokai was even more dumbfounded, starting to wonder if he was still dreaming. Just as he was contemplating whether to switch to the breeding department, Lin Mu quickly explained, Zhangha University is full of hidden talents. Duguang is just an exception, a true genius, definitely not the standard to measure by. Let's go. First, we'll head to the medical room, then return to the main hall for registration, Lu Xiaokai said, changing the topic. Want to grab a meal afterward? Sorry, Lin Mu apologized. The little wolf cub still has to take the intermediate beastmaster assessment later. In the medical room, a healing-type companion beast not only treated the wolf cub's injuries but, charmed by its cuteness, also boosted its energy output, leaving Xue Runian in even better condition than before the battle. The little wolf cub solemnly thanked the healer and, under the healer's adoring gaze, hopped back onto Lin Mu's shoulder. Lin Mu politely declined the healer's offer to treat the scratches on his face and returned to the Assessment Association's main hall. By then, the senior high school student had already gone back to school, and the receptionists were still busy. Once their workload eased, Lin Mu approached Xiaolian. Xiaolian looked up and immediately noticed the signature light green hair and the scratches on Lin Mu's face. Then her eyes fell on the energetic Xue Runian perched on his shoulder, and she asked excitedly, Did you pass the assessment? Woof. The little wolf cub responded confidently, Bring on the next opponent. They'll take them all down. Lin Mu smiled warmly and said, Please help match us with the next victim. The receptionist's cheeks flushed slightly as she realized her slip of the tongue. She cleared her throat to mask her embarrassment and quickly tapped on the keyboard, inputting Duguang's beast-tamer information into the system. Once the data was updated, Duguang's title was officially changed to Junior Beast-Tamer. Meanwhile, in a lecture hall at Zhangha University, Duguang's wristband suddenly vibrated. He raised his hand to check it, surprised, as he usually kept it on silent mode. This time, the screen displayed a message from the Beast-Tamer Association. Frowning slightly, Duguang thought to himself that as a novice beast-tamer, association tournaments or secret realm tasks shouldn't involve him. He opened the message and read, Your qualification certification has been approved. Congratulations, Junior Beast-Tamer Duguang. Duguang froze for a moment, recalling his earlier promise to the wolf cub to take him to the association for an assessment after school. Through the contract bond, he sensed the wolf cub's calm mood. But Duguang himself couldn't remain composed, unconsciously clenching his fists. Lin Mu, you really dared? Unable to focus on the lecture any longer, Duguang opened the group chat of the Wolf Cubs fan club. There were numerous unread messages, many tagging him. He browsed through them one by one. First, Zhao Xuanjia detailed his initial encounter with the rare-colored little earth wolf, eliciting a wave of envy and sympathy from the group members. After his brief account, Zhao Xuanjia left to train his stone armor pig in preparation for the special admissions exam. The group was also discussing the mysterious identity of a member named Xue Runian. Although she was invited by Chi, she remained tight-lipped about herself. Just then, Jiang Zhuochen sent a serious message that abruptly quieted the chat. He relayed Sun Baiqian's words the little earth wolf had been tainted with ghost element energy, which had reached a level capable of causing nightmares at night and required immediate purification. Following this revelation, Tanghua, Zhao Xuanjia, Zhang Yexian, and Chi all tagged Duguang, expressing concern and asking if he needed purification charms. Duguang frowned and thought, where did the ghost element energy come from? Could it have been attracted by the neighbor's pet during last night's bonding session? He immediately opened a private chat with Chi. Back at the association's assessment site, the matching process this time was much simpler, requiring only the import of previous records. While waiting, the receptionist, Xiaolian, reiterated the rules to Lin Mu. Cross-level assessments would be fully recorded and monitored, and Duguang's pet's level technically did not meet the requirements for an intermediate assessment. If he failed this time, he would have to wait until the conditions were met to try again. The wolf cub nodded in understanding. Surprised, Xiaolian asked, It can understand human speech? Yes, it understands everything, Lin Mu confirmed. That's amazing. Xiaolian couldn't help but praise. Little earth wolf, you're really adorable. Xue Runian paused the wagging of his tail, showing a hint of helplessness. At that moment, a colleague beside Xiaolian gently nudged her, bringing her back to her senses as she turned her attention to the equipment in front of her. Xiaolian looked at the opponent's information in front of her and explained to Lin Mu. This candidate performed averagely in the intermediate beast-tamer exam. However, considering there aren't many participants for the advanced beast-tamer exam, I can help you apply for the advanced arena. She turned to the little wolf cub with a warm smile and asked, Is that okay? The little wolf cub nodded vigorously and let out a cheerful awoo, clearly saying, Thank you. Seeing the healing and lively demeanor of the wolf cub, Xiaolian's smile grew even softer. She offered, "Let me lead the way." Lin Mu carefully carried the wolf cub, trying his best to keep steady, and nodded, "Thank you." Walking through a long corridor, they arrived at the advanced battle arena. This area was much more spacious and well-lit compared to the beginner's arena. Large LCD screens were mounted on the walls, displaying footage of beast battles. The spectator seats were equipped with comfortable chairs, and various protective measures were set up around the arena to minimize the impact of energy bursts on the beast tamers. A referee wearing a professional badge was seated in the spectator area, watching a match. Noticing Xiaolian bringing the group in, he nodded kindly and greeted them. "Hello, I'm the referee for this match. Your opponent hasn't arrived yet, so feel free to sit anywhere. You can discuss strategies, rest, or even take a walk outside. Just note that an exam is happening next door, so try not to disturb them. If needed, I can also pull up detailed information about your opponent." The little wolf cub couldn't help but glance at the referee a few more times, feeling an unexpected sense of familiarity. Lin Mu was also a bit surprised, an advanced referee being this approachable? The referee waved his hand with a smile. "Referees are just ordinary people. No one's inherently superior to anyone else. Of course, I can assure you of my professional expertise. Let me know if you need anything." The little wolf cub jumped to the ground, carefully inspecting the arena. While it looked similar to the beginner's arena on the surface, the protective measures here were clearly much more advanced. It recalled how its Earth Shatter Claw had easily broken through the advanced arena during a previous test, not due to poor arena quality, but because the environment was designed to simulate real-life conditions. Lin Mu went straight to the spectator seats, plopping down next to the referee and sighing deeply. Walking all that way was exhausting. At that moment, Xue Runian arrived at the entrance of the battle arena. Her keen hearing picked up the sounds of combat coming from the room next door, where it seemed an advanced beast-tamer exam was underway. She perked up her ears to listen carefully, her expression shifting slightly. A lively female voice could be heard from the adjacent room. "Little scribe, curse breaker." Xue Runian paused for a moment, surprised. "No way, is that Chi-Chi? First the Secret Realm Management Center, then the Beast Tamer Association, and now the Examination Association?" She shook her head, concluding that Chi-Chi must simply be here for the exam this time. Returning to the battle room, she saw Lin Mu holding up his wrist, video calling someone with a slightly awkward expression. Noticing the wolf cub's return, he quickly waved and said in a fawning tone, "Lord Wolf King, Duguang wants to speak with you." Xue Runian quietly glanced at Lin Mu. Calling it Lord Wolf King at this moment was clearly a bit too late. The little wolf cub sighed softly, as if it had long anticipated this scenario. As Lin Mu activated the light screen on his wristband, the little wolf cub agilely leaped onto a chair, its gaze locking straight onto Duguang. As a pet beast with mastery over earth elements, its unique ability kept its wolf claws perpetually clean, a fundamental application of its auto-triggering claw strike skill. Duguang's eyes fell on the bright yellow Jiangda breeding house band around the cub's paw, and he couldn't help but show a hint of resignation. "Little earth wolf, you can take that band off now?" Xue Runian tilted its head. "Just because you say so? That would be embarrassing." With that, it easily bit off the band, then lifted its head back up to look at the Beastmaster. "Pride is overrated anyway." Duguang carefully chose his words. "Little earth wolf, you don't need to do this. I'm not asking for your help. Just do whatever makes you happy." He paused. "It's my fault. I never intended to force you to fight, let alone fight alone." Seeing the worry in Duguang's eyes, the little wolf cub gently shook its head, its gaze clear as it responded, "Woof, it's fine. Helping you with the assessment is my own decision." "Little earth wolf, through this screen I can't understand you anymore." Duguang rubbed his nose, looking a bit awkward. This realization made the little wolf cub freeze for a moment. Did its universal affinity ability not work through the screen? It studied Duguang closely, but he seemed no different than usual. Testing an idea, the cub deliberately said, "Woof, Duguang is a big dummy. I really can't understand you." Duguang replied helplessly. "How? Duguang is a fool." From the side, Lin Mu explained, "I can vouch for this. All of Duguang's other abilities are ones he developed himself, but he can only understand your words face-to-face. As for affinity, it works anytime, anywhere." Realizing this, Xue Runian looked thoughtfully at Duguang on the screen. It extended a paw, waving it back and forth in front of the camera as if comforting him from afar. "Don't be scared." Standing still, Duguang couldn't help but smile, subtly pressing the screenshot button a few times. The little wolf cub straightened its posture, its gaze shifting between the battleground and Duguang on the light screen. It let out a determined woof. Even though Duguang couldn't understand its words, the resolve in its eyes said it all. "Little earth wolf, the Beastmaster rank doesn't matter much to me," Duguang said seriously. "Duguang should aim to become a professional breeder instead." Lin Mu chimed in from the side. Xue Runian's gaze grew deeper. The monthly Beastmaster stipend would definitely be helpful for Duguang. With his personality, he wouldn't easily pass up an opportunity to benefit. But, just like the 80 million yuan from before, some things were evidently more important to him, like his concern over his pet beast getting hurt. Little Earth Wolf, are you sure you want to continue the battle? Duguang asked again for confirmation. Howl. The little wolf cub nodded softly and replied, I'm willing. Seeing this response, Duguang finally smiled warmly. All right, I'll help you analyze the opponent. He then turned to the referee. Could you please display the opponent's information for us? The referee nodded slightly and raised his right hand. Without using any tools, he released an invisible electromagnetic wave into the air. The large screen, which had been displaying the beast-taming competition, immediately switched to show the names of the competitors and their beasts' information. Xue Runian squinted as he observed. This referee's beast-taming talent was electromagnetic manipulation, unlike the previous referee who had enhanced vision as their talent. Clearly, starting from the level of advanced beast tamers, the role of beast-taming talents becomes increasingly significant. Duguang thanked him politely. The referee reminded him, just doing my duty. Of course, beast tamers are not allowed to command remotely. The large screen displayed. Challenger, Chunlei. Beast, Arc Star. Growth level, extraordinary low tier. Species level, extraordinary high tier. Arc Star was originally a rare beast of the Earth Spirit class, with immense potential. However, due to its excessive speed making it hard to control, and its hard body causing havoc by crashing into things, it was ultimately downgraded from the Earth Spirit category. Even so, its strength remained unaffected. Although Duguang wasn't sure how the little wolf cub could win, he chose to share all the known information and maintain his trust. Arc Star's speed is more than twice that of an average beast. Don't try to compete with it in speed, Duguang advised. The wolf cub nodded earnestly. Wolf, that's right. Lord Wolf King is the coolest. It awakened a new skill in the extraordinary realm. Besides its hard shell, it also has 2 protective star rings orbiting it. The wolf cub nodded repeatedly. Woo. Yep, Dog is a big dummy. Lord Wolf King is the cutest, Duguang added. Xue Runian was about to nod in agreement when he suddenly realized something was off. He looked at the expressionless wolf cub, who seemed ready to lash out at any moment, with confusion. Go for it, Lord Wolf King, Duguang chuckled lightly. Meanwhile, in the examination secret realm's main hall, at the front desk, Xiaolian skillfully updated the system information and said with a smile, First of all, congratulations on passing the advanced beast tamer examination. Ran? It's Chi, not Ran. Oh, I'm so sorry. Xiaolian quickly apologized. It's no big deal, just remember it, the girl said, waving it off. Behind her, a small book sprite materialized, holding a calligraphy brush and making faces at Xiaolian. Is that a book sprite? Xiaolian asked excitedly. Chi tapped the little sprite on the head. Xiaolian, full of envy, said, That's amazing. I really love book sprites, but unfortunately, I've never been to the bamboo forest. The book sprite waved its brush, adding ink-style patterns to Xiaolian's white dress. Thank you, Xiaolian said sincerely. The sprite hid behind Chi. She complimented me. Xiaolian hesitated for a moment before asking, Can I ask what kind of evolution route you've prepared for it? She realized this question might touch on personal matters, akin to asking someone's gender without permission. Don't worry, it's not the evil spirit pin fairy, Chi replied with a smile. So, it's the paper book pin spirit? Xiaolian's smile widened. Wishing you a wonderful day. Chi, same to you. The girl clasped her hands behind her back, skipping away down the long corridor, her small floating book spirit trailing behind her. At the front desk, Xiaolian watched Chi-Chi's departing figure with a slight frown. That direction clearly led to the Staffanli area, stirring suspicion in her heart. Just then, a young boy approached the desk. Xiaolian immediately collected her thoughts and put on a professional smile. Perched atop the boy's head was a green feathered parrot, which tilted its head and chirped, We're here to certify as beast tamers. A green feathered parrot of Earth Spirit grade. Xiaolian handed over a form. Please fill this out. No need, I have an appointment, the boy replied, shaking his head. I'm here for the Advanced Beast Tamer Assessment. Xiaolian froze for a moment. Advanced Beast Tamer assessments required prior appointments, with a limited number of slots available each day. Since Chi had already completed her assessment, this boy must be, You're Long nodded in confirmation. The parrot on his head theatrically pretended to lose its balance, toppled onto the counter, then agilely flipped back up. The commotion drew the attention of several other receptionists, their gazes filled with astonishment. They had heard that a young dragon tamer would be taking the assessment today, with key personnel observing from the monitoring room. But none of them had expected the dragon tamer to be so young. Xiaolian quickly pulled up the appointment details. The advanced battle arena is ready. Association staff can begin the test at any time. Long Long nodded politely and then asked, "May I ask if an unusually colored little earth wolf is also taking an assessment this afternoon?" Xiaolian was momentarily stunned. But another receptionist quickly responded, "Yes." She rapidly checked the system. The little earth wolf is currently undergoing the intermediate beast-tamer assessment. The opponent is expected to arrive in about 30 minutes. Long Long looked surprised. Intermediate beast-tamer? Wasn't Duguang a novice beast-tamer? And during Zhang Zhuochen's live broadcast this morning, the wolf pup had only just awakened to level 9. The answer was clear. This was a cross-level assessment. As expected of the wolf pup lord, the green-feathered parrot flapped its wings and chirped, "Where's the advanced Aranana?" The receptionists exchanged glances before responding in unison, "We'll take you there." As they passed through the corridor, Long Long communicated with his pet beast through his beast-taming space. "Xiaolong, get ready for the battle. Let's aim to finish within 30 minutes. "I have a name," came a childish voice through their ancient dragon palace contract, which allowed the dragon to communicate directly with its tamer. "Your name doesn't sound good. They'll just call you Xiaolong," Long Long declared confidently. "Do well, and I'll give you extra sleep tonight." At the mention of extra sleep, Xiaolong immediately perked up. "Yay." Meanwhile, outside the monitoring room of the Assessment Association, Chi-Chi stood before a sign that read, "No admittance," lost in thought. The small book spirit floated in front of her, looking at her quizzically. "I'm wondering if I should go in," Chi-Chi murmured softly. Then she smiled, patted the book spirit on the head, and pushed open the door to the monitoring room. Everyone in the room immediately looked up. A girl stepped into the monitoring room, taking in the spacious area before her. The walls were embedded with several large screens, each displaying real-time footage of the various assessment sites. Seated in front of the screens were staff members wearing association badges, focused intently on monitoring the progress of the assessments. In front of the staff sat a beast tamer, leaning casually against the back of his chair. Despite his relaxed posture, his straight back exuded a sense of composure and elegance. He wore no identification badge, only a standard-issue combat beast ball pouch slung diagonally at his waist, paired with a well-fitted grayish-blue shirt. Noticing Chi-Chi's arrival, he greeted her with a warm smile. Chi-Chi scrutinized this so-called big shot. He had long, smooth hair fermented simply at the back, with a few strands falling loosely over his forehead. His thin lips and those reserved, fox-like eyes that curved subtly when he smiled made him quite fitting to the aesthetic preferences of many young women. "Mind if I join you?" Chi-Chi asked cheerfully, waving to the group with a lively demeanor. The staff exchanged puzzled glances, clearly taken aback by the sudden appearance of a stranger. "Of course, please do," the man with fox-like eyes replied. The staff immediately accepted his decision, and as one of them moved to fetch a chair, Chi-Chi lightly dusted off her clothes. A faint glow emanated from the pendant she wore, and with a subtle ripple in the air, a folding chair materialized in her hand. This display of spatial equipment prompted the monitors to exchange meaningful looks. Yet another individual with impressive abilities. Chi-Chi unfolded the chair and sat beside the man with fox-like eyes, her gaze shifting to the large screens. Casually, she struck up a conversation. "I'm Chi-Chi. Are you here just to watch the excitement too?" "Just to watch?" "Perhaps," the man replied with a faint smile. "I'm Min Yin. I came specifically to see the Dragon Tamer, but there's another match that's caught my interest now." On one screen, Long Long's assessment was displayed. The emergence of a true dragon had already left its opponent's beast nearly paralyzed with fear. Meanwhile, the largest screen focused on the advanced battle arena, where a small, snow-white wolf cub and its opponent, Lei, were steadily making their way onto the stage. Min Yin elaborated, "The dragon tamer's victory is certain, but a beast participating in an assessment alone, and even attempting a cross-tire challenge, is certainly rare." "Good eye!" Chi-Chi exclaimed in admiration. The two fell silent, turning their attention back to the screens. In the advanced battle arena, the referee had taken their position. On one side stood a level 9 awakened Earth Wolf Cub. On the other, a transcendent level Arclight Star. Lei, the Arclight Star's beast tamer, was an experienced young man whose beast's attributes were meticulously cultivated. He was considered a strong contender in the upcoming Southeast Rookie Beast Tamer tournament. Even though his opponent was only at level 9, he remained highly vigilant. Xue Runian walked steadily onto the stage, giving Lei a friendly howl. "Welcome, my second victim." The referee stood on the elevated platform, his sharp eyes scanning the beast tamers and their companion beasts on the field. After confirming that both sides were ready, he waited solemnly for the match to begin. Lei fixed his gaze on the small wolf cub on the dueling stage and said in a deep voice, "Little coyote, I'm going to summon my beast now." Xue Runian, unhurried, sharpened his claws. His ice-blue pupils instantly transformed into the vertical slits of a wolf demon, sharp as blades. "When the enemy is weak, appear weaker." When the enemy is strong, I will be stronger. He let out a low, chilling howl. Oh woo. Doesn't matter. It's just a match. Bring your beast on. In the audience, Lin Mu was about to provide live commentary to Duguang, but Duguang shook his head and said, I have a class to attend. You still have class? Lin Mu asked in surprise. Wait, you're skipping watching your Wolf King in a match? It's an impromptu public lecture by a PhD scholar on the history of ancient beast taming and old contract techniques. Duguang replied calmly, his gaze clear. The Qing Emperor's threaded brow mark technique, when intact, allows for contracts to be formed and dissolved at will. Lin Mu immediately understood Duguang's intentions and asked directly, have you asked Little Coyote what he thinks about this? No, Duguang admitted frankly. But I know Little Coyote wouldn't like being bound by a contract. Then what happens to Little Coyote after the contract is dissolved? Lin Mu pressed, his eyes locked on Duguang. Duguang smiled. If Little Coyote chooses to stay, nothing will change except the contract. Sun Baiqian once said that the true bond between a human and a companion beast doesn't need a contract to sustain it. I believe he was right. Lin Mu pondered for a moment before nodding firmly. All right, I've already analyzed everything about Arcstar's abilities, Duguang said gently. The outcome will be the same whether I'm present or not. After class, I'll watch Little Coyote's battle footage from start to finish, he added thoughtfully. Take him straight to the medical room after the fight. I'll cover the expenses. Come on, we're brothers. Money isn't the issue, Lin Mu said, raising his hand as if taking an oath. I've never let your Little Coyote down. Duguang nodded. I trust you. Back at the high-level battle arena, the referee shed his earlier casual demeanor. Raising the flag high, he then swung it down decisively. Begin the battle. Before the words had fully settled, a summoning array with a 2-meter diameter suddenly materialized in front of Qinlei. Electric arcs danced across its surface, the array pulsing with energy. Thunder roared from within as dazzling light erupted, crackling with overwhelming lightning energy. Lin Mu's face turned pale. The intensity of this summoning array's glow far exceeded that of ordinary companion beasts. The sheer power of the lightning energy was enough to make even seasoned beast tamers bow in awe. In the monitoring room, the staff gathered around the central screen, stunned. What the heck is this level of power? Even Longlong's battle had only required a 5-meter diameter super summoning array, taking up half the arena. How could Qinlei, who hadn't yet passed the intermediate taming assessment, unleash such an immense energy force? Xue Runian remained calm, his sharp gaze piercing through the blinding barrier of the summoning array, staring directly into the core of the beast-taming diagram. Qinlei gave the command, an arc star struck instantly. A dazzling streak of lightning tore through the air like a comet, heading straight for Xue Runian's side of the arena. The surface of the platform cracked on impact, with fissures spreading outward as dust billowed into the air amidst the deafening crash. With a thunderous roar, this was the true display of power from a battle pet at the Earth spirit level. The referee focused intently on the battlefield, as electromagnetic waves quietly spread across the arena, monitoring the status of both pets. Qinlei's heart sank. Normally, such an attack should have been enough to instantly defeat a level 9 awakened pet. But the referee remained silent, bringing to mind the battle axiom. Smoke, but no damage. As the dust began to settle, Lin Mu's gaze fixed on the arena. Standing gracefully at the edge of the platform was the snow-white wolf. One paw hovered lightly in the air, its icy blue eyes calmly watching the massive crater in front of it. This was the perfect demonstration of mastery in rapid movement. In the monitoring room, the staff exchanged puzzled glances. Something seems off. One of the monitors hesitated, judging by the glow of the summoning array. The power of that move exceeds the level of advanced techniques. With Arcstar's incredible speed, the little wolf shouldn't have been able to dodge at all. All eyes turned toward Chi-Chi and Min Yan, who remained composed. Min Yan's fox-like eyes curved into a smile. If you want to ask, just ask. I won't bite. Who knows? If you ask, I might even tell you. Chi-Chi, retrieving the flying little bookkeeper into her space, began to explain. It's actually quite simple. Qinlei's beast-taming space and pet techniques are only at the intermediate beast-tamer level. The flashes and lightning at the start were just a distraction to create psychological pressure on the opponent. How were those flashes created? Someone asked. Because Arcstar was charging around recklessly inside the beast-taming space. Chi-Chi said, hands on her hips. The group suddenly understood. So that's it. The flashes, lightning, and noise were all caused by Arcstar colliding with the space barrier. Minion added, did you notice? Qinlei's beast-taming space is the same size as a beginner beast-tamer's. This is because he specifically reinforced the space barrier during meditation. Modern beast-taming has 3 methods of space enhancement: expanding the space, increasing comfort, and strengthening the barrier. For Arcstar, an environment where it can charge freely is the most comfortable. Additionally, Building up kinetic energy in the space beforehand enhances the impact of its charge. This is a unique tactic of the Star Thunder Dojo. Then how did the little wolf manage to dodge? Another person asked. Min Yan's gaze shifted to the screen. It's simple. The little wolf has exceptional vision and could see Arc Star charging energy within the summoning array. It preemptively predicted the attack and dodged in advance. This wasn't just a contest of speed, but a tactical battlia display of the Wolf King's incredible predictive abilities. Care to take a guess? Which side do you think will win? Min Yin threw the question to the staff. The studio was instantly filled with a lively buzz of discussion. I'm betting on Arc Star. Its growth level advantage is just too significant. But Little Coyote's move proficiency isn't bad either. If we're judging by appearance, I'm rooting for Little Coyote. Is it because Arc Star's speed makes it almost invisible? Min Yin turned to Chi-Chi. What about you? Chi-Chi shook her head. It's hard to predict. Let's just watch the battle unfold. On the battle arena, Chun Lei, seeing the little wolf cub unscathed, immediately gave a command. Keep going. Reckless charge. He knew all too well that hesitation in a real battle equated to failure, especially since evasion moves couldn't be used consecutively in adjacent turns. From the shattered sandy bricks, a yellow figure leaped into the air, electric arcs crackling around it. This was a star-shaped creature with a neat, symmetrical form. Though it had no facial features, it could act based on its keen senses. Surging with incredible momentum, it executed the mid-tier move, Reckless Charge, darting straight toward Xue Runian. The wolf cub reacted swiftly, instantly deploying a green defensive barrier, the mid-tier move, Protect. This all-encompassing, flawless defensive skill was undoubtedly the best choice. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the wolf cub was pushed a meter sideways. The defensive barrier, now resembling cracked glass, trembled as though it would shatter at any moment. In the monitoring room, Min Yin turned to explain to the astonished staff. Reckless Charge isn't Arc Star's innate ability. It was learned later. The move's defining trait is that the heavier the damage it deals to the opponent, the greater the self-inflicted damage. Chi-Chi added. The key is that this Arc Star doesn't care about getting hurt. On top of that, it has the recoil trait. When hit by close-range moves, it reflects damage back onto its opponent. The staff watched in stunned silence. Is this the level of training that comes out of the Star Thunder Dojo? To think that with just mid-tier moves, paired with the pet's personality and traits, it could unleash such power. Someone remarked, I've seen plenty of advanced Beastmaster assessments, but in terms of excitement and visual impact, some don't even come close to this mid-tier showdown. They all recalled Long Long's assessment, a one-sided domination that left everyone speechless under the oppressive aura of dragon power. But now, the evenly matched battle between the Wolf Cub and Arc Star was showcasing the true allure of strategy and competition. Ultimately, the green barrier managed to withstand the Reckless Charge, thanks to the Wolf Cub's remarkable move proficiency. Xue Runian fixed her gaze on the Arc Star before her, a mischievous grin revealing her sharp little wolf fangs. She let out a resonating howl and instantly unleashed a dual skill of guard and intimidation, aiming straight for her opponent's weak spot. Her overwhelming aura swept across the Arc Star, dimming its electric glow noticeably. Chun Lei's eyes burned with determination as he commanded steadily, take to the sky and use Guardian Star. This was the key move Duguang had specifically advised. Once successfully executed, combined with its counter-damage ability, the Arc Star would transform into an impenetrable spiked fortress. Xue Runian's eyes sharpened with resolve. She couldn't let her opponent succeed. Just as the Arc Star began to gather momentum, the little wolf cub launched herself into the air. With a dexterous twist of her body, she intercepted her opponent's movement path with uncanny precision. Her wolf claws struck the Arc Star's core with a heavy blow. This claw strike, paired with a knockback effect, packed incredible power. Xue Runian landed firmly, though her right paw trembled slightly in midair, her arm half numb from the impact. Even so, the damage she inflicted far outweighed the pain from the counter damage. The Arc Star had taken the full brunt of her combo attack, and Chun Lei's face darkened in alarm. Fly north. Stay in the ring. Chun Lei shouted urgently. The Arc Star obediently adjusted its direction but lost its composure, crashing straight into the ground and forming a star-shaped crater. It floated up unsteadily, glancing at the destruction it caused before turning to Chun Lei with a pitiful, apologetic aura. It's not your fault. If you break something, I'll cover it. Now get back in the air. Chun Lei reassured it. Revitalized, the Arc Star quickly ascended. Chun Lei calculated his next move carefully. Although the Arc Star was severely drained, as long as it could execute Guardian Star, it might still stand a chance against the little wolf cub, who lacked aerial capabilities. Guardian Star, he commanded decisively. The Arc Star hovered high in the sky, arcs of electricity crackling as two protective stars began to form. But just then, the little wolf cub tilted her head back, her eyes blazing with focus. The surrounding temperature plummeted, frost crystallizing on the ground as a massive icicle materialized before her. This icicle resembled wings though roughly shaped. Its sharp edges mimicked iron feathers, enhanced by formidable weight. Arc Star, defend yourself? Chun-Lei's desperate shout came too late. The yellow star charged forward undeterred, brimming with resolve as it met the icicle Hedon. With a deafening crash, the two protective stars shattered upon impact. The tip of the icicle splintered, but what remained barreled through with unstoppable force, driving the Arc Star deep into the ground. A sharp whistle rang out as the referee waved their flag. The match is decided. The Arc Star lost its ability to fight. The victor was the little prairie wolf. The moment the battle concluded, the young wolf's body visibly heaved. The excessive energy and mental strain from executing consecutive moves had pushed it to its limit, especially that forced mimicry spin slash, which, due to poor energy control, consumed several times its usual stamina. Its right paw pressed against the ground, sending waves of soreness and pain through it, rendering it nearly powerless. As the fight ended, the little wolf's snowy white fur ceased to glimmer, and the surrounding temperature returned to normal. Xue Runian retracted the ice spikes from the arena. On the damaged stage, a small yellow star quietly lay there. The monitoring room erupted into chaos. Holy crap! It was the third time the staff had exclaimed in disbelief. Even in front of Min Yin, they couldn't contain their excitement, and the entire room became a hubbub of noise. The prairie wolf won. I called it. So what? You just got lucky with your guess. That ice spike. It was nothing short of miraculous. They couldn't help but marvel at the little wolf's astonishing performance. Its level of training was exceptional, its skill proficiency unparalleled among its peers, and its command and timing were flawless. A single thought surfaced in everyone's mind: the person who contracted with this prairie wolf was incredibly fortunate. Min Yin turned to look at the lively group of monitors, a hint of amusement in his gaze. The staff, momentarily embarrassed, quieted down, but Min Yin simply said warmly, "It's fine, carry on." One of the monitors, encouraged by his approachable demeanor, tentatively asked, "Sir, did you guess correctly?" Min Yin shook his head and replied, "I got the result right, but the process wrong." With such a high cuteness factor, it didn't even need to play cute. Everyone exchanged glances, thinking, predicting the exact process of victory now that would take a godlike talent. Chi-Chi stood up, dusting off her clothes, and summoned a watercolor matrix to release her little scribe. The little scribe immediately darted over to the screen, brimming with curiosity. The prairie wolf won, Chi-Chi announced succinctly. The little scribe was instantly overjoyed, clutching its oversized brush as it flew around the room, leaving fleeting ink trails in the air. Chi-Chi folded up her chair and prepared to leave. Min Yan's fox-like eyes curved with a smile. "Leaving already?" "Yep. The show's over," Chi-Chi replied matter-of-factly. "Don't you want to go meet the prairie wolf? Even just to say hello?" Min Yin narrowed his eyes, lightly tracing the portable beast battle ball case at his side. "Didn't you already meet it in the summer secret realm hall?" he teased. "No rush. Look, the dragon tamer is still waiting outside the prairie wolf's arena. Once they're done talking, you can meet both of them at the same time." Chi-Chi cast another glance at Min Yin, then turned her attention back to the monitor screen. On the display, a boy with a green feathered parrot perched on his head was peeking around outside Xue Runian's battle arena. The room suddenly fell silent as all the monitors looked toward Chi-Chi, awaiting her decision. After a brief moment of thought, Chi-Chi clapped her hands. "Oh, that makes sense." She sat back down. "We'll watch a bit longer then." Several monitors who had stood up in excitement exchanged bewildered looks. One of them stared blankly at Chi-Chi now occupying his chair, opening his mouth to protest. "Huh?" Chun-Lei quickly rushed onto the stage and helped the fallen Arc Star to its feet. Although Arc Star's metallic body was sturdy enough to remain intact and conscious, it had lost the ability to continue fighting. Arc Star slowly turned around, retracting the arcs of electricity surrounding it, and faced its beast master. Despite its expressionless appearance, its drooping posture exuded a sense of deep disappointment. Suddenly, through the bond of their beast contract, Chun-Lei sensed the sound of Arc Star crying internally. "It's okay, it's okay." Chun-Lei hurriedly comforted. "I'm not blaming you. You've done a great job already. I promise. They'll get you the best steel plates to crash into." Before he could finish speaking, Arc Star threw itself into his arms. Chun-Lei let out a helpless sigh. All right. It's not your fault. It's my mistake in giving commands. It's all on me." But Arc Star clung tightly to his clothes, unwilling to let go. And through the beast contract, Chun-Lei could feel the little creature's grievance and its desire to be held. He gently patted Arc Star's back, soothing the discouraged companion. Meanwhile, the little wolf cub cautiously limped over on its uninjured right paw to its opponent's side. It watched the tender scene unfolding before it, a complex glint flickering in its eyes. Lin Mu used his Beast Master's wristband to send a message to Duguang. The little wolf won. Then, he stepped onto the stage. Approaching Xue Runian, he noticed the wolf cub staring intently at Lei and Star. He tentatively asked, "Do you want a hug?" Xue Runian glanced at Lin Mu's wristband and, seeing no video call in progress, quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, that dog Du wasn't watching this scene. He thought about asking where Duguang was, but decided against it, realizing no one would understand him anyway. After all, choosing to take the test alone was his own decision. Suppressing the faint sense of loneliness in his heart, the wolf cub turned away, silently enduring the exhaustion in his body and the pain in his injured paw. "I'm not a child," Xue Runian thought to himself. How could the great wolf king allow himself to be hugged so casually? Before the wolf cub could react, Lin Mu had already crouched down and scooped it into his arms. Xue Runian froze for a moment. If it had been Duguang, he would have definitely asked for permission first. But Lin Mu clearly preferred to let his actions speak. The wolf cub struggled slightly but failed to break free, so it turned its gaze toward the green-haired young man. "What others have, the great wolf king should have too," Lin Mu said. "Ugh, so childish," came the protesting voice. "Don't lie to yourself, little wolf," Lin Mu said softly. "Sometimes, even if someone asks for your opinion, they might not get the truth. Only actions can confirm what's real." Lin Mu held the wolf cub through the fabric of his clothing, his hand never directly touching it. "I'm going to pat your back now, Wolf King," he said. Duguang said, "I'm only allowed to touch your back." Seeing that the wolf cub didn't object, Lin Mu loosened his arms slightly and gently stroked the snow-white fur along its back. So soft, he couldn't help but remark, "Duguang really didn't watch your match. I can't tell you what he's doing, but I can assure you, it's for your sake." Lin Mu paused briefly before continuing with sincerity, "Wolf King, he'll always be here." Whine. The little wolf pup let out a soft whimper. "Stop holding me, put me down." Lin Mu misunderstood the pup's intent, thinking it wanted more attention. He gently stroked its snow-white back again. "Is this how you treat wolves?" The pup pushed off lightly, leaping out of Lin Mu's arms and nimbly landing on his shoulder. Its tail swayed side to side, giving Lin Mu's head a couple of light smacks. "Wine had your fill of petting. Consider yourself lucky this time." In truth, Xue Runian wasn't upset about Duguang. As a mature-minded wolf, he fully understood Duguang's decision. The world didn't revolve around him, and Duguang surely had more pressing matters to attend to. Besides, upon learning that Duguang's actions were actually for his sake, any fleeting disappointment vanished like smoke. Turning his gaze toward Star, Xue Runian began walking forward. He wasn't here to enjoy the heartwarming bond between beast masters and their companions. "Howl Star," the wolf pup called out. The little Star in Lei's arms turned around, its emotions still unsettled. Sparks of electricity occasionally flickered across its body, accidentally zapping Lei's hand, causing him to flinch. Noticing this, Star immediately suppressed all its electricity. "Star," Lei spoke calmly, "they're just our opponent, not an enemy." Star nodded obediently and flew over to the wolf pup. Its voice still carried a trembling tone from crying earlier. "Buzz, you're really strong. You won." The wolf pup shook its head, its round pupils reflecting a warm smile. "Wine, I heard you say earlier that you think you're clumsy. But you're not." Xue Runian continued earnestly, Wine. Our abilities are actually quite similar. Sometimes, though, just charging ahead won't solve everything. Look, when you're in your beast master's arms, you can control your impulses and suppress your electricity. If earlier, when faced with the ice spikes, you had followed your beast master's commands to defend or evade, you could have kept fighting. Meanwhile, Lei extended his hand toward Lin Mu. "Your wolf pup is incredibly strong." Lin Mu gave a firm handshake. Lei glanced at the two companion beasts deep in conversation and asked, "What's your wolf pup saying? Maybe teaching Star some battle techniques?" Lin Mu replied after a moment of thought. Lei froze for a second, amazed sharing battle experience so generously right after winning. That was truly admirable. The referee approached and announced, "Congratulations to both of you for passing the intermediate Beastmaster assessment." Lin Mu nodded in gratitude. At that moment, the wolf pup finished speaking. "Wine, you can crash around freely during practice, but in battles, you need to control that impulse first. You can definitely do it." Star nodded firmly, flying back into Lei's arms and snuggling affectionately. Then it turned back and asked, "Buzz? So, does that mean you don't let your beast master touch you because you're controlling yourself too?" The wolf pup froze, its expression stiffening. Who said that?" Just then, Lin Mu's wristband vibrated. He checked the message and projected the screen for the wolf pup to see. "Look," Duguang replied. Xue Runian shook his head and glanced at the screen. It read, "The wolf pup won. Dog Wolf King, you're amazing. Go to the medical room." Though the reply was brief, the wolf pup could vividly imagine Duguang's reaction. its eyes curved into crescent shapes, a knowing smile spreading across its face. Tisk, TSK, TSK, do dog, oh do dog. Fingers lightly tapped on the light screen, and a message popped up instantly. Linmu, focus on your work and stop getting distracted. The scene shifted to the vast lecture hall of Jiangha University. Duguang sat in the second row, his gaze fixed on a message on his wristband, clearly not from Linmu. Sensing the faint emotions transmitted through their contract, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curved upward. With a slight tap, he replied, "Got it, little wolf." His eyes drifted past Sun Baiqian in the front row, who was holding an ancient book, and landed on the lecturer's podium. A professor from Star Capital University was delivering a lecture. His temples were streaked with gray, and his expression exuded stern authority. Beside him stood an assistant holding a briefcase in one hand, while the other displayed rubbings of inscriptions taken from an ancient stele in the Moluo secret realm. As a student of both the beast-taming and foreign languages departments, Duguang had some knowledge of ancient scripts. Although not as proficient as Sun Baiqian, he could decipher most of the content. The professor lectured in a foreign language, yet his explanations of the professional material were so clear and engaging that everyone in the hall found themselves deeply absorbed. The assistant handed a sheet of paper to the professor, who then pinned it to the blackboard. The history of Donghuang's mythical beasts originates from the mythological era. It can be considered a condensed version of the world's beast history, the professor stated solemnly. The assistant activated a custom wristband, projecting a restored image of an ancient relic onto the entire blackboard. The scene depicted the chaos of a totemic uprising centuries ago. Red-clad youth with a blurred face stood in the bottom left corner of the image, his flowing robes fluttering as he pointed toward his beast companion. In the distance surged a massive horde of mythical beasts, led by a totemic serpent god over 1,000 meters long. The earth was torn into deep ravines, pressing toward the youth like a rolling carpet. Behind the youth loomed a colossal guardian beast, its wings spread wide enough to obscure the heavens, letting out a deafening roar. With its cry, the ground crumbled, heavenly fire rained down, and space itself fractured. The students in the front row paled visibly. Even though it was just a projection, the oppressive aura was palpably a power so far beyond their reach no matter how hard they tried. Fortunately, they still had the Red Emperor. Duguang quietly observed the scene, his emotions surging. Oppression signified substance, and with substance came the possibility of connection. Yet the Red Emperor's beast was clearly wailing in agony. The image flickered, and time leaped forward by millennia. The ancient mythical beasts, divine artifacts, and unique structures of the past had faded into fossils, antiques, and ruins. Spaces once brimming with otherworldly energy and the beast-taming realms of powerful predecessors had transformed into secret realms scattered across Blue Star. The people of modern Donghuang had long forgotten the Age of Decline and the Dark Age, remembering only the eras of the Green Emperor, the White Emperor, and finally, the Red Emperor. As everyone was lost in thought, a sharp rapping on the blackboard jolted them back to reality. The professor from Star Capital University looked even more serious. Perhaps many of you will never again encounter these histories of beast-taming or ancient scripts in your lifetime, he said, sweeping his gaze across the hall. But history is humanity's treasure. We must remember it all. For you, this too is a precious wealth. The lecture hall was packed to capacity, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. As Professor Sun stepped onto the stage, thunderous applause erupted. As one of the top 9 academies for beast-taming in Donghuang, Xingdu University far surpassed Jiangha University in the quality of its courses. Professors who taught here and were invited to deliver open lectures at other universities were invariably leaders in their respective fields. With his graying hair, Professor Sun scanned the room, nodding in satisfaction before beginning his lecture. Today, we will explore the differences between beast-taming spaces and ancient contracting methods, as well as the historical records inscribed on the stone tablets found in the secret realm of Jiangha City. At these words, excitement sparkled in the eyes of the students. This lecture was bound to be packed with valuable insights. Before long, even the hallway was crowded with students standing and listening intently. As Professor Sun began explaining the meditation techniques for beast taming, someone hastily pulled out their phone to call a friend. "Hey, you've got to come to this lecture." "What lecture?" "I'm in the middle of a game." "Forget your game. A professor from Xingdu University is talking about beast taming, space cultivation, and ancient contracts." "Hold on. Let me quit the game." "No time for that, just come now. If you're any later, there won't even be a place to stand." Meanwhile, outside dormitory number 15 in the West Campus, Zhang Zhuochen wore a puzzled expression. According to the forum post, Lin Mu was either usually in the lab building or his dorm, but he had searched both places thoroughly and found no sign of him. The dorm room was locked as well. A neighbor mentioned Lin might have gone to the experimental equipment room. Zhang, however, had opted for a different look today. Instead of his usual formal attire, he wore a casual suit and had left his entourage behind. This made him appear more like a well-off, ordinary student, rather than the young heir of the Jang group. After all, wealth wasn't particularly noteworthy among beast tamers. This visit stemmed from a post Jiang had seen on the Jiangha University forum. It featured a video of a small wolf pup playing rhythm games, with comments discussing how Duguang had successfully contracted a rare-colored earthwolf with the help of Lin Mu's equipment. If the equipment's effects were indeed remarkable, it might be worth negotiating a buyout and licensing deal. Of course, Jiang's role was only to make the introduction. His company's specialists would handle the details. As Jiang pondered this, the surrounding crowd suddenly quickened their pace, moving uniformly in one direction. He stopped a passerby to ask what was happening. A professor from Xingdu University is giving a lecture. Everyone's heading there, the person said while walking briskly. Are you here for the open day? The professor is sharing cultivation techniques. It's definitely worth attending. Although cultivation techniques weren't particularly useful to him, Jiang figured he might as well check it out since he had nothing else to do. Perhaps he might even run into Lin Mu. After thanking the passerby, he followed the crowd. Just then, a male student ahead of him suddenly stopped, raising his wrist to scan Jiang's receding figure with a beast tamer wristband. Who is Jiang Quan? A student exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Zhuochen, the only son of the Tianwanga-level beastmaster and CEO of the Jiang Group, the famous streamer with the heterochromatic flaming fish, coming here to challenge us today? The corridor outside the lecture hall at Jiangha University was packed with people. Professor Sun stood calmly at the podium, methodically explaining techniques for spatial cultivation. All the students, except Duguang, were engrossed in the lecture. For Duguang, however, the professor's discussion of the ancient method of contracting beasts was still stuck in the realm of theory. Professor Sun cleared his throat and walked over to a sheet of white paper taped to the blackboard. With a specialized wristband, the assistant projected a light screen that magnified the text on the paper, making it clearly visible to even the students in the back row. This was a mythical epic transcribed from an ancient stele in the Moluo secret realm. Having withstood the test of time, the ancient characters on it held immense research value. Now, who can read these 4 words I've circled? Professor Sun asked in a deep voice, pointing at the characters. The hall fell into silence. Even those familiar with these obscure characters hesitated to answer, fearing mistakes due to the abundance of synonymous words. In the front row, Sun Baiqian put down the ancient text he was holding, raised his composed gaze, and answered slowly but clearly, Yanjing, Huaisu, Muluo, Xianing. After a few seconds of silence, the room erupted in applause, accompanied by the sound of camera shutters. Unmoved, Sun Baiqian sat back in his seat expressionlessly. Correct. The professor nodded emphatically and continued. According to the inscription, these 4 names represent the domains of the gods of the 4 seasons. They formed pacts with emperor-level beastmasters to protect vast lands. The names of these secret realms should be familiar to you, as they appear daily in the secret realm hall of Jiangha City. Such large-scale secret realms are either the spatial remnants of ancient beastmasters who perished or formed by the folding of blue stars space. Duguang noticed something unusual. His innate ability for universal affinity was passively triggered, allowing him to sense a resonance between the transcription and the ancient text in Sun Baiqian's hands, as if they were trying to convey something. The scene shifted to the assessment association. A small wolf cub leapt nimbly into the air, turning off the projection on Lin Mu's wristband. Chunlei's previously steady expression showed a subtle change. The intelligence displayed by this little earth wolf far exceeded that of ordinary pet beasts. This little earth wolf, how was it contracted? Chunlei asked curiously. Lin Mu thought for a moment. As far as I know. Probably with sincerity. Chunlei nodded thoughtfully, then handed the wolf cub a business card with Star Thunder Dojo written on it. The back of the card contained his contact information. Xue Runian glanced at Lin Mu, who accepted the card with a hint of surprise. I'm with the dojo. Chunlei hesitated, refraining from revealing his status as the senior disciple. A student. Our dojo specializes in arc star training, but also has programs designed for wolf-type pet beasts. While this little earth wolf might not need formal training, if you ever need equipment or want to spar, feel free to visit. Just give us a call in advance. Lin Mu pocketed the card. All right, thanks. As a beast tamer, Lin Mu deeply understood the significance of dojos. These venues, which integrate teaching and training, function like private official institutions. They had to secure certification from the Beast Tamer Association to operate, and were dedicated to nurturing beast tamers in Dongguang. Only professional beast tamers of senior level or higher were qualified to establish such places. I should be thanking the little jackal, Chunlei said, waving his hand repeatedly. This battle was a valuable experience for Arc Spark. You should take them to the medical room quickly, Lin Mu suggested. Chunlei nodded and summoned a half-meter-wide array to recall Arc Spark into his beast space. Just as the referee opened the door to the battle arena, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. The person greeted the referee and introduced himself. My name is Long Long. Lin Mu and Qin Lei exchanged puzzled glances, clearly both wondering. Who was this person? What surprised them even more was the emerald-feathered parrot of Earthling level standing beside him. I hope I'm not interrupting. Long Long waved at the two. I'm here to see the little jackal. Xue Runian looked at the sudden arrival with confusion. At that moment, the small parrot flapped its wings and flew over to the little wolf pup, chirping in a melodious voice, Lord Wolf Pup. Lord Wolf Pup? What on earth is that? Xue Runian thought. Ugh, it's Lord Wolf King. The little wolf pup corrected. The emerald parrot immediately made a comical salute. Ugh. As you command, Lord Wolf King. Imitating me? The little wolf pup raised a paw and shook it threateningly. The parrot quickly retreated to the boy's side, covering its eyes with its wings and pretending to be pitiful. Help. Spare me. There's a cat attacking a bird. Long Long walked into the hall, gently patting the parrot's head as he introduced. This is my Pokemon, Emerald Parrot. I call it to you. Pokemon? Lin Mu asked, puzzled. It's just another name for pocket monsters, or pet spirits. Any tamed beast that can be stored in a space can be called a Pokemon. I think it sounds more endearing, Long Long explained. He then turned to Xue Runian. Little jackal, Xue loves to joke around. If it offended you, I can teach it a lesson. He even shook his small fist as he spoke. Hearing this, the little parrot perched on Long Long's shoulder immediately drooped its head, pretending to be dejected. Ugh, it's fine, the little wolf pup said. Little jackal says it's fine. The emerald parrot instantly perked up and leaned toward Long Long's ear to relay the message. The little wolf pup suddenly realized. With Xue around, could others now understand what it was saying? And you are? Lin Mu asked, scrutinizing the unfamiliar boy. My name is Long Long. I'm from Jiangha First High School Special Admission Class, the same class as Jiang Zhuochen. Long Long introduced himself cheerfully. Jiang Zhuochen? Young Master Jiang? Qin Lei exclaimed in surprise. You know him? That makes things easier. Long Long nodded. Yep, that Jiang young Master Jiang. Qin Lei's expression froze, and his lips twitched slightly. Although he had seen Jiang Zhuochen on TV, the young master wouldn't know him at all. As for the special admission class at First High, it was the renowned elite class in Jiang City. Who exactly is this kid? Xue Runian wondered silently. Being in the same class as Jiang Zhuochen, in the special B class. Wasn't that his future class? The little wolf pup looked up to size up his future classmate, only to realize the boy was taller than his humanoid form. It's okay. With my ears included, I'm taller than him. Xue Runian thought to himself. Long Long exclaimed excitedly, you might not know me, but I know Little Earth Wolf. I just watched the Wolf King's battle livestream this morning. Battle livestream? Qin Lei asked, puzzled. Lin Mu explained. This morning, Little Earth Wolf fought alone at Jiangda Battle Arena. Without a Beast Master's command, it defeated Sun Gusher, who challenged him. And Sun Gusher was using a transcendent level Yangshui crocodile. Qin Lei's gaze immediately turned intense as he took another look at the little wolf cub before him. Exactly. Long Long nodded enthusiastically. Sun Gusher is also in the special recruitment class. He's always silencing me in the chat. Wow, sounds like a special talent. You people are like gods. Qin Lei muttered in awe. Long Long quickly changed the subject. But that's not important right now. Did you guys just finish a battle? I'm a healer. Do you need treatment? Qin Lei summoned his arc star and said steadily, then I'll leave it to you. Long Long reached out his small hand to touch the arc star and whispered, hyper healing. This was an advanced version of accelerated healing, and a surge of powerful energy instantly enveloped the arc star. Qin Lei, sensing the arc star's astonishingly rapid recovery within his beast space, was visibly shocked. In less than 10 seconds, the arc star was fully restored. Xue Runian stared at the boy's Honda could perform beast skills without any tools. Was this a beast master talent? Where's Duguang? And who are you? Long Long turned to Lin Mu and asked. Duguang's my roommate. He went to class and asked me to look after Little Earth Wolf. Lin Mu replied, rubbing his cheek. Who's calling me? The girl's voice came from afar. Moments later, the lively Chi-Chi appeared in the monitoring room. Looks like I have to leave this time. Huh? She stood up with a smile, waved goodbye to everyone in the room, and skipped away. The monitoring staff exchanged glances, their eyes eventually landing on Min Yin. Min Yin simply narrowed his fox-like eyes and continued focusing intently on the surveillance screens. Soon, Chi-Chi arrived at the advanced training grounds. Am not late, am I? She greeted everyone with a bright smile. Woof! Xue Runian barked and Kui Yuying, the emerald parrot, promptly translated. No, you're not. Chi-Chi waved generously to everyone. Chi-Chi, a staff member of the Beastmaster Association and also a friend of the little wolf. Behind her floated her little book Spirit. Lin Mu touched his cheek, thinking to himself that the little wolf pup sure had a lot of friends. Woof! The little wolf pup looked at Chi-Chi and, through Kui Yuying, said, I'd like to borrow your little book spirit for a battle with Long Long. Is that okay? This was exactly Xue Runian's idea, though he couldn't win as a pet beast. As a beastmaster, he could command his pet beast to engage in a proper battle. Back in the Summer's secret realm, he had already noticed that Kiki's identity was anything but ordinary, and her little book spirit had left a strong impression on him. Of course. Chi-Chi pretended to think for a moment before agreeing cheerfully. She then turned and asked, "Little book spirit, are you willing to be commanded by the little wolf pup for a pet beast battle?" The little book spirit immediately flew happily around Xue Runian, its attitude crystal clear. Woof. The little wolf pup turned to Long Long. "As a beastmaster, I challenge you to a battle. Will you accept?" The moment Ying finished translating, Lin Mu and Chen Lei froze in shock, as if they had turned to stone. They silently glanced at Chi-Chi, thinking, "Is this the demeanor of the Wolf King? And you're really okay with this?" "My pet beast is a true dragon, with a species rank above the monarch level," Long Long said, raising his head to look at Chi-Chi. "Are you sure about this battle? Your pet beast might get hurt." Chi-Chi didn't respond verbally. Instead, she raised her wrist. Her Beastmaster bracelet lit up, projecting a holographic screen displaying the official rankings of the Beastmaster Association. When Lei and Lin Mu saw the rankings, they were utterly stunned. In the Transcendent Realm potential rankings for bamboo pin-type beasts, the top 30 slots were all occupied by high-tier Transcendent level ghostly pin spirits. It wasn't until further down the list that high-tier Transcendent level paper book pin spirits appeared. Yet Kiki's little book spirit, despite being mid-tier Transcendent, was ranked 77th on the Donghuang regional list. "Wow, amazing. I'm dead." Ying shrieked dramatically and dropped to the ground. Xue Runian hurriedly caught it and gently laid the little parrot on the ground. Ying closed its eyes, wearing a comically peaceful expression as if it had gracefully accepted its demise. Chi-Chi smiled and said to Long Long, "My little book boy has now advanced to a high-level Transcendent. With this strength, is it enough to face your little dragon in a battle?" Long Long nodded vigorously, and Little Dragon eagerly expressed its desire to fight against Book Boy and Lord Wolf King. "Can I watch the battle?" Lei asked excitedly. "If I miss this, I'll regret it for the rest of my life." "Of course you can." Xue Runian readily agreed. The group made their way to the advanced arena. Chi-Chi asked the previous referee if he could officiate the match again. The referee, looking at the heavily damaged arena, sighed and said, "I can, but we'll need to switch to a different arena. I'll take you to the backup one." On the way to the new arena, Lin Mu raised his wristband to scan Book Boy's information. Name, Book Boy. Attribute, ink and water. Growth level, high-level Transcendent. Species level, skills. Lin Mu wiped the sweat from his forehead, surprised that nothing could be detected. Upon reaching the new arena, Chi-Chi instructed Book Boy in front of Long Long. "For this battle, you can't use 3 officials or wild words." She then explained, "In sparring matches, Beastmasters refrain from using overly powerful movesets basic etiquette." Long Long thought for a moment and replied, "Then Little Dragon won't use Ancestral Dragon Body or Rapid Healing?" Chi-Chi added, "Book Boy's 3 officials includes 4 moves." She waited for Long Long's response. After Chi-Chi discreetly winked at the little wolf cub, Long Long reluctantly continued, "Then Little Dragon also won't use Light Wall, Holy Light Healing, or Dragon Claw?" Xue Runian jumped onto Chi-Chi's shoulder and nodded in agreement. At the new battle arena, the referee asked if they needed to use any tools. Both sides declined. The little wolf cub requested 30 minutes to prepare, saying it needed to team up with the Emerald Parrot and Chi-Chi to familiarize themselves with Book Boy skills and devise a strategy. The Emerald Parrot immediately flew onto the little wolf cub's back, offering to act as a translator. After watching Long Long's high-level assessment video, Xue Runian seemed deep in thought. That battle had been overwhelmingly one-sided. The dragon's aura dominated the entire arena, leaving its opponent unable to perform effectively. The 3-meter-long young dragon exuded an imposing presence, and its light attribute moves had exceptional restorative effects. Meanwhile, Book Boy was floating carefree above Xue Runian's head, holding a calligraphy brush. Chi-Chi, with sharp reflexes, snatched the brush away, causing Book Boy to pout in disappointment. After reviewing the skill panel, Xue Runian asked, "Are any of these moves particularly powerful?" "Yes. The ghost-type paralysis technique?" Chi-Chi answered firmly. "How powerful is it?" Chi-Chi stood with her hands on her hips, her eyes sparkling with confidence. Even a god caught in Book Boy's paralysis technique would be immobilized for 5 whole seconds. Long Long's half of the arena was enveloped in silence. Sitting calmly in his chair, Long Long maintained a focused expression. Years of teamwork had given him an intimate understanding of his dragon companion, eliminating the need for last-minute strategies. Suddenly, a youthful voice came from the beast space. "Shu, I can hear everything. What did you hear?" Long Long lowered his voice and asked. That scribe doll's immobilization spell, it can freeze even gods for 5 seconds, the dragon-like beast answered seriously. Then all we need to do is avoid getting hit. Long Long's eyes lit up as he clapped his hands. Once it casts the immobilization spell, we'll start moving. On the other side of the arena, Xue Runian gazed at the scribe doll floating in midair and softly asked, can you perform combo moves? The scribe doll shook its head and floated over to Chi-Chi's side. The little wolf cub sighed softly. Chi-Chi, holding a large calligraphy brush, traced a line in the air. Here's a list of all the scribe doll's available skills. Ink strokes can materialize, and word magic can amplify almost any ability, though it consumes a significant amount of energy. After a moment of thought, Xue Runian let out a few soft calls, then turned to the emerald-feathered parrot with a determined look. Got it. Mission accepted. The parrot stood upright with confidence. In the rest area, Chun-Lei turned to Lin Mu. That beastmaster with the little wolf cub, are they planning to participate in the Rookie King tournament? Lin Mu glanced at the motionless wristband and replied in a wistful tone, who knows? Asking the little wolf cub might be more effective than asking him. The two were there because Chi-Chi had kicked them out, citing secret tactics that can't be revealed. In the player tunnel, the little wolf cub walked with his chest puffed out, striding confidently with precise steps. His vertical pupils seemed to reflect a galaxy. Lin Mu was momentarily stunned when serious. The Wolf King did indeed look striking. Chi-Chi trailed half a step behind, while the scribe doll floated behind Xue Runian, clutching its calligraphy brush and leaving a long trail of ink in the air, as if surrounded by a constellation of stars. Just as the atmosphere reached a peak, Chi-Chi suddenly began humming the wedding march. Dun, 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 dun. The little wolf cub froze mid-step. The match is about to start. This BGM is so inappropriate. In the monitoring room, a staff member frowned in confusion. Isn't using the association's arena without permission against the rules? Chi-Chi has clearance. Min Yin replied with a squint, his gaze fixed on the screen. The current Dragon Master of the East Sea Dragon Palace, Long Long. The enigmatic potential of the scribe doll, and the mysterious command skills of the little wolf cub who would emerge victorious? On the arena floor, Chi-Chi unfolded a chair, set it up, then jumped out of the ring and waved to the scribe doll. Good luck. Two'll do my best, the scribe doll replied. The little wolf cub leapt onto the command platform, surveying the entire field and locking eyes with Long Long. Long Long scrutinized the scribe doll carefully, fully aware that a rental battle demanded exceptional adaptability. As he observed his opponent skillfully directing the dragon, he began formulating his own countermeasures. But, with little Earth Wolf's power at the awakening realm, can it really command Little Bookkeeper? Long Long couldn't help but worry about the young wolf cub. After all, Little Bookkeeper was a high-tier extraordinary pet. Without a Beastmaster contract, relying solely on the wolf cub's strength to control it seemed like a daunting task. On the battle arena, Little Bookkeeper floated gracefully, its brush writing the words "hello" in the air, which slowly faded away. The small parrot nimbly landed on Xue Runian's back. The wolf cub barked at Little Bookkeeper. Wu Green Feather Parrot, just do your best. It's okay if you lose if you can't win. Just play dead. Little Bookkeeper nodded seriously, while Xue Runian sighed helplessly. I didn't ask you to translate every single word. After the battle, I'll heal Little Bookkeeper, I promise. Long Long raised a small hand in assurance. Xue Runian nodded lightly in acknowledgement. The referee glanced at both sides, confirming they were ready. Once prepared, electromagnetic waves enveloped the entire arena. Given the level of this battle, even the referee dared not let their guard down. Battle begin. With the referee's command, a powerful aura suddenly erupted. Little dragon, if you win, more sleep time for you. Long Long extended a hand. Cheers echoed from the space around them. Yay! A Beastmaster formation, 5 meters in diameter, unfolded instantly, its base inscribed with the ancient totem of a primordial dragon, occupying nearly half of the arena. A thunderous dragon roar shook the entire venue, and a pale, jade-like true dragon emerged. Its shimmering scales radiated brilliance, exuding an aura that was both lethal and breathtakingly perfect. This was a holy light dragon, a dragon and light attribute creature, classified as a mid-tier extraordinary species, ranked above the Dominator class. Though it was merely a 3-meter-long juvenile, its presence was enough to inspire awe. Dragon's might. With Long Long's mental command, fierce winds howled, the air trembled, and an invisible wave of oppressive force swept across the entire arena. In the monitoring room, everyone stared in shock at the scene. The terrifying pressure spread in an instant, leaving even the high-level Beastmaster referee unsteady on their feet, causing them to collapse to the ground. I haven't offended any of you, the referee quickly clarified. While direct attacks on Beastmasters were prohibited in battles, intimidation techniques were an exception, capable of breaking the opponent's fighting spirit at its core. Little Bookkeeper clutched its brush tightly, pushed back 2 meters by the dragon's might. The wolf cub's pupils contracted sharply, and it involuntarily took a step back. The protective barrier of the advanced arena seemed almost useless. Even though Xue Runian's will was firm, a fleeting moment of hesitation surfaced in their heart amidst the overwhelming pressure. For Xue Runian, the scene before him was utterly unbelievable. The little wolf cub who once faced the fierce gaze of the Yangshui crocodile without flinching had now completely changed. He had to admit the cub was truly frightened. In the center of the arena, the bookboy doll stood with focused determination, holding its brush behind its back as the storm-like pressure of the dragon's might swept over its paper-thin body. Not only did it refuse to retreat, but it also unleashed a fierce force of energy to counteract the onslaught, creating a balance of power that was astonishingly even. Min Yin watched intently, his gaze burning with curiosity. The little bookboy seemed almost unaffected by the dragon's overwhelming aura. How much had Chi-Chi invested in its development? Or perhaps it had faced opponents of such formidable strength in the past to hone such unshakable resolve. The brush in the bookboy's hand shimmered with a bamboo green hue, adorned with 9 vivid emerald rings, each radiating a lush and vibrant glow. This far surpassed the standard 2 or 3 rings typically seen on an ordinary bookboy. On the sidelines, Chen Lei was forced to summon his arc star, lowering his head, closing his eyes, and shielding himself with his arm to barely withstand the residual waves of the dragon's might. Lin Mu struggled to keep his eyes open, staring in shock at the unfolding spectacle. With swift movements, the bookboy brandished its brush, and a single inverted cloud character materialized in midair. The character vanished in an instant and then reappeared above the holy light dragon's head, hitting its target with unerring precision. The ink-black glyph coalesced into dark chains, locking tightly around the dragon's ankles and causing its massive body to sink suddenly. At that moment, Xue Yuing called out sharply, "Bookboy, curse word, shackles of sin." Immediately, 3 of the glowing rings on the brush dimmed. The control room erupted in astonishment. After all, the little wolf cub hadn't issued any command. Yet, Xue Yuing had accurately named the technique. This was a pre-battle agreement. While the bookboy could resist the dragon's aura, its beastmaster could still be affected. Xue Runian had once declared firmly, "If I become compromised, stick to the plan, don't worry about me. Long. Use purification." The holy light dragon began channeling its purifying energy, but the dark shackles suddenly flickered with an eerie light, forcibly interrupting the skill. The dragon let out a muffled groan, as though its energy had been abruptly stifled. From below the stage, Chi-Chi chuckled lightly and explained, "The curse shackles conceal any of the opponent's skills, including purification." Lin Mu was about to ask how to counter it, but Chun Lei quickly signaled him to stay silent, wary of being overheard by their opponents. The little wolf cub, now regaining its composure, found its resolve once more. With a steady gaze, it issued a command, "Wu, use substitute." The bookboy's paper-like body twisted slightly, splitting into 2 identical forms. Each held an identical brush, with matching numbers and brightness of rings, as they floated to opposite sides of the arena. "Since it can't be solved, let's just leave it for now." Long decisively gave up pondering. Top-tier beast tamers often use the simplest commands. The holy light dragon received the order and sprang into action. It soared into the air, its scales slicing through the atmosphere with a sharp sonic boom as it locked onto a small scribe and dove straight down. Xue Runian watched the battle closely, as though time had slowed in that moment. Just as the holy light dragon was about to strike, 2 small scribes simultaneously raised their brushes, summoning thick streams of ink that formed towering water columns, engulfing the entire arena. Even with the referee extending their sensory range to the limit, it was nearly impossible to track the ink's trajectory. However, the holy light dragon had already anticipated this move. It understood the little wolf pup's command even before the emerald parrot could translate. Without hesitation, it activated burrow and disappeared underground. Witnessing this, Xue Runian couldn't help but show a peculiar expression. Was a mighty true dragon really using the technique of a land beast? If it works, it works. Long retorted unapologetically. With a thunderous roar, the holy light dragon erupted from the ground, closing in on one of the small scribes. Yet its opponent remained undaunted. The 2 scribes waved their brushes in unison, creating a massive vortex of energy in midair that coalesced into 2 vividly lifelike ink dragons. These replicas not only mirrored the holy light dragon's form perfectly but also shimmered with an icy, crystalline glow on their scales. The standoff among the 3 dragons left Lin Mu and Chi-Chi utterly dumbfounded. Before they could react, the ink dragons lunged at the holy light dragon. "Tail whip, go head-to-head," Long commanded decisively. With a single powerful strike, the holy light dragon shattered the nearest ink dragon into pieces, its momentum carrying it forward to crush one of the scribes, leaving spiderweb-like cracks on the arena floor. But in that moment, alarm bells rang in Longlong's mind. Wrong guess. It's the other one. The second ink dragon seized the opportunity and slammed into the holy light dragon with full force. Though it only left cracks on a few scales, the icy energy embedded within began to sap the holy light dragon's strength, slowing its movements. The holy light dragon retaliated with a swift blow, sending the true frost ink dragon flying out of the arena. Arcstar enthusiastically charged forward to finish it off but was rebounded by the immense impact, stumbling back to its tamer in a daze. Still want to charge? Chinlei asked helplessly. Arcstar shook its head vigorously, spinning its entire body in the process. As a ghost-type pet with weak physical attributes, stacking negative statuses is Little Bookkeeper's ultimate weapon. Long Long's voice echoed from the sidelines, "Attack it! Victory is within reach." Although destroying the decoy would cause some damage to its main body, Little Bookkeeper was already at its limit. Meanwhile, as a holy light dragon, its stats were more than double those of ordinary pets. Howl! The little wolf cub let out a low growl. Immobilization spell. The emerald parrot followed up with an attack. The holy light dragon attempted to dodge but was struck, its body freezing in place. Suddenly, an inverted cloud materialized, forming a second binding curse around the dragon's neck, sealing its dragon aura completely. He's lying. There's no immobilization spell. The holy light dragon conveyed its shock to its master through their bond. Rewind to the tactical planning phase. Even gods can be immobilized for 5 seconds. Chi-Chi's voice was firm. The little wolf cub looked to her, awaiting further instruction. While there was indeed no immobilization spell in the move list, Chi-Chi waved the oversized brush she had confiscated. Riding in the air, Little Bookkeeper can't use immobilization spells. Her gaze swept over to Long Long before exchanging a knowing glance with Xue Runian. The little wolf cub instantly understood. Oh, mission accepted. The emerald parrot responded without hesitation. The glowing aura of the brush dimmed further, leaving only 2 faint rings of light. Xue Runian's sharp eyes gleamed. Oh, war. Little Bookkeeper slowly raised the brush, beginning to write in the air. Stop it. Use the dragon tail for a close-range attack. Long Long commanded. He was gambling betting that Little Bookkeeper couldn't deliver a fatal blow. Even burdened with 3 negative statuses, the holy light dragon charged toward Little Bookkeeper with unstoppable momentum. As the dragon tail slammed down, Little Bookkeeper's fragile paper-like body shattered instantly, its remaining stamina completely depleted. However, the final ink-black strike pierced through the holy light dragon's body, sending its massive form flying 5 meters away. The match is over. Minion couldn't help but shout. The little wolf cub squinted, watching the battlefield. The ink-like effects, no longer sustained by energy, slowly dissipated into nothingness. 1 second, 2 seconds passed. The holy light dragon flapped its wings, soaring proudly into the air, its gaze fixed on its dragon rider. The referee blew the whistle. The match is over. The holy light dragon proudly displayed its wings. Little dragon, you're out of bounds, Long Long said, covering his face in exasperation. Question mark. The holy light dragon froze in confusion. Chun Lei calmly analyzed. Little Bookkeeper is unable to fight, and the holy light dragon stepped out of bounds. Is it a draw? He glanced at Chi-Chi. Or do we decide based on the order of events? Chi-Chi shook her head and turned her attention to a crack in the field that had been overlooked by everyone. There, a dull, green-feathered brush floated shakily in the air. Suddenly, the final faint ring of light at its base glowed with a vibrant green brilliance. Xue Runian's lips curled into a smile. I told you, if we can't win, we'll play dead. The referee announced loudly, the winner, Little Bookkeeper and the little wolf cub. The truth was finally revealed. What the holy light dragon shattered from the beginning was actually the substitute of the little scribe. The true form of the little scribe, the brush, had already dimmed all its light and was lying motionless on the arena, feigning death. It had been secretly controlling the substitute to fight the holy light dragon all along. Even the inverted cloud-shaped rune was stealthily written by the brush itself from within the cracks, merely using the special effects overhead to deceive everyone's eyes. The outcome was now clear. The dragon shattered the substitute and fell out of bounds, while the little scribe's true form remained within the arena. This duel was a victory for the little scribe. The referee struggled to his feet, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He mustered all his strength to loudly announce the results of the match, then withdrew his electromagnetic control ability with a bitter smile. He shakily descended from the platform, trembling like someone with Parkinson's disease. Experiencing the dragon's might firsthand, he couldn't help but sigh. This experience could easily serve as the final question in professional referee exams. Today's match felt less like a test for Beastmasters and more like a trial for the referee himself. He made a silent resolution. After today, he would take the advanced referee certification exam, not for the pay, but to honor the rarity of this experience. In the surveillance room, the intense shock left the staff in a daze. One of them remarked that in months of working here, they had never witnessed such an incredible duel, and now their mind felt completely numb. Min Yin stared at the screen and couldn't help but exclaim, "Incredible! This strategy is genius," and the little scribe actually dared to use it. Even the frost dragon created by the ink was fakey. It didn't block any damage, relying instead on the true form to endure the dragon's tail. This strategy was practically handing their life over to the opponent. This kind of near-blind trust must have been built up bit by bit in the daily interactions between Beastmaster Chi-Chi and the little scribe. After finishing his thought, he clenched the beast ball in his hand, let out a long sigh, and left the surveillance room. On the advanced battle stage, Chun Lei appeared calm, but the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Lin Mu's hands trembled as she typed on her Beastmaster wristband, writing and deleting repeatedly before ultimately sending a string of exclamation marks. Duguang, do something! Lord Wolf King has gone berserk. The green-feathered parrot hopped onto the arena, but instead of flying with its wings, it crawled on its belly, giving off an oddly absurd yet comical vibe. The young wolf cub looked at it and suddenly recalled a joke. Someone wanted to buy a parrot, and the shopkeeper said, "Don't buy it, it's seriously ill." The person replied, "If it's not seriously ill, why would I even want it?" Honestly though, the bird did seem pretty happy. Long Long immediately commanded, "Xiaolong, super speed healing." The holy light dragon, burdened with 2 heavy chains of guilt, landed with a thunderous impact that shook the entire venue. Under the blessing of light energy, its injuries quickly began to heal. In truth, Xiaolong still had enough stamina to continue fighting. It was merely disqualified for stepping out of bounds. Without waiting for Long Long's orders, Xiaolong flew over to the little scribe's true form and unleashed its holy light healing, even taking a moment to heal the referee. The brilliant pillar of light enveloped them, showcasing a unique move of the holy light dragon, one that could both restore and purify. The greenish halo of the large brush gradually faded, returning to its original brown-gray hue, and the paper-made book assistant reappeared before them. Chi-Chi approached with a smile, gently patting the little assistant's head in encouragement. "Can the chains of guilt on the dragon be removed now?" Long Long asked. Xue Runian stepped down from the command seat and, being short in stature, had to leap onto Lin Mu's shoulder. The little wolf cub gazed at the 2 pitch-black shackles on the holy light dragon, as if recalling something, his body trembling slightly before shaking his head vigorously. Was determined never to attempt such a technique. "Of course," Chi-Chi replied. The little assistant waved the brush, and the 2 shackles dissolved into ink, merging into the brush and vanishing. "Oh, increasing weight is just the most basic use. Besides restricting techniques, the curse chains have many other functions." Chi-Chi turned to the wolf cub, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "I feel like you're hinting at something, but I have no proof. And don't look at me, I'm not using it," the wolf cub said warily. "Is there a way to break this technique?" Lin Mu pressed. "Could you tell us?" Chun Lei asked calmly. "Of course," Chi-Chi said nonchalantly. "There are many solutions. The simplest is to inject enough energy to make the cursed chains burst." "That's simple," Lin Mu said, stunned. "Roar." The holy light dragon responded softly. Long Long, sitting in the rest area, cupped the climbing emerald-feathered parrot in his hands and looked up to ask, "How much energy is needed to break it?" "Just 5 times the energy of the cursed chains," Chi-Chi replied with a smile after pretending to think for a moment. "A regular book assistant's brush only has 2 or 3 energy rings. But this is a 3-ring cursed chain Yuri, asking someone to use 5 times that energy to break it?" Xue Runian exclaimed in shock. "Well, the little dragon could indeed break it during battle, but the energy consumption would be too high to justify," Long Long analyzed seriously. Chun Lei silently pondered. "Just the energy levels alone highlight the gap between the arc star and dragonkind." Long Long unfolded a massive summoning circle, retrieving the little dragon back into its space, and sent a mental message, "You can rest now." He then turned to Chi-Chi, speaking like a mature adult. "Thank you for showing mercy, little assistant." Chi-Chi waved it off. "Your holy light dragon didn't use any light-based techniques either. It's perfectly normal for the dragons of the East, see Dragon Palace, to summon wind and rain fairs fair." At the Jang University lecture hall, the bell signaling the end of class rang, and the students filed out in an orderly manner, respectfully passing by Professor Sunday. Just as Sun Baiqian was about to leave, the professor called out to him. "Sun Baiqian, please stay for a moment. I'd like to discuss the deciphering of the ruins with you," the professor said, his brows relaxing. A low murmur of surprise rippled through the room. It was every student's dream to receive guidance from the professor. And now, Sun Baiqian had been personally invited by the professor, who even used the word discuss. "Oh," Sun Baiqian responded calmly, closing the ancient book in his hands and walking forward under the envious gazes of his peers. Meanwhile, Duguang, still seated in the second row, stared at the string of exclamation marks flooding his Beastmaster bracelet. all sent by Lin Mu. Spamming. Lin Mu quickly replied. Wolf King just obliterated the true dragon. Duguang paused for a moment before decisively initiating a video call. The instant the screen lit up, he immediately noticed the little wolf cub on Lin Mu's shoulder, safe and sound, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As the video fully connected, the lively scene before his eyes left him slightly surprised. Chi beamed brightly at the screen. Beside her, Long excitedly raised his small hand. Duguang, nice to meet you. I'm Long, a dragon tamer. And now, I'm friends with the Wolf King. Duguang was momentarily speechless at this. He was, of course, familiar with the title of dragon tamer, but the person in front of him seemed far too young for such a status. Long, brimming with enthusiasm, continued, just now, the little wolf acted as a beastmaster and commanded Chi-Chi's little scribe to defeat the little dragon. The scribe, fluttering nimbly in the air, nodded vigorously in agreement. That was a battle of extraordinary high-level skills. Chi declared with her hands on her hips, her tone full of pride. Duguang's gaze shifted to the little wolf cub. This creature always managed to surprise and occasionally alarm him. The wolf cub turned its head away, avoiding Duguang's eyes, and said haughtily, now you see, don't you? Being able to form a contract with me is the best deal you've ever made. Impressive, truly impressive, Duguang said sincerely, marveling. Chun-Lei was about to speak when Chi cut him off with a wave of her hand. He's not important, she said, leaving Chun-Lei helpless while she wore a triumphant look as she lowered her hand. And your name? Duguang asked politely. Chun. My name's Chun-Lei. I'm a student at the Xinglei Dojo. I lost to the little wolf in the intermediate beastmaster assessment today, Chun-Lei replied. Duguang nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, Long raised his hand again and said, oh, by the way, I sent you a friend request on your wristband and forget to accept it. Duguang was about to agree casually when he suddenly remembered his new neighbor Xue Runian's serious remark from the previous night. Your friend slots are too valuable. I can't afford one. A twinge of guilt surfaced, and he touched his nose before giving a simple reply. All right. As the group was chatting happily, a round of applause suddenly echoed from the doorway. A man with fox-like eyes walked in, clapping his hands and smiling. What a spectacular match. The room fell silent instantly, leaving only the little scribe fluttering back and forth in the air. And you are? Lin Mu asked cautiously. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Min Yin, an administrator with the Jianghe City Assessment Association. I've been observing all of you from the monitoring room for quite some time, the man said, noticing Xue Runian's wary expression. He quickly raised his hands to show he meant no harm. I have no intention of causing you any trouble. Dragon Tamer, Wolf King, it's just that your performance during the assessment was so exceptional. I couldn't resist coming to meet you. Min Yin extended a business card, which Lin Mu took and saw was printed with the logo of the 5th Bureau of Dongwang. Just as Min Yin reached out, Long suddenly stood up but swayed unsteadily, overcome with dizziness. Min Yin reacted swiftly and caught him. What happened? Everyone turned their worried gazes toward Long. Long has low blood sugar. Quick, give him some candy. The parrot-like Chui Yuing squawked in alarm. Min Yin helped Long into a chair. Lin Mu was about to summon a Beastmaster's formation, but Long had already fished a few candies out of his pocket and popped them into his mouth. His pale face regained a bit of color. Are you all right? Lin Mu asked with concern. I'm fine. I just got up too quickly and skipped lunch. I'll be okay after a short rest, Long replied, then turned to Min Yin and said, thank you. Don't mention it, Min Yin said, studying Lin Mu. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a pack of cigarettes. Want one? Lin Mu froze for a moment, caught off guard by the offer. Xue Runian politely declined. No, I've quit. Min Yin nodded understandingly and put the cigarette back in his pocket. Xue Runian quietly observed Min Yin's every move, displaying remarkable perceptiveness. Min Yin turned to meet Xue Runian's gaze directly, speaking with a serious tone. Little Coyote, Wolf King, your potential far exceeds everyone's expectations. As the assessment administrator, I must inform you that the honor badge of the Jianghe City Beastmaster Association hasn't been awarded to anyone in a very long time. The entire venue fell silent at these words, and even Duguang in the video stopped speaking. Lin Mu gaped in astonishment. An honor badge? Really? In Donghuang, every city's Beastmaster Association has its own unique honor badge. It represents not only a symbol of great honor and status, but also grants its holder special privileges at Beastmaster Associations and secret realm halls across the region. The little wolf cub looked at Min Yin in confusion. Woof? The emerald parrot immediately translated. So, what does that mean? Min Yin smiled and explained. For the standard advanced Beastmaster assessment, the opponent is at the extraordinary advanced level. However, considering that you are currently at awakening level 9, I can use my authority to slightly adjust the assessment rules. If you're willing to proceed with the test, He paused. You only need to last more than one round against my beast to pass. Min Yin tossed out a beast ball, and a shrimp-like beast, about half a meter long, appeared in the arena. Chi-Chi furrowed her brows slightly, clearly recognizing the extraordinary nature of this beast. As long as you can go one round against this extraordinary Mitir mantis shrimp, Min Yin said with a faint smile, they'll consider your assessment successful and award you the Zhanghe City badge. What do you think? Just as the little wolf cub was about to agree, Duguang's voice suddenly rang out sternly from the video. Little coyote? No, don't fight him. Duguang took a deep breath, his tone heavy. Little coyote, the beast in front of you is capable of throwing a punch in just 5 milliseconds, with a maximum speed exceeding 80 kilometers per hour, an instantaneous acceleration of over 100,000 meters per second squared, and a punch that can generate a temperature surpassing the surface of the sun. This is the one-punch shrimp, the peacock-tailed mantis shrimp. The atmosphere fell into a dead silence. Even Lin Mu, who had initially wanted the little wolf cub to take on the challenge, quietly closed his mouth, his expression conflicted. It was only now that he realized that not only was this legendary beast an overwhelming opponent, but even a standard advanced assessment would be beyond the little wolf cub's current capabilities. Duguang's voice was almost pleading. Little coyote, don't do it. Xue Runian remained silent for a moment before softly saying, Awu, they'll think about it. Min Yin maintained his smile. Of course, take your time. With that, he walked to the other side of the arena, leaving Qinlei, Lin Mu, and Long Long exchanging uncertain glances. Chi-Chi nudged Qinlei and Long Long toward the resting area. Come on, come on. After watching 2 battles, I'm exhausted. Let's take a break. Once they were farther away, she lowered her voice and said to the two, including this morning, Little Coyote has already fought 4 consecutive battles today. Let's give him some space to think and not pressure him. The emerald parrot perched on Lin Mu's head, tilting its head as it examined the little wolf cub on the table. The password is the same as the tablet, Lin Mu said. Xue Runian sat crouched on the table, staring at the phone's lock screen while papering a towering ancient tree. With a light tap of its paw, it entered the 8-digit password to unlock the phone. On the table, the Beastmaster wristband on Lin Mu's arm lit up, projecting a light screen. In the image, Duguang silently watched the wolf cub. Xue Runian carefully watched a science video about the mantis shrimp. After finishing, the wolf cub looked up at Duguang, letting out a dissatisfied whimper. After the emerald parrot translated, Duguang gently asked, What did I say to deceive you? The wolf cub opened its mouth, then closed it again, repeating this several times before lying flat on the table and grudgingly admitting, whimper, Fine, you didn't lie. Everything you said is true, but the mantis shrimp's punch reaching 20,000 C is indeed impressive, Duguang explained, but it's like the spark generator in a lighter. Its instantaneous voltage can exceed 20,000 volts, but it isn't lethal. While the energy density of the mantis shrimp's punch is incredibly high, the total energy is quite small. The cavitation bubbles and sonoluminescence it creates in water go through complex processes to achieve such a terrifying temperature, but the duration is only on the picosecond scale. In reality, the destructive power of such a temperature isn't as devastating as imagined. If it truly maintained 20,000 C, not only the opponent but the mantis shrimp itself would be vaporized. Xue Runian took a light breath and continued scrolling through the video. On the screen, a mid-tier extraordinary mantis shrimp was battling a high-tier extraordinary rhino elephant. The massive rhino elephant was knocked to the ground with a single punch, letting out a weak, pitiful cry. Its thick hide was punctured, and its bones were completely shattered. The mantis shrimp is a burst-damage pet, Duguang analyzed earnestly. It relies on extremely high instant damage to defeat opponents in a single round. In the extraordinary realm, it's undeniably invincible in direct confrontations. Little Wolf, you're currently only at Awakening level 9. While you're skilled in tactics and timing, to pass the test, you'll have to face it hidden for at least one round. And it only needs 0.02 seconds to throw a punch. Lin Mu reached out and took the stunned emerald parrot off his head. The little parrot, having finished watching the video, finally snapped out of it. It suddenly spread its wings and let out a piercing cry, Lord Wolf Cub, please don't do anything reckless. Touching the scar on his cheek, Lin Mu remained silent. He finally understood why the honor badge was so rare because no one could meet the requirements. Xue Runian's eyes flickered with hesitation. The solution was actually exceptionally simple, yet the little wolf cub was still caught in deep uncertainty. Xue Runian trembled slightly as he stood up, his eyes fixed on the text displayed on the large screen. Name, Peacock Mantis Shrimp. Attribute, Combat. Growth level, Intermediate Extraordinary. Special move, Inch Punch Heaven Splitter. At the other end of the battle arena, Min Yin sat motionless. The referee approached Xue Runian, frowning slightly. Are you really confident about this match? Even if you're giving away the honor badge, there's no need to rush. The fox-eyed man chuckled softly. Of course I am. With little wolf pup's defensive capabilities. Grievously injured and near death, right? The referee interrupted. Min Yin paused for a moment before replying slowly. The assessment I set up naturally includes a solution. If little wolf pup is unwilling, he can refuse. The choice is his. The referee shook his head and walked away. If they truly wanted to give a choice, they wouldn't have dangled the honor badge as bait after the advanced Beastmaster rank. Sighing deeply, Min Yin stroked the standardized portable battle beast ball pouch. If all the clues didn't point to you, I wouldn't want to investigate you either, little wolf pup. Duguang noticed the hesitation in the wolf pup's eyes and tried to dissuade him again. Little wolf pup, I don't want to become an advanced beast master anymore. Xue Runian shook his head, his gaze regaining its determination. He longed for this battle, but not for Duguang's advanced beast master status. That honor would never truly belong to him. With just one more victory, he could awaken his own beast master talent. The wolf pup's clear eyes turned toward the advanced arena. He wasn't just going to complete the assessment. He was determined to win. In this world brimming with extraordinary powers, no secret could remain hidden for long. He had to grow stronger quickly. As for the honor badge, he'd let Duguang keep it as a toy. Howl. Xue Runian turned to Lin Mu, softly reminding him to prepare the tools, then began striding toward the battle platform. Little wolf pup, I don't want the honor badge. Duguang shouted. The wolf pup paused but didn't look back. He let out a faint whimper and said, if you don't want it, toss it away. The emerald-feathered parrot was about to speak, but was held back. Lin Mu's expression was extremely complicated. In the resting area, Chunlei and Long Long stood up simultaneously. In the monitoring room, everyone crowded together, their eyes glued to the screen. The referee stepped onto his platform, holding a small red flag at the ready. That small snow-white figure, barely larger than a palm, stepped alone onto the cracked battle stage. Opposite him, Min Yin was already waiting at the command station. Go, Wolf King! Go, little wolf pup! Go, Wolf King! Go, little wolf pup! Cheers erupted one after another. Kiki's brush danced in the air, sketching out the massive words, Go, Wolf King, in calligraphy. The wolf pup stopped in his tracks, turning to look at everyone. His eyes glimmered with light. On the screen, Duguang also smiled softly and said, Go, Wolf King! Howl! The wolf pup called out to the crowd. Believe in me, you'll win. Taking a deep breath, Xue Runian gradually steadied his emotions. He crouched slightly, an invisible aura rising around him, and his gaze sharpened. One day, he would let the world know that the snow god was still, and would always be, the snow god. Min Yin stood at the command post, clad in a grayish-blue shirt paired with a flowing cape, his sharp gaze fixed on the young wolf cub in the arena. Finally getting serious, are we, Lord Wolf King? Min Yin narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. Let the assessment begin. The referee raised both hands high, and Chunlei's electric arc star slammed into the ground with a thunderous crash. Since this wasn't a formal battle, there was no need to adhere strictly to the rules. The arena trembled as the match officially commenced. Min Yin moved decisively, sweeping his cape aside and retrieving a beast ball from his waist. Go! Rainbow mantis shrimp. A flash of light revealed a striking red battle beast on the field. Its massive raptorial appendages, capable of withstanding hundreds of megapascals of pressure, were raised high. Its half-meter-long body was covered in antennae, scales, and a gleaming thoracic shell. Its compound eyes refracted a rainbow of colors, and its unique exoskeleton shimmered like a precious gemstone under the lights. The rainbow mantis shrimp glared fiercely at the wolf cub across from it, its eyes full of disdain. You think you're my opponent? Ha, you're too weak. I doubt you could even take one of my punches. The mantis shrimp vibrated its body, unleashing a deafening boom that reverberated through the air, striking like a heavy hammer against everyone's hearts. Duguang's expression turned grave. The level of cultivation for this rainbow mantis shrimp was terrifying. In the monitoring room, staff members collectively gasped, all pondering the same question. How could this possibly be dealt with? This is why you never see rainbow mantis shrimps in novels about mutated catastrophes, Chunlei explained in a low voice. A mutated, supergiant mantis shrimp could destroy the Great Wall with a single punch. Did you just look that up? Chi-Chi silently glanced at Chunlei. As the mantis shrimp's appendages contracted, a sharp cracking sound echoed, causing the surrounding space to tremble. These fists had cost Min Yin millions in resources, forged using large quantities of level 3 red iron ore, making them harder than even some metal-type battle beasts. Prepare for a focused punch. Min Yin fixed his full attention on the wolf cub, his stance tense, ready to counter any advanced skills the opponent might unleash. On the platform, the wolf cub quietly closed its eyes. Its snow-white fur moved without wind, rippling like ocean waves and radiating a divine glow. No one at the time realized the gravity of the situation. Xue Runian lowered its wolfish head, a deep, predatory growl emanating from its throat. Min Yin abruptly sensed something was wrong. Wait, this isn't just acting cute. An invisible pressure instantly engulfed the entire platform. The once bright arena seemed shrouded in shadow as the air grew heavy and the temperature plummeted. From the earth below, an overwhelming force was awakening. Boom. The referee let out a muffled grunt. The electromagnetic field he had set up across the arena was obliterated by some terrifying power in an instant. The sensory beast in his beast space rolled its eyes and fainted on the spot. Min Yan's breath caught, and his mind buzzed as if struck by a thunderclap. What is this? Xue Runian slowly opened his eyes, and in that instant, the entire world seemed to shift. The light in everyone's vision vanished abruptly, replaced by an all-encompassing, profound darkness. Suddenly, a white wolf silhouette materialized before them. Its slender limbs glimmered like crystal under the moonlight, exuding a chilling radiance. Piercing blue vertical pupils scanned the crowd, carrying an aura of regal dominance. A fierce wind howled across the arena, sweeping through with an unstoppable force. The mantis shrimp on the opposing side began to tremble uncontrollably, as though it could feel the oppressive power of an ancient bloodline. Chun Lei's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend the sight before him. This was unmistakably the pinnacle of intimidation techniques, the very wolf's majesty he had once witnessed from the young dragon. What shocked everyone even more was what came next. The young wolf unleashed an overload ability. Energy surged wildly, causing the air in the arena to tremble violently. Frost rapidly spread, encasing the entire battlefield. Alarms blared incessantly in the monitoring room as instruments issued frantic warnings. Energy levels exceeded. Level 2 orange alert. Possible beast incursion detected. The staff scrambled to check the equipment, only to find everything functioning normally. Min Yin stared at the scene in astonishment, realizing that this was no longer a mere level 9 awakened wolf pup. It had transformed into a true apex predator. As the wolf pup took a heavy step forward, the entire arena seemed to quake. In the blink of an eye, its figure flashed behind the mantis shrimp. Min Yin immediately activated his Beastmaster ability, commanding, blink step, open sky. The mantis shrimp spun around swiftly, its razor-sharp appendages striking toward its opponent. Illusion and reality intertwined as the image of a wolf king emerged around the young wolf, brimming with overwhelming earth element energy, delivering its most powerful blow. The moment the two attacks collided, the entire arena shattered with a deafening crash, and the shockwave reverberated like thunder. When the dust settled, the young wolf stood shakily, while the mantis shrimp had been driven deep into the wall, completely incapacitated. Ugh, this move is called earth-shattering mountain collapse, the young wolf said weakly. Lin Mu silently took out a companion scarf and gently tied it around the wolf pup's neck. This Tier 2 artifact carried his heartfelt wish. When you're utterly exhausted, trust that the strength of your companions will guide you forward. The referee declared the young wolf's victory. At that moment, Xue Runian's paw lightly trembled, and a voice sounded, "You've awakened the Beastmaster talent." Min Yin handed the beast ball to the referee, speaking in an exhausted tone, "Take it to the medical room." The referee accepted the beast ball, his expression complicated as he glanced at the unconscious pet beast inside. Muttering to himself, he said, "I should go to the medical room too, to heal the pet beast, and myself." He looked up at the sky with a distant gaze. Never thought a simple referee job could become so dangerous. They really need to raise the salary. In one corner of the field, the emerald parrot was excitedly mimicking, "Wolf pup Lord Moo." Before it could finish, Long Long grabbed it swiftly. "Stop mimicking my bad words." The little parrot, its beak covered, could only let out muffled MMPH sounds. Chi Chi poked Chun Lei's arm and asked softly, "You mentioned before that if the field gets destroyed, someone has to pay for it, right?" Chun Lei froze for a moment, staring at the now ruined advanced arena. His breath hitched as his hand instinctively tightened around his wallet. Luckily, Min Yin stepped in to resolve the issue. "The repair cost will be covered by the Examination Association." Only then did Chun Lei let out a sigh of relief and nodded calmly. Xue Runian still stood amidst the devastated field. The overload on his body had heightened his sensitivity, making the soft touch of the scarf around him unusually distinct. However, the scarf, infused with his companion's healing energy, was now completely depleted. The little wolf pup bit onto the scarf, forcing itself to take a couple of steps before stumbling and collapsing into a heap, wrapped entirely in the scarf. At that moment, the Beastmaster's wristband emitted a low battery warning. Duguang turned to Lin Mu and said, "Go check on the little wolf." Lin Mu, typically reluctant to move, immediately got up and walked briskly over, reaching out to help untangle the scarf. "Ugh, don't touch me." The little wolf pup weakly and nervously protested. With its genetically enhanced body and heightened sensitivity, It feared losing control of its instincts. After the emerald parrot translated its words, Lin Mu recoiled his hand as if shocked. Min Yen stepped forward to analyze. This kind of large-scale explosive technique, unlike the continuous strikes of a mantis shrimp, could result in a severe period of weakness and side effects. Since it doesn't want to be touched, we shouldn't force it. Duguang expressed his gratitude to Min Yin, while Long Long had already raised its hands, casting 3 consecutive, holy light healing spells. Golden beams of light descended from the sky, parting the surrounding crowd and enveloping Xue Runian in a radiant glow of restoration. This unique skill not only healed injuries but also purified negative effects and replenished energy. At this moment, Long Long seemed tireless as it continued to channel an endless stream of healing energy. Duguang communicated telepathically with the little dragon in his spatial domain. Since you're going to sleep anyway, consider this your pre-bedtime training. A disgruntled complaint immediately echoed back through their bond. I just fell asleep. Staring at the pillar of light before him, Duguang fell into deep thought. As a dragon tamer bound by an ancient pact, he knew that even the bestiary's records on dragon species were quite limited. The Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, the Donghuang dragons, none seemed to mention anything about the light element. With a brush in hand, Chi-Chi sketched the figure of a little scholar and softly chanted, "Water official dispelling misfortune." Instantly, a surge of energy stirred the tides. Water runes materialized in the air and merged into the healing light pillar, transforming into a gentle stream that flowed into the young wolf cub's body. Xue Runian poked his head out from his scarf and slowly stood up. Though his body had fully recovered, the heightened sensitivity effect still lingered. While his condition had improved compared to before, he still appeared somewhat fragile. The rest of his recovery would have to rely on natural rest. The young wolf cub looked at Long Long and Chi-Chi, a grateful smile spreading across his face. "Oh, thank you." The two of them waved in unison, replying in sync, "You're welcome." Min Yin retrieved a small, ornate box and placed it in front of Xue Runian, explaining, "Although the badge still needs to be verified and registered by the association, I can give it to you in advance." The wolf cub glanced at it, but pushed the box toward Lin Mu. "Ow, you keep it." Lin Mu carefully took the box and solemnly placed it in his pocket, thinking to himself that this was the honorary badge of Jianghe City, earned through the hard work of Lord Wolf King. Duguang nodded in gratitude. Min Yin swept his gaze across the group. "If there's nothing else, we can head back to the main hall to update the beast-tamers data. I'll take my leave." With that, the fox-eyed man briskly exited through the back door of the venue. Lin Mu adjusted his beast-tamer wristband, and the young wolf cub leaped onto his shoulder, offering another reminder, "A woo." The emerald-feathered parrot tilted its head, adding, "Whatever you do, don't touch me." Lin Mu replied earnestly, "Got it?" Back in the association's main hall, there were few people remaining due to the earlier energy surge and alarm incident. At the front desk, Xiaolian smiled when she saw the young wolf cub and Long Long. "Did you pass the assessment?" In the assessment association, Xue Runian suddenly stood up. She looked at Duguang through the Beastmaster's wristband and, with the help of the green feather parrot's translation, clearly expressed her intention. "I want to leave on my own. Lin Mu doesn't need to follow me." This unexpected declaration left everyone present stunned. Duguang paused for a moment before asking with concern, "What's going on? Did Lin Mu treat you poorly?" Lin Mu immediately raised his hand in defense. "How could I possibly bully him, given the little wolf pup's current strength?" Before he could finish, Long Long quietly chimed in, "The Wolf King is so gentle. It's easy to imagine him being bullied." The young wolf shook his head, his eyes clear and resolute. "Lin Mu treats me very well. I just want to explore the world on my own." His words not only demonstrated his determination, but also subtly conveyed his desire not to be monitored. Duguang remained silent for a long time before finally asking, "Will you come back tonight?" The little wolf pup responded slyly, "Woof guess." Duguang let out a helpless chuckle and turned to Lin Mu. "Help him put on the Jiang University Breeding House's tracking band." As Lin Mu carried out the task, his gaze remained fixed on the little wolf's determined figure walking steadily toward the exit. Chenlei voiced his concern. "Are we really letting a pet beast leave on its own? It's almost dark." Duguang chuckled lightly and explained, "He's the little wolf pup. He has his own independence. We shouldn't restrict him." Long Long immediately echoed, "Exactly. Just like when I'm tired, no one disturbs me." Lin Mu stood frozen, staring at the now empty doorway, only snapping out of it when Duguang bid farewell. He tried to act nonchalant, looking up at the sky. "Say thank you again, and I'll make you spit out all the roast duck rice I treated you to." As the Beastmaster's wristband ran out of power, the screen went dark. Once the assessment data had been compiled, everyone prepared to leave. Long Long suddenly noticed that Chi-Chi was missing. Chenlei speculated that she might have returned backstage for work. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi was stopping Min Yin inside the association. She confronted him. What exactly are you trying to do? Min Yin responded calmly, bringing up the unresolved issues of the smuggling incident in the Summer Secret Realm, the missing genetic potions, and the ongoing problem with the realm's lockdown. Chi-Chi explained that the realm had already been purified, and that the lockdown was to coordinate the Beastmaster troops with the joint exams of 6 high schools. Min Yin appeared thoughtful, then shifted the topic to Chi-Chi's astonishing abilities displayed in the Huai Su secret realm. He questioned why she hadn't purified the ghostly aura lingering on the little wolf pup, insinuating that her Beastmaster talent might be a one-time occurrence. This sharp inquiry caused Chi-Chi to momentarily freeze. Min Yin stared at Chi-Chi for a moment before speaking slowly. You and Little Coyote, today isn't the first time you've met. Chi-Chi abruptly turned to this fox-eyed man, her voice turning cold. You've been following me? Of course not. Min Yin spread his hands in a relaxed manner. It's just that my innate ability is related to prediction and divination. When the Summer Secret Realm incident first occurred, I divined that a pet that drank the genetic potion would be able to use its cuteness as a weapon. Shortly after, an unusual colored pet appeared in the secret realm and was contracted, with a cuteness score exceeding 80. His fox-like eyes curved as he spoke meaningfully. Doesn't that seem a bit too coincidental? So you suspect Little Coyote? Chi-Chi asked bluntly. Min Yin nodded in acknowledgement but added, Indeed, Little Coyote hasn't shown any flaws. And with its explosive moves, it's fully capable of defeating a high-tier extraordinary pet. If it really drank the genetic potion, his tone was calm. I can't understand why it would be contracted by a novice beastmaster in a low-level secret realm. So all of this is just your speculation, Chi-Chi replied coldly. Yes, I know that. Min Yan's fox-like eyes remained curved. But it makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? I'm starting to dislike you now. My honor, Commander. Min Yin took a deep breath, his expression turning serious. The use of genetic potions is a ticking time bomb anywhere. That southwestern region's radiation-contaminated ruler-level pet is still uncontrollable to this day. A peculiar glint flashed through his narrow eyes. If such a pet goes berserk, it's a disaster. Preventing this from happening is my professional duty. Chi-Chi silently observed him. If I've truly wronged Little Coyote, I'll apologize, Min Yin said, squinting slightly. But before that, I need to visit the Huai Su secret realm. It's been too long. The traces at the scene have already faded. You won't find anything, Chi-Chi stated plainly. The power of causality doesn't need traces. Min Yin chuckled lightly. All I need is a medium. Leave the rest to the pet and my ability. Everything will come to light. At that moment, Kiki's Beastmaster wristband vibrated continuously. Zhang Yexian had sent her a string of messages. Chi-Chi, a commander from the Beast Control Unit has arrived. Min Yin from the Bureau of Enforcement. Narrow eyes. Annoyingly long hair. Have you met him? If not, he'll be reaching out to you tonight. Chi-Chi. Min Yin chuckled as he pulled out his credentials. 5th Division, Bureau of Social Order and Enforcement Security. He said cheerfully, Commander, it seems you don't have authority over me. If you don't let me in, I'll have to request an enforcement warrant. Misusing enforcement resources comes with accountability, Chi-Chi replied in a calm tone. Which is why the best solution is for you to come with me, isn't it, Commander Ranran? Kiki's face remained expressionless. One day, she vowed, she would deal with everyone who dared to call her Ranran. Fine. Dusk had fallen, and the sky was dim. A gentle breeze swept through the air. A boy with striking blue eyes walked along the street. His short hair was as white as snow, and atop his head, 2 fluffy animal ears quivered lightly in the wind. The ears were covered with soft fur, the inner side showing a healthy pink hue, with dense tufts deep within. On his pale wrist, he wore a sleek, obsidian-like beast-tamer bracelet. His outfit was simple. Straight-cut pants, casual shoes, a light blue t-shirt, and an unzipped jacket. Behind him trailed a large, fluffy white tail, swaying lazily as he moved. Although his face carried a hint of weariness, it couldn't mask the lightness in his steps. As he passed by a dessert stall, Xue Runian's gaze was caught by a tempting cup of strawberry ice cream. How much is this? He asked. 58 yuan per serving, the vendor replied. That's daylight robbery, the boy muttered, tilting his head slightly, his expression carrying a hint of bargaining intent. Can you make it cheaper? The vendor's face remained impassive. That's the standard price. A bit disappointed, Xue Runian turned and walked into a nearby pet supply store. After adjusting his mood, he politely inquired about a specific brand of dog pet food. We have it. It's quite popular, 30 yuan a pack, the cashier said with a smile. I'll take 2 packs, Xue Runian nodded, his serious demeanor amusing the cashier. Glancing at his signature white tail and ears, the cashier teased, Are you buying this for yourself? Yep, Xue Runian replied playfully, going along with the joke. Well, then I should give you a discount so you can eat more. The cashier laughed heartily. Xue Runian's eyes landed on the hamster food displayed on the counter. How much is this? 100 yuan. But pets seem to love it. If it's too expensive, There's a 60 yuan option that tastes similar. A flicker of hesitation crossed Xue Runian's eyes. I'll take 1 pack of each, he decided. After checking the expiration dates, he left the store with a shopping bag in hand. As he passed by a beast-taming ball specialty shop, he quickened his pace, avoiding a glance inside. Back at his apartment on the 17th floor of Qingyuan Gardens, he struggled a bit with the door before stepping inside. He turned on the light and placed the shopping bag on the coffee table. Entering the bedroom, he noticed the empty blue pet food bowl and immediately filled it with ghost-type pet food. Returning to the living room, Xue Runian opened a newly purchased 3x3 Rubik's Cube. His fingers moved swiftly, and before long, the cube was solved. 17 seconds, he murmured to himself, making a mental note. He scrambled the cube again and challenged himself, his eyes sharpening as his hands moved even faster this time. 15.5 seconds, he said as he set the cube down on the couch. My hands are too small. I can barely hold a standard-sized cube. But considering how long it's been since I last practiced, that's not bad. He activated the holographic interface on his bracelet, and a cascade of achievements immediately flooded the screen. On the wristband's holographic screen, the achievement section sparkled with dozens of accomplishments, like stars scattered across the night sky. Xue Runian lightly shook his head, his short white hair swaying with the motion. He quickly skimmed through the list of achievements: Slight Edge, Defense Move Almost Broken, Victory by Opponent Out of Bounds, Dragon Slayer, Explosive Duel Winner, and so on. But as a newly transformed Beastmaster, these achievements were not the most important thing. Xue Runian stood up, his icy blue eyes fixed on the last line displayed on the wristband screen. Beastmaster talent accessible upon opening the Beastmaster space. After a quick combat shower, Xue Runian shook the water off his tail, grabbed his clothes, and hurried into the bedroom. Wrapping himself in a blanket, he sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and began meditating according to the method taught by He Fan, attempting to open his own Beastmaster space. The meditation progressed unusually smoothly. The prototype of the space took shape and continued to refine itself, on the verge of being ready to host its first pet beast. Just as the space was about to fully materialize, a mysterious force pulled his consciousness deep into his mind. When he opened his eyes, he found himself surrounded by a vast, profound darkness. Around him were transparent Beastmaster arrays glowing with earthy and icy lights. He calmly observed the final construction of the space, his heart filled with clarity and tranquility. Suddenly, the Beastmaster wristband on his left hand emitted a unique glow. Against the dark backdrop of his mind, countless points of light began to shine like stars, gradually converging. These lights represented his achievements. Foremost among them was the highest-ranking Golden Dragon Slayer, followed by Master Strategist and Unstoppable. The golden points of light slowly flowed into the Beastmaster space, followed by silver achievements like Master Level Combo, Cross Rank, and Explosive Finish. These points of light fell into Xue Runian's palm and dissolved into the array. The remaining achievements transformed into streams of light, circulating within the space. At this moment, Xue Runian finally understood the true meaning of these achievements. They were not merely markers of a Beastmaster's progress, but also embodied each individual's unique convictions. Suddenly, a young man clad in an esports team uniform appeared before him. It was the image of himself from his past life. "Who are you?" the young man asked. "I am the Snow God," the boy firmly replied. "Who are you?" the young man asked again. "I am Xue Runian, also the Wolf King." "Who are you?" the young man asked for the third time. "I am Xue Runian. I am the little Earth Wolf." "I am you." The young man let out a relieved sigh, crouched down, and opened his arms. Even though Xue Runian knew this was merely a manifestation of his inner self, he still leaped into the other's embrace. Back in reality, Xue Runian slowly opened his eyes, still wrapped in his blanket. His wolf ears perked up in alertness. Instinctively, he touched his face, relaxing only after confirming it wasn't feverishly hot. He raised his wristband to scan himself, opening the Beastmaster talent interface. A peculiar expression crossed Xue Runian's face as he saw his talent. Shared Power. A unique causality-based talent. Using a contract as a medium, it allows the user to share specific abilities with the contracted counterpart. Once activated, both parties gain access to the shared ability independently, with no interference. The cost of using the ability is borne individually. The shared scope includes, but is not limited to, pet beast attributes, moves including special moves, and traits. As a seasoned gamer, Xue Runian immediately realized the potential of this talent. He could already imagine the conversations of the future. "So you're Duguang? Your talent is universal affinity? Well, my next line is, hand it over." Xue Runian sat cross-legged on the bed, intently studying the talent panel on his wristband. He carefully examined every line of text, treating this newly acquired beast-taming talent like a fascinating new toy. Through repeated reading, he grasped a crucial point. The successful use of the talent required consent from both parties. If either side refused at any moment, the sharing would immediately cease. After taking a few deep breaths to calm himself, Xue Runian cautiously attempted to activate the talent. He was well aware that every beast-taming talent held multiple possibilities. Take Duguang's affinity of myriad forms, for instance originally just an ability to increase goodwill. It was later developed to include the function of understanding the speech of pet beasts. A portion of his stamina quickly drained. To Xue Runian's surprise, the sharing seemed to have no distance limitation. Even though he had no idea where Duguang was at the moment, he could clearly sense a connection with him. At any time, he could send a sharing request if he wished. Xue Runian only tested the talent briefly before withdrawing it, careful not to alert the other party or send any requests. Yet this brief attempt was enough to confirm one thing. The affinity of myriad forms could indeed be shared. Amazing! Xue Runian marveled to himself. No wonder it's classified as a special talented, far surpasses the level of ordinary enhancement talents. In truth, even without this talent, Xue Runian's commanding abilities alone would have secured him a place in the profession of beast-taming. For him, talents were supposed to be the icing on the cake, but this particular icing was so extraordinary that it threatened to steal the spotlight entirely. However, Xue Runian chose not to send a sharing request to Duguang. The reason was simple. It was too difficult to explain. How could a pet beast possibly share beast-taming abilities? If it were just a special skill, why hadn't it been used before? Why only now? More importantly, Xue Runian couldn't even admit to having taken a genetic serum, let alone reveal his shape-shifting ability. While he understood the authorities' strict control over genetic serums, he had no choice but to keep it a secret and live in hiding. Even if the serum had no side effects and he wouldn't face legal consequences, the mere fact that a pet beast can tame beasts would be enough to make him a subject of scholarly dissection and research. With these thoughts, Xue Runian's gaze grew deeper. If Duguang discovered not only his shape-shifting ability but also the fact that he was his new neighbor, it wouldn't just be a matter of social embarrassment. He might have to pack his bags overnight and leave the planet to start anew. After sorting through his thoughts, Xue Runian exhaled deeply and activated the sharing talent once more. Xue Runian attempted to share the transformation ability with Duguang, but as he expected, it couldn't be selected. While pondering this phenomenon, his mind wandered into a curious thought. If it did work, would Duguang transform into a dog instead? What breed would he become? He quickly shook off this stray idea. After some analysis, he realized that the reason this beast-taming talent leaned more toward pet beasts was likely due to his own nature as one. The more practical application of this talent should be to allow his original form to use the abilities of other beasts, thereby unlocking more tactical combinations. However, when he selected Duguang, an interesting phenomenon caught his attention. A momentary pause in the sharing ability, as if it was processing this unique situation. It seemed the talent hadn't accounted for the scenario of bonded contracts. Xue Runian glanced down at his own tail, his hand unconsciously sinking into the warm fur. He felt a sense of relief that he was canine. At least his tail was obedient, unlike a cat's, which always seemed uncontrollable. The thought brought a faint smile to his face. In his previous life, he had an odd fascination with animal-eared beings and had always wanted a younger brother, but who would have thought his wish would come true in such an unexpected way? Recalling the moment when the young man reached out to him, warmth welled up in Xue Runian's heart. He knew that if it weren't for him, the young man might have only watched from afar. With these feelings in mind, he tried once more to share the cuteness ability with Duguang. To his astonishment, although the attempt ultimately failed, the glow of the talent within the beast-taming space flickered a few times before fading. This discovery thrilled him. Could it mean that as his mastery or level of the talent increased, this extraordinary sharing might actually become possible? After noticing a slight decline in his physical state, he boldly experimented with layering shared abilities. Unfortunately, this attempt also ended in failure. It gave him a deeper understanding of the phrase partial abilities mentioned in the talent description. More importantly, he seemed to realize that the sharing talent could be maintained across multiple targets simultaneously. A bold idea suddenly struck him. What if he acted as an intermediary, first receiving an ability from one bonded creature and then passing it to another? Wouldn't that essentially create a bridge for sharing abilities between the two creatures? Although it would double the stamina consumption, the concept seemed feasible. At this thought, Xue Runian froze. Had he just stumbled upon an incredible bug? Xue Runian frowned in thought. His beast-taming talent seemed far more complex than it appeared on the surface. If he could freely share abilities that others had already shared with him, wouldn't that essentially betray the trust that was initially established? He instinctively shook his head, his fingers lightly tapping on the table. He couldn't bring himself to do something like that, and there had to be limits to his talent. Focusing intently on the talent interface, Xue Runian began testing the available functions one by one. The Claw Strike skill could be shared successfully with Duguang, though it might be more aptly renamed Slap when used by a human. The Ice Shard skill, however, couldn't be shared yet, likely due to some missing prerequisites. But to his surprise, The ice attribute itself could be shared directly. This meant that once someone gained the ice attribute, the ice shard skill should be transferable as well. Just as he was about to conclude his tests, an unexpected discovery made his eyes widen. Overload mode could also be shared. Considering Duguang's already exceptional physical abilities, stacking these enhancements on top of them, Xue Runian couldn't help but let a smile creep across his face. Me, Xue Runian, the strongest beast tamer, he murmured to himself, quickly suppressing those fanciful thoughts. Taking a fresh look at the talent interface, the most critical limitation finally became clear. All shared abilities required a contract as a medium. They couldn't be applied to beings outside of the contract relationship. This fundamentally restricted the spread of his abilities. Xue Runian felt deeply satisfied with his talent. The top priority now was to find his first contract beast. The gentle ghost-type creature in the room was a potential candidate. Although it currently only imbued the young wolf cub with a faint ghostly aura, it caused no discomfort. Since it was willing to accept beast feed, perhaps it could be approached, though it would take some time and courage. But before that, he had a more pressing promise to fulfill. The treasure-seeking mouse in the summer secret realm, the companion he had already vowed to contract. As soon as the secret realm was unlocked, he would bring this little partner home immediately. Thinking about the treasure-seeking mouse's remarkable traits, Xue Runian couldn't help but imagine. If he shared the earth attribute with it, would it evolve into an even more powerful treasure-burrowing mole? Conversely, if the treasure-seeking mouse's unique abilities were shared with him, could he gain treasure-seeking and danger-sensing abilities as well? Coupled with his predictive reading skills, no wonder it's worth 8 million on the market as an Earth Spirit-class beast, Xue Runian muttered under his breath. He then summoned a holographic screen and began earnestly researching information about the summer secret realm. The lockdown had not yet been lifted, and there was still no news about the smuggling incident on the Beastmaster official website. It seemed the restrictions would be lifted in the coming days. Xue Runian sat on his bed, wrapped in a blanket, resting his chin on his hand as he gazed out the window. The evening breeze had stilled, and the lights of the city were gradually extinguishing, leaving only the vast expanse of stars twinkling in his clear blue eyes. The Milky Way resembled a slumbering silver ocean, quietly flowing across the heavens. His thoughts drifted toward the direction of the treasure-seeking mouse. From the room next door, the sound of a door opening reached his sharp ears. Xue Runian clearly caught the subtle movement of someone entering the room. It must be Duguang returning. He shook his head, got dressed, and settled himself at the desk. He summoned the light screen of his wristband and opened the rare pet beast data that had been smuggled along with the genetic serum. A flood of information appeared before him. Despite his Beastmaster talents having consumed much of his energy, leaving the young boy looking somewhat weary, his bright blue eyes still shone with focus. Biting the cap of his pen lightly, he carefully read each line of text, then leaned down to jot notes on the paper. To nurture hamster-type pet beasts, one must. Meanwhile, in the perpetual summer region of the Huai-Su secret realm, it was the dead of night. The primeval forest was pitch black, with the solitary moon hanging low on the horizon, its faint glow obscured by thick clouds before it could reach the ground. The massive canopy of trees blocked out all light. Time in this secret realm differed from that of Blue Planet, with each day lasting approximately 40 hours. It was now the most grueling time, the cusp between night and dawn. Most of the beasts had already fallen asleep, and even the sound of insects had become faint. Deep within the forest, a pair of crimson eyes warily scanned the surroundings. After confirming its territory was undisturbed, the creature slowly closed its eyes again. The entire forest fell into a profound silence. Suddenly, the piercing white light of a search beam shattered the tranquility of the summer secret realm. Footsteps echoed one after another. Min Yin, dressed in combat gear and carrying a standard Beastmaster ball pouch, led a team of over a dozen investigators forward. "Sir, this is the location," the team captain reported succinctly. "Understood," Min Yin replied, his gaze steady. Among the team, Jiang Yexian, with her sleek high ponytail and composed demeanor, stood out. Her electromagnetic beast was on standby within its Beastmaster ball, having already fought a battle while passing through a beast's territory earlier. Her sharp eyes were fixed on a figure that seemed out of place, a girl with a mismatched outfit but adorned with the highest-ranking armband. Beside the girl, a carefree little scribe beast flitted about, as if it were in a safe backyard rather than a perilous pet beast secret realm. Chi-Chi stood with her arms crossed, her face expressionless. It seemed there had been an underlying tension between her and Jiang Yexian from the moment they met. "What are you so tense about?" Min Yin suddenly asked Chi-Chi with a smile. "Am I?" Chi-Chi responded stiffly. Min Yan's gaze flickered between her and the little scribe beast, his fox-like eyes briefly turning sharp before directing his attention forward. "Move out." Jiang Yexian deftly drew a short blade from her leg holster and sliced through the dense vines, approaching a wrecked mechanical shell. Chi-Chi, saying nothing, pulled out a water sigil and slapped it onto Min Yin. Yours. The smuggled mechanical shell was now covered in a layer of moss. The site had been meticulously cleaned. Most of the mutant vegetation had withered after a brief period of flourishing, replaced by newly grown healthy plants. The few harmless or beneficial mutated species that survived had been carefully relocated by the investigation team. The area around the machinery had been thoroughly purified, with all chemicals and documents collected and securely sealed. Over the course of a few days, natural activity had further blurred the scene. Various tamed beasts had come and gone, leaving behind interwoven scents and tracks. Aside from the moss-covered mechanical shell, all other clues seemed to have vanished without a trace. Min Yin stood still, narrowing his eyes as a faint white glow emerged in his hand. After a brief moment, he turned and issued a concise order: head downstream. Search the riverbed. Dig directly along the shoreline. Though the investigation team members were puzzled, they immediately followed his instructions. Before long, they unearthed a batch of buried test tubes near what appeared to be an ordinary riverbank. These test tubes looked unremarkable, their labels faded and illegible, but their quantity perfectly matched the missing chemicals. Just a glance and you found them? Are you some kind of prophet? The investigators stared at Min Yin in astonishment. Min Yin gave no response. He knew that if these people ever learned how Chi had cracked the secret realm back then, they would be even more shocked. Compared to her, his abilities were nothing remarkable. As he examined the empty test tubes, Min Yin noticed they were all tightly sealed, with no traces of leaked chemicals. This indicated that the substances had indeed been consumed by the tamed beasts, and that these beasts were clever enough to clean up the scene. For this level of cunning in a beginner's secret realm, the culprit seemed almost self-evident. Still, concrete evidence was necessary. I'm starting, Min Yin said, glancing at Chi. Chi silently clasped her hands behind her back, her fingers fidgeting unconsciously. Damn it, I already used my gifted ability today. Min Yin pulled out a photograph the very one Chi had taken in the Secret Realms Management Hall and sent to Jiang Yexian. It depicted a disheveled Duguang and a little wolf cub. He also retrieved a special compass adorned with concentric circles and a single pointer. As the compass began to emit a white glow and Min Yin prepared to use his ability, Chi suddenly started waving a small scholar's brush in the air. In painting the vast sky, she declared with utmost seriousness. Min Yin tried again, only to be interrupted by Chi's exclamation, "Wow, a bird's nest." The compass needle wavered momentarily, and a noble force of causality emerged, pointing toward the nearest bird's nest. Then, as it detected more nests, the needle began spinning wildly. Question mark. Min Yin looked utterly baffled. Nearby, Jiang Yexian suddenly burst into laughter. When everyone turned to him, he calmly said, "I just thought of something funny." With that, he pulled Chi aside, adding, "Please, carry on." Min Yin exhaled softly, his fox-like eyes growing sharp and focused. The moment the energy dispersed, a burst of white light flashed on the compass, resonating throughout the entire beast-taming space. A languid meow echoed, and behind Min Yin, a pair of enormous purple vertical pupils emerged. As a member of the Eastern Huang's official 5th Bureau, Min Yan's identity as an experienced beast tamer was unmistakable, even though the mantis shrimp with the sparrow's tail he had recently bonded with was still immature. Karma trace, Min Yin murmured to himself, holding a test tube of serum as a medium, while silently issuing a command to search for clues related to the genetic serum. The compass needle spun rapidly before slowing down, and when he placed a photo of the little prairie wolf in front of him, the needle unerringly pointed to Chi. The atmosphere froze instantly. "Why is everyone looking at me? I didn't take any genetic serum," Chi exclaimed, feigning surprise. "Step aside," Min Yin commanded, narrowing his eyes. Chi calmly sidestepped, but the compass needle remained steadfastly fixed. Min Yin fell into deep thought, beginning to question if he had misunderstood the little prairie wolf. "Young man," Chi said, patting his shoulder with a meaningful expression. She didn't say much, yet her gesture seemed to explain everything because in the Secret Realms Hall, the scribe boy's Earth official's pardon had erased all traces of karma. The scribe boy, fluttering in the air, carried a brush pendant that glimmered with the light of the character Earth, confirming this fact. In that case, the pet beast that took the serum won't escape. Min Yin decisively followed the direction indicated by the compass. It pointed precisely to the area where Xue Runian had hidden the treasure-seeking mouse. "Sir, should we assemble the beast-taming unit?" An investigator inquired. "Time is of the essence. One electromagnetic monster will suffice," Jiang Yexian replied firmly. At the break of dawn in the Huai Su secret realm, the rising sun slowly dispelled the last remnants of darkness. Meanwhile, at the other end of the summer secret realm, the treasure-seeking mouse, which had been peacefully sleeping, was suddenly startled awake by its danger-sensing ability. "What's going on?" The little mouse panicked. "I've been lying low just like Big Brother told me, not even stealing any fruit." "Sure, I found some treasures, but I shouldn't have been discovered. Sensing the extraordinary nature of this crisis, the treasure-seeking mouse immediately abandoned its current hiding spot. With speed far surpassing that of ordinary mice, it relied on its rich experience to dash towards safety. Don't worry, big brother, I'm the best at running away. In the secret realm of Huaisu, dawn was just breaking. A figure darted through the dense forest at a speed far surpassing the limits of an awakened-level beast. Zhang Yexian glanced down at the causal compass in her hand. Without any need for clues, she could precisely lock onto her target simply by following the direction of the pointer. This device, nearly a cheat for solving cases and hunting down fugitives, was standard equipment for the 5th Bureau's Enforcement Division. She held the compass upright, using the direction of the pointer to determine the target's altitude. As she analyzed it, her communication wristband suddenly vibrated. Have you found it? Min Yan's voice came through. Not yet, but I'm close, Zhang Yexian responded succinctly. I've chased it from the eastern side to the western side, nearing the secret realm's exit. The target's movement speed is moderate. The teleportation portal of the Huaisu secret realm was located at its center. Back then, Fan had set an ambush on the far western side to intercept smuggled genetic serums. Now, in just 2 hours, the treasure-seeking rat had traversed more than half the realm. The target is very sharp, avoiding all the ambush points, Min Yan remarked. They'll catch up in at most half an hour, Zhang Yexian estimated with precision. After the communication ended, she noticed an anomaly with the compass pointer. Previously precise, its direction became erratic, sometimes steady, other times swaying within a certain range. Energy running low? Zhang Yexian frowned slightly. I need to hurry. Without hesitation, she released her electromagnetic beast. Its high-level technique, electric terrain, instantly unfolded, enveloping the area in a sensory field. Nearby, there were only Min Yin, Chi-Chi, and the little scribe. At that moment, Zhang Yexian, the treasure-seeking rat, and Chi-Chi happened to align in a straight line. Each time the earth character on the little scribe's brush pendant dimmed, the compass pointer would waver between Kiki's and the treasure-seeking rat's direction. When the earth character lit up again, the pointer would stabilize, pointing firmly toward the treasure-seeking rat. Chi-Chi grew increasingly anxious. She understood that while the Earth officer's pardon could temporarily erase causality, the cost was taking on part of the other party's karma. When used on herself, it could only conceal her for a short time before the effects wore off. She could have chosen to leave the secret realm to evade the compass guidance, but when she saw the photo Min Yin had presented, she realized that the situation was far from simple. Although the karmic ties on the little wolf cub had vanished, the photo was undeniably taken by Chi-Chi herself. This unexpected discovery made her heart tighten. With Min Yan's sharp instincts, even the faintest trace of possibility would never escape his attention. Chi-Chi discreetly activated the Earth's sigil, but inwardly, she was filled with dread. Min Yan's observational skills were truly terrifying. Fortunately, the pendant was of extremely high quality and wouldn't leak any energy fluctuations, and the compass had already been handed over to Zhang Yexian for safekeeping. Time seemed to stand still as the agonizing wait for midnight dragged on. Chi-Chi maintained a calm expression, though her mind was frantically communicating with her innate ability. At this moment, Min Yan had just ended his hands-free call with Zhang Yexian. After a brief moment of thought, Min Yan's fox-like eyes narrowed slightly. I know what kind of pet beast drank the potion. I know too. Chi-Chi interrupted, hands on her hips. No territorial instincts, an ability to instinctively avoid danger, and a penchant for running all over the secret realm. It can only be that one. The treasure-seeking mouse that the association specially introduced last year, the one even advanced beast masters without scouting talents couldn't catch. Seeing Min Yin nod silently, Chi-Chi continued. Anyone harboring the intention to capture it will be detected by its danger-sensing ability, and it'll flee immediately. At that moment, Kiki's innate ability finally finished its cooldown. She immediately called out in her mind, Old Sweeper, lend me your ability. Chi-Chi, what's going on? Came the surprised reply. Just say yes or no. I'll count to 3, 3, 2. Yes, yes, of course yes. A foreign power surged into Kiki's body, cutting her off from all karmic ties to the world. She finally let out a sigh of relief. Min Yin gave a faint, bitter smile. It seems I made the wrong judgment. I owe the little wolf cub an apology. No, you did a great job this time, and your judgment wasn't wrong, Chi-Chi said seriously. The little scribe beside her nodded earnestly in agreement. Min Yin said no more, clutching his beast-taming ball as he headed toward the secret realm's exit. Along the way, they passed several partially constructed safe houses, reminding Chi-Chi that her proposal for secret realm assessments had been adopted. She silently hoped the candidates wouldn't have too many complaints about it. What's your plan after catching the treasure-seeking mouse? Chi-Chi asked, watching the silent Min Yin. Given its traits, the potion it drank should be harmless. Min Yin paused, gazing at the crimson sun on the horizon. Squinting slightly, he replied, First, they'll send it to the Pet Beast Center for an examination. If it's truly fine, they'll ask you to purify it before returning it to the Huaishu secret realm. The man with fox-like eyes turned his head and let out a soft sigh. Though he faced Chi-Chi's direction, his gaze deliberately avoided meeting hers. Even if the little jackal really took the genetic serum, as long as it's not proven dangerous, Min Yin clenched his fist lightly. I wouldn't do anything to him. I didn't mean to. I just can't stand that insane apex predator in the southwest. Chi-Chi quietly observed Min Yin. The elegant man, usually composed, uttering the word hate, felt strangely out of place. I just want to protect those who need to be protected. Min Yin took a deep breath and slowly put away his beast-taming orb. He walked toward a shadowy corner, leaning against a massive tree. From his pocket, he pulled out a cigarette. His tall, slender frame was almost entirely swallowed by the tree's shadow. The sound of a lighter flicking open was unusually clear in the silence. A curious little book spirit peeked out but was quickly shielded by Chi-Chi, who covered its eyes and sent it back into the beast-taming space. Noticing the change in Chi-Chi's expression, Min Yin forced a faint smile. Sorry, I just felt like smoking. Chi-Chi was momentarily at a loss for words. Though Min Yan's smile seemed genuine, she could sense the sadness beneath it. Watching him silently smoke, the glowing ember of the cigarette flickering in the darkness, Chi-Chi stood quietly by his side. The atmosphere wasn't awkward, but it stirred an odd feeling in her heart. This was Min Yin, his silky long hair, and those captivating fox-like eyes that could charm anyone. How could someone like him be allowed to sink into such a low mood? Chi-Chi stepped forward and gently patted his back. Min Yin stubbed out his cigarette and shrugged. Don't worry about me. I know what I need to do. I'll be fine. I'm not worried, Chi-Chi said calmly. I solve problems. It's just an apex predator. She placed her hands on her hips, a strange glint flashing in her eyes. I'm Chi-Chi, after all. I can handle a bit of everything. Min Yin couldn't help but chuckle, his shoulders shaking slightly. Just an apex predator? Your ace beast is nothing more than the advanced tier little book spirit. True, my current beast is just the little book spirit, Chi-Chi admitted without hesitation. Do you even realize how many major levels there are between advanced and apex? Sure, I can't defeat it, Chi-Chi said, crossing her arms with a composed expression. But I can call for backup. Min Yin froze, caught off guard. Right in front of him, Chi-Chi activated her beast-tamer's bracelet. Watch this divine art. Summon the Crimson Emperor. On the other side of the Huaishu secret realm, the treasure-seeking mouse was darting swiftly through the low shrubs. The danger this time was clearly extraordinary. Even after running a great distance, it didn't dare to stop. While hiding seemed like an option, every time it thought of pausing, its instinct screamed a warning danger was drawing closer. In this critical moment, the treasure-seeking mouse suddenly mastered the mid-level skill dash attack, and it did so entirely on its own, without any guidance. Its tiny ears twitched, catching a distant noise, the sound of something heavy moving through the underbrush, bending grass and leaves under its overwhelming presence. Over there, Jiang Yexian shouted, shining his flashlight into the distance. The treasure-seeking mouse's small face was filled with determination. I won't let a beast tamer contract me before Big Bro gets back. Reaching a patch of yellow earth, the treasure-seeking mouse stopped abruptly. There was no time to keep running, but it clenched its tiny paws tightly. I, the treasure-seeking mouse, am no pushover. Electromagnetic beast, use Thunderstrike. Jiang Yexian commanded. With a deafening roar, lightning burst forth. The extraordinary load-ear sword-patterned leopard blocking the path, along with the surrounding spirit plants, was instantly scorched black, sending flocks of birds scattering in the forest. The treasure-seeking mouse stared in shock. I came here to seek refuge, and you couldn't even last a single round? That was supposed to be one of the strongest pet beasts in the secret realm. It shivered involuntarily. This beast tamer seemed particularly formidable. But there was no time for hesitation now. After consuming the genetic potion, the treasure-seeking mouse's abilities had all improved. Even as a support-eye pet beast, it now had the strength to fight. Seeing Jiang Yexian's figure appear in the distance, the treasure-seeking mouse took a step back, summoned its courage, and swatted a red fire ant that had just crawled out of its burrow to bask in the sun. The red fire ant froze for a moment before reacting. Did I just get kicked by a little hamster? Brothers, get him. The ground began to quake violently, with even the rocks trembling as countless red-headed ants swarmed out of the burrow, frantically waving their antennae and adopting aggressive stances. However, there was no sign of their target. The dense swarm of red fire ants piled up in a thick layer on the ground, exchanging puzzled signals with one another. Did you see it? No, I didn't. For the first time, these ferocious ants wore expressions of confusion. Unbeknownst to them, the treasure-seeking mouse was lying motionless in the grass beside a dirt mound, playing dead. Even as a few red fire ants crawled over its body, it didn't so much as twitch. In its mind, it chanted, "You can't see me, You can't see me. The play dead tactic worked surprisingly well, allowing it to successfully escape the battle. The swarm of red fire ants, usually driven by fearless instincts, found themselves baffled by this strategy, descending into chaos. Meanwhile, Jiang Yexian had already arrived at the scene with his electromagnetic beast, which had activated its electric terrain. The trees and vegetation abruptly came to an end, revealing an open expanse of yellow earth teeming with red fire ants. Their sheer numbers were enough to make one's skin crawl. What the heck is this? Jiang Yexian exclaimed in astonishment. The electromagnetic beast emitted a series of deep, metallic noises resembling heavy metal music, clearly expressing its dissatisfaction. Its sound was laced with a grating electric buzz, as if it were cursing. Jiang Yexian glanced down at the compass pointing toward the swarm of fire ants, his expression turning odd. So, it just decided to end it all? Before he could finish his thought, the fire ant swarm had already noticed them. Countless tiny red soldiers surged forward like a tidal wave, rushing toward Jiang Yexian with fury. The electromagnetic beast immediately ceased its noise, ascended into the air, and began gathering energy. A powerful field instantly enveloped the area. The ground rumbled, and the handgun at Jiang Yexian's waist emitted fierce electromagnetic interference, the oppressive force even flattening distant blades of grass. Facing the fearless swarm, Jiang Yexian gave a decisive order: electromagnetic blast. A surge of powerful energy swept across the ground, instantly scattering the fire ants at the forefront and creating a vacuum zone. The extraordinary class beast, combined with the enhancement of a high-level electric field and mastery of intermediate-level lightning techniques, displayed an overwhelming might that seemed capable of taking on thousands. Noticing the fire ants regrouping, Jiang Yexian shouted again, "Lightning pillar!" In an instant, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning, and a lightning pillar several meters thick crashed down, striking the densest part of the swarm. The central cluster of ants was instantly reduced to ash, leaving a massive crater in the ground, the air thick with the smell of charred remains. Can't mess with the big boss. Retreat. The fire ant swarm seemed to collectively reach an agreement and retreated to their nest even faster than they had arrived, leaving behind nothing but devastation. At this moment, Jiang Yexian's wrist device vibrated, displaying the achievement Unstoppable Force. He calmly eyed the now-still compass needle and said, "Come out." A small figure leapt out, attempting to flee, but froze when Jiang Yexian threatened to unleash another lightning pillar. The treasure-seeking mouse stiffened, then dramatically flopped to the ground, pretending to be dead. However, its performance was no match for the infallible compass. In one last attempt, the treasure-seeking mouse tried to use its ultimate move, taught by its big brother acting cute. But Jiang Yexian, who was well prepared, easily saw through the act. The scanner revealed its cuteness level to be an impressive 80, but it was of no use at this point. Jiang Yexian promptly contacted his superiors to confirm that this clever little hamster was indeed the culprit behind the incident. Following Chi-Chi's instructions, he pulled out a temporary beast-taming ball, offering the treasure-seeking mouse its final choice. Faced with no way out, the treasure-seeking mouse tearfully shuffled toward the ball. "Big brother, I'm sorry. This time, your little mouse is really done for." Outside the grand hall of the Huaisu secret realm, midnight, Min Yin had changed back into his grayish-blue shirt. He pulled a cigarette pack from the pocket of his coat, his gaze complex as it lingered on Chi-Chi before quickly retracting. The street was brightly lit, with the occasional passerby hurrying by. "I know you're testing me," Chi-Chi said, arms crossed, staring directly at Min Yin. Min Yin raised an eyebrow, like a cunning fox. "Which line gave it away?" "The one about protection," Chi-Chi replied calmly. "That kind of conviction is usually kept deep in one's heart. We're not close enough for you to share that so easily." Min Yin's lips curved slightly. "Got it. Next time I won't say it." "Good. Now I dislike you even more." Chi-Chi interrupted his feigned sigh. "If I didn't know you were telling the truth, I wouldn't have helped you. And while I might fall for this kind of thing and give you some information, this is a one-time deal. Don't expect it again." After a moment of silence, Min Yin spoke. "So, the little wolf pup really did take the genetic serum, didn't it?" "Yes," Chi-Chi admitted. "But I checked it hasn't been contaminated." Min Yin let out a soft sigh. "I believe you." His gaze fell on the glowing badge of the enforcer on Chi-Chi's arm. "After seeing you connect with Chi-Di, I can't help but trust you. To be friends with Chi-Di, you must have an inherently upright nature. Just make sure you know what you're doing," Min Yin said seriously. Chi-Chi laughed and patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry. I'm from Donghuang's 7th Bureau and the master of the Huaisu secret realm. I can choose not to investigate further," Min Yin said, narrowing his fox-like eyes. "But I will tell that beast master the truth. Taking the little wolf to the pet center for a thorough examination is the responsible thing to do for both sides." Meanwhile, on the 17th floor of Qingyuan Garden, a young boy yawned, his eyes watery as he stared at the new beast master wristband on his arm. The hidden stats displayed: cuteness 98, coolness 79. See, I told you I'm cool. The wristband says so. Late at night, a small wolf paw nudged the door of Duguang's apartment open. The wolf pup slipped in silently under the starlight and made its way to the bedroom. It leapt onto the bed, staring at the sleeping Duguang. Its tail wagged from side to side before giving his face 2 quick swipes. That's for taking pictures of me sleeping. With that, it turned and left. As the surroundings fell quiet again, Duguang opened his eyes, gazing in the direction the wolf pup had gone, a trace of helplessness on his face. He recalled the landlord's words: ghost-type pet beasts only appear at night. Xue Runian made up his mind to bond with the pet beast that night. He quickly undressed, slipped under the covers, and only his head and fluffy wolf ears peeked out. Carefully, he used his tail to cover his body, tucking the blanket neatly around him as he cautiously scanned the dark room. He knew full well that having a ghost-type pet beast in the room was like offering himself up on a silver platter. But he comforted himself with the thought, this is the beast-taming world. It's just a pet beast, not a real ghost. Besides, ghosts never attack people hiding under blankets. This time, I'm invincible. Xue Runian thought with determination, forcing himself to sleep. After a full day of constant battles and frequent use of his beast-taming abilities, he was utterly exhausted. Before long, fatigue took over, and he drifted off into slumber. In the room, energy flowed like a river of stars, with white specks of light gleaming against the dark backdrop. A phantom figure about 60 centimeters long began to take shape within the energy. Its golden irises first gazed at the starlit sky outside the window. It sensed the emotional ripples coming from the neighboring room: surprise, curiosity, joy, with a hint of disappointment, and narrowed its eyes thoughtfully. The neighbor's emotions had been unusually volatile today. Carefully, it opened its beak and began to feed on the emotional energy lingering in the air. Ever since Duguang left for his trip, the surrounding residences had been sparse, and it had gone a long time without feeling truly full. Yesterday's ghost-type pet food had been especially satisfying. Its golden eyes lit up as it noticed the blue food dish, now refilled beside the bed. Glancing at the packaging nearby, it mused, this must be expensive. Better eat it sparingly. After pecking at the food a few times, its figure flickered and reappeared on the nightstand. Gazing at the small boy curled up on the bed, his soft sleeping posture and the white wolf ears peeking out from the blanket, it thought silently to itself, this new friend seems like a good person. He looks so tired and worn out. I wish I could help him somehow. Suddenly, its golden eyes widened, and the typically adorable expression on its face transformed into the commanding presence of a raptor. It decided to use its most skilled ability once again: blissful sleep. Under the influence of this skill, Xue Runian began to dream. In the dream, he found himself back at the moment he had first crossed into the summer secret realm. Everything was hazy and slightly off, but his mind chose to ignore the oddities. The little wolf cub used its charm on a treasure-seeking mouse, successfully earning its admiration. After promising the treasure-seeking mouse that he would return to fetch it within a month, Xue Runian watched as the mouse's eyes glistened with tears of gratitude. Finally letting go of his usual restraint, he rolled gleefully on the grass. This dream scene seemed to spill over into reality. Xue Runian hugged his fluffy tail, unconsciously kneading it as soft murmurs of contentment escaped his lips, his cheeks brushing against the blanket. The young wolf cub couldn't dodge in time and was hit squarely by the energy ball. A flash of light streaked through the air, and the surroundings plunged into sudden darkness. Xue Runian jolted awake, his body trembling. On the ceiling above, a pair of golden irises quickly vanished into the shadows. He blinked his dazed eyes and stared blankly at the pitch-black ceiling, his thoughts still scattered and unfocused. Was that a nightmare? He muttered, fumbling for the wristband by his bedside to check the time. Only an hour had passed. Taking a deep breath, he reassured himself, it was just a dream. It's all in the past now, and Zhao Xuanjia even risked everything to save the stone-armored boar. Turning over, Xue Runian soon drifted back into a deep sleep, his steady breathing echoing softly in the quiet room. About 10 minutes later, the silhouette of a predatory bird reappeared in the air. Its sharp, golden eyes scanned the room, sensing the faint traces of unease lingering in the atmosphere. It seemed perplexed. Why was there a lingering sense of fear? At that moment, a wisp of necromantic energy seeped out from an unknown dimensional rift. Though invisible to the naked eye, the beast immediately became alert, its head swiveling to lock onto the eerie, purple energy. Without hesitation, it snapped up the ghostly wisp in its beak, swallowing it whole like a predator devouring its prey. However, after consuming the necromantic energy, the beast was overcome by a sudden wave of dizziness, its vision growing sluggish. It became aware that it had forgotten many things, only vaguely recalling that psychic types counter ghost types, and that it must never leave this room. Though it could no longer remember who had entrusted it with this duty, it remained steadfast in its mission to protect those nearby. In its golden eyes, the light dimmed like shattered starlight. The beast, now slightly disoriented, flew to a corner of the room and gazed down at the boy on the bed, whose brows were faintly furrowed in his sleep. It recalled that pleasant dreams had always been its specialty once. It would secretly cast the spell on sleeping tenants, delighting in their blissful expressions as they slept. But at some point, people's reactions had shifted from happiness to fear. The beast lowered its head, preening its dull feathers, faintly remembering that its plumage had once been a different color. Yet over time, every appearance left it coated in dust. After a moment of hesitation, it turned its gaze back to Xue Runian. A faint trace of purple flickered in its golden eyes as it cast a spell of serene slumber. In the dream, Xue Runian was dressed in his training gear, straight-cut pants, casual shoes, and a training uniform, with a beast-taming belt strapped around his waist. After registering in the hall, he stepped through the teleportation gate, instantly finding himself in a dense forest. Gazing up at the towering trees, his deep blue eyes glimmered with thought as he ran his fingers over the moss-covered bark. "This feeling of déjà vu is getting stronger," he murmured. Just as he was lost in thought, a rustling sound came from a nearby bush. A treasure-seeking mouse poked its head out, cautiously observing him with wary eyes. Xue Runian was instantly overjoyed she had finally found it. She cautiously scanned her surroundings and, after confirming there was no one around, revealed her true form, transforming into a small wolf cub covered in snow-white fur. Without bothering to gather her scattered clothing, she eagerly leapt through the tangled underbrush, her bright blue eyes filled with anticipation as they locked onto the little hamster. "Oh, I'm here to take you home. Come with me." However, the treasure-seeking hamster's reaction was completely unexpected. Its usually gentle eyes were now icy cold, and its sharp squeal was filled with fury. "Squeak! How dare you come back?" Xue Runian tilted her head in confusion, but before she could process what was happening, the scenery around her began to distort and warp. The grass and trees grew wildly, blotting out the sky, and the little hamster before her started to swell rapidly. Its once adorable appearance twisted into a grotesque and terrifying form. Its crimson eyes glowed with rage, saliva dripped from its sharp fangs, and its massive claws, as imposing as a mountain, came crashing down toward the wolf cub. Boom! This time, the nightmare did not end. The monstrous giant rat loomed over Xue Runian, who barely managed to dodge, roaring furiously, "Squeak! Why did you abandon me? Betray me! Deceive me!" The little wolf cub panted heavily, struggling to catch her breath. Even though she had pushed herself to the limit, using her perfected quick move technique, the overwhelming pressure of the illusion left her utterly exhausted. Yet, she still raised her head and met the twisted face with unwavering determination. "Even so, I still want to explain myself to you." She forced herself to crawl back to where her scattered clothing lay and carefully picked up a bag of high-grade hamster food she had prepared. For a moment, the illusion seemed to freeze in response to her gesture. "Oh, I don't know what you went through in the secret realm, but I understand, and I apologize," the little wolf cub said sincerely. "Even if you've become like this, I'm still willing to fulfill the promise I made to you. Will you still come with me?" The giant rat bared its fangs and drew closer, its blood-red eyes fixed on the utterly drained Xue Runian. The wolf cub lay on her side, calmly closing her eyes. Just as the massive claw was about to strike, the terrifying rat demon suddenly disintegrated into ashes. When Xue Runian opened her eyes again, the familiar little hamster stood before her, its bright eyes brimming with joy. "Squeak! Big brother!" In an instant, like a shattered mirror, the entire nightmare realm collapsed with a thunderous crash. Within the rift of that otherworldly dimension, a spherical object radiating a sinister purple glow was revealed, its ghostly energy temporarily subdued to expose the essence of the inheritance. Crack! A distinct fracture appeared on the surface of the sphere. The nightmare realm was broken. The ancient tower, a base for sealing secret realms. Boom! A thunderous roar shattered the silence of the night, sending tremors through the entire city. Ever since the mysterious core of the secret realm appeared and then vanished under strange circumstances, King Jang had personally ordered the realm to be sealed off. A heavily fortified perimeter was established within a radius of several miles, and the Beastmaster Associations stationed throughout the ancient tower were on high alert. Law enforcers and the Beast Control Corps were placed under maximum combat readiness. Experience had taught them that newly formed secret realms were most unstable during their initial emergence. The lesson from 10 years ago in Senmu City remained vivid. A seemingly insignificant wild secret realm had triggered a beast tide, breached the city walls, and nearly caused the demotion of the prestigious second-tier city. Even after substantial resources were poured into rebuilding the city's walls, Senmu had yet to fully recover. As a close neighbor, the ancient tower dared not take any chances. Despite the presence of master-level beastmasters overseeing the base, many others found it hard to eat or sleep peacefully. Amid this tense atmosphere, the secret realm containment base suddenly erupted with a deafening explosion. Boom! The shockwave swept across the skies above the ancient tower, jolting countless residents awake. Panicked, some rushed out of their homes, gazing at the pitch-black sky. Conversations buzzed among the crowd. Is it a beast tide breaking loose? Could it be that a king-tier pet of some powerful master escaped? On the bright side, maybe it's just the end of the world. After the deafening blast, calmness returned. Ordinary citizens speculated endlessly, but to no avail. The bold ones went back to rest, while the cautious remained outside, keeping watch. However, the advanced beast masters sensed something unusual in the air. Inside the secret realm containment security center, every safety officer was on edge. The sudden explosion above had nearly triggered the city's alarm system, only to be stopped just in time. The acting chairman stood by the window, his gaze fixed on the sky, now marked with faint cracks. The core of the secret realm had reappeared, hovering above the containment platform, lingering for over 10 minutes as though trying to convey a message. Chairman, there's an anomaly with the secret realm core. A senior beastmaster wearing an armband hurried over, his expression anxious as he held an analysis tablet. The energy readings are fluctuating wildly, but we still can't determine its intent. This time, the impact is massive, affecting half of the ancient tower city. Can we enter the secret realm now? The acting chairman asked. The beast control core has tried, but entry is still impossible. However, the core's outer shell has begun to crack, as if something is being suppressed. The acting chairman looked up at the sky, now as seamless as before, as if the earlier upheaval had never occurred. In a deep voice he said, "Contact the 11th Bureau." The situation has changed, the association president remarked as he gazed at the fully materialized ruins and the exposed core of the secret realm before him. He realized that this site held immeasurable value for research and communication. He knew the seasoned scholars in the field of archaeology would not be able to resist its allure. As he was lost in thought, the specialized communicator in his pocket suddenly vibrated. The president frowned deeply. There were simultaneous disturbances within the secret realms of Senmu City and Jianghe City. A senior beast master nearby hesitated before speaking. Should we contact King Jiang? King Jiang went to the southwest. He left earlier this evening. The acting president replied quietly. Meanwhile, in Qingyuan Garden, Xue Runian awoke from a nightmare, his heart pounding wildly. He was certain it was no ordinary dream. He got out of bed, grabbed the new model Beastmaster's wristband from his desk, and checked the real-time combat interface. Fragmented and garbled information scrolled across the screen. Little Earth Wolf encountered? Used on Little Earth Wolf. Move being determined move. Little Earth Wolf. Even the latest advanced wristband could only display these cryptic messages. Xue Runian surveyed his surroundings and noticed a piece of ghost-type pet food missing from the bowl. Inside the wall, a pair of golden eyes briefly glimmered before fading into the darkness. It belonged to a solitary companion beast. Memories of its past flooded its mind. The joy of its first tenants, followed by their fear and avoidance. It had tried harder to dispel the nightmare energy and more frequently used its sweet dreams ability, only to be met with whispers of bad omen and successive moves by frightened tenants. When it finally revealed itself to the previous occupant, it was greeted with a terrified scream of a wild ghost type and a flurry of mop strikes. It had wanted to explain that it was a psychic type, but no one could understand its language. It had no choice but to retreat into the walls, transforming into a starlit energy, watching as the angry tenant moved out overnight. Though surrounded by an abundance of fear and anger that could have satiated it, the creature refused to feed on such emotions. It was just an owl that wanted to protect others, even if it couldn't cry. Everything changed when Duguang brought home the wolf pup, and when Xue Runian moved in. For the first time, it saw hope. The charming boy with white wolf-like ears stirred a longing in its heart, though it dared not reveal itself. At this moment, Xue Runian stood, facing the wall, and said, "Hello? The ghost-type pet food is something I bought just for you. If you want to eat it, go ahead. I'll get more if it runs out." The owl hesitated, sensing the emotions in the room. For the first time, it felt such genuine trust and warmth. "I believe you're a good companion beast," Xue Runian continued. "But I really need to sleep. Can you save your abilities for later tonight? I'm not afraid of you, so please don't be afraid of me either." After the boy fell asleep, the golden eyes reappeared, watching the person who trusted it. The owl curled up in a corner of the wall, gently preening its feathers as it pondered quietly to itself. So does this mean we're friends now? When Xue Runian woke up, his first instinct was to check his Beastmaster wristband. The blank screen made him sigh softly. "All right, you've held on for so long. Sorry for the trouble," he murmured. He got up, plugged the wristband into the charger, and then walked to the window, stretching lazily. The bright sunlight streaming into the room brought a faint smile to his face. Thanks to the enhancement of the genetic serum, the fatigue from yesterday's intense battles had completely vanished. Although this Boda's strength was only comparable to that of a child, its recovery ability was truly remarkable. After all, he had fought 5 consecutive battles yesterday, an amount of exertion that, in his previous life, would have left his muscles sore for days. Looking out the window with clear eyes, he muttered, I probably won't have to engage in such frequent physical battles like yesterday anymore. Now, he could live a normal life in the Beastmaster world in his human form. Greeting the wall with a casual hello, Xue Runian quickly freshened up and headed straight to the market. The marketplace was bustling with activity, filled with the lively chatter of people. Among the conversations, Xue Runian's keen ears picked up some unusual news. The archaic tower had trembled. All the Four Seasons' secret realms had been sealed off. These rumors had even reached Jang City, inevitably reminding him of the 2 nightmares he had recently experienced. The sudden closure of the secret realms, which were iconic landmarks of the city, must have thrown the Beastmaster Association and the Secret Realm Bureau into chaos. He paused near a group of elderly women buying vegetables, listening intently to their conversation. Apparently, the secret realms might reopen within 2 or 3 days, but who knew how reliable that information was? As he worried about the safety of his treasure-hunting mouse, he absent-mindedly bought a bag of tomatoes and stopped by the shop downstairs to pick up some discounted noodles. Back at home, Xue Runian stood in the kitchen, staring at the freshly washed tomatoes in a moment of contemplation. His cooking skills were only sufficient to keep him from starving, not due to a lack of talent, but simply because he'd never learned properly. Thinking back to his high school days, he had barely stepped into a kitchen. Later, when he joined the battle team, his teammates would always shoo him away whenever he tried. With hands as beautiful as yours, it'd be a crime against our hearts if you got hurt, they would joke. How could we, a bunch of food lovers, ever achieve victory without you? In moments like those, Xue Runian would quietly leave the kitchen. Now, the young wolf-eared boy looked down at his small hands and whispered to himself, It's fine if I get hurt now, isn't it? With the remarkable healing abilities and extraordinary recovery skills of his pet beast, even severe injuries would leave no lasting damage. Xue Runian skillfully handled the knife, carefully cutting the tomatoes into evenly sized pieces. Although his movements were still a bit clumsy, he earnestly embarked on his first attempt at cooking. The oil in the pan sizzled as he swiftly tossed in the tomatoes, stirring them around. Just as the tomatoes were about to burn, he quickly added water and threw in a generous handful of noodles. Finally, he sprinkled an appropriate amount of salt, and a bowl of fragrant, flavorful tomato noodles was successfully completed. Admiring his creation, the young boy squinted his eyes, his tail behind him wagging gently without him realizing it. Turning towards the interior of the house, he called out, Do you want to eat? Receiving no response, he figured they must be asleep. He sat alone at the table, swinging his small legs as he finished the bowl of noodles that could hardly be classified as breakfast or lunch. Xue Runian burped, his expression unchanged as he muttered, Darn it, I made too much. It was time to get to business. He maintained his human form and knocked on Duguang's door, but there was no answer. Most likely, Duguang was at class or busy with something else. Xue Runian didn't mind. In an instant, he transformed into a small wolf cub, storing his clothes into the space within his wristband. Using paw print recognition, he entered the house, where he was greeted by a neatly arranged blanket nest on the sofa, well-placed little toy wolf figurines, and 2 boxes of nutritional milk on the table. Pressing a paw against a note left on the table, he saw Duguang's handwriting, which conveyed a tone of helplessness. Lots going on lately, they'll be back tonight. This time, not even a specific time was mentioned. The wolf cub's gaze remained calm. When it came to information and techniques regarding ghost-type pet beasts, the breeder Duguang was undoubtedly the most authoritative. Even if Duguang wasn't around, asking through the Beastmaster's wristband would suffice. Besides, he could always seek help from the Wolf King's support group. Without touching anything in the house, the wolf cub returned to his own room. He placed the wristband in front of him, sat obediently, and tapped the scanning function with his paw pad. The screen promptly displayed detailed information. Name, variant wolf pup. Attributes, Earth, Ice. Growth level, Awakening level 10. Species tier, low-level commander. Skill mastery details. Low tier, Crash mastered, Claw strike perfected, Ice shard perfected. Mid-ear, Earth shatter claw proficient, Ice spike proficient, Protect mastered, Quick movement expert, Intimidation perfected. Height ear, Adorable act perfected. Special, Shapeshift, Overload. Typically, pet beasts at the awakening stage only possess a few low-tier skills, with their highest mastery level being mastered. However, judging by Xue Runian's stats alone, even a species with king potential would pale in comparison. The young wolf cub's expression turned slightly peculiar as he stared at the information panel before him, falling into deep thought. He could understand the increased proficiency in Claw Strike and Ice Shard mid-tier moves were indeed harder to master than lower-tier ones, but with the high proficiency in Ice Shard driving it forward, it made sense for Ice Spike to improve as well. Intimidation reaching the pinnacle level was also reasonable, given it relied on the overexertion of his wolf aura to surpass his limits. But cute pose? How did this height-tier move also reach the pinnacle level? Xue Runian carefully recalled everything and realized he'd only used it 3 times in total. This left him somewhat doubtful of himself. Could it be that his moves were so dedicated they could improve proficiency on their own? He let out a sigh and thought to himself that, in a way, this was convenient. Otherwise, as a height-tier move with strong control effects, he would have been reluctant to abandon it. But how exactly was he supposed to practice cute pose? On others? In secret? Or maybe on Du? Ugh. The young wolf cub shook his head vigorously, feeling a surge of embarrassment. In a swift motion, he leapt onto the bed, burying his entire body under the blanket, leaving only the tip of his tail wagging rapidly outside. His wolf paw, coated in the chill of Ice Shard, pressed against his heated forehead, barely managing to cool it down. After calming himself, Xue Runian shifted back into his human form, his gaze returning to the information panel. Level 10 in Awakening could evolve at any time. However, his sapphire eyes flickered with hesitation. In the Beastmaster world of Blue Star, evolution was the ultimate form of racial advancement, often completely altering a beast's appearance. For example, the nimble little Magnemite would evolve into the massive Magnezone, and its crisp electronic chirps would transform into heavy metal growls. Not to mention how a gentle book spirit could evolve into a vengeful soul pin fairy, with even its personality magnified. Typically, a young wolf would need to master Claw Strike and comprehend Earth-splitting Claw before evolving. Yet, Xue Runian had already mastered Earth-splitting Claw ahead of time, and even learned Ice Shard and Ice Spike, these ice element moves. This anomaly made him even more hesitant about evolving. What if something went wrong during evolution? Or his appearance changed so drastically that he stopped being adorable? Xue Runian froze for a moment. Why did that even matter to him? He glanced at the white tip of his tail and hesitantly fiddled with it. Over the past few days, he had gradually grown accustomed to his current form. Honestly, things were pretty good as they were now. At Awakening level 10, according to game rules, he should start suppressing his level and focus on enhancing move proficiency. Improving racial moves not only increased potential, but also allowed beasts to better control the direction of their evolution. Even without deliberate training, his Claw Strike and Ice Shard had already reached the pinnacle level. If he put in real effort, he might even touch the legendary realm of mastery known as Transcendence. Xue Runian's gaze turned cold again. After all, Duguang didn't need the little wolf for combat, so there was no rush to evolve. Xue Runian thought to himself that once he had mastered all the techniques, he could decide whether or not to evolve on his own terms. Even if his main form remained that of an awakened little wolf cub, perfecting lower-level moves to their peak would be enough to get by as an ordinary beast tamer. The entire afternoon, he sat cross-legged in his home, deeply focused on meditation, diligently expanding his beast space. The space's barrier shimmered with hues of ice and earth as it gradually grew, creating a more comfortable habitat for his beast. For now, the space was just large enough to accommodate one awakened-level beast. 2 would feel rather cramped. In 5 days, the secret realm assessment for the special admission class at Jianghe High School would take place. Even if he couldn't form a contract with a beast, he still planned to attend and familiarize himself with the teachers and classmates. After all, the monthly cultivation stipend was free money, no reason to pass it up, even though he had other ways of earning income. As the evening deepened, just before night fully fell, the sound of a door lock turning echoed from next door. Xue Runian's ears twitched slightly. He opened his eyes and reined in the icy and earthy elemental aura around him. His beast space was still the most basic type. Aside from the barrier's colors reflecting the elemental attributes, it lacked any special features. Duguang's back earlier than usual this time, he murmured to himself, before closing his eyes again to resume meditating. After a brief moment, he sighed, donned his beast tamer bracelet, and transformed back into his wolf cub form, shaking out his fur. Just wait, Dog him back. At that moment, Duguang was standing in the living room with his backpack slung over one shoulder. He held a newly purchased notepad in one hand and placed a sleek black box on the table. The little wolf cub agilely leapt up to hook the door handle, closed the door behind him, and turned around with a playful bark. We're him back. Duguang, having just washed his hands, smiled as he settled onto the sofa. Come here. The wolf cub bounded over to him, and Duguang's hand gently brushed over the cub's back. His expert nurturing technique made the little wolf so comfortable that his eyes narrowed in contentment. Would you like to take a look with me? Duguang asked, gesturing to the unopened badge box resting in the bedroom. The little wolf cub immediately leapt down from the sofa. With one hand in his pocket, Duguang followed the cub's movements with his gaze as they walked into the bedroom. His slender fingers gently lifted the lid of the box, revealing a heavy, intricately crafted badge. This badge, representing Jianghe City, was designed with a blue and green color scheme. Its unique craftsmanship and rare materials gave it a luminous, shifting sheen. The surface featured vivid, three-dimensional depictions of mountains, rivers, and lakes, bringing the landscape to life. "It's so beautiful," the little wolf cub murmured, mesmerized. Duguang placed the badge on the table, and Xue Runian cautiously flipped it over with his paw pads. The other side of the badge was cleverly divided into 4 sections, each showcasing the seasonal scenery of the 4 secret realms: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Duguang chuckled softly. Snapping out of his daze, the little wolf cub cleared his throat, trying to act nonchalant. "Awur, I've seen enough. You can put it away now. My Beastmaster profile already includes this badge," Duguang said. "I had a feeling you'd like it." "Awur, put it away quickly," the wolf cub exclaimed urgently. "If you don't, I might not be able to resist claiming it as my own." Duguang returned the badge to the box and set it aside on the table. "It's just a keepsake. If it gets lost, it's no big deal. If you want to play with it, go ahead." After speaking, he sat on the edge of the bed, his obsidian-like eyes glimmering as he watched the little wolf cub on the table. "During yesterday's battle, I noticed you seemed scared for a moment." Xue Runian's body visibly stiffened. "Do you really have to bring that up? It was a dangerous moment, wasn't it?" Duguang asked seriously. The little wolf cub met his clear, untainted gaze and gave a defiant huff. "Oh well, I was just startled by the dragon's aura, that's all, not scared. Nothing can frighten the great wolf king." After a brief silence, Duguang asked again, "Really?" "Oh well, of course. Then let me ask you something and don't be afraid, okay? What could possibly scare me? Even if you ask something embarrassing like whether I enjoy being petted, I promised you, I won't be afraid of you." The little wolf cub hesitated, but eventually relented. "Oh, we'll go ahead and ask." Duguang took a deep breath and quickly said, "Little wolf, you've taken a genetic serum before, haven't you?" The white fluff ball on the table instantly bristled, tail shooting straight up, his bright blue eyes widening in shock. His entire body sprang into the air. Duguang's eyes flashed with evident concern, but he forced himself to stay still, offering soothing words. "Little wolf, don't be scared. Don't be afraid of me." Even though he had anticipated such a reaction, Duguang had to ask. This was about the little wolf cub's health, something he couldn't take lightly. Xue Runian used all his strength to suppress the urge to flee. He was trembling, drenched in sweat, burying his head into his body. A muffled, stifled whimper escaped him. "Eep!" He curled into a tight ball, wishing he could disappear into the ground. His body no longer felt like his own. His mind a chaotic mess, overwhelmed by silent screams. "It's over. He knows." How does he know? How much does he know? With a sharp crack, his claws left a deep scratch on the wooden table. The little wolf cub curled up its paws, rolled over on the table, and covered its face with them. Emotions from the contract surged like a tide, so complex that he couldn't make sense of them. Little wolf Duguang's gentle voice came through. The wolf cub panted heavily, flipped over, and jumped onto the bed, burrowing under the blanket. "Whimper. I'm not scared of you, really. I'm not. Just give me a moment to calm down." His voice carried a hint of self-reassurance. Sensing a response, Duguang's tense nerves eased slightly. He softly reassured, "Don't worry. No one's coming to get you." The icy energy flowed within him for a long time before Xue Runian finally managed to calm down. He smoothed out his messy fur under the blanket, poked his head out, and glanced at Duguang, only to quickly look away. "Whimper. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hide it from you." Duguang wiped the sweat from his forehead and spoke in a relaxed tone. "I understand. You were afraid of being taken away for research, right? Don't worry, that won't happen." How do you know that?" "Min Yin told me. He has a cause-and-effect investigation-type Beastmaster talent," Duguang explained. "He said you're not contaminated, and the association won't pursue it." The wolf cub's bright blue eyes stared directly at Duguang. "Whimper, knowing I've taken genetic potions, aren't you afraid of me? Haven't you always been a little wolf?" Duguang replied with a smile. Xue Runian's gaze flickered. "Howl. Then why did you tell me? If you didn't say anything, you wouldn't have to worry about me being scared of you. I want to take you to the Pet Beast Center for a follow-up check. I don't want to leave any risks behind," Duguang said softly. "If there's a genetic abnormality, it would make you feel awful, wouldn't it?" After a moment of silence, the wolf cub spoke. "Whimper. I'm not ready yet." "That's okay. We'll wait until you're ready." Duguang held out his hand. The wolf cub slowly moved closer. "Howl. Thank you for trusting me so much. You're the little wolf, after all. Whimper. You trust me, so I trust you too," the wolf cub said, turning his head. "Do you want to know about my special move?" Duguang was momentarily stunned. "Really? Can I?" "Whimper, close your eyes." Duguang closed his eyes. Xue Runian circled around him. then suddenly transmitted through the contract, "Do go. Hand over your Beastmaster talent." A peculiar feeling coursed along the threads of the contract. Within Duguang's inner consciousness, a message appeared. "The little wolf wants to share universal affinity with you." Xue Runian stood calmly next to Duguang, quietly observing his reaction. When Duguang learned that the little wolf cub could actually use beast-taming abilities, his face involuntarily showed a look of astonishment. The information from the contract was crystal clear. After sharing the allumin affinity, Duguang would not be affected in any other way, while the other party would gain the exact same beast-taming talent. More importantly, this sharing could be severed at any time. After a brief moment of thought, Duguang nodded decisively in agreement. In an instant, the allumin affinity within his soul radiated a halo of light, condensing into an identical talent before flowing away along the invisible threads of the contract like a stream of water. Buzz, a dazzling light suddenly burst forth from the little wolf cub. The moment the sharing was completed, Duguang felt a wave of weakness wash over him, as if his energy had been drained. He felt exhausted, hungry, and drowsy all at once. The little wolf cub wasn't faring much better. It collapsed weakly at his side, though it quickly managed to stand back up again. This level of energy depletion far exceeded Xue Runian's previous trial experiences. However, the changes that followed left him pleasantly surprised. Within the modern beast-taming space, amidst the barriers of ice and earth elements, a new allumin affinity talent appeared, glimmering brightly. Even better, after the sharing was completed, the energy consumption dropped to an almost imperceptible level, making it entirely sustainable. At the same time, various methods of using the allumin affinity were imprinted in his mind as clearly as a detailed game guide. The little wolf cub looked up at the beast tamer before him, secretly calculating his next move. Although he had disclosed a lot to Duguang, he had deliberately kept his most important secret hidden: his ability to take on a human form. This wasn't an oversight. It was intentional. By withholding this information, he believed he could make Duguang trust his sincerity even more. After careful consideration, Xue Runian decided there was no need to risk revealing the ability to transform. After all, he already possessed a complete set of human identification documents, allowing him to live a normal life. As for the issue of having taken genetic medicine, the Beast Tamer Association would likely refrain from probing too deeply, given their interest in protecting a unique specimen. Any checks at the Pet Medical Center could be explained away as routine tests for genetic anomalies. Imagining the absurd scenario of transforming into a wolf-eared boy and appearing in front of Duguang with a cheerful surprise made Xue Runian tilt his head towards the sky, his ears tinged with a faint blush. Just the thought of such a thing made him want to disappear from embarrassment, let alone actually doing it. Suppressing his internal embarrassment, Xue Runian let out a soft sigh. The extraordinary ability to share a beast tamer's talent was already absurd enough. Looking at Duguang, he thought to himself, aside from my transformation ability, I've already told you my biggest secrets. Duguang obediently kept his eyes closed. Xue Runian didn't make him wait for long. After a brief moment of contemplation, he began focusing on sensing the effects of the universal affinity. Seeing Duguang still keeping his eyes tightly shut, he couldn't help but call out softly, "Hey, you big dummy, you can open your eyes now." That gentle call sent a shiver through Duguang's heart. The little wolf pup's voice seemed more captivating than usual. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he slowly opened his eyes. What greeted him was a snow-white wolf pup sitting beside his hand, wagging its tail. Its bright blue eyes sparkled with amusement as it looked at him. "Duguang, your talent's quite impressive." Duguang drew in a sharp breath, his body stiffening. This little wolf pup was simply too much to handle. Xue Runian keenly noticed Duguang's reaction. Feeling the sudden surge of intense emotions through their bond, he was slightly surprised. Was the effect really this strong? While Duguang had always known that universal affinity was extraordinary, experiencing it firsthand revealed just how overwhelming its power truly was. "Little wolf, you can talk now?" Duguang stammered. "Huh, no, I can't," Xue Runian replied, puzzled. Yet to Duguang's ears, the response was irresistibly enchanting. The soft, youthful tone carried a hint of crisp clarity, as if it were a soothing melody for his ears. Realizing something, Xue Runian was startled. Could his voice now be directly understood? He inwardly sighed in relief, assuming it must differ from the way he would speak after fully transforming. Otherwise, his identity might have been exposed. To shift the topic, the little wolf pup earnestly asked, "I've shared your talent. How does it feel?" Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Duguang forced himself to focus. "At first, it drained some of my stamina and energy, but it stabilized after that. My beast mastery talent still works fine. Through our bond, I can sense the sharing with you, and I can cut it off at any time." The little wolf pup nodded thoughtfully and pressed further. "And now, looking at me, how do you feel? Be honest." Duguang awkwardly averted his gaze. "I feel like Your charm has grown, and you're very cute. Alright, I get it. I'm cute. No need to keep emphasizing it, Xue Runian replied, half-focused as he continued analyzing the active and passive aspects of universal affinity in his mind. This affinity, besides its passive effects, can also be actively used. Duguang immediately sprang to his feet. Don't use it on me yet. The consequences could be serious. But you used it on me before. The little wolf pup's tone carried a hint of grievance. Duguang took several deep breaths, his voice tinged with pleading. Little wolf, please, don't do this. Despite his flustered state, he didn't sever the sharing between them. All right, I know you're just respecting me. Thank you. The little wolf pup let out a soft hum before turning slightly to ask, do you want to pet me? Standing helplessly in the corner, Duguang nodded honestly. I do. I've wanted to for a long time. I was just worried you'd mind. The little wolf pup gazed at him with clear blue eyes. Come here, sit beside me. With emotions this strong resonating through the bond. Who are you trying to fool? Watching Duguang hesitantly approach, the little wolf pup shifted slightly to sit by his hand, revealing his tiny wolf teeth. He spoke softly. I've already told you about my special abilities. What's there to be afraid of? Duguang remained silent for a moment, placing his hand gently on the little wolf cub's back and stroking it softly. He recalled a line from the animal care textbook. Earning a wolf's trust is an exceptionally rare achievement. Looking at this gentle and tame companion beast before him, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of gratitude. Xue Runian lowered his head in thought, carefully analyzing his shared ability. Before long, he discovered a new way to utilize it. The shared ability could be temporarily deactivated without severing the connection. This meant only a small amount of stamina would be consumed to maintain the connection, and the ability could be reactivated when needed without expending the large amount of energy required to establish it anew. This discovery thrilled Xue Runian. It meant that his universal affinity ability, which passively enhanced compatibility, could now be controlled at will. Earlier, when the affinity was activated, Duguang's strong reaction had startled the little wolf cub. Although Duguang usually maintained an aura of friendliness in their daily interactions, it didn't seem particularly special. But if this effect was strong enough to make Duguang lose composure, Xue Runian knew he couldn't use it recklessly in public. Now that it could be toggled on and off at will, it became much more convenient. As he pondered whether to try using universal affinity in combination with his cuteness skill, Xue Runian suddenly froze. How had his train of thought veered toward becoming even cuter? If he further enhanced his already overpowered height-ear cuteness skill, that would be way too ridiculous. The little wolf cub muttered to himself. Just as he was lost in thought, the sensation on his back changed. Duguang's hand shifted from gently stroking to playfully ruffling his fur. Xue Runian turned to glance at Duguang and temporarily deactivated the affinity part of the shared ability while keeping the connection intact. He asked, Woof? I've turned off the affinity part of our shared ability for now. How do you feel? Duguang looked at the little wolf cub seriously and replied, Your affinity feels slightly weaker, but it doesn't really matter. You're still adorable. That's not what I was asking. Xue Runian groaned in exasperation. Oh well, I meant, how does it feel for your abilities? Anything different? Duguang shook his head. No changes at all. Xue Runian curled up in a thoughtful ball. It seems that abilities shared through the connection are entirely independent, he murmured. Ugh. So this is my special move, and now you know everything about it? Duguang didn't respond. The man and the wolf sat quietly, each lost in their own thoughts. Xue Runian was calculating ways to combine his shared ability with companion beasts to create new tactics. Meanwhile, Duguang was reflecting on the limitations of the shared ability, could cut off the connection at any time if he chose to, as the decision always rested with him. This made him feel that the little wolf cub's special move seemed somewhat humble and pitiable. What saddened Duguang even more was the realization that if he had combat-related beast-taming abilities, the wolf cub could potentially unleash incredible power. But alas, his talent was limited to affinity-related skills. Even with universal affinity, Duguang couldn't help but smile bitterly ironically. His own limitations were holding back the wolf cub's potential. As for the ancient contract technique, Threaded Brow, with its unique effects that didn't suit the wolf cub, Duguang had never even mentioned it. Woof! The little wolf cub hummed softly. So? Pretty impressive, right? Duguang rubbed his nose awkwardly. Yeah, very impressive. The little wolf cub tilted its head up, its bright eyes fixed on Duguang. Oh, you've used up your energy. Are you tired now? Duguang smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, my physical condition is very strong. Are you tired? Woof, no. Xue Runian lightly shook his head, thinking to himself that he was far from reaching his limit, nowhere near exhaustion, and could even go for another round of sharing. After a brief hesitation, he suddenly spoke. Oh, you should cut off the sharing. Why? Duguang looked puzzled. Woof, the move's functionality has already been tested, Xue Runian explained. Now there's just one question left. What happens when we cut it off? If you reject it, I'll find out. In truth, Xue Runian already had a few theories in mind. It might simply stop the sharing. It could cause harm, with the effects depending on who initiates the cut. Perhaps it would be safer if the receiver cut it off, but more dangerous if the provider did. Or, in a slim possibility, cutting it off might harm both parties, regardless of who initiated it. Xue Runian looked at Duguang with an unusual gaze, silently pondering, it shouldn't be, right? I trust you this much, sharing my ability with you, and you'd hurt me after using it? Not wanting to see Duguang get hurt without reason, he decided to try the riskiest scenario, himself having the ability provider, Duguang, sever the sharing. Besides, his current state of elemental affinity was deactivated, so even if there were injuries, they shouldn't be too severe. This way, it wouldn't affect his midnight encounter with the ghost-type pet beast. Other scenarios could be tested later. After a moment of thought, Duguang firmly said, no. Even if there are consequences to cutting it off, I should bear them. He looked directly into the little wolf cub's eyes. Your special move is activated through our contract and can currently only link with me. Plus, it has no adverse effects on me right now. I can maintain the connection as long as you need. When you need to use the sharing again next time, we can test the consequences of cutting it off then, okay? Xue Runian stared at Duguang, not responding. I also want to study the functions of Lord Wolf King's special move a little more, Duguang added with a smile. Wolf fine, the little wolf cub sighed softly. If you're worried about me getting hurt, just say so. No need for such excuses. Duguang stood up and asked gently, are you hungry? I can make something to eat. Linmu gave me some seasonings today and said you might like them. Linmu? Are you sure he's a props expert and not a chef? Xue Runian nodded. Just wait a bit. It won't take long. With that, Duguang left the bedroom. Soon, the kitchen lights came on, and the sounds of cooking echoed through the space. Xue Runian looked at the messy bed and felt a bit embarrassed. Reflecting on his earlier overreaction after his transformation was exposed, he thought that if he'd been a little more impulsive and used an ice spike, it might have been disastrous for both the bed and the person. The little wolf cub stretched out his paw pads and carefully smoothed the wrinkles on the bed, trying to erase the evidence of what had just happened. He then jumped onto the desk, his gaze sweeping over a stack of brand new sticky notes, their corners adorned with a drawing of a cute, tongue-out puppy. Noticing the scratch marks he'd left on the desk, Xue Runian extended his front paw, examining his soft pink pads. Shing! His claws unsheathed like sharp blades, glinting coldly in the light. He repeatedly extended and retracted his claws, finding the motion rather amusing. Finally, the little wolf cub shook his head and placed his paw firmly on the desk, retracting all his claws. He resolved to practice better control in the future. After all, accidentally hurting someone would not be good. Moments later, the little wolf cub, Xue Runian, lazily sprawled on the table, lying on his back with all four legs in the air. He carefully held a hard-earned badge between his paws, his ears pressed against the cold surface of the table, and his bright blue eyes fixed intently on the intricate design of mountains, rivers, and lakes etched on the badge. The vibrant blue and green hues mesmerized him, and he couldn't help but let out a contented murmur. This badge from Jianghe City was more than just a decorative piece. Within the Beast-Tamer Association, the holder of an honorary badge enjoyed numerous privileges: discounts on goods, free access to facilities, priority exploration of new secret realms, access to special resources, and more. As one of Donghuang's most significant political hubs, the association had branches in various locations, forming an extensive network of facilities. From pet beast healthcare to examination management, law enforcement to beast-taming squads, the association's influence extended to every corner. For ordinary people, the association offered everyday services like restaurants, inns, and training halls. But for a little wolf cub like Xue Runian, this golden grade badge was practically a free meal ticket. At least within the association's range, even the lowest grade pet beast feed would cost him nothing. He gently placed the badge back on the table, rolled over, and stood up, gazing out at the night through the window. Unlike other beast tamers who pursued power, Xue Runian longed for a relaxed and carefree life. Even the contract with the treasure-hunting mouse was initiated by the mouse itself. Although the badge wasn't technically his, it still felt like half of his small goal had been achieved. Just then, Duguang's footsteps approached from a distance. The wolf cub perked up his ears and quickly returned the badge to its small box, using his front paws to snap the lid shut. Looking toward the doorway, he saw the beast tamer, Duguang, who pretended not to notice anything and simply said warmly, "Dinner's ready." Sensing the satisfaction conveyed through the contract bond, the little wolf cub squinted his eyes and gave a cheerful smile. Woo! Coming! After dinner, Duguang sat on the sofa, activated the light screen on his beast tamer wristband, and pulled up recordings from the association's assessment battles. The footage displayed 3 matches in sequence: the little wolf cub's battle against the electric arc star, the little book assistant's fight against the holy light dragon, and finally, The match with the mantis shrimp with feathered tail. Duguang spoke apologetically. I couldn't watch your battle yesterday, and I've been busy all day today. Would you like to watch it with me? Duguang asked softly. The little wolf cub turned his head away, refusing to look at him. Just then, a notification popped up on the light screen. Xue Runian caught it out of the corner of his eye. The sender's note read, Son by Qian. Oh, you're done with work? The little wolf cub tilted his head curiously. Duguang showed a hint of helplessness. Not yet. I just made some time to come back. The next few days will still be quite busy. But, he slowed his speech, you probably wouldn't want to stay by my side all the time, would you? The little wolf cub paused, then straightened his posture. Oh fine, let's watch. I'll watch with you. As the recording played to a close-up of the holy light dragon unleashing its dragon aura, the on-screen Xue Runian showed a startled expression, backing away suddenly. Meanwhile, the little wolf cub on the couch looked uneasy, his paw repeatedly pressing the fast-forward button. He turned his head and emphasized, "Oh woo, I was just caught off guard, that's all." Duguang gently picked up the little wolf cub and settled him on his lap, making him more comfortable for viewing. All right, there's nothing to be afraid of now, he reassured, while silently admiring the little wolf cub's exceptional commanding abilities. If combined with his shared beast-taming talent, he could easily fight independently. The only issue was that Duguang himself didn't have combat-oriented talents. The recording moved on to a battle against the peacock mantis shrimp, showcasing the overwhelming power of an overcharged state. Lord Wolf King is truly impressive, Duguang sincerely complimented, causing the little wolf cub's tail to wag twice involuntarily. What side effects does your overcharged state have? Duguang asked seriously. Woo, just some weakness. A bit of rest and I'm fine. See? I'm perfectly okay now. And what else? Xue Runian turned his head and stared at him quietly. Duguang had no choice but to close his mouth, putting on a pitiful expression. The little wolf cub turned back, thinking, go ahead and sulk. I'm still not telling you. Suddenly, Duguang's index finger lightly brushed against the little wolf cub's waist. The little wolf cub flinched sensitively, his tail fluffing up slightly as he whipped around to glare at Duguang. Oof. Hey, does it mean there's no harm of that kind? Duguang asked tentatively. The little wolf cub turned back expressionlessly, sitting upright again. His paws clenched into fists as a faint pink on his ear tips began to spread across his body. Hearing Duguang chuckle lightly and say, if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine, Xue Runian thought to himself. This isn't even overcharged yet. With so many gene serums stacked together, my senses are already heightened enough. He sharply eyed the hand that was about to act up again. Oh whoa, keep your hands to yourself. Duguang finally relented, rubbing his nose in slight embarrassment. He recalled how adorable the little wolf cub looked when using his universal affinity ability, even innocently asking if he wanted to touch him back then. It was hard to resist the urge to tease. A man and a wolf pup stared at each other, their expressions somewhat stiff. Xue Runian fixed his gaze on the paw pad photo displayed on the screen, his expression turning odd. For a pet beast, this was as puzzling as a human using a picture of one of their own body parts as a wallpaper. The little wolf tilted his head and studied the image for a moment before turning his blue eyes to Duguang, seemingly pondering how such an angle was even captured. Sensing the wolf's scrutiny, Duguang quickly swiped his finger across the screen, switching back to a regular desktop wallpaper. Thankfully, he managed to change it in time yet. The little wolf's piercing blue eyes continued to stare at him, as if waiting for an explanation. That was a screenshot I took during the Evaluation Association's video call, Duguang confessed honestly. It was the moment when you placed your paw on my head. Wu the little wolf pup asked seriously, be honest. How many pictures have you secretly taken of me? Not that many, really, Duguang hurried to explain. I only took one on the first night after bringing you back. Xue Runian scrutinized Duguang's expression while sensing the genuine emotions transmitted through their contract. Only then did he relax slightly. Oh, all right, I believe you. But I have another question. The tips of the little wolf's ears turned slightly red, and his voice trembled just a bit. Wu, do you have some kind of special obsession with my paws? That's a serious misunderstanding. Duguang could hear the unease in the wolf pup's voice and felt flustered himself. He wanted to explain that it wasn't just the paw she adored the entire wolf pup, but saying that would likely lead to an even bigger misunderstanding. I'm simply appreciating something beautiful, Duguang carefully chose his words. After all, who wouldn't admire such an adorable and majestic wolf king? Sensing the complex emotions conveyed through their bond, Xue Runian actually felt reassured. Well, all right, I'm not blaming you. He exhaled softly and looked back at Duguang. Wu, I'm ready. Go ahead and take the photo. With permission granted, Duguang was about to open the Wolf Pups fan group album on his wristband when Xue Runian stopped him. Instead, the little wolf opened the group album himself to inspect its contents. Inside, there was only one photo of him sleeping. The rest were pictures of other people's pet beasts. Wu, at least you have some boundaries, Xue Runian remarked. Feeling guilty, Duguang said softly. I can delete all of these photos if you'd like. Wu, keep them. The little wolf huffed lightly. But that paw photo, absolutely no sharing. Duguang nodded repeatedly. Even if Xue Runian hadn't mentioned it, he had no intention of sharing the picture. Then, in front of the wolf pup, he added Linmu and Longlong to the group and uploaded the newly taken photo after confirming it. The group quickly responded. No other reason, right? You just wanted to show off your little wolf pup, didn't you? Jiang Zhuochen teased. Before Du Guang could reply, he noticed the little wolf's paw pressing down on the keyboard. Turning to look at his unique companion, Du Guang smiled knowingly, a simple gesture and grin that conveyed more than words ever could. Wu, don't let this happen again, the wolf pup said softly. Du Guang remained silent, his palm gently brushing over the little wolf cub's back before resting on its small head, softly ruffling its fur. At that moment, Lin Mu opened the group chat, and the first thing that caught his eye was a striking photo. In the picture, under the pure white light, a fluffy snow-white ball of fur was carefully cradled by a slender hand. Only the wolf cub's head was visible, with its rounded ears slightly perked up and its clear blue eyes radiating an innocent charm, an irresistibly adorable sight that could melt anyone's heart at first glance. However, there was a hint of helplessness in its expression, perfectly embodying the look of someone reluctantly playing along. On closer inspection, wasn't this the same little cub currently nestled in Duguang's arms? The group chat immediately became lively. Lin Mu. Duguang, if we're talking cunning, you take the crown. Longlong. It's the adorable Lord Wolf King. Zhang Yexian. Not gonna lie, the little wolf does look like it's reluctantly going along with this. Following that, Tanghua, Jiang Zhuochen, and Lin Mu all sent emojis of the reluctant little wolf cub, while Chi-Chi shared a picture of Duguang looking disheveled. Xue Runian watched the flood of messages in the chat silently and made a mental note to save the Duguang looking disheveled emoji for later. Just then, the group's conversation suddenly shifted to a topic that caught the little wolf cub's keen interest. Jiang Zhuochen asked Chi-Chi about the news of the Four Seasons secret realm being sealed off. Chi-Chi quickly replied, there has indeed been some unusual activity in the Four Seasons secret realm, but it's good news. The secret realm has expanded, which means more resources and space to explore. This revelation left Xue Runian momentarily stunned. Could secret realms really expand like this? Chi-Chi went on to explain. The Beast Control Division is currently working to eliminate potential hazards and map out the new areas. At the latest, the realm will reopen the day after tomorrow. Oh, and we found a treasure-seeking mouse in the Summer Realm and have already released it into the Spring Realm. This sudden piece of news left Xue Runian's mind blank. The treasure-seeking mouse had been captured and then released? Lin Mu sent a question mark, while Jiang Zhuochen calmly speculated. So, the treasure-seeking mouse is actually a tool the association uses to attract rookie beast tamers, isn't it? Exactly. Chi-Chi confirmed. Under normal circumstances, even advanced beast tamers would struggle to catch it. This revelation sent a jolt through the little wolf cub, followed by a wave of relieved gratitude. Thankfully, the treasure-seeking mouse was part of the association's plan. If it had been naturally occurring, it might have already fallen into the association's hands by now. Finally, Zhang Yexian resignedly concluded. Chi-Chi basically said everything I was thinking. Xue Runian couldn't help but envision a scene. The treasure-seeking mouse stood all alone in an unfamiliar environment, staring blankly at the departing armored transport vehicle, its wheels carving deep ruts into the ground. Surrounding it were extraordinary level beasts, their predatory gazes forcing the mouse to flee in panic. Eventually, it would climb onto a large rock, cold, hungry, and desperate. The little hamster curled up on the rock, recalling the fleeting glimpse of a snow-white figure among the blades of grass. Tears welled up in its round eyes. I think I won't get to see Lord Wolf King again. I'm sorry, big brother. I broke my promise. This heartbreaking imagination made the little wolf cub freeze in place. Xue Runian's face remained calm, but inwardly, he had made up his mind. Once he brought the treasure-seeking mouse back, he would comfort it and reward it thoroughly. At this moment, within the misty spring secret realm, knee-high grass swayed gently in the breeze. Scattered trees dotted the landscape, with the forest growing denser in the distance. This newly developed area, after the secret realm management hall had sealed it off, was now devoid of civilian beast tamers. Only the beast-taming corps remained to record resource points, leaving most of the region in its pristine, untouched state. A peculiar tree caught the treasure-seeking mouse's attention. Hanging from its branches were blue-green fruits, surrounded by faint earth elemental energy mixed with traces of dimensional spiritual power. Legend had it that this miraculous fruit tree had been blessed by the totem realm's Four Seasons deity, and its fruits contained extraordinary power. Excitement sparkled in the treasure-seeking mouse's eyes as it stared intently at the treasures hanging from the tree. Beneath the tree, A large sand-tailed mouse at awakening level 8 lay sprawled on the ground, surrounded by over a dozen ordinary sand-tailed mice. They were the guardians of this fruit tree. Suddenly, the treasure-seeking mouse dashed forward like an arrow, its small body kicking up a cloud of dust as it charged. Blades of grass scattered in its wake. The ferocity of its attack left all the sand-tailed mice stunned. A mere awakening level 6 hamster, without even any elemental attributes, displaying such strength was simply unbelievable. With the entire group momentarily intimidated, the treasure-seeking mouse raised its head proudly and unleashed its signature move, Cuteness Overload. Minor Mastery. This high-tier area effect skill immediately dazzled all the sand-tailed mice. For a rodent with a cuteness level exceeding 40, this was the perfect combination of power and charm. The defeated leader, the large sand-tailed mouse, was the first to cry out, "Squeak! You're stronger than me. From now on, you're our boss." Squeak, squeak. Boss. The other sand-tailed mice echoed in unison. The treasure-seeking mouse puffed out its chest, exuding confidence and charisma. Omega, it turned around and gazed at the sky, leaving its new followers with an air of mystery. In that moment, its mind drifted back to the summer secret realm, picturing the snow-white little wolf cub and its incredibly fluffy tail that looked oh so comfortable to lie on. Stars sparkled in its eyes at the thought. After much effort, the treasure-seeking mouse finally advanced its cuteness skill to the next stage. Looking at the other mice around it, all much larger in size, it couldn't help but think, if it were Big Brother, he'd have mastered this skill to perfection by now. A group of mice gathered in a circle, all eyes on the smallest of them, waiting for instructions. The treasure-seeking mouse raised a paw and pointed toward a fruit tree in the distance, squeaking confidently, "Squeak! Time for fruit." The leader, a sandtail mouse, paused in confusion. Squeak? The fruits on that tree were clearly unripe, but the tiny mouse was already in action, nimbly climbing the tree and knocking down the green, unripe fruit. Carefully, it picked up the largest one, cradling it as if it were a precious treasure, and began wiping it clean with great care. Though the fruit was far from ripe, its aura of treasure was unmistakably strong. Thinking of the treasures it had once intended to offer Big Brother in the summer secret realm, treasures now forever out of reach, the treasure-seeking mouse's eyes shimmered with tears. It clenched its tiny teeth, determined. It had to get stronger. Taking a deep breath, it bit into the fruit, radiating the strongest treasure aura. By consuming this special fruit, the treasure-seeking mouse successfully learned the sandstorm skill. Squeak! Eat up! It commanded its companions, then turned to the largest sandtail mouse, asking about other resources in the area. There are some, but they're already claimed, the sandtail mouse replied cautiously. The treasure-seeking mouse's gaze grew firm as it addressed its group. Squeak! Follow me to battle. Its shiny black eyes sparkled with determination. Big Brother, wait for me. He'll grow stronger and return to the summer secret realm. At the same time, Xue Runian had no idea the treasure-seeking mouse was on a path that would eventually lead it to him. He was currently staring in shock at the group chat, where nearly every member was suddenly active, all because of a single photo. Starting with Tanghua from the Pet Beast Center, one by one, people expressed their desire to adopt the little wolf pup. Even Jiang Yexian from the beast-taming corps had chimed in. In room 517 of Jiangha University's dormitory, Lin Mu was journaling while glancing at the group messages. He remembered Duguang mentioning that the little wolf pup didn't actually like being called wolf pup, but he still joined in with the one in the chat. Meanwhile, Duguang chuckled as he spoke to the little wolf pup. They all really like you, huh? The wolf pup snorted lightly. Of course. Suddenly, Chi-Chi interjected. If no one wants Duguang, I'll just take him home myself. Both Xue Runian and Duguang froze at the comment, while the wolf pup narrowed its eyes teasingly. "Ooh, you're quite popular too." Duguang feigned a sigh. "Still not as much as Lord Wolf King, though." That remark immediately lifted the wolf pup's spirits. The conversation soon shifted back to business. Zhang Zhuochen mentioned that the information he and Chi-Chi had gathered was similar, but he didn't know much about the treasure-seeking mouse. Chi-Chi suggested trying their luck to find it, but Zhang Zhuochen replied with a resigned tone, saying he would have already gone if it were that easy. Upon learning that Chi-Chi and Long Long had been staying up late to handle the secret realm's anomalies, Duguang was reminded of Long Long's low blood sugar incident during the Beastmaster Association's assessment. By all rights, with a dragon's physique, even the most basic beast-taming contract benefits should have prevented such issues. However, knowing it was a personal matter, he simply offered a gentle reminder in the group chat. Staying up late is bad for your health. Take care of your liver. Chi-Chi immediately responded. Got it, sweetheart. Faced with Xue Runian's question mark and the wolf pup's amused expression, Duguang awkwardly added, I meant, take care of your liver, it's bad for your liver. The mysterious realm in Jiangha City was suddenly placed under complete lockdown, disrupting Zhang Zhuochen's original exploration plans. At the same time, Tanghua was swamped with work at the Pet Beast Medical Center. Although most beast tamers had evacuated in time due to the realm's sudden expansion, it still resulted in a significant increase in workload. As Jiang Yexian expressed his concern to Tanghua, a questioning message from Longlong suddenly popped up. Jiang Zhuochen, why didn't you come to class today? I forgot. I spent the whole day meditating. Sitting in his high-speed train seat, Jiang Zhuochen glanced at his vibrating wristband as Longlong's private messages came in rapid succession, causing him to show a helpless expression. The little wolf cub beside him observed this scene thoughtfully and turned to Duguang to ask, Wu, does the ancient beast-taming method also require meditation regularly? Duguang nodded. Occasionally, most of the meditation time is spent developing beast-taming abilities. Well, your developed abilities sure end up benefiting me, Xue Runian silently thought to herself. Duguang opened the group files and clicked on the Little Wolf Cub Care Guide.zip that Jiang Zhuochen had sent a few days ago. He suggested, want to take a look at this care guide together? The little wolf cub shook its head and lightly leaped onto the sofa. Wu, maybe later. Sensing the cub's desire to leave, Duguang paused, his gaze drifting to the wall, and his tone softened. Little wolf, we'll be quite busy these days, so I might not have time to come back and check on you. Wu feeling reluctant to leave. Yeah. Duguang hesitated. I'm just a bit worried about you. The little wolf cub looked at this beast tamer, who was so deeply concerned even for a small wolf, sighed lightly, and activated its universal affinity ability. Duguang gently picked up the little wolf cub and began to carefully remind it, there's fruit in the fridge, pet food in the kitchen cabinet. Chi-Chi's purification talisman is on the bedside table in the bedroom, and Lin Mu's seasoning is placed in. Listening to Duguang's endless stream of concerns, the little wolf cub's heart softened. After he finished speaking, it turned its head and looked at him with clear eyes. If you're really worried then, activating its shared abilities, a melodious voice echoed directly in Duguang's mind. They'll send you a message every day to prove him still here, okay? In that moment, all the feelings of unease in the beast tamer's heart were instantly swept away. The method I developed isn't bad, huh? It can even work as telepathy, the little wolf cub said proudly. Not worried anymore, are you? Seeing Duguang rub his nose, the little wolf cub snorted lightly. Just then, a notification sound from the group chat chimed in. After Lin Mu and Longlong finished introducing themselves, Longlong asked, there's one more group member who hasn't sent any messages yet, right? The little wolf cub extended its paw to open the group member list, glanced at its own name, and turned to ask, Xue Runian, that's the neighbor next door, right? When Duguang nodded, the little wolf cub continued, Xue Runian is a wolf too. Duguang's heart skipped a beat, thinking the little wolf cub might be jealous. But the cub looked up at him with its bright blue eyes and gave a warm smile. Xue Runian is great. She's very kind to me and even treated me to some food. If there's anything he needs help with, could you lend him a hand? All right? Xue Runian thought to himself, hoping to use the little wolf pup to leave a good impression on Duguang. That way, it would be easier to ask about ghost-type pet beasts or seek his assistance for other matters in the future. Duguang hesitated for a moment. He had never seen the little wolf pup speak so seriously about someone, let alone specifically ask him to look after them. For a brief moment, he felt a twinge of embarrassment for his earlier misunderstanding. I thought you were jealous. The little wolf pup quickly turned his face away. Jealous of what? Myself? Do you want me to go with you to visit him now? Duguang asked. No need, the little wolf pup chirped sweetly. He's not home right now. He should be back later. The pup was well aware that Xue Runian would return as soon as he left. Suddenly, Duguang thought of something. Before I got back, were you eating at Xue Runian's house? The little wolf pup nodded in confirmation. And last night did you sleep at his house too? Huh. Huh. The little wolf pup circled around Duguang, squinting his eyes to scrutinize him. Seeing Duguang begin to shift uncomfortably, the pup deactivated his universal affinity ability. Are you the one who's jealous? No, Duguang denied. Xue Runian had initially wanted to admit that he did sleep at his house being held while sleeping, no less, but he hesitated. After all, saying it out loud would only upset Duguang, and he himself wouldn't feel great about it either. No, I'm not. The little wolf pup replied softly. Duguang smiled gently. I understand. Xue Runian is a good person. I'll get along with him. He silently resolved that since this aloof young man with such a unique gift was so good to the little wolf pup enough for the pup to specifically ask him to take care of him, it was only right to trust him. If he was someone the pup relied on, then Duguang would also entrust the pup to him when he wasn't around. The little wolf pup carefully observed Duguang's expression, trying to detect any lingering emotions. After a moment of hesitation, he quickly stuck out his tongue and then darted toward the door as if nothing had happened. Activating his universal affinity again, he winked at Duguang. Dog, I'm off to play now. Duguang noticeably froze for a second. Turning off the power alarm display on his wristband, he murmured softly, Goodbye, little wild pup. Xue Runian quickly returned to his room. As he recalled what he had just said, he couldn't help but rub his arms, a wave of goosebumps rising. Go out and play, huh? He muttered under his breath, his gaze drifting wistfully toward the sky. Though he was currently in the form of a wolf pup, he certainly wasn't as young as he appeared. Thinking about the impression he had given Duguang, Xue Runian frowned. At the very least, I need to establish the dignity of a wolf king. He lowered his gaze to the Beastmaster's bracelet. The group chat for the Wolf Pup support squad was still buzzing with messages. Hesitating for a moment, Xue Runian finally decided to respond. Hello everyone. I'm Xue Runian. A simple greeting instantly silenced the chat. Hi, I'm Long Long. A cheerful voice soon broke the quiet. Xue Runian politely introduced himself. I'm a newly awakened Beastmaster. I met Chi-Chi at the association, but I don't have a contracted beast yet. I just moved here a few days ago and live next door to Duguang. Wait, next door to Duguang? That means you can see the Wolf King often, right? Long Long asked excitedly. The group chat exploded with activity. Here it is. The close to the water advantage. Chi-Chi exclaimed with enthusiasm. Zhang Zhuochen simply sent an ellipsis. Long Long sent a voice message. As long as you like the Wolf King, we're friends. Zhang Zhuochen added. If you have questions about meditation as a new beast master, feel free to message me. In a private chat, Chi-Chi eagerly asked, Nian, can I tell them about your beast master talent? Nian? Seriously? Xue Runian sighed. Fine, go ahead. They'll figure it out sooner or later with these ears and tail. With his permission, Chi-Chi immediately teased the group. Do you all want to know what Xue Runian's talent is? Duguang. You say it. He already gave the okay. Suddenly called out, Duguang replied succinctly, fusion. The chat went silent for a few seconds. A rare talent, Jiang Yexin commented. Long Long and Zhang Zhuochen both seemed momentarily stunned. Do you know about the special admission class at Jianghe High? Zhang Zhuochen asked tentatively. I'm a new student in special admission class B. I just moved here and haven't had the chance to report in yet. This time, it was Zhang Zhuochen's turn to be Shakedso. The new classmate he had been speculating about was actually in their group chat. Long Long and I are also in special admission class B. We'll be classmates. Long Long said excitedly. Without a contracted beast, you can't use the fusion talent, right? Jiang Yexin inquired. Chi-Chi immediately clarified. He has a special type of fusion. His default state is already fused. He has ears and a tail, and he's an incredibly adorable wolf. Seeing the words, incredibly adorable, Xue Runian's expression froze. Without hesitation, he closed the chat window. Taking a deep breath, he activated his universal affinity ability to scan his own data. Opening the hidden stats section, the first thing that caught his eye was charm level. Oh, cuteness level. Xue Runian froze for a moment. His wagging tail came to an abrupt stop. Xue Runian's eyes widened in surprise. This universal affinity. Even the wristband is resonating with it? Although it didn't show specific values, it seems there's no need for further testing. His gaze drifted to the corner of the room, pondering whether the ghost-type pet beast in the room might exhibit a similar phenomenon. After calming himself, Xue Runian reopened the group chat. As expected, the chat was flooded with shocked and amazed messages. Chi-Chi was relentlessly urging him to share a photo, almost to the point of pleading, while the others were more reserved in their reactions. Xue Runian politely declined, citing that he wasn't used to taking pictures. Noticing friend requests from Jiang Zhuochen and Long Long in the background, he clicked accept without hesitation. The group chat remained lively. Tanghua. So Duguang has contracted a little wolf pup. How are you two wolf neighbors getting along? Fine. Xue Runian replied curtly. Duguang added. The little wolf pup says Xue Runian is very nice. Tanghua visibly let out a sigh of relief, explaining that the handbook mentioned wolves of different packs might clash over territory, and she was glad this wasn't the case here. When do you plan to come to the academy, Xue Runian? I can come pick you up. Long Long offered enthusiastically. Not sure yet. Probably after I've contracted my pet beast, Xue Runian replied. Zhang Zhuochen chimed in. No rush on contracting a pet beast. If you don't have one in mind, I can recommend a few types. Thanks, but I already have something in mind, Xue Runian politely declined. Inside the room, the young boy chewed on the cap of his pen, intently studying the pet beast data displayed on the light screen panel. Pet beasts with nightmare abilities included the malicious spirit pin fairy, illusory phantom sprite, and even the monarch-level nightmare burrow. The data indicated that aside from the malicious spirit pin fairy, these were all rare ghost-type pet beasts of commander level or above, known for their eccentric and fierce temperaments. They wouldn't hide in an ordinary residence, and were rarely seen in Jianghe City. Xue Runian pondered. Normally, the wristband should be able to identify most pet beasts unless this one wasn't a naturally occurring ghost type, and thus wasn't catalogued in the bestiary. Closing his eyes, he activated the universal affinity again. An invisible ripple spread throughout the room. The sensation was both novel and paradoxical. It felt useful yet somewhat unnecessary. After all, even if he could resonate with the coffee table or television, these inanimate objects couldn't interact with him. As he quietly sensed his surroundings, Xue Runian moved more slowly than Duguang, given his lack of proficiency with the universal affinity. Gradually, he became aware of another pet beast presence. It was hiding in a corner, its aura perhaps resting or using a special concealment skill. Just as he prepared to expand his sensing range, the wristband suddenly vibrated. It was a private message from Duguang. Xue Runian, are you home? I have something to tell you. Yes, Xue Runian replied simply, then stood up to open the door. Outside, Duguang stood with his head slightly lowered. The boy with short, pure white hair tilted his body slightly, his piercing blue eyes gazing at the visitor. Come in, he said. Is little wolf here? Duguang asked as soon as he entered the room. Sorry, it's just me for now, Xue Runian replied while pouring water for Duguang and shaking his head. He probably went out to play on his own. Duguang took the glass of water and looked at Xue Runian. Little wolf seems to be very familiar with you and trusts you a lot. Xue Runian's tail swayed gently as he spoke calmly. It might be because of my innate talent. Duguang's gaze fell on the neatly arranged pet food on the table. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, could you tell me how you interact with little wolf? I just formed a contract with him, and I don't quite know his preferences yet. There's nothing particularly special about it, Xue Runian said with a smile. We don't meet often. He only visits me occasionally. I simply treat him as an equal friend and give him the respect a wolf pet deserves. Noticing Duguang taking notes earnestly, he added, besides, little wolf often praises you in front of me. Really? Duguang asked in surprise. Xue Runian nodded to confirm. He's very smart and knows everything in his heart. He just might not express it directly to you. As someone with the wolf clan's fusion talent, I can understand his thoughts. Have you ever petted little wolf? Duguang asked tentatively. Pet? Xue Runian's wolf ears perked up sharply, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Are you saying you've petted him? Seeing Xue Runian's reaction, Duguang considered sharing his experience of petting little wolf multiple times, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Xue Runian stood up, his wolf ears standing upright and his expression serious as he stared at Duguang, who was still seated on the sofa. If you wanted to touch my ears, do you think I would agree? No, Duguang replied instantly. Exactly, Xue Runian said earnestly. For the wolf clan, dignity is everything. He's a wolf king after all. Duguang fell into deep thought, recalling the time during the battle with the mantis shrimp with sparrow tail when little wolf's majestic wolf king projection appeared, exuding an icy sharpness in his gaze. This stood in stark contrast to his usual shy demeanor when he dodged but leaned closer while being petted. It has nothing to do with comfort, Xue Runian continued to explain. His allowing you to touch him signifies absolute trust in wolf clan terms. I didn't know any of this. Thank you for telling me, Duguang said sincerely. It's nothing, Xue Runian waved his hand dismissively. It's just because I'm part of the wolf clan too. I'll be very busy these next few days and might not have time to look after little wolf, Duguang said earnestly as he looked at Xue Runian. Since you understand him so well, could I ask you to help take care of him? Xue Runian's white tail swayed gently, and his wolf ears drooped slightly. He tried to maintain a calm demeanor as he said, I haven't really done anything. Little wolf is very independent and can take care of himself. I trust him, but I still can't help worrying, Duguang said sincerely. I hope you can keep an eye on him for me. The young boy lifted his bright blue eyes to look at Duguang, a warm smile spreading across his face. I would have done it even if you hadn't said anything. Duguang thanked him gently, then proceeded to explain the room's password and the locations of various items in detail. Xue Runian listened attentively and repeated everything back without missing a single word, which left Duguang amazed at his remarkable memory. My new wristband hasn't arrived yet, Duguang said, raising his arm to show the current one. But this one is always connected. You can contact me anytime. Xue Runian's eyes sparkled, and his voice was sweet and clear. When I meet the little wolf, I'll make sure he lets you know I'm safe. Duguang nodded and spoke earnestly. I'm an advanced beast tamer, specializing in care and foreign language systems, with command skills at a senior level. The little wolf has praised you, and specifically asked me to assist you. Although I mentioned this a few days ago, I want to reiterate whether it's about beast taming or anything else in daily life. Feel free to reach out to me for help. The young boy's tail swayed gently as he squinted and smiled. Thank you, little wolf. Thank you, you. Thank me. Thank you, dog. Seeing how sensible the boy was, Duguang worried he might hesitate to ask for help, so he inquired, do you have any plans for contracting a pet beast right now? Yes, I can sense the ghost-type presence in the room. I want to spend a few more days with it and see if I can make a contract, Xue Runian replied with a nod. Did that pet beast scare you at night? Duguang noticed the boy's tail had suddenly stopped moving. Xue Runian drew out the sound. Duguang chuckled at his reaction and said, "Come to my room and grab a few purification talismans." Late at night, the surrounding houses were engulfed in darkness. Just past midnight, Xue Runian sat quietly on his bed, his clear gaze scanning the room. He activated his universal affinity ability, closed his eyes, and sensed the increasingly active energy of the pet beast, flowing through his bedroom like a river of stars. "Hello, it's nice to meet you," he said, addressing the wall in front of him. The energy flow hesitated, and a translucent owl appeared, its golden irises and dark pupils staring intently at the boy who could perceive its presence. Xue Runian grabbed his gently swaying tail and placed it on his lap. Despite facing such a ghostly entity, he maintained a soft tone. "I'm not afraid of you. I believe you're a good pet beast." The spectral figure tilted its head in confusion. "A pet beast? Is that the same as a demon beast? Are you the pet beast that makes me dream?" Xue Runian asked calmly. The ghost hesitated for a moment before timidly responding in a voice that was ethereal and pure. "Ooh, yes." Its reaction was slow and cautious, like a shy child. Its voice was as clear as a starry sky. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.